Thunder Dragon travels to Hong Kong Island in 80 years. Confronting British capital, intervening in international oil trade, playing with finance, occupying film and television, investing in real estate. Step by step, accumulate wealth. Control high-end industrial technologies such as automobiles, energy, aviation, electronics, aviation, technology, and chips. Create the light of domestic products and lead the world in cutting-edge technology. Years later, he established a huge commercial empire. There are no longer the four major foreign companies on Hong Kong Island, only the king of the world, Thunder Dragon. Are all the world's top financial conglomerates of Anglo-Saxon descent. Israel, in front of Thunder Dragon, bowed down and submit. Of course, humans are not plants and trees. How can they be ruthless? If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1, Super Financial System. Blue Star, Eagle Sauce Empire. On a luxury yacht, a young man drinking red wine recalls the last moments of his life and smiles. Then he stared at more than 10 blonde bikini girls dancing in front of him. Limited edition foreign liquor is hard to grab. The girl who sticks to the street catches a lot, and without her, she is even more carefree. At this moment, a butler wearing a tailcoat walked over and handed over his mobile phone. Young Master Lei's phone number. Hello, Dad, Lei Long called out lightly. The company on Hong Kong Island has encountered an accident, and I cannot return to Hong Kong Island. If you go there, I will give you 200 million. Save it, and you will be responsible for everything on Hong Kong Island in the future. If you can't save it, just wait for a comfortable life. Lei Luo said lightly on the phone. Save the Hong Kong Island company? Many memories come to mind. More than a decade ago, Lei Luo swept away a large amount of wealth from Hong Kong Island. Settle overseas. However, Lei Luo did not give up his network and market on Hong Kong Island. Secretly operating and investing a large amount of resources to support a company is one of the important sources of income for the Lei family. Okay, I know what to do now, Lei Long said, then hung up the phone. Today, Hong Kong Island is known as one of the four Asian tigers. It can be said to be the golden age. Just say Li Jiaqing, just by seizing his opportunity, he can guarantee the success of the Lei family. Ding, it has been detected that the host is the son of destiny, and the super financial system is being bound. Lei Long's eyes lit up, and he took a fierce puff at Gao Shiba Tongzi. As a standard for travelers, even though they were late, they still arrived. Owner, Lei Long age, 24 years old. Family level, total funds of 200 million, evaluation, S level. Integral, initialize 0. Soon, information about the super wealthy family system flooded into Lei Long's consciousness. Lei Long was shocked in his heart. He wanted to build a world-class conglomerate family. As a time traveler, he knew it was very difficult. Let's talk about the Forbes ranking list. The first place is called the world's richest man. However, Forbes is just a list that dares to be made public. In the darkness, there is still a group of people who are the true billionaires. However, how can these wealthy individuals have power and influence? In front of the Rothschild family, Morgan family, Rockefeller family, Walton family, and other wealthy families, he is not inferior. They are the true noble-level tycoons, not only possessing absolute wealth, but also controlling the power of the Eagle Sauce Empire. And these conglomerates are controlled by two major races, the Anglo-Saxons and the Jutes. They have the ability to control the world's economic and military turmoil. However, Lei Long was not timid. As the son of fate, he also had a son in charge. Just one word, it's done. Isn't it a waste of life not to fight or fight? Sooner or later, he will make the Anglo-Saxons and the Magodas submit to his feet. The super conglomerate system has several functions. Firstly, conduct a comprehensive evaluation of Lei Long's personal influence and the industries under his name. Once his level is promoted, Lei Long will earn a large number of points. Family levels are divided into S level, SS level, SSS level, aristocratic family, overlord, giant, chaebol, throne, holy clan. At present, Lei Long's personal assets are only 200 million, which can only be classified as S level. The budding of a new talent, the stage of showing off its sharpness. Secondly, there is a treasure trove that contains many things, such as elite talents, advanced technical materials, etc. However, they all require points redemption. There are 3 ways to earn points. First, to increase the family level. Secondly, if Lei Long earns 1 million Hong Kong dollars, he will earn 100 points, and 10 million is equivalent to 1,000 points. Thirdly, obtaining titles such as Justice of the Peace, Jazz, Hong Kong Island's richest man, Asia's richest man, and world's richest man can also earn points. Ding, send out a beginner's gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining superhuman serum, ensuring the safety of the host's life. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 elite redemption cards, ensuring that the host has someone available. Ding, congratulations to the host for earning 100 points. The next second, Superman serum is infused into the body. Lei Long is ready to undergo the baptism of pain. I didn't expect the whole process to be very gentle. It's great that I haven't encountered a tormenting Tongzi. He could sense that his physical functions had been greatly improved through the enhancement of Superman serum. The kidney essence that has been losing money these days is now full of vitality and has lasted for a long time. I can hit 10. Lei Long thought for a moment, and a virtual screen appeared before his eyes that only he could see. Click on the character series page. On the light curtain, there are vivid character images and introductions listed one by one. Financial trader, senior lawyer, special security, technology elite, management genius. They are all talented individuals who can be encountered but not sought after. However, a large number of points are required to redeem them. Staring at the balance of 100 points, Lei Long almost couldn't help but curse out loud. This guy is too stingy. He still wants to gather a large number of people and directly kill them back to Hong Kong Island. Arrange it. I want the fastest flight to Hong Kong Island. Lei Long stood up and looked at the calm water, saying. The ocean horse in front of him seemed like passing clouds and smoke. Young master, do you want me to accompany you back to Hong Kong Island? The butler asked. No need. You can go back and take care of Mr. Lei in your spare time. Yes, young master. I'll do it right away. The butler nodded and left upon hearing this. Chapter 2. Returning to Hong Kong, Undercover Investigation. 10 days have passed. In a hotel opposite the Thunder Group on Hong Kong Island, a well-dressed man arrived. Exuding an air of coldness and possessing strikingly handsome features. His strength was formidable, precisely how formidable could only be described as becoming stronger in the face of formidable challenges. This individual was Gao Jin, someone exchanged for by Lei Long using a redemption card. The power of the redemption card was immense, enabling Gao Jin to seamlessly integrate into this world. Young Master Lei, I have gathered preliminary insights into the situation in Hong Kong Island. Gao Jin reported. The Thunder Group currently finds itself besieged on all sides, with multiple core real estate projects forced to halt due to public opinion issues and a strained capital chain. The Independent Commission Against Corruption, along with various departments such as commerce and taxation, are investigating the Thunder Group. Financially, it is also facing multiple short-selling attacks. The catalyst for the Thunder Group's current predicament was the exposure of the numerous misdeeds committed by Chairman Su San's son, Su Kong, which has plunged the Thunder Group into a whirlpool of public opinion. Following this, the Thunder Group faced calamities from all fronts. I have also discovered that the instigator behind the scenes is Li Jiaqing from the Yangtze Ten Industries. Hearing this, Lei Long nodded slightly, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. While public opinion may have little effect on ordinary individuals, for a publicly listed company, it is as sharp as a blade, lethal. Furthermore, there was Li Chaoran's scheming in the shadows. Surrounded on all sides indeed. Young Master Lei, I have also inquired about the various forces in Hong Kong Island. Gao Jin continued. The commercial landscape here is intricate, dominated by British capital, with the 4 major trading houses controlling the economic lifeblood of Hong Kong Island. Several local capitalists have also risen, including the 4 prominent families, Li, Gua, Zheng, among others. In addition to commercial capital, there are deep ties with societies such as Hung Hing and the Number Gang, along with certain wealthy businessmen. Gao Jin took a sip of tea to clear his throat before continuing. Indeed, I did not expect even Hung Hing to be involved. What a complex world we inhabit. But let us set aside these societies for now. What about Su San? Have any issues been uncovered in the investigation? Lei Long inquired, tapping his fingers against the sofa. Su San was the chairman of the Thunder Group, a puppet supported by Lei Luo, and he was steadfastly loyal to the Lei family. However, with the mountains high and the emperor far away, Lei Luo could no longer return to Hong Kong Island. The glory of yesteryears was a thing of the past. Who could tell how human nature might change? Thus, Su San became the first target of Lei Long's investigation. This man conducts himself impeccably, and I have found no concrete evidence. However, I witnessed him meeting secretly with Li Jiaqing last night. Gao Jin replied. Li Jiaqing, you say? Lei Long squinted, recognizing the name. Li Jiaqing was the CEO of Yangtze Ten Industries, known for his shrewdness and exceptional commercial acumen, earning him a rather notorious nickname, Li Chaoran. This Li Jiaqing was indeed a man who would not rise early without profit. With the undercurrents of instigation and Su San's clandestine dealings, there must be an issue at hand. By the way, Su San's son, Su Kong, 3 days ago, forced a nightclub hostess, leading to her tragic death. I captured photographs. Gao Jin produced several photographs, placing them on the table, followed by a stack of documents. Additionally, this information came from the paparazzi. It is leverage against the shareholders of the Thunder Group. Lei Long glanced at the documents, a smile creeping onto his face. Excellent. Come, let us meet this Su San. Arriving at the Thunder Group, Lei Long and Gao Jin were met by a receptionist. Sir, I apologize, but without an appointment, our chairman Su will not be able to receive you. What an impressive display of arrogance. Lei Long, dissatisfied, retorted, I am Lei Long. Simply relay my message and summon Su San to see me immediately. At that moment, a group approached from the elevator. At the forefront was a young man with a pale complexion, clearly a victim of excess, clad in an expensive floral shirt, casting a hostile gaze over Lei Long. You dare to utter Chairman Su's name? Scram. Su Kong. Su San's beloved son. Lei Long instantly recognized him, finding him even more detestable than in photographs. And if I refused to scurry away? Lei Long remained unfazed, responding with an air of indifference. Ha ha ha, congratulations, you've stumbled upon my path today. My mood is quite foul. Su Kong declared, hands in his pockets, a sinister smile adorning his face. 3 burly men stepped forward, encircling Lei Long, while several bodyguards also converged. The onlookers in the hall paused to observe, their hearts sinking at the thought of encountering the demon Su Kong. They believed Lei Long's fate was sealed. Yet, Lei Long's expression remained unchanged as he charged into the crowd alongside Gao Jin. Bang, 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 crack, crack, crack. 1 minute later, 10 men lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and broken, wailing in agony. You, don't come any closer. My father is Su San. Su Kong, quaking in fear as he saw Lei Long approaching, retreated step by step like a frightened child. Lei Long grasped Su Kong's shoulder, delivering a punch to his face, followed by another to his abdomen. The hall echoed with sounds reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Please, please stop. I'll take you to see my father right now. Su Kong cried, urine staining his white pants. Stop. Who are you to dare strike my son? Do you wish to court death? A white-haired man in his 50s emerged from the elevator, glaring at Lei Long. Stepping forward, Lei Long smiled. Uncle Su, you don't remember me? Think carefully. As Su San was about to express his anger, he caught sight of Lei Long's familiar eyes. You are you. He hesitated, moving closer to grasp Lei Long's arm. Come, follow me. Hey, old man. Why are you treating a young man so courteously? Su Kong rose, bewildered at his father's demeanor. In the office, Lei Long settled onto the sofa. Su San poured a cup of tea and slid it across to Lei Long. Young Master Lei. You could have at least called ahead before arriving. You've had quite a journey. By the way, how is your father's health? Good, the old man is in fine form. Lei Long took a sip. Uncle Su, you should be aware of the purpose of my visit. Yes. Old Master Lei has already informed me over the phone. Su San's eyes flickered. However, young Master Lei, the matters concerning the group must be approached gradually. One cannot expect to achieve everything at once. I will guide you slowly. Here, have a cigarette. Of course, you are the senior. Lei Long accepted the cigarette, lighting it while inquiring, his gaze icy. That young man is your son, Su Kong, correct? Upon my return, I've seen his heroic exploits plastered everywhere. Uncle Su, is this how you discipline your son? With that, Lei Long produced a newspaper and tossed it onto the table. Child trafficking, public debauchery, colluding with gang members to sell flour, bullying virtuous women. Although there are many unscrupulous journalists in Hong Kong Island, there is no smoke without fire. Any one of these accusations could land Su Kong in prison. Yet, he remains unscathed, suggesting Su San has been working tirelessly in the shadows to protect him. Chapter 3. The group is corrupted. The accounts are a facade. Young Master Lei. Su San's expression stiffened, realizing the nature of this confrontation. However, he maintained his composure, stating, this is merely slander from unscrupulous media. Someone is deliberately creating a false narrative. Their aim is to bring our Thunder Group to ruin. Indeed, a false narrative? Long Lei took a breath and retrieved a photograph from his pocket, tossing it onto the table. Uncle Su, this is a good deed your son performed 3 days ago. Do you really believe that you can bury it with money? Su San picked up the photograph, and his simmering anger could no longer be contained. Young Master Lei, you've investigated my son? What does this mean? Long Lei sipped his tea, his tone icy. A company of this magnitude has seen its market value plummet by 1/3 due to your son. The 40 projects are now directly halted, and the Group's funding gap has exceeded 800 million. What do you think I mean? The foundation built with the Lei family's hard-earned money has been mismanaged under your watch. Su San, without the Lei family's support and resources, what are you worth? I am sorry, young Master Lei. Su San immediately rose, desperate to explain. I did not come here to listen to your apologies or explanations. When problems arise, someone must take responsibility. The immediate priority is to extinguish the flames of public and media scrutiny. Your son has evaded the law for far too long. It is time to bring him to justice. Tomorrow, I will hold a press conference to compel your son to confess his crimes. Otherwise, public opinion alone could destroy us. Long Lei stood up, gripping Su San's shoulder, and said calmly, you have no objections, do you? Su San nodded slightly, forcing a smile, his eyes filled with turmoil. Make a call and have the company's accounts from these past few years brought over. I wish to examine them personally. Long Lei pointed to the telephone on the desk. Su San suddenly looked up, panic flashing in his eyes. Young Master Lei. The accounts have been reviewed by the Anti-Corruption Commission. There are no issues. You've just arrived, after a long journey. Perhaps you should rest first. Long Lei turned, fixing his gaze on Su San. Now, immediately, at once. Understood. Su San gritted his teeth and picked up the phone to make the call. Before long, the company's accounts were brought in. Upon seeing this, Su San clenched his jaw, taking a deep breath. By noon, Long Lei had completed his review. Throughout the process, Su San watched Long Lei intently, fearful that any discrepancies would be uncovered, though deep down he believed Long Lei lacked the acumen to discern any irregularities. After all, the professional audit from the Anti-Corruption Commission had found nothing amiss. Simply put, certain financial flows could not be traced by outsiders, as they were concealed from those not privy to the inner workings. Long Lei lit a cigarette, turned to Su San, and pointed at the documents, inquiring flatly, "Uncle Su, do you have nothing to say?" Su San smiled slightly. "Young Master Lei, the accounts are absolutely fine. You can rest assured." Long Lei chuckled. "Over the past 3 years, there has been a shortfall of 200 million in the Group's accounts. Shouldn't you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Su San's expression remained unchanged, but internally he was in a state of panic. "Young Master Lei, you are overthinking this. All group accounts have been audited by professional accounting firms, and the Anti-Corruption Commission and tax authorities have conducted thorough checks. Everything is above board. Given the current market environment, some funds are tied up in project turnover, while others are for business prepayments and deposits, as well as employee salaries. You are correct, Uncle Su, and your accounts appear impeccably arranged, with contracts, invoices, and acceptance documents for every substantial expenditure seemingly in order. Normal audits, even by the Anti-Corruption Commission, find it challenging to uncover issues without concrete evidence. However, the flow of time and funds is excessively streamlined, or perhaps too flawless. For instance, 2 years ago, a large office building project in Central had a budget of 30 million, yet the final cost exceeded 10 million. This additional 10 million indeed flowed to the construction unit, supervisory unit, and material suppliers. Yet these companies exhibit no issues. The financial flows and documentation are complete, and a typical audit would cease further investigation at this point. Nevertheless, as a principal party, controlling the efficacy of funds is paramount, yet you escalated this 30 million project to 40 million, only to sell the office building for 25 million to Changjiang Shirya, incurring a loss of 25 million. In this manner, 25 million has vanished. May I ask, where has this 25 million gone? Do not tell me this is standard business practice. Such operations are not isolated incidents. There have been 5 such occurrences in the past 3 years, with the cooperating construction and supervisory units remarkably consistent. If I am correct in my assumptions, you are the actual controller of these companies, are you not? Furthermore, in just this past month, there has been a reduction of 20 million in financial resources. Additionally, over a dozen projects have been suspended for half a month, yet the funds have not ceased flowing. In fact, they continue to dissipate. Gamblers know when to cut their losses, but you seem intent on siphoning the company's resources. What is your plan to flee? Long Lei's gaze was as sharp as ice, fixated on Su San. Su San felt as though struck by lightning. His body slackened against the sofa. His lips trembled. Yet no sound emerged. The group is corrupt. The accounts are a facade. Su San, you are indeed audacious. If not for your son, the Lei family would still be in the dark. Uncle Su, considering your past service to my family, I will not pursue what you have previously embezzled, nor will I continue to investigate. However, the funds from these past 3 years must be returned within 10 days. Otherwise, do not blame me for sending your entire family to Stanley Prison. Long Lei fixed his gaze on Su San. By the way, immediately convene a shareholders meeting. Understood. Chapter 4, Seizing Power. Taking control of the board. 2 hours passed. In the conference room, major shareholders of Thunder Group arrived one after another. Who do you think you are? Get up. The position of Chairman Su is not for you to occupy. A bald middle-aged man entered, pointing at Long Lei and scolding him. Enough, old Wong, sit down. At that moment, a pale Su San entered, casting a glare at the bald man. Reluctantly, the bald man took his seat. Su San exhaled deeply, scanning the room and forcing a strained smile. Everyone, allow me to introduce. This is Long Lei, Mr. Lei, the largest shareholder of Thunder Group. Long Lei, could it be that he is from the Lei family? The bald man exclaimed in surprise. They had always known that Thunder Group belonged to the Lei family, yet they had never encountered a member of the family. The Lei family's 51 share was managed by Su San. They were shocked to see a representative from the Lei family. However, regrettably, it was a young man. The crowd was momentarily astonished, but soon their expressions turned to disdain. There is a saying, the business world is like a battlefield, fraught with peril, and it is not a realm easily navigated by a junior. Long Lei observed the changes in the crowd's demeanor without anger. Such is the nature of the world. Youth may grant advantages in certain areas, yet in others, it is often disregarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you here today, primarily to Long Lei began to speak. But the bald man abruptly stood. Mr. Lei, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. In the next moment, Gao Jin approached, delivering a punch that sent the bald man sprawling, followed by a flurry of blows. Before long, the bald man lay bleeding on the ground. Gao Jin seized the bald man and tossed him into a chair. The bald man coughed blood, his eyes filled with resentment, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. This scene left Su San and the others utterly astonished. No, do you have a mental illness? A disagreement leads to violence? Wang Erlong, holding a 10 stake, joined the Thunder Group 3 years ago. In this span, he has acquired 6 projects, none of which have yielded profit for the group. He has colluded with gangs, trafficking flour, engaging in drug abuse, seducing the wife of the white-hair gang leader, and coercing Feng Jie into committing suicide by jumping off a building. Lei Long produced a dossier, staring intently at Wang Erlong as he spoke each word with gravity. Upon finishing, he presented the evidence before Wang Erlong. Shall I deliver these documents to the police? Should I send the photos to the wife of Whitehair and your own? Gulp. Wang Erlong swallowed hard. Mr. Lei, I acknowledge my mistakes. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Please, I implore you to show mercy. This spectacle instilled a sense of dread in the others. At this moment, they realized Lei Long had come prepared. Very well, since you are reluctant, I shall not make it difficult for you. I offer 50 million for your 10 stake. Do you agree? Lei Long inquired nonchalantly. 50 million. Wang Erlong gritted his teeth. But thinking of the information Lei Long possessed, his gaze grew weary. 50 million? Young Master Lei, that is excessive. This is against the rules. A young woman rose to defend Wang Erlong, despite the Thunder Group's market value having plummeted to around 1.4 billion, based on Wang Erlong's share. He should at least receive 140 million. I know you, Lu Ruyan. Lei Long turned to the woman in red, producing another document. Lu Ruyan. Your father joined the Thunder Group 4 years ago and now holds a 12 stake, making him our second largest shareholder. Just as Lei Long was about to disclose Lu Ruyan's transgressions, she immediately sat down, smiling sweetly. Mr. Lei, I was too loud earlier. Please continue. I agree. Wang Erlong's face turned ashen as he nodded. Su Sin placed the prepared documents before Wang Erlong. This was indeed the share transfer agreement. Lu Ruyan and the others exchanged glances, taken aback by the thorough preparation. A stamp, a fingerprint, a signature, and the matter would be settled. Wang Erlong hesitated but ultimately signed the contract. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have profited 90 million and gained 900 points. Lei Long picked up the contract, momentarily taken aback. Can one truly earn points in this manner? If he acquired all these individual shares today, wouldn't he amass a considerable amount of points? However, Lei Long quickly dismissed this thought. Most of these people were remnants of Lei Luo's faction. Unless they were as ungrateful as Wang Erlong, he would not act recklessly. From this moment forth, you are no longer a part of the Thunder Group. You shall proceed to finance and withdraw 50 million. As for you, do not harbor resentment or plot to bring down the Thunder Group. Should this information leak, I trust you understand the consequences. I leave you with a piece of advice. Part amicably. Lei Long patted Wang Erlong on the shoulder and returned to his seat. Now, let us continue the meeting. From today onward, I, Lei Long, will take full control of the Thunder Group. Su San, you shall remain as deputy chairman, managing all affairs as usual. I will only oversee macro regulation. Our Thunder Group is currently facing significant challenges, and as the largest shareholder, the Lei family will surely rescue the group from peril. We will do everything within our power to ensure everyone's economic interests are safeguarded. I hope everyone will cooperate and refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Of course, I will never force anyone. Those who wish to leave may do so now. Anyone wishing to withdraw their investment is free to do so. Lei Long surveyed the room, exhaling a plume of smoke. The crowd began to murmur, yet none chose to leave. Lei Long's presence indicated that Lei Luo was aware of the Thunder Group's current predicament. Who was Lei Luo? Once a prominent figure in the harbor, with substantial financial clout, he could easily rescue the Thunder Group. There are still many good days ahead. Well, since everyone has chosen to stay, I shall not hold back. In the next 2 months, I will mobilize available company funds to invest in finance. I hope there are no objections. Lei Long stated with a smile. At present, the Thunder Group faced a funding gap exceeding 800 million. This deficit was immense, enough to jeopardize the entire operation of the Thunder Group. Given the current economic benefits and project funding flow, they could barely endure for another 3 months. If the gap were not filled within this time frame, the Thunder Group would encounter grave issues. They would either have to sell the company or await bankruptcy liquidation. By then, the name Thunder Group would vanish into the annals of history. Yet, Lei Luo had only allocated 200 million, which was far from sufficient to bridge the gap. To acquire substantial funds in a short time frame, finance was the only option. After all, engaging in illegal activities was not an avenue they dared to pursue. Chapter 5. Investment in Finance. The Eye of God. Finance. Lu Ruyan was momentarily dazed, her beautiful eyes darting around as if in disbelief. Wait, you, a real estate mogul, are venturing into finance. That seems rather abstract. In real estate, one cannot claim to earn 100% profit, yet they would not find themselves destitute. Finance, however, is different. It is a realm where gamblers often lose. It is an uncontrollable vortex, a game board manipulated by the house. The outcome is predetermined, and no amount of cultural influence can alter it. To touch it is to court disaster. Young Master Lei, is this your decision or the old Masteress? Su San was equally astonished and inquired immediately. He did not wish for the empire he had painstakingly built to be squandered by Lei Long. You need not concern yourselves with that, Lei Long replied flatly. The conference room fell into an immediate silence. They were left with two choices. First, to leave. Second, to indulge this young Master Lei in his capriciousness. Since that is the case, I shall accompany you, my lord. Lu Rian consented immediately, her gaze fixed intently on Lei Long. If the Lei family dared to engage in such grand ventures, what was there to fear? Moreover, regardless of the tumultuous tides of the world and the fluctuations of the business realm, one cannot deny that finance is indeed a channel for quick profits. What if? Just what if? Lei Long struck gold. Their current standing was built on such fortuitous ventures. Tales of humble beginnings leading to great success are often fabrications. Only through gambling does one find a glimmer of hope, a chance to alter one's fate. Very well, without the old master, we would not be where we are today. Since young Master Lei wishes to take a gamble, I shall accompany you. The others agreed as well. In truth, they were merely aligning with Lei Long's desires. Whatever path he chose to tread, as long as he infused capital into the Thunder Group, their predicament would soon be resolved. Lei Long surveyed the room, quite pleased. What? Do you disagree? Su San chuckled awkwardly. Given the circumstances, could he really oppose? Agreed. Lei Long rose and declared. Thank you all for your hard work. The meeting is adjourned. Uncle Su, do you have anything else to say? As Lei Long settled into his office chair, he inquired sharply. Young Master Lei, could you possibly provide a hint? Su San's complexion shifted upon hearing this, and he immediately asked. Today, he had indeed witnessed the thunderous wrath of Lei Long. Now that Lei Long had leverage over him, he dared not confront him openly. The 10 enterprises of the Yangtze River. Lei Long narrowed his eyes and declared. Su San hesitated briefly before responding. It is as follows. A few days ago, I indeed met with General Manager Li Jiaqing of the Yangtze River 10 Enterprises. He offered to purchase our company's land in Central for a sum of 1 billion. Our company is currently facing difficulties, and I was hoping. Lei Long's tone turned frigid. Su San, have you lost your wits or simply grown old? The public outcry has escalated to such proportions thanks to Li Jiaqing's covert efforts. He is intent on acquiring our Thunder Group. Can you not perceive this at all? I do not care what transactions you have engaged in with him, particularly concerning the land deal. Cease all dealings at once. As Hong Kong Island solidifies its position among the 4 Asian tigers, a significant influx of capital is anticipated. Central will undoubtedly become one of the core urban centers for future development on the island. To describe its land as golden would not be an exaggeration. Currently valued at 1 billion, once the government announces redevelopment, its worth could multiply several times. Should one possess the capability to undertake construction independently, the value could increase by dozens of times. Very well. Su San exhaled a deep sigh, reluctantly nodding in agreement. That evening, the head of the finance department compiled the company's current financial status. After deducting expenses from various projects, only 2 billion remained available for immediate use, a pitiful sum. Indeed, Thunder Group, as a real estate company, primarily engaged in property development. During this period, the equipment for construction was inadequate and efficiency was abysmal. The overall project duration was lengthy, investments were substantial, and returns were slow. Thunder Group was also grappling with a public relations crisis and a financial crisis. Yet, miraculously, there were still 2 billion in funds available for mobilization. Su San may have been a bit greedy, but he ensured the group could continue operations. With 2 billion, combined with the additional 2 billion provided by Lei Luo, they had a total of 4 billion at their disposal. They could engage in some intriguing financial maneuvering. Which project to invest in? Lei Long began to ponder. However, after much contemplation, he could not pinpoint a definitive target. Firstly, he was only aware of significant events such as Kowloon warehouse, the oil crisis, and the calamity of the Jining Group. These opportunities had yet to present themselves. Secondly, he was not affiliated with a financial firm and thus lacked access to stock market information. Stock market information. Lei Long's gaze sharpened as he recalled a certain capability within the system, one seemingly related to stock market data. Sure enough, after perusing the options, he finally discovered a skill called Eye of God. Eye of God. Within a month, it allows the user to view the future half-year information of 10 stocks worldwide. This is nothing short of a cheat code in finance, a global exploit. However, it comes with limitations, only 10 queries per month. This means one must identify stocks with upward potential to profit. Discovering worthless stocks would merely squander an opportunity. Yet, the price for this Eye of God was steep. requiring 10,000 points for redemption. Fortunately, there was a trial card. A month-long trial card only cost 100 points. Without hesitation, Lei Long exchanged for it. He still needed to visit the financial bond company the next day. After obtaining the Eye of God trial card, Lei Long did not rush to utilize it, but instead lit a high-end cigarette, murmuring to himself. At the same time, on a street not far from Thunder Group, Su Kong, his head wrapped in bandages, was seething with rage. Just then, Su San entered the car and recounted the day's events, offering a self-deprecating smile. My power, alas, has vanished, all reclaimed by Lei Long. Is Lei Long truly that formidable? Su Kong questioned. It shouldn't be. I had my friends from Eagle Sauce investigate his background. And it turns out he's just a spoiled rich kid, constantly indulging in debauchery. Do you believe Lei Long came here unprepared? He could see right through the financial maze I spent years constructing. He managed to decisively subdue Wang Erlong in front of all the shareholders. He possesses considerable skill. Su San retorted. Lighting a cigarette, Su San took 2 deep puffs before voicing Lei Long's demands. What? You want me to publicly apologize tomorrow morning and then turn myself into the police? Father, have you lost your mind? Su Kong erupted, cursing vehemently. What is Lei Long, after all? A debauched heir who returns to trample upon us? Without your tireless efforts in the past, could Thunder Group have attained its current stature? What right does the Lei family have to act so arrogantly? Su San delivered a sharp slap to Su Kong's face, causing his head to collide with the car door. Blood oozing from his forehead as he grimaced in pain. How dare you question what right they have? If it weren't for your inability to control your desires, leading to the death of a female officer, would we be in this predicament? Would those tabloids dare to hound you like rabid dogs? Would the group find itself in such a quagmire? Would Lei Long have returned at this juncture? I, Su San, have been shrewd all my life. Yet I gave rise to such a reckless and incompetent fool like you. Su San bellowed, his teeth grinding in frustration as he glared at Su Kong. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have cast him aside long ago. Chapter 6, An Assault. Father, please calm down. I apologize. It is I who has implicated you. Seeing his father truly enraged, Su Kong felt somewhat revitalized. But the situation has arisen. Mere reproaches will do no good. If I may suggest, let us take decisive action. As long as Lei Long is out of the picture, the group will remain under your control. Old Master Lei's name is still on the wanted list. He cannot return to Hong Kong Island. What can they do to me? You need not involve yourself in this matter. I will handle it, ensuring it is executed cleanly and efficiently, so he will not see the sun rise again. Su Kong's gaze turned cold, a murderous intent glinting in his eyes. Killing Lei Long means severing ties with the entire Lei family. Lei Luo may be aging, but he is not deceased. Moreover, Old Master Lei has saved my life. Su San took a deep breath, lost in memories. My son, I have been lenient with you all these years, but today, listen to your father. First, retreat and lay low. I will find the best lawyer and make the necessary arrangements. The passage of a few years has made it clear that confronting Lei Long head-on is a path to ruin. Su San spoke with grave seriousness. He understood better than anyone the precarious situation Thunder Group faced. If, in the coming months, no funds were injected, the 8 billion funding gap would trigger a chain reaction capable of consuming the entire Thunder Group. Very well, Su Kong responded, gritting his teeth and feigning compliance. Let us return home. Su San instructed. Father, I am to be imprisoned tomorrow. Tonight, I wish to indulge a bit. I beg you. I promise not to cause any trouble. Su Kong pleaded, tears in his eyes. Su San's heart softened. After all, he was his own child. Sighing, he warned. You may relax, but do not stir up any more trouble. You must return home by midnight. Thank you, father. Su Kong eagerly nodded. As Su San departed, a frenzied glint flickered in Su Kong's eyes. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Tonight, assist me in eliminating someone. He must not see the dawn of tomorrow. I will pay you 4 million. He is within Thunder Group and is expected to exit shortly. Summon someone immediately. It is midnight atop the Thunder Group building. Lei Long rubbed his eyes and lit a cigarette. Earlier, he had meticulously gone through the company's documents, clarifying the entire structure and various projects. Numerous issues had emerged, necessitating a gradual resolution, something that could not be rushed. Throughout the afternoon, Lei Long had also received numerous calls from Lei Luo's old acquaintances, extending mere symbolic inquiries about Lei Luo's condition. He had intended to borrow some funds from them for temporary relief. However, as soon as the conversation turned to money, he was met with a plethora of rejections. After answering several calls, he grew weary and stopped picking up. With Lei Luo's fortunes waning and Thunder Group embroiled in such chaos, bankruptcy was a looming possibility. These individuals were wary of entanglements and kept their distance. Who would offer assistance? Is the villa ready? Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke and stood up to inquire. Having just arrived in Hong Kong, he had scouted a villa, and given that several days had passed, it should be habitable by now. Yes. Gao Jin replied with a slight smile. All right, Let us go home and rest. With that, Lei Long exited his office. As he descended the stairs, he noticed several suspicious figures lurking outside the security booth. This brought to mind Su Kong, an extravagant youth whose ineptitude was matched only by his dubious connections with the underworld. After having dealt him a beating that morning, he had demanded an apology from him, potentially leading to imprisonment. It was highly probable that Su would arrange for retaliation, or worse, seek to eliminate him. Jean, there are people outside. Be cautious. Lei Long cautioned, maintaining a calm demeanor as he approached the exit. After all, it was merely a suspicion. He could not let a conjecture deter him from returning home. Lei Long and Gao Jin safely boarded the Tiger Head sedan and drove away. Lei Long frowned, hoping that he was merely overthinking. As they passed a mountain road, a large truck approached head-on, its headlights blaring at full intensity. Gritting his teeth, Lei Long swiftly fastened his seatbelt and leaped from the vehicle. Bang! The truck collided with the Tiger Head sedan, smashing it against the embankment and crushing it completely. Boulders tumbled from the truck. As Lei Long regained his footing and witnessed the scene, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. This was undoubtedly no accident, but rather a premeditated attack. Gao Jin also stood up, immediately drawing his Glock and cautiously approached the truck driver. The driver reeked of alcohol and appeared dazed, barely able to assess whether he had achieved his objective. Like a lifeless dog, he was forcibly removed from the vehicle by Gao Jin and discarded by the roadside. Speak. Who sent you? Lei Long demanded, gripping the driver's neck with an impassive tone. Who sent me? I don't know what you're talking about. The driver exclaimed loudly, attempting to mask the panic in his eyes. Refusing to speak, are we? I'll have your entire family investigated. I will annihilate every last one of them. Lei Long stood up and retrieved his pager, beginning to type. He said he was from Hongqing and that if I killed you, I would receive $1 million. I'm sorry. The driver immediately began to weep. Hongqing? Lei Long's gaze turned icy as he pocketed the pager and departed with Gao Jin on foot. He spared the driver's life, deeming it not worth the trouble. Soon, the police would trace the information from the Tiger Head sedan back to him. And at that point, Lei Long would naturally ensure the driver found himself in prison. The following morning, Su San had just risen when Su Kong burst in with a grin. Father, the issues have been resolved. Really? What do you mean? Su San inquired, donning his suit. A vague sense of foreboding creeping in. Haha, come on, you'll find out at the office. Su Kong replied with a mysterious smile. All right, but remember to maintain a respectful demeanor. The judge is watching. Su San muttered incessantly as the two exited the villa and reached the entrance. They encountered Lei Long and Gao Jin approaching. Good morning, Su Zong. Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke, smiling. Su Kong froze, bewildered. Lei Long was alive. What on earth was happening? In the next moment, Gao Jin stepped forward and embraced Su Kong, smiling slightly. Good morning, young Master Su. Let us go. The press conference is nearly ready. Young Master Lei. Su San stepped forward to open the door for Lei Long. Su Kong struggled violently, but Gao Jin held him firmly by the neck, whispering, don't think we're unaware of last night's events. Don't force young Master Lei to take drastic measures against you. Upon hearing this, Su Kong's heart sank, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon. Nevertheless, with Gao Jin's support, he managed to get into the car. Soon, they arrived at Thunder Group. A throng of reporters had already gathered outside, eagerly awaiting. Su Zong, is your son all right? Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette out the car window, replying coldly. He is fine. Su San turned and fixed a serious gaze on Su Kong, solemnly instructing, Conger, do as I say. Yes. Su Kong's eyes were filled with dread. Yet he could only nod upon meeting Su San's gaze. He was not foolish. If he did not step forward today, the Su family would be doomed. Jean, please escort young Master Su, Lei Long said with a smile. Chapter 7. Su Kong's apology, arrest. Diverting public attention. Before long, Gao Jin led Su Kong to the prepared stage, and the reporters, sensing blood in the water, swarmed like ravenous sharks. Young Master Su, is it true that you participated in lewd gatherings? Young Master Su, did you kill the female police officer? Young Master Su, are you involved in selling flour for the Syndicate? Each piercing question struck Su Kong like blows to the head. He felt dizzy, and before he knew it, he found himself nodding in acknowledgement of numerous transgressions. Not long after, the police arrived. They promptly arrested Su Kong. As he watched Su Kong being led into the police vehicle, Su San's heart broke, tears streaming down his face. Su Zong, your son performed admirably, clarifying the groups standing amidst the chaos. However, whether we can extricate the group from this media storm will depend on your willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. Take these photographs. Lei Long tossed a bag to Su San. Su San swallowed hard, accepting it with indifference, exiting the car, and trudging toward the reporters. Lei Long smirked, taking the driver's seat and driving away. Half an hour later, Lei Long arrived at Central Plaza. The area was lined with commercial buildings, many owned by the Li family. The Li family had established itself long before Lei Luo, initially thriving through flour but engaging in numerous illicit activities. However, over time, the Li family had cleansed its reputation, now regarded as a prominent wealthy family in Hong Kong, boasting the title of the King of Kowloon. Presently, they were also the largest investors in TVB. For Thunder Group, the Li family posed a formidable challenge. As Lei Long stepped out of the car, he surveyed his surroundings, noting several financial bond companies, both large and small. At that moment, a sign for the Bank of China International Bond Company caught Lei Long's attention. This company is well known as one of the oldest and most powerful bond firms in Hong Kong. It offers professional bond investment and trading services, boasting a formidable capital scale. It is undoubtedly an excellent choice for investment. Lei Long strode inside. The room was filled with numerous investors, often referred to as financial gamblers, all fixated on the screens ahead, which displayed the essential information of various company stock markets. Taking a seat, Lei Long began to observe intently. Before long, he identified the situations of 4 companies. However, none matched his investment expectations. Either they had remained stagnant for the past 6 months or experienced minor declines. With not a single one showing potential for growth, Lei Long had only 6 opportunities left. Ultimately, he settled on Milk International Limited. Approaching the counter, he inquired about relevant information regarding this retail food company, which had recently surpassed the 300 million mark upon its debut, particularly over the past decade. It had been acquired by the Land Group, resulting in a threefold increase in market value, now exceeding 1,200 million, and continuing its vigorous ascent. It was indeed a commendable choice. Shortly after, Lei Long examined the stock markets of 5 other companies, all of which appeared promising. Thus, he activated his divine eye to assess the future growth prospects of these 6 firms. Throughout this month, each of their stock markets exhibited a notable percentage increase, especially Milk International Limited, which saw an approximate 20% rise, an ideal investment opportunity. However, caution was warranted, as excessive enthusiasm could deter the major stakeholders. Having finalized his selections, the next step was investment. What? You wish to invest several hundred million? The counter staff gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. 400 million, Lei Long declared. This exceeds my authority. Please follow me, and I will introduce you to the general manager. The staff member promptly rose to lead him. On the 3rd floor, in the general manager's office, a stunning woman with an exquisite demeanor and striking figure was tidying her desk, her tone somewhat brusque. Xiao Bai, what is it? Clearly, her mood was not the best. Xiao Bai immediately replied, Manager Xiao, a distinguished guest claims he wishes to invest 400 million. Excuse me? Xiao Anna's expression shifted, momentarily taken aback. Then she retorted angrily, Xiao Bai, are you still half asleep? Perhaps you should go take a nap. 400 million. What an absurd international joke. Anyone capable of investing 10 million in finance would be considered exceptional. Someone investing 400 million would surely be found in the largest financial trading center of the Eagle Sauce Empire. If true, she could dance naked in celebration. Manager. He's right outside. I observed his exceptional demeanor and his custom suit worth thousands. He is tall and handsome, Xiao Bai said, playfully clinging to Xiao Anna. Fine. Let him in. Xiao Anna relented. You little girl, don't focus solely on appearances. It's the inner qualities that truly matter. Before long, Lei Long was escorted in by Xiao Bai. Upon seeing him, Xiao Anna was momentarily stunned. He exuded an overwhelming masculinity and charm. Could this be the fabled tall, rich, and handsome? Unbeknownst to her, her heart raced to 300 beats per minute. Calm down. Calm down. Appearances are secondary. It is the essence that holds true significance. Xiao Anna forced herself to regain composure, brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, stepped forward, and smiled. I am Xiao Anna. May I ask how to address you? Sir? Miss Anna, greetings. I am Lei Long. Lei Long replied, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain Bing Bing. Mr. Lei, please take a seat. Xiao Anna invited. Mr. Lei, you wish to invest 400 million? As soon as Lei Long sat down, Xiao Anna eagerly inquired. A client of Lei Long's caliber was a rarity, perhaps seen only once in a century. If true, the dividends she could receive would be unimaginable. Indeed. Are you able to facilitate stock futures and leverage here? Lei Long sipped his tea and inquired nonchalantly. Ordinary investments held no significance for him. For instance, an investment of 100 million with a 10% increase would yield merely 10 million, insufficient to address the pressing needs of the Lei Ting Group. Therefore, he needed to engage in more audacious maneuvers. Leverage and futures were the most common methods for gaining substantial returns from minimal investments. Typically, leverage can amplify capital efficiency by 3 to 10 times, but it varies by stock category. Blue-chip stocks can reach a 10-fold leverage, while mid-cap stocks are limited to 3-5 times. Futures, however, inherently come with a 10-fold leverage. In essence, any stock that can be used for futures is a strong stock in the market. In his previous life, Lei Long recalled that during this period in Hong Kong, futures could only be invested in margin stocks and the Hang Seng Index, without individual stock futures. It wasn't until 2000 that individual stock futures were introduced. However, this is not his previous life. Take Changjiang 10 Industries, for example. Its stock market in his last life was at most around 9 billion. Now, it has already surpassed 10 billion. Given the world's changes, there might be unexpected gains. If not, Lei Long would have to consider the Eagle Sauce Empire, which boasts impeccable financial trading regulations. Sir, while futures cannot be executed, leverage is indeed possible. Both margin stocks and Hang Seng Index futures can utilize a 10-fold leverage, whereas individual stocks currently max out at 35 times. Understood. Lei Long immediately produced a notebook and placed it before Xiao Anna. It contains 6 stocks, based on the capital distribution I provide, the entry times, and the operations should be conducted in multiple small-scale transactions. Mr. Lei, are you certain? Xiao Anna could not help but ask. A 5-fold leverage on 100 million would yield 500 million. Out of that 500 million, they would need to borrow 400 million, totaling 500 million. With 400 million, they could leverage 20 billion, requiring Syndicate to come up with 16 billion. Syndicate had that capability, but if anything went awry, Lei Long's 400 million would be lost. Certain. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression resolute. Mr. Lei, I must clarify. With your 400 million principal and a 5-fold leverage, we at Syndicate will lend you 16 billion, totaling 20 billion to invest in these 6 stocks. The profits will belong to you. We will only take the daily interest generated from the 16 billion. However, if there are losses, your 400 million will be forfeit. Assuming Lei Long was unaware, Xiao Anna meticulously explained. Understood. Lei Long remained unfazed. Xiao Anna let out a sigh of relief, picking up the materials and scrutinizing them closely. They detailed entry times, exit strategies, and the amounts to be invested in the 6 stocks, even noting the percentage increase at which to exit. It was exceedingly thorough. Xiao Anna was left in disbelief, as if Lei Long knew precisely when these stocks would rise according to his annotations. Tomorrow, come to my Lei Ting group to discuss the funding and contract matters, Lei Long declared as he stood up. Indeed, it is imperative that you adhere strictly to the information I have provided during the entry and the subsequent actions. Otherwise, should any issues arise, your firm, Syndicate, will bear the responsibility. A gentle reminder, Lei Long has departed. Xiao Anna from Thunder Group mumbled to herself. In the afternoon, Lei Long returned to Thunder Group, only to find that the journalists had dispersed. Simultaneously, numerous newspapers and magazines were published, all reporting on matters concerning Su Kong. Their focus swiftly shifted from Thunder Group to Su Kong. Although Thunder Group still faced repercussions, the accountability had distinctly separated between the group and Su Kong. Furthermore, Su San had publicly expressed his stance, bowing in apology before all the reporters and media present. As a result, the stock market of Thunder Group would not continue to plummet. Upon returning to his office, Lei Long firmly locked the door behind him. The virtual screen flickered momentarily. In the next instant, a tall and stunning woman appeared before him. Casey, with her Western features, blonde hair, and striking blue eyes, possessed a curvaceous figure and was unparalleled in negotiation skills, financial acumen, management capabilities, and data analysis. Truly a world-class template. Alongside her stood another woman, also of Western descent, named Annie, a top-tier legal elite. Master. Casey and Annie smiled gently, addressing him with respect. You may simply call me Mr. Lei, Lei Long replied as he took a seat. Yes, Mr. Lei. Both Casey and Annie nodded in agreement. Ajin, Lei Long called out, and Gao Jin entered the room. Mr. Lei, Ajin, please escort Casey and Annie to communicate with the company personnel. Casey will henceforth serve as the chief financial officer, while Annie will be our legal chairperson. Any matters concerning the company, regardless of their scale, must pass through her hands. By the way, since Su Kong is seeking legal counsel, take Annie with you. And the request is simple, be factual and pragmatic. Lei Long instructed. The financial aspect of a company is of utmost importance, and it must be entrusted to someone trustworthy. Casey's capabilities are beyond question and will enable her to assist Lei Long significantly in the future. Simultaneously, this step is part of his gradual elimination of Su San's influence within the company. Should Su San, in a moment of desperation, attempt to transfer the company's funds abroad, Lei Long would remain oblivious. Such naivety would be foolish. Understood, Mr. Lei, Gao Jin replied as he led the 2 women away. Half an hour later, a visibly anxious Su San knocked on the door and entered, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Mr. Lei, when did you appoint a chief financial officer? Is she capable? He had not anticipated that less than 2 days after Lei Long assumed his position, a financial officer and a lawyer would already be appointed. The lawyer was one matter, but the chief financial officer was the lifeblood of the company. She is capable, Lei Long responded with a smile. Here are her credentials, you may review them. Su San picked up the documents on the table, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Just the fact that she is a Harvard graduate was enough to leave him speechless. Clearing his throat, Su-san set the materials down, feeling somewhat awkward, and quickly changed the subject. Mr. Lei, I actually came to inform you about the land in Central. Mr. Li Jiaqing would like to invite you to his company for a face-to-face discussion. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lei Long burst into laughter. Uncle Su, in the business world, opponents come in all sizes, but one must never easily soften their negotiating stance. A spineless individual earns no respect and cannot safeguard their interests. Call Li Jiaqing and inform him that I, Lei Long, am awaiting him at Thunder Group. If he truly wishes to negotiate, he may come now, otherwise, the opportunity will pass. It was essential to give Li Jiaqing his due respect, but how this respect was conveyed was a matter of considerable importance. Su-san had previously been obsequious because he felt powerless to save Thunder Group, even attempting to leverage Li Jiaqing's resources to fill the financial gap. However, Lei Long was different. He did not need to beg for Li Jiaqing's favor. Moreover, the land in question belonged to Thunder Group and was coveted by Li Jiaqing. It was Lei Long who held the rightful claim. In the business arena, every inch must be fiercely contested, and maintaining a commanding presence is paramount. If one relinquishes the initiative in meetings, they will inevitably find themselves led by the nose. He was indeed eager to meet the legendary Mr. Li in person. Su-san wiped the sweat from his forehead, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from saying more and picked up the phone to make the call. Shortly after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Li Jiaqing arrived, accompanied only by a very competent female secretary carrying an elegantly packaged gift box. Dressed in a dark suit, Mr. Li exuded a warm, cultured smile, his demeanor calm and unassuming. He did not carry himself with the airs of a high-ranking figure. This was the true essence of a leader, his joy not easily discernible, his anger unvoiced, approachable in nature, with the sword of retribution concealed in the shadows. Unlike some individuals who, after a hearty meal and a modicum of power and wealth, lose sight of their true selves. Mr. Lei, I have long admired you. I hope you will excuse my unannounced visit and accept this modest gift as a token of respect. Mr. Li, you are too kind. Please have a seat. Lei Long replied as he rose to greet him. Su-san accepted the gift box from the female secretary, while Lei Long ushered Li Jiaqing to the guest sofa. Lei Long personally prepared tea and poured water, with Su-san sitting beside him and the female secretary taking a seat to the side. Please enjoy the tea, Lei Long said with a gentle smile. Chapter 9, The First Clash. Meeting the Syndicate leader. Li Jiaqing lifted his teacup, took a sip, and slowly began. Mr. Lei, you are truly young and accomplished. Upon your return to Hong Kong Island, you swiftly took charge of Thunder Group with decisive action. It is indeed admirable. However, I have heard a bit about your company's current situation. To be frank, the land in Central has an exceptional location, but the development cycle is lengthy, and the capital requirements are substantial. Given Thunder Group's present circumstances, I fear it may not be able to develop it in the near term. I previously discussed a price of $1 billion with Chairman Su. Upon signing the contract, $1 billion would be transferred immediately, which would be a timely remedy for your company's cash flow issues. Now that you are at the helm, my proposal still stands. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke and replied calmly, $6 billion, I can consider it. Su-san, caught off guard, dropped his teacup onto the floor. He could hardly believe his ears. Thunder Group was in dire need of cash flow, and here was a wealthy individual like Li Jiaqing willing to transact in cash. The fact that he did not take advantage of their predicament was already very gracious. Yet he was now demanding $6 billion, an increase of sixfold from the previous offer. There was no sincerity in the negotiation at all. My apologies. Su-san immediately sprang to his feet to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, Li Jiaqing maintained his gentle smile and took another sip of tea. $6 billion, Li Jiaqing reiterated. Mr. Lei, it is undeniable that your company's land holds significant potential value. But it is merely potential. If it falls outside the government's future planning zone, even offering $1 billion would be a loss for me. $6 billion is quite an audacious demand, wouldn't you agree? Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette. Life, at its core, is but a single word, gamble. When the gamble, and you become wealthy, lose it, and you face ruin. You are betting on its potential value, and I am betting on it as well, are we not? Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing's eyes shifted slightly, and he lit a high-end cigar, taking a puff and exhaling slowly, a smile playing on his lips. In the realm of business, audacity and resolve are indeed essential. However, such boldness must be grounded in strength, and courage should always consider the risks involved. Only with the ability to balance both can one dare to take a gamble. 600 million Hong Kong dollars is ample enough to acquire several plots of land with greater potential in the new territories of Hong Kong, or to engage in multiple prudent investments. At this juncture, Li Jiaqing paused, fixing his gaze on Lei Long. Mr. Lei, your company currently requires funds for liquidity. 100 million could provide Thunder Group with a lifeline. Surely that is more practical than a gamble? Delaying the opportunity for self-rescue may lead to regrettable consequences. Opportunities do not present themselves every day. Lei Long smiled faintly and replied earnestly, Mr. Li is right. Thunder Group indeed needs capital. But we have not yet reached the point of self-mutilation for survival. As long as the Lei family endures, Thunder Group will not falter. Li Jiaqing's pupils constricted at the thought of Lei Long's lineage, and he chose to refrain from further comments. There is a saying that goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Who knows how much wealth was once taken by Lei Luo? Very well, Li Jiaqing rose, straightened his suit, and gazed deeply at Lei Long. I regret that we could not collaborate this time. However, there will be other opportunities in the future, and I hope for more chances to work together. Lei Long stood, and they shook hands. Indeed, Mr. Li, I apologize for your wasted trip. Please take care. And Su Shu, kindly see Mr. Li off. As Li Jiaqing departed, this round of land acquisition contention drew to a close. Neither party had engaged in fierce quarrels or heated confrontations. It was merely a courteous exchange. Mr. Su, that Mr. Lei is quite remarkable. If Thunder Group can weather this storm, the future holds boundless prospects. Before getting into his car, Li Jiaqing remarked to Su-san, Mr. Li, take care. I will treat you to whiskey another day. Su-san responded, shifting the topic. In truth, he did not entirely agree with Lei Long's recent actions. This was not merely a matter of 100 million. It also risked offending Li Jiaqing and antagonizing the Yangtze River industries. Alas, all his dissatisfaction and concerns culminated in a sigh. He had become a mere figurehead within Thunder Group, his voice rendered nearly non-existent. He resigned himself to the reality that he could not change anything. All he could hope was that Lei Long truly possessed the capability to salvage Thunder Group. Meanwhile, Lei Long arrived in Causeway Bay, inside a high-end restaurant. Within a private room, he was sipping tea when an elderly gentleman in his 50s entered. Mr. Lei, greetings. The elder said politely as he approached. Lei Long rose to shake his hand. Mr. Luo, please have a seat. May I inquire why you summoned me this time? Luo sat down, directly inquiring. He was well aware of Lei Long's identity as the son of Lei Luo, having met Lei Luo in the past. It was precisely for this reason that he had come to the meeting. There is someone named Shan Ji from Hongqing who has caused me trouble. I will offer you 5 million. Lei Long stated plainly. Killing Shan Ji, did he possess the capability? Yes, he could have Gao Jin handle it. However, as a businessman, one must never overtly engage in illicit dealings. If action is to be taken, it must be executed by those lurking in the shadows. For instance, Dongxing. Dongxing and Hongqing have always been at odds. Now, with an additional 5 million at stake, he doubted Luo would refuse his proposal. Very well. Luo hesitated momentarily, but ultimately agreed. May I ask the reason behind this? Lei Long replied coldly. What you need to know, you will know. What you do not need to know, you need not concern yourself with. Understood. Luo smiled amiably. The two commenced their meal, discussing various topics. Mr. Lei, I wish to collaborate with your esteemed company and facilitate transactions. Luo raised his glass, slightly inebriated. Agreed, 30%. How does that sound? Lei Long narrowed his eyes, raising a brow with a smile. The underworld operates in the crevices of Hong Kong, engaging in dubious businesses. While profit can be made, the earnings are inherently tainted. If one desires to conduct legitimate business, to cleanse their reputation and operate openly in the light, one must find a way to launder the money. There are numerous avenues for this, including the film industry, real estate, hotels, bars, and Macau casinos. However, these transactions carry significant risks if caught by governmental agencies. It would spell disaster. Thus, navigating these dealings is fraught with challenges, leading to exorbitant fees. Typically, the standard cut is around 40% on a transaction of 1 million. One would lose 400,000. This is indeed a highly lucrative sector. Lei Long was not inclined to decline. Moreover, having recently arrived in Hong Kong, he genuinely needed to establish connections within the underworld to facilitate his endeavors. Once he ensured that Luo was well taken care of, it would only be a matter of time before he could utilize him. As for the risks, Lei Long remained unconcerned. After all, Hong Kong is a place that values evidence and law, is it not? No problem. Luo responded, displaying a satisfied smile. 30% is 10% less than the market rate. Furthermore, I have the opportunity to board the great ship of Thunder Group. This evening has proven fortuitous. However, collaboration necessitates a process and rules. I will set the rules. First, the amount for transactions must not be less than 10 million. Second, you need not know the details of the transaction process, nor do you need to arrange personnel. Simply follow my instructions and await the receipt. Third, this transaction is to remain between us. No others should be privy to this information. Otherwise, the deal is off. Is that agreeable? Lei Long articulated each point distinctly. The risks associated with these dealings are substantial, and he must mitigate those risks. Otherwise, the fire could scorch Thunder Group. No problem. I trust Mr. Lei, Luo replied, his eyes glinting momentarily before he smiled broadly. The more cautious Lei Long was, the safer Luo felt. He welcomed it. They continued drinking until the early hours. Mr. Lei, I have arranged a presidential suite for you, please. Luo rose, assisting Lei Long to the top floor. Thank you. Lei Long did not decline. Returning to Central at this hour is quite far. It would be a shame not to stay. Very well, Mr. Lei, we shall not intrude any longer. As he spoke, Luo closed the door behind him. Is everything arranged? It must be clean and punctual. This young master has discerning tastes. Luo lit a cigarette, scrutinizing Crow. No problem. The arrangement was made by Li Xing, who discovered her amid the crowd. She was just about to be signed. This transaction just materialized. However, old ding. It cost me over 100,000. What a heartache. Crow lamented. Enough, just 100,000. You can reclaim it directly from the society. Having made acquaintances with this young master, 100,000 means nothing. Go. Ensure she is taken care of for the young master. I shall take my leave. Luo concluded and departed. Old ding, won't you see me off? Crow smiled as he picked up the phone to make arrangements. An hour later, a stunning woman arrived at the door of the room. She eyed Crow warily, primarily because of his fierce appearance. The Raven cast a discerning glance at the woman, swallowing hard. Indeed, this young lady was quite remarkable. Were it not for the fact that the young master had plans for tonight, he would have eagerly sought to indulge in her charms. Do not fear, my dear. Your presence here suggests you are in need of funds. Here is the 100,000 I promised you, he said, producing an envelope and placing it into the woman's bag. He then gestured towards the room, and sighed. You shall find a dashing young master. If you serve him well tonight, there is a chance for you to become a wealthy lady. The Raven continued to spin his web of persuasion, suddenly recalling something. Oh, by the way, are you certain you are still untouched? In this society where everything has a price, women too are valued. A fine figure, striking beauty, and being unblemished, 100,000 is quite standard. To an average person, that might represent several years' salary, but to a wealthy individual, it is but a trifling sum. The woman bit her lip and nodded gently. Very well, go on. Sensing her nervousness, the Raven endeavored to present a reassuring smile. The woman exhaled deeply, steeling herself before pushing open the door. She could only hope that Mr. Lei was not a balding, portly middle-aged man. Upon entering the room, the Raven swiftly closed the door. Lei Long was in the midst of bathing, and the woman, anxiously sitting on the bed, fidgeted with her hair, glancing occasionally at the bathroom, her expression a mixture of turmoil and determination. The opportunity to sign with a performing arts company for 100,000 was not one that came to everyone. It was a chance to ascend to greatness. Once successful, her fate and life would transform. Coming from a humble background, she had little choice. Before long, Lei Long emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. The woman could not help but turn her head, her worries dissipating into thin air. Before her stood a tall and handsome young man, his physique remarkable, with chiseled abs and a striking build. When Lei Long saw a woman seated on his bed, he was taken aback. This was not part of his arrangement. Upon reflection, he realized it was the Raven's doing. Was he really the type to engage in such antics? No. While others might falter under such temptation, he would not. However, when his gaze fell upon the woman's exquisite face, he hesitated. This face was far too familiar. It had adorned the calendar by his bedside during his childhood. When Bixia. What wind had blown this stunning beauty into his room? You. Hello, I am Bixia. I am here to serve you. She stammered, stepping closer and embracing Lei Long. Ahem. Sit down, he said, guiding her to the sofa. Lei Long turned sideways, offering her a glass of red wine. Here, have a drink. Did they send you? He inquired. When Bixia nodded, fixated on her enchanting visage, he made a decision that defied convention. Since we have met, let us embrace this fate. Here is my business card. Keep it. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call me. Now, you may leave. Huh. When Bixia stared blankly for a few seconds, panic flashing across her face. No, that won't do. Lei Long reassured her. Why? Are you afraid they will make things difficult for you? You need not worry. I will clarify matters with them. Suddenly, when Bixia sprang to her feet, urgently explaining, no, it's not them. It's that I need this funding, and they will offer me a signing opportunity. Mr. Lei, I implore you. I am truly untouched. I will serve you well tonight. Lei Long lit a cigarette, pausing for a moment before responding, very well. He did not refuse. A beauty like Wen Bixia was a rare find, one that could not be overlooked. Hesitating too long could mean losing her to someone else. Taking the initiative was key to savoring the exquisite. As for whether he would develop feelings for her, as the saying goes, affection grows with time. The following day, Lei Long took Wen Bixia out. The Raven awaited respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Lei. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Lei Long nodded, pulling out a check for 200,000 and handing it to the Raven. Take this. and let this matter remain between us. Miss Wen will now be in my employ. As for what comes next, I trust one need not elaborate. The Raven accepted the check, beaming. Young Master Lei, how generous. Absolutely no problem. With that, Lei Long departed with Wen Bixia. With her alluring figure and talent, Lei Long had no intention of letting her go. Perhaps, in the future, he too might dabble in the entertainment industry. Even if he did not, having Wen Bixia as a girlfriend was certainly a boon. Wow, this woman truly has struck gold. The Raven mused, lighting a cigarette and watching the pair depart. Chapter 11. Financial windfall of 1 billion. Upon arriving at the company, Lei Long assigned Wen Bixia a light workload. At the same time, Xiao Anna arrived with representatives from Syndicate. Lei Long instructed Kashi to coordinate funding with Xiao Anna, while Su San also arrived to report on the situation. Mr. Lei, the funding gap is growing increasingly dire, and many of our partner companies are withdrawing their investments. Projects have been stalled for 10 days, Su San recounted, his tone laced with frustration. You still want to invest the company's remaining 2 billion in finance? Yesterday's project with Li Jiaqing has also fallen through. Young Master Lei, it's not that I'm trying to be an elder here, but how long do you think the company can endure with such a strategy? I have done everything you asked, and my son is involved too. You said with you here, the Leitang group wouldn't falter, yet the funds from the Lei family have shown no movement. Lei Long rose, firmly grasping Su San's shoulder, his tone calm. Uncle Su, do not be angry. It's only been a few days. There's no need to rush. Companies withdrawing their investments should be cut loose. Let them go if they must. And as for selling the land to Li Jiaqing, you can forget about that. You should be focusing on how to recover what you've already invested. Time is running out. Su San, teeth clenched, departed in frustration. At that moment, Gao Jin entered the room. Has that old man shown any unusual behavior? Lei Long inquired. No, he has indeed been seeking investments from various companies, but none have supported him. The old man is rather pitiful, Gao Jin replied. Lei Long nodded. The sunset reveals human nature. It's only natural that Su San struggles to secure funding. 10 days passed, and Su San managed to bring in 1.8 billion in funding. Lei Long directed him to inject the funds into company projects, as saving even one project was crucial. Time flew swiftly. A month had gone by in the blink of an eye. Though the Leitang company had severed its ties with Su Kong, there remained no shortage of capitalists covertly scheming to undermine the Leitang group. In the court of public opinion, Lei Long's identity as Lei Luo's son was exposed. Commercially, many companies that had partnered with the Leitang group preferred to breach contracts rather than continue investing, even with an infusion of 1.8 billion in funds. The entire real estate pillar project of Thunder Group remains at a standstill. Financially, another 100 million in market value has vanished. Today, the market capitalization has dwindled to merely 1.3 billion. Should the project continue to stagnate, a collapse in market value is inevitable. Changjiang 10 Industries, Hong Kong Electric Group, and even the 4 great trading houses are secretly monitoring Thunder Group. Should the stock market experience another downturn, they could swiftly move in to acquire Thunder Group. In the conference room of Thunder Group, Su San, Lu Rian, and a gathering of shareholders have assembled, the atmosphere tense. They demand an explanation from Lei Long. Following this trend, with funds only flowing out and not in, the gap will only widen, and lurking predators are waiting in the shadows. After another month, can Thunder Group truly withstand this pressure? I understand everyone's sentiments. Leaning back in his chair, Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. You promised that with the Lei family's support, Thunder would not falter. Furthermore, you stated that you would mobilize 200 million in company funds, and we consented. Yet, over the past month, you have accomplished nothing, merely toying with the Thunder Film Company and spending time with women. This has left us profoundly disappointed. Alas, how could the old master allow you to return and take charge? A frail elder, his chest heaving, continually berated Lei Long. If it weren't for his acquaintance with Lei Luo, he would have withdrawn his investment long ago. Mr. Lei, I can only wait for 3 more days. Another woman interjected. If substantial funds do not materialize within this time frame, I regretfully will have to withdraw from the shareholders' meeting. I too, chimed another. We have families to support. We cannot risk our life savings here. Well said, Mr. Lei, though we are minor shareholders, we too have our limits. The murmurs of dissent rose and fell, anxiety permeating the air. Lei Long refrained from defending himself, merely snapping his fingers lightly. At that moment, Xiao Anna entered, opened a file, and smiled faintly. Mr. Lei has invested 400 million outside the company, leveraging it 5-fold across 6 stock markets. All 6 markets have seen gains, resulting in a profit of 1 billion. By the way, this is the outcome of our company securing a 15 interest. 1 billion, gasped the crowd, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had assumed Lei Long was merely playing around, unaware that he had indeed profited. In that instant, their anger evaporated, and they stared blankly at Lei Long. This billion will be entirely injected into the core real estate projects of the group, restarting all stalled projects. Simultaneously, we will disseminate the information that Thunder Group has garnered 1 billion in the stock market, Lei Long declared calmly. This billion is not merely a means to revive Thunder Group. Once the news spreads, it will awaken the consciousness of the shareholders, leading to a market rebound, even appreciation, which should not pose a significant challenge. With the two most pressing issues resolved, Thunder Group will stabilize. Impressive, Mr. Lei. The elder stood. I apologize, young Master Lei, for my earlier tone. No worries, Kowloon. My father often speaks highly of you. I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to the Lei family, Lei Long replied, promptly assisting the elder back into his seat. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? Lei Long scanned the room, inquiring. Mr. Lei, we were mistaken in our judgment. We shall stand firm with Thunder Group, Su San promptly declared. The other shareholders followed suit, voicing their renewed commitment. The swift change in demeanor was nothing short of comedic. Lei Long nodded and fixed his gaze on Xiao Anna. When will the funds be available? Within 24 hours. Xiao Anna responded. Good. Kai-si, Vice Chairman Su, you two will liaise with Miss Xiao Anna. Lei Long instructed as he rose. This meeting is adjourned. Simultaneously, at TVB television station, a woman was organizing documents on her desk, her expression one of concern. The past 6 months had yielded too few hot news stories, frequently being eclipsed by others, resulting in TVB subsisting on the remnants of others' headlines, with viewership showing signs of decline. If explosive news did not emerge soon, her title as the news queen would become somewhat unfounded. This woman was Hai Mimi, the reigning queen of the news industry for 3 consecutive years. Sister, news just came in that Mr. Lei of Thunder Group has made a profit of 1 billion in finance. A young reporter knocked and entered to report. Mr. Lei? Hai Mimi paused, retrieving some documents and flipping through them. You mean Lei Luo's son, Lei Long? Yes, sister, the reporter nodded. Lei Long, 24, a Harvard finance PhD, has returned to Hong Kong Island for just a month and has already earned 1 billion in finance. Fascinating. With this capital, the storm surrounding Thunder Group will surely dissipate. What a talent. Hai Mimi mused over the documents, her voice gradually rising. A financial returnee, chairman of Thunder Group, son of Lei Luo, and having earned 1 billion to save the beleaguered Thunder Group. This is ample fodder for headlines. Get the phone back. Hai Mimi tossed her pen down and declared immediately. Chapter 12, Crisis Averted. Summon the Suicide Squad. Thunder Films. Just as Lei Long returned to his office, he received a call from Hai Mimi. Hello. I am the director of TVB television station. May I arrange a special interview with you? Hai Mimi inquired directly. Lei Long smiled lightly. You journalists certainly have your ear to the ground. Hai Mimi replied with a charming smile. Mr. Lei, let us not beat around the bush. TVB is the most influential television station in Hong Kong Island, capable of maximizing the impact of your financial achievements. Consequently, the stock market for Thunder Group will surely rebound, swiftly eliminating the negative repercussions brought by Su Kong previously. Our collaboration can yield mutual benefits. After contemplating, Lei Long agreed. All right, I will await you at 8 tomorrow morning. Indeed, TVB possesses the most significant influence within the media sphere. Coincidentally, Lei Long also needs to expand his influence and alter the crisis surrounding Thunder Group, aligning perfectly. No sooner had he hung up than Lei Luo's call came through. Along, I knew I did not misjudge you. Father, do you still doubt me? I never undertake ventures without certainty, Lei Long responded with a grin. You young man, Lei Luo sighed. Enough with the arrogance. Thunder Group is now in your hands. Indeed, I will expand and strengthen it, taking it beyond Hong Kong Island and into the world, creating a world-class financial conglomerate, the Lei family. Lei Luo flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression one of astonishment. Has Lei Long become overzealous, or am I simply unable to keep up? All right, stop boasting. If you keep this up, the sky will fall. There is one more thing I must discuss with you. Su San, though somewhat greedy, has shielded me from bullets in the past. His contributions to managing Thunder Group over the years are invaluable. I hope you will not act recklessly and risk alienating my old comrades. Understood. I know how to proceed. Lei Long replied with a smile. Su San had indeed shielded Lei Luo from harm. This was news to Lei Long. Initially, I contemplated waiting for the Thunder Group to stabilize before sending Su San home for retirement. However, given that Lei Luo had interceded on his behalf, it would have been impolite to refuse. Overall, while Su San's greed was somewhat evident, he had indeed been putting in considerable effort recently, sincerely considering the company's welfare. Having expressed my thoughts, I entrusted the Thunder Group to you. Do not let me down. With that, Lei Luo ended the call. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning a staggering 1 billion, gaining 100,000 points. With 100,000 points, Lei Long's face broke into a smile, feeling a sense of newfound wealth. After all, the items within the system were undeniably enticing. He promptly opened the virtual screen and without hesitation, spent 10,000 points to exchange for the Eye of God. An experience card? What a ridiculous notion. Away with it. Subsequently, Lei Long redeemed the coveted Nokia core technology, which included the complete set of Nokia phone chips, base station technology, and more, costing him 40,000 points. This expenditure stung him deeply, as he lost a significant amount in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, it was worth it. Nokia, being the world's first mobile phone, held a measurable value. Once produced, it would undoubtedly be top tier. Lei Long sought the Nokia technology not only to generate profit, but also because the current mobile phones were cumbersome, akin to bricks. As a time traveler, he found this quite uncomfortable. Having redeemed the Nokia technology, Lei Long then focused on acquiring talent. He directly spent 10,000 points to recruit a team known as the Suicide Squad, comprising 8 formidable members: Barney, Christmas, Enyong, Caesar, and others. Each was capable of holding their own in international assassin organizations, specializing in demolition, assassination, protection, and intelligence. They would not only serve his purposes, but also ensure his safety. Soon after, Lei Long closed the screen, leaving himself with only 40,000 points. He needed to be frugal. He had no intention of indulging in experience cards. The next moment, the 8 members of the Suicide Squad materialized. Jean, take them to familiarize themselves. And by the way, summon Su-san. Lei Long instructed Gao Jin. Shortly after, Su-san arrived, shedding the previous air of arrogance and dissatisfaction, his expression brightening into a smile upon seeing Lei Long. Mr. Lei, Uncle Su, please assist me in registering a tech company named Thunder Technology. Additionally, construct a large factory. This will be our research project, which we will consider the first product of Thunder Technology. Purchase materials according to the list and expedite production. Nokia, a mobile phone? Su-san scrutinized the documents, somewhat perplexed. No, change the name to Thunder. Is that feasible? Can we produce it? We shall see. Also, have Annie communicate with the Hong Kong government departments to directly register the international patent. Understood. Su-san did not press further, taking the documents and departing. While he could not comprehend exactly what this young Master Lei had devised, one thing was undeniable. He had generated 1 billion in funds, resurrecting the Thunder Group. For this reason alone, Su-san could not question Lei Long. In the afternoon, Lei Long arrived at Thunder Film Company. The purpose of establishing this company was twofold. Firstly, to engage with attractive actresses. The female stars of this era were all stunning beauties, their allure, charisma, and talent far surpassing those of future stars. Li Jiesin, Wu Lijun, Zhao Yaji, Guan Zhilin, Qiu Shuzhen, Lin Qingxia, Zhong Chuong, Zhou Huimin, Lan Jiaying, and Wang Zuxian. Since they were already present, it would be a waste not to have some fun. The second purpose was, of course, to generate profit. Although the film industry in Hong Kong was currently in decline, the future held great potential. It was imperative to lay the groundwork now. Upon entering the office building, Lei Long surveyed the team and smiled with satisfaction. The foundational crew had already been established. Directors Wu Yusin, Mai Dongxiong, and Wang Jing were all high-priced recruits. As for the actresses, the selection was limited. Given the nascent company's lack of renown, Lei Long only personally knew one, Zhao Yaji. The others, while competent, could not quite match her purity and beauty. Among the male actors, only Lin Jingying and Zhou Ruanfa caught Lei Long's attention. There were also many newly recruited members of the film crew. Hello everyone. I am Lei Long. Today, Thunder Film has reached a level of completeness, he proclaimed, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he glanced around. I will establish a profit-sharing system for everyone. Mr. Lei, what kind of system? Wang Jing and others inquired curiously, as they had never encountered a reward-sharing mechanism during their time in the industry, where they typically received a fixed salary. In simple terms, it was a tiered reward system. The first tier, 6 million. If box office earnings exceeded this amount, a reward of 500,000 would be granted. The second tier, 12 million, would yield 1 million. The third tier, 20 million, would yield 2 million. And the fourth tier, 30 million, would yield 3 million. There was no upper limit to the tiers. Once the box office reached the designated threshold, the company would directly distribute the corresponding rewards to everyone. As for any losses or profits, those would not be the responsibility of the crew, as the company would bear them. Furthermore, every production, from directors to crew members, would all receive a share of the profits. What do you think? Lei Long smiled slightly. At this moment, the highest box office was merely a little over 20 million. For Lei Long, making money was not the primary goal. His aim was to cultivate genuine stars. Once they became famous, securing advertisements, participating in variety shows, live streaming, and filming a few movies would effortlessly recoup the investment. Mr. Lei, there is no question about it. We will certainly strive to excel. Wang Jing stood up and declared, his eyes filled with respect and admiration. Having such a boss is a stroke of luck in life. The others immediately expressed their praise. In today's desolate film industry, while other companies were eager to cut salaries, Lei Long not only offered substantial wages, but also provided such generous benefits. He was nothing short of a philanthropist. I will provide you with the platform. Whether you achieve success is entirely up to you, Lei Long remarked before ascending to the second floor. Why are movies in Hong Kong declining? It is not due to a lack of talent or funding. The primary reason is that everyone is merely going through the motions. They receive fixed salaries, churn out formulaic, mediocre films, devoid of soul or innovation, resulting in no audience willing to invest. This has plunged the film industry into a winter of despair, lingering on the brink of ruin. Much like a film set in the future, the narrative serves not merely to instruct others in the art of living, but rather to guide them along the path of existence. My friend, life is already burdened with its own oppressive weight. Must one then mount a steed to lecture others on how to conduct themselves? This strays from the very essence of cinema. In stark contrast, Hollywood embodies freedom of spirit, where the realms of imagination and the art of filmmaking converge to create something truly captivating. At times, one must concede that some films are indeed masterpieces. As night fell, Lei Long crafted 2 screenplays, one titled Shanghai Tan and the other a zombie series. Remarkably, Lei Long had even completed the arrangement and lyrics for Shanghai Tan. His ability to produce such works is not attributed to mere imitation, but rather to a substantial investment of 10,000 points to access a vast film library. This repository contains an abundance of cinematic content, encompassing compositions and narratives in their entirety. Lei Long lit a cigarette, gazing contentedly at his scripts. In comparison to the plethora of martial arts films saturating the market, such as those centered on Shaolin Temple, these 2 creations could indeed emerge as beacons amidst the cinematic winter. Mr. Lei, it's rather late. Shouldn't you be resting? At that moment, Wu Yusin, my Danxiong, and Wang Jing entered the room. These are the 2 scripts I've just penned. I invite you to examine them for any flaws or areas needing revision, Lei Long said, pushing the scripts towards them. The trio sat upright and began their scrutiny, their expressions punctuated by exclamations of astonishment throughout the process. I am indeed your boss. Yet I have little patience for sycophants and the superficial. If there are issues, you must point them out, noting their expressions of awe. Lei Long sipped his tea as a reminder. The 3 exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Mr. Lei, did you truly write this? Yes. My goodness, Mr. Lei. Your talent is extraordinary. The content is innovative and diverges from prevailing market themes. I have a strong premonition that if this is brought to life, it will undoubtedly be a sensation, Wang Jing exclaimed with fervor. This script is nearly flawless. Although there are minor issues, they are negligible. Indeed, Master Lei, we are not flattering you. This is genuinely impressive, my Danxiong remarked, giving a thumbs up. Very well, since there are no issues, we shall commence filming tomorrow. Let Lin Jingying portray the lead zombie, and Zhao Yaji take on the role of the female protagonist in Shanghai Tan, Lei Long declared resolutely. By the way, I must impose a crucial rule. The film must not include any scenes that preach how to live or conduct oneself, nor any contrived, sentimental drivel. We must shatter conventional thinking and not underestimate our audience. Understood, Master Lei. The trio nodded, rising to depart. The following morning, Lei Long arrived at the company. Concurrently, a call from Camel informed him of Shanji's demise. The news brought him a sense of relief. Although he preferred to distance himself from the affairs of the society, he would not let Shanji's provocation go unpunished. The killer is always pursued by death. Mr. Lei, the Queen of TVB News wishes to meet with you for an exclusive interview regarding your investments. She mentioned she had arranged this with Su San. A breathless Su San announced as he entered. Very well, bring her in, Lei Long replied, lighting a cigarette. Before long, a figure entered, a vision in a white blouse that hugged her curves, complemented by black stockings, exuding elegance and charm, a professional smile gracing her lips. Mr. Lei, greetings. I am Haimamai. I apologize for the interruption yesterday during our phone conversation. Her gaze remained fixed on Lei Long, taking in his white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, tailored trousers, graceful smile, and strikingly handsome face with eyes deep as the cosmos. In that moment, the archetype of the affluent and attractive man materialized, leaving her momentarily dazed. Please, take a seat. I made you some tea, Lei Long gestured, leading Haimamai to the sofa. She settled gracefully, accepting the cup, her eyes widening in surprise. I never expected Mr. Lei to be not only young and accomplished, but also so charismatic. I regret not meeting you sooner. Lei Long, straightforward as ever, produced his business card and handed it to her. It's never too late to get acquainted. Here's my card. We can arrange a meeting sometime. Haimamai accepted the card, placing it into her Hermes bag, and looked up with a slight smile. What shall we arrange, Mr. Lei? Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone measured. Anything you desire, as long as it pleases you. Excellent. Haimamai playfully bit her lip, her gaze becoming alluring. Mr. Lei, are you available now? If so, we can begin the interview. Indeed. Lei Long set down his cigarette and adjusted his shirt. Mai promptly rose to call in the photographer. The interview commenced swiftly, lasting approximately 30 minutes. Faced with Mai's incisive questions, Lei Long responded with remarkable ease, leaving her astonished. She had initially intended to create an ambiguous atmosphere to unsettle him and elicit some flippant remarks, yet Lei Long's composure defied her expectations. At times, his insights surpassed her own, not only avoiding pitfalls but also creating them for her. Lei Long exuded an air of calm throughout, far from being a mere rich heir. He was more astute than the seasoned schemers like Li Jiaqing. Upon finalizing her notes, Mai stood and extended her delicate hand. Mr. Lei, I must return to my writing. When time permits, I would love for you to visit my home. I make a delightful stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. Certainly. Lei Long nodded slightly. Agent, see her out. As she departed, Lei Long lit another cigarette, his gaze contemplative. Indeed, in the world of intrigue, one cannot escape unscathed. Life is akin to a road, fraught with pitfalls at every turn. Chapter 14, Full Throttle Investment in Land. That evening, TVB aired the interview, and the news spread like wildfire across the island. Various media outlets and newspapers hurriedly altered their headlines to report on Lei Long's remarkable financial gain of 10 billion. In the office of the chairman of Changjiang 10 Industries, the secretary entered with a newspaper, presenting it to Li Jiaqing. Lei Long earned 10 billion? Li Jiaqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing for a full 10 seconds. Is this true? The secretary sighed, affirming, Mr. Li, we have confirmed with CITIC Bond Company. And it is indeed true. Furthermore, this 10 billion has already been credited to the Thunder Group's account. They have ultimately weathered the storm. She knew of Li Jiaqing's keen interest in the Thunder Group and his desire to acquire it. However, Lei Long's emergence had thwarted his meticulous plans. Now, with Lei Long amassing 10 billion, he had the means to rescue the Thunder Group from the brink of disaster. That young man is no ordinary character. He is indeed deserving of his financial doctorate, having imparted a lesson to 6 companies upon his arrival in Hong Kong. Li Jiaqing mused, sipping his tea, his expression solemn. In that case, our next target must shift toward Kowloon Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa. Understood. I know what to do. The secretary nodded before exiting. Li Jiaqing squinted. This lad possesses your former flair, yet how long can he sustain what even your father could not? A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The financial maneuverings involving Long Lei, amounting to billions of dollars, have come to light, earning him the moniker of stock god and crafting a mythos of wealth. This wave of activity not only bolstered the Thunder Group and Long Lei, but also salvaged the latter from peril. Numerous suspended projects under its umbrella have been revived, and new collaborations with major companies have emerged. The stock price of Thunder Group has surged dramatically, restoring its market value to 2 billion within a mere month. With an upward trajectory still in motion, not only has it extricated itself from crisis, but it is also flourishing. Concurrently, at Thunder Technology Company, Long Lei was sipping tea, surrounded by an array of Thunder mobile phones in various colors. The Thunder phone seamlessly combines the portability of a pager with the functionalities of a brick phone, flawlessly merging the advantages of both, and notably, it even allows users to play simple games like Snake, an exquisite touch that hints at its burgeoning intelligence. Mr. Susan entered the room. How are the patents and production status? Long Lei inquired after taking a sip of tea. Patents, especially international ones, serve as a protective umbrella for technology developers safeguarding their innovations. Many overlook this aspect during this period, but how could Long Lei disregard it? The core technology of Nokia is a forerunner in ushering in a new era of mobile phones. Even the patent for GSM standard 2G technology could sustain Long Lei for a lifetime, particularly 30 years down the line, when the proliferation of smartphones will create an unimaginable profit chain. The patent applications in Hong Kong have been completed, and Annie and her team are currently liaising for the international patent application. We anticipate it will be finalized by tomorrow. Regarding production, the supply chain contracts are signed, and the factory is performing admirably, capable of producing 10,000 units per day. However, our application for the construction of cellular base stations has hit a dead end. I will look into it. The signal base stations are monopolized by the East Telegraph Bureau, Susan remarked, handing over the information on the East Telegraph Bureau. Long Lei reviewed the documents. The East Telegraph Bureau, being British-owned, controls the foundational base stations across Hong Kong, thereby monopolizing the entire communications sector. Even a formidable company like Motorola must collaborate with them to introduce brick phones into the Hong Kong market. The inability to construct base stations poses a significant dilemma. Without an independent network infrastructure, even the finest mobile device is merely a slab of brick. What did those at the East Telegraph Bureau say? Long Lei squinted, inquiring. They wouldn't even let us through the door, let alone discuss collaboration. Susan sighed. Master Lei, this is quite common. British capital has always been suppressing our local interests. Understood. Long Lei pondered deeply upon hearing this. to shatter the monopoly of the East Telegraph Bureau. He would need someone of influence to step forward and assist him. Li Jiaqing was not suitable, nor was Li Zhaoji. There was only one individual capable of aiding him, the richest man in Hong Kong, the King of Charters. However, the King of Charters would hardly act on behalf of a new brand. Long Lei lacked such clout. He would have to focus on the financial conflict involving Kowloon Warehouse. The launch of the phone must be temporarily halted. Mr. Lei, shall we continue production? Su Sin inquired. Currently, the Thunder phone has been produced. Yet its usability remains a significant concern. The options are either to collaborate with the East Telegraph Bureau or to establish cellular base stations independently. Yet neither is feasible at present. Thus, continuing production seems unwarranted. Continue. Long Lei replied coldly. Once the base station issue is resolved, I am confident that the Thunder phone will become immensely popular. It is better to stockpile now than face shortages later. By the way, Uncle Su, from now on, we must alter the operational strategy of Thunder Group. First, continue the construction of existing projects and refrain from accepting new projects. Second, invest in land. Yes, real estate remains a highly lucrative industry. However, its cyclical nature results in protracted capital recovery, which does not align with Long Lei's investment philosophy. Rather than engage in construction, it is wiser to purchase land and await appreciation. As a time traveler, he possesses insights into market trends, Central, Admiralty, Wan Chai, Causeway Bay, and the business districts of Tsim Sha Tsui and Mong Kok are all likely to be included in planning zones over the next 2 years, presenting vast appreciation potential. Particularly, areas like the northern shore of Hong Kong Island, Kwai Chung Terminal, Central, Happy Valley, Shotton, and housing estates are all slated for development under the MRT and urban planning initiatives, likely experiencing price increases of 3 to 5 times. For instance, the price per square foot in housing estates is currently merely 500 Hong Kong dollars. However, Long Lei knows this will soon be included in the planning zone. With the construction of the subway, leading to the entire housing estate's redevelopment, ultimately transforming into a renowned landmark like Taikoo Shing. Such a significant project will undoubtedly appreciate the land's value. At that point, the worth of the land could multiply several times over. Whether developed by his own efforts or sold to others, profits would be substantial. Compared to the current investment projects of Thunder Group, investing in land would yield faster capital turnover. Su San was momentarily taken aback. Transitioning to land investment, was Long Lei losing his mind? While land is indeed crucial for a real estate company, relying solely on land to support a publicly listed company is impractical. It is akin to gambling. Moreover, with the uncertainty of when land might appreciate, who can predict when that might occur? Chapter 15. Investing in Kowloon Warehouse. Next, I will provide you with a list of specific parcels of land to purchase, ensuring they do not exceed market prices. Acquire them all. Long Lei was unconcerned with Su San's thoughts. It is no exaggeration to assert that Hong Kong Island is but an island. The land on the island is akin to a toilet. For the coming decades, every inch will be worth its weight in gold. However, Long Lei lacks both the funds and the time to wait. For now, he can only invest in land parcels poised for immediate appreciation to rapidly accumulate capital. Should we consult with the board members about this? Su Sin inquired. Consult? Simply inform them. If anyone objects, let them go. Long Lei replied with indifference. The Thunder Group must be governed solely by his directives. Anyone who defies him should leave. Su Sin swallowed hard. Understood. After Su Sin departed, Long Lei called Xiao Anna to inquire about the situation with Kowloon Warehouse. Presently, the market price of Kowloon Warehouse's stocks is more dismal than ever in history, with shares priced at a mere 10 Hong Kong dollars. This presents a remarkable opportunity. It is worth noting that during the final showdown, the King of Charters and Jardine Matheson had driven the price to a staggering 100 Hong Kong dollars per share, a tenfold increase, one of the most notable maneuvers in history. The fierce competition between the two parties is rooted in the fact that Kowloon Warehouse is one of Jardine Matheson's pillar industries, controlling prime land and crucial ports like Tsim Sha Tsui, which are integral to trade and shipping, the very core of Jardine Matheson's foundation. Failing to secure Kowloon Warehouse would mean Jardine Matheson losing its economic backbone, leading to potential crises for its empire. Similarly, for the King of Charters, this is a life-or-death gamble. The current shipping industry, while not completely in decline, is akin to the sun at 5 p.m., poised to set at any moment. The shipping magnate had also come to this realization. Thus, he was in urgent need of transferring his assets from the sea to the land, aiming to achieve the goal of abandoning his vessels and diversifying the financial risks. Should he fail to secure the Kowloon Warehouse, his transformation would be hindered, and his fleet might well sink in the impending maritime crisis. However they chose to play their cards, this presented a golden opportunity for Lei Long. Akin to snatching meat from a tiger's jaws, he was even too lazy to employ the eye of God to monitor the stock trends of Kowloon Warehouse. Ready to invest immediately, there was no choice. Lurking in the shadows was Li Jiaqing, with his hawk-like gaze. Leilong estimated that he had already begun to manipulate Kowloon warehouse. At this juncture, every second counted. Soon, Leilong arrived at Thunder Group. What is the available capital at present? He inquired, sipping his tea while fixing his gaze on Kaisi. 400 million. That suffices. Leilong smiled, adding that any excess would be of no use. After all, Kowloon warehouse belonged to Jardine Matheson, and they were the house. Not fools. If there were a massive influx of capital into the stock market, how could it go unnoticed? Mr. Lei, long time no see. At that moment, Xiao Anna walked in with a smile, the fragrance of her rose-scented perfume wafting through the air. Please, have a seat. Leilong nodded, smiling as he appraised her. Miss Anna was undeniably becoming more alluring. Today, Xiao Anna had evidently put in considerable effort into her appearance. With her cascading waves and a striking red deep V dress, her cleavage was quite pronounced. Xiao Anna approached and sat beside Leilong, flashing a seductive smile. Really? What a pity. It seems I do not catch Mr. Lei's eye. Leilong's previous investment had undoubtedly made her an overnight millionaire. Apart from the usual commission and bonus, the company had awarded her an additional 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. 300,000, an amount a white-collar worker would take 5 years to accumulate without spending a penny. Of course, why not? Leilong gently wrapped his arm around Xiao Anna's slender waist, raising a cup of tea towards her. Have a sip. Xiao Anna's expression momentarily froze. But she did not resist. Leilong was handsome, tall, and wealthy, a rare combination in this world. Even if they did not discuss work, if she could catch Leilong's fancy, she would become a wealthy lady. Even as a mistress, she could transcend social classes. Thank you. Xiao Anna accepted the tea. However, I do not fancy tea. I prefer red wine. Very well, I shall treat you to a drink another day. Leilong chuckled, then turned serious. This time, I will provide you with 400 million. You will assist me in investing in Kowloon warehouse, with the same requirements as last time. Individual accounts, small-scale investments, and please, avoid causing market fluctuations. I knew you were going to invest in Kowloon warehouse when you asked me. Xiao Anna sighed, pulling out the information on Kowloon warehouse from her bag and handing it to Leilong. Mr. Lei, Kowloon warehouse is currently in a high opening, low closing state. The stock market has been unstable in recent years, dropping from 20 to 10 Hong Kong dollars per share. It's beyond redemption. I believe it is unnecessary to invest. Leilong placed the documents on the table. Just do as I say. Xiao Anna picked up the materials and inquired again. Are you sure you won't reconsider? After all, they had a cooperative relationship, and she did not wish for Leilong's 400 million investment to go to waste. Leilong stood up, approached Xiao Anna, and looked down at her with a playful smile. Miss Anna, how about a wager? If I win, you will become mine. If I lose, I shall give you 3 million. What do you say? All right. Xiao Anna readily agreed, confident in her financial acumen. Kowloon warehouse was worthless. It could not possibly rise. No matter how much Leilong invested, it would be devoured by Kowloon warehouse. The 3 million was as good as hers. Leilong laughed heartily. Kaisi, please proceed with the funding arrangements with Miss Anna. After the two departed, a flurry of phone calls came in. Leilong couldn't be bothered to answer. Whether it was some businessman hosting a banquet or a young master wishing to borrow some money through familial connections, these relationships held no value for him. He preferred to focus solely on ventures that could yield profit. In the afternoon, Leilong arrived at the entrance of Thunder Film Company. He alighted from the car, but did not rush into the company. Instead, he stepped into a nearby bubble tea shop and ordered a cup of silky milk tea. This silky milk tea was not brewed using actual stockings. It was a style of Hong Kong milk tea pioneered decades ago by Lan Fong Yuan. Named for its tea color resembling stockings, customers referred to it as silky milk tea, just as wife cakes do not contain any wives. And beef noodles do not contain beef, but only beef flavor. This was boldly labeled in the domestic market, while internationally, it was simply marked as beef flavor, a rather honest approach. Leilong adored this flavor, indulging in a cup every 3 days. Just as he stepped out of the bubble tea shop, under the sunshade, a woman was sipping her milk tea. Her gaze firmly fixed on the 4 prominent characters of Thunder Film. At that moment, it was not merely the scene but the woman's visage that captivated Leilong's attention. Wasn't this Zhang Manyu, the runner-up of Miss Hong Kong? Chapter 16, Welcoming Zhang Manyu, Promoting Shanghai Tan. However, Zhang Manyu had yet to participate in the Miss Hong Kong competition. How did Leilong know this so well? Because he had familiarized himself with the profiles of the top 3 contestants from the past few years. Only Li Jiaqing and Zhong Chuang were worthy of his attention. Unfortunately, they were either contracted with TVB or Li TV, or had entered the film industry, signed by other companies. Zhang Manyu was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. With this thought, Leilong sat down opposite Zhang Manyu. Hello, beautiful. I'm Leilong. Are you alone? Yes. Zhang Manyu turned back, momentarily stunned by Leilong's looks, nodding slightly. Appearing rather reserved and cautious, somewhat immature. This was a stark contrast to her future performance on screen. After all, the current Zhang Manyu was still somewhat naive. Just a young girl. My name is Lei Long. And you? Zhang Manyu. Are you here in Hong Kong for leisure or work? Lei Long continued his inquiry. I'm back for a vacation, but will be leaving in a few days, Zhang Manyu replied. A vacation? Lei Long recalled Zhang Manyu's story, returning to Hong Kong for a holiday. Discovered by a talent scout, working as a part-time model, competing in Miss Hong Kong, winning the runner-up and the title of most photogenic, and signing with TVB to debut. I noticed you were fixated on the entrance of Thunder Film. Are you interested in acting? Lei Long casually sipped his milk tea, feigning indifference. Zhang Manyu hesitated for a moment. Then self-deprecatingly smiled. Not really. I've heard that being a female star can earn a lot of money, but unfortunately, someone like me lacks capital and connections. Lei Long smiled slightly, setting down his cup of milk tea. If given the opportunity, would you be willing to put in the effort? Of course. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention as a female star? Zhang Manyu replied, a hint of longing in her voice. Just then, her pager vibrated. I'm sorry, I have to go to work. As she spoke, Zhang Manyu began to rise, but Lei Long stopped her. Work? Even dogs don't work. Come with me. All right. Zhang Manyu complied. Before long, the two arrived in the lobby of Thunder Film Company. Wang Jing immediately approached. Mr. Lei? Lei Long nodded slightly, then turned to Zhang Manyu. Miss Zhang, this is my company. If you wish to debut, I will provide you with resources to help realize your dream of becoming a star. Zhang Manyu was momentarily taken aback. This happiness arrived too swiftly for her to fully comprehend. I can offer you a contract for 500,000, and upon signing, 100,000 will be deposited immediately. Lei Long added, as a working individual, one often finds oneself entangled in the complexities of employment. The crux of the dilemma lies in the currency. Given Zhang Manyu's current salary, how much could she possibly earn? A mere 3,000 at most. All right. Upon hearing this, Zhang Manyu raised her gaze to Lei Long and readily consented. The prospect of earning 500,000 was wealth that would require her immense effort to accumulate. There was no hesitation. This was a life-altering opportunity. Go ahead, take Miss Zhang to sign the contract, Lei Long instructed the staff. Thank you, Mr. Lei. I will certainly strive to do my best, Zhang Manyu said with a bow, following the staff member. Mr. Lei, ISNT 500,000 rather extravagant? Wang Jing couldn't help but inquire within the confines of the elevator. For an ordinary actress just starting out, a signing fee of 500,000 is quite excessive. Even for the most lavish of companies. She is worth it. Lei Long adjusted his suit and stepped out of the elevator. Wang Jing touched her nose, pondering whether Zhang Manyu might be Lei Long's secret mistress. In the office, Wu Yusin and Mai Dongxiong had been waiting for some time. Mr. Lei, the production of Shanghai Tan is complete, and the theme song has been integrated as per your request, Wu Yusin stated, presenting a video recorder to Lei Long. The familiar melody and rhythm filled the air. It was steeped in nostalgia. Simultaneously, the storyline unfolded, showcasing the love and hatred between Su Wenxiang and Feng Chengcheng, interspersed with patriotic imagery. Excellent. After more than an hour had passed, Lei Long remarked, by the way, the song is sung by Zhang Guorong, correct? Wang Jing promptly replied. Yes, Mr. Lei, we specifically invited the popular star Zhang Guorong from Lee's Television to perform it. Good. Next, arrange for Zhang Guorong to release this song as a promotional tool. Additionally, contact major media outlets and newspapers to help us publicize it. By the way, how are your discussions with the cinemas progressing? Lei Long inquired, lighting a cigarette. The film's release was inherently tied to the cinemas. Presently, the cinematic landscape was dominated by three major players, Jiaha, Golden Princess, and Debao, alongside some smaller factions. The smaller entities were easier to negotiate with, but the three giants posed a significant challenge. No problem, I've managed to communicate with them all. We're just waiting for the schedule and to confirm the release date. Wang Jing confidently asserted. All right. Lei Long was slightly surprised. It appeared Wang Jing possessed considerable capability. Now, immediately organize the promotional efforts. Ensure everything is in place before the release. Not a single step can be overlooked. We must spend wisely. This is our first production at Thunder Film. And even if it incurs losses, we must establish our reputation. Lei Long solemnly instructed the trio. As a perfectionist, he believed that any task undertaken must be executed flawlessly. Or not at all. Understood, Mr. Lei. The three rose and exited the office. Lei Long did not remain idle. He meticulously drafted a list of potential blockbuster films. This included Zhang Manyu's Moon, Stars, Sun, the latter two installments of Lin Jing's zombie trilogy, Yi Zimei's Love Saint, and Peach Blossom Weapon, among others. With the scripts completed, recruitment of the necessary personnel would enable immediate filming. Days passed, and Zhang Guorong released his personal album featuring the song from Shanghai Tan. The same day, it skyrocketed to fame. Zhang Guorong became an overnight sensation, propelling his own reputation to new heights across Hong Kong. During interviews with the press, He boldly showcased stills from Shanghai Tan, promoting the film's imminent release. With Zhang Guorong's endorsement and the deliberate promotion from various journalists and Wang Jing, the title Shanghai Tan entered the public consciousness. In the following days, streets and alleys buzzed with discussions, and many expressed their eagerness to witness the film. This phenomenon arose primarily from two factors: Zhang Guorong's star power and the unique theme of Shanghai Tan, which diverged from the typical martial arts narratives. Lei Long was pleased with this development. While some rejoiced, others were filled with dread. Particularly, industry leaders like Li Jiaqing, Li Zhaojin, and Xiao Yifu were closely monitoring the happenings at Thunder Film. To them, it merely appeared as if Lei Long, the second-generation heir, was recklessly toying around. You claim to have made profits in finance, yet you cannot remain still. In the tumultuous winter of the film industry, you have ventured into something called Thunder Technology. Is this not the epitome of a second-generation heir, attempting everything yet excelling at nothing, a wasteful offspring? Nevertheless, they relished witnessing this spectacle. Thunder Group was viewed as a prime target. Should Lei Long mismanage it, the spoils would be theirs. Chapter 17. The film's meteoric success. A clear leader. Shaw Brothers Studio. Old Chow, your intellect remains sharp. Retreating to advance, luring the wolves into the den. Li Jiaqing sipped his tea, a smile gracing his lips. Of course. Otherwise. Do you think Jiahe, Golden Princess, and Debao would easily agree to collaborate with Thunder Film? Dream on. Xiao Yifu exhaled a plume of smoke, offering a sardonic remark. However, the current reputation is somewhat polarized, and I fear unforeseen complications. Li Jiaqing set down his teacup. A film that is completed yet not released will inevitably incur losses. However, should it be released without generating economic benefit, the losses could be even greater, along with damage to reputation and credibility, potentially inviting media scrutiny. This was precisely Li Jiaqing's aim. He would not overlook any opportunity to undermine Thunder Group, as it represented a succulent prize. Yet, within him, anxiety gnawed at his heart, fearing unexpected outcomes. Haha, old Li, you are merely being alarmist. The whispers from outside are a commonplace occurrence in our industry. It is only natural for audiences to have expectations. However, if those expectations are not met, no one will take notice. Based on the information I have gathered, Shanghai Tan has been in production for just over a month, hastily assembled. Do you truly believe it possesses quality? Moreover, can the trio of Wang Jing, Wei Yusen, and Mai Dongxiong be expected to produce a remarkable work? This time, I have arranged for a film to release on the same day, perfectly positioned to serve as a complementary backdrop to Thunder Film's production. Xiao Yifu confidently declared. In the past 2 years, the film industry had been stagnant, with few quality films emerging. Xiao Yifu had repeatedly faced setbacks. What waves could a second-generation heir like Lei Long possibly stir? Li Jiaqing nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. 3 days later, Shanghai Tan premiered, originally slated for an 11 p.m. showing, but unexpectedly shifted to midnight. Wang Jing rushed into Thunder Film, breathless and anxious, reporting, Mr. Lei. Aside from Golden Princess's revival, our film is set to screen alongside Shaw Brothers Studios' Flying Corpse and Jiahe's own disciple on the scene. I did not anticipate their simultaneous release. The major cinemas have explained it as a last-minute decision. Both films arrived without any promotional build-up, seemingly out of nowhere, and their release times have been altered as well. He had only just received this information, which clearly indicated that someone was orchestrating chaos. It is well known that both Shaw Brothers Studio and Golden Harvest are titans in the film industry, holding a prestigious position. The mere mention of their production titles can overshadow Thunder Film. Now, encountering such a predicament is undeniably detrimental to Thunder Film. Fei Shi, with his disciple at the helm, squints his eyes. If memory serves him correctly, Fei Shi suffered from a poorly executed production, a cliched plot, and consequently, both its reputation and box office performance were lackluster, culminating in a mere 1 million upon its conclusion. The Disciple's endeavor, however, featuring Chung Long as the lead, garnered over 2 million on its opening day and ultimately achieved a box office of 12 million, claiming the title of annual champion. A formidable contender, without a doubt. Nevertheless, Lei Long remains unperturbed. Quality work will naturally attract viewers. Yet, this sudden clash, along with the unexpected changes in schedule, warrants contemplation. This is no mere market coincidence. Those lurking in the shadows not only wish to slice away their share of the pie, but aim to leave themselves utterly bereft. After all, substantial funds have been invested in promotional expenses and collaborations with major cinemas. However, the depths of the film industry are notoriously profound. As Lei Long has just stepped into this realm, he finds it challenging to discern who might be conspiring against him. No matter, he muses, when confronted by soldiers. We shall meet them with arms. When water flows in, we shall bury it with earth. Lei Long remarked calmly. Whether Shanghai Tan achieves explosive success is beyond his control, hinging solely on the audience's response. If it fails to ignite, he must accept that. On the evening of its scheduled premiere, Shanghai Tan was screened as planned. The following day, the box office figures for its opening day were reported. Wang Jing presented the compiled data to Lei Long. First place went to Golden Harvest's Disciple at the Helm, with 2 million. Second place was Thunder Film's Shanghai Tan, with 1 million. And third was Jin Gongzhu's The Salty Fishes Comeback, at 400,000. Shaw Brothers Studio's Fei Shi garnered a pitiful sum of just over 100,000, prompting numerous viewers to voice their disdain. Lei Long was unsurprised by this outcome. After all, Thunder Film is merely a fledgling company that has yet to gain public recognition. Achieving 1 million on its first day is already commendable. Moreover, this is just the opening day's performance, which cannot dictate the final box office results. As the saying goes, a good film does not achieve instant success. Only those that rise unexpectedly during their journey are deemed worthy by the audience. The future remains uncertain, and underdogs may yet emerge. A week passed, and both Fei Shi and The Salty Fishes Comeback were swiftly pulled from theaters, leaving only Disciple at the Helm and Shanghai Tan in circulation. Simultaneously, Shanghai Tan's box office soared to a remarkable 15 million, leaving Disciple at the Helm far behind. So much so that its taillights were no longer visible. To achieve such a substantial breakthrough in just a week, Lei Long had invested hundreds of thousands in media promotions. Furthermore, Shanghai Tan's narrative, content, and meticulous production details proved resilient, featuring an innovative theme that shattered the long-standing conventions of martial arts films. Its reputation among viewers soared, with word of mouth spreading rapidly. This allowed Shanghai Tan to reverse its fortunes within a week, resulting in an impressive box office performance. At Thunder Film, Wang Jing and his colleagues rushed out, their faces alight with uncontainable glee. "Mr. Lei, it's a hit, a massive hit," Wang Jing exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as he entered. Wu Yusin and Mai Dongxiong maintained their composure, seasoned veterans who had weathered many storms. However, the thrill etched upon their faces was undeniable. Previously, films like Shanghai Tan had emerged as dark horses, but now, the film industry is in a state of decline. Many companies have faltered, and countless smaller firms have shut their doors. Only those with a modicum of strength can endure. Now, their work stands as a testament to resilience within this bleak cinematic landscape, achieving 15 million in box office sales and reaching the pinnacle. Moreover, Shanghai Tan shattered the record for the highest opening week, marking a milestone in the industry and heralding a new chapter. Indeed, Mr. Lei, given the current box office figures, we should anticipate a minimum release period of 28 days, fully booked, Wu Yusin remarked thoughtfully. Upon conclusion of the 28 days, I estimate the box office will surpass the 40 million threshold. The duration of a film's release is not fixed, but determined by its box office performance. With Shanghai Tan's current achievements, 28 days seems assured. Given the audience's enthusiasm for Shanghai Tan, is surpassing 40 million truly far-fetched? Chapter 18. The Dark Horse Strikes Back. Old Li's schemes unraveled. Lei Long fixed his gaze upon the trio, flicking the ash from his cigarette as he declared, "In victory, remain humble. In defeat, stay resolute. We must cultivate our craft. The quality of our upcoming projects must not disappoint our audience. By the way, has the news reached the outside world yet? Such an impressive achievement must not remain in obscurity. We should ensure the public is aware, elevating the prestige of Thunder Film in the process." Wang Jing promptly grasped Lei Long's intent. "Understood, Mr. Lei. I will make the arrangements to ensure that tomorrow's headlines across all of Hong Kong will feature us prominently." With that, the plump Wang Jing hurried out. The following day, thanks to Wang Jing's strategic efforts, the news of Shanghai Tan's 15 million opening week swept across various newspapers and media outlets in Hong Kong, echoing through the streets. The media, adept at sensationalizing stories, amplified the topic's heat, creating a focal point of public discourse, particularly by fostering a narrative of opposition. Box office phenomenon. Opening week nets 15 million. Thunder Film shakes the industry. Dark Horse Strikes Back. Overcoming all rivals, breaking the ice of the film industry's winter, Thunder Film creates a milestone. Numerous such accolades adorn the headlines, boldly emphasized in bold type. Moreover, the articles not only praised Thunder Film, but also critically compared and attacked Shaw Brothers Studios' Fei Shi, pointing out its shoddy production and disdain for the audience. They posed a provocative question: have former titans run out of creative steam? Simultaneously, various media outlets boldly predicted Shanghai Tan's final box office figures, forecasting 30 million, 40 million, even 50 million. They speculated that Thunder Film could lead the entire film industry into the 30 million era. This speculation was striking and shocking. A box office figure of 30 million represents a significant barrier in the film industry, as no previous film has ever surpassed that mark. As the media concocted these narratives, the film industry itself trembled. Seasoned filmmakers and industry veterans were left astonished. The opening week's box office had already eclipsed 90 of prior films' total earnings. In a tea house, several seasoned filmmakers and industry veterans stared at the newspapers on the table, their expressions a mix of complexity and shock. The era of 30 million had inadvertently seared itself into their minds, leaving a painful imprint. Over the years, through storms and trials, how many heroes and illustrious directors had merely grazed the edges of 20 million, a feat sufficient for them to boast for a lifetime, securing their status as venerable figures in the film industry. Who among those who have entered the entertainment sphere does not recognize their names? Who does not know their works? The influx of women has been relentless, each wave more pronounced than the last. Yet, now, an obscure new company, helmed by a debauched scion, has produced such remarkable work, potentially surpassing the formidable barrier of 30 million, unwittingly delivering a resounding slap to the faces of several prominent figures in the industry. This individual is truly extraordinary. The finest work I ever produced garnered merely 22 million, causing a sensation across Hong Kong, with box office numbers exceeding 1 million and newspapers running stories for 3 consecutive days. I thought I was a formidable director, he chuckled to himself. I simply cannot grasp it, truly cannot. Neither the actors nor the director are the most renowned. Aside from the quality of the subject matter, what merits do they possess? Have we, the veterans, truly fallen behind the times? If we indeed step into the era of 30 million, the cinematic landscape of Hong Kong will undergo a complete upheaval. What if it's merely a stroke of luck? A middle-aged man remarked with a smile. Perhaps, I am eagerly anticipating the second work from this thunder company. Shaw Brothers Studio, led by Shaw Yat Fai, gathered the likes of the esteemed Lei Jukin, the illustrious Zhou Wenhui, and the enterprising Pan Dishing. Thunder Films is intentionally putting me in a difficult position. Shaw Yat Fai slammed the newspapers that criticized the media's portrayal of the flying corpse in Shanghai 10 onto the table, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. He had initially intended for Thunder Films to serve as a supportive backdrop, only to find them racing ahead, leaving his own flying corpse unable to even qualify as a mere supporting actor. Lei Jukin exhaled a plume of smoke, a knowing smile on his face. Ah, Mr. Shaw. This is merely media fabrication. You actually believe it? Zhou Wenhui rose to placate the agitated Shaw Yat Fai, his face beaming. Indeed, Mr. Shaw? There's no need for such outrage. Besides, weren't you the one who encouraged our collaboration with Thunder Films? They achieved success, and you should be pleased. Upon hearing this, Shaw Yat Fai was about to unleash a tirade but hesitated. The matters conspired with Li Jiaqing were not to be discussed openly. As a senior, deliberately undermining a junior would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. It's not that I am displeased. Rather, it's that Thunder Films has dealt a blow to our pride, and I believe it is necessary to withdraw our release. Shaw Yat Fai sat down and stated directly after sipping his tea. What the hell? Mr. Shaw, are you joking? Zhou Wenhui was taken aback. Although his own protégés did not match up to Shanghai Tan, given the current circumstances, they could still achieve commendable results. Now, due to the explosive success of Shanghai Tan, the three of them stood to gain significantly. After 2 years, an opportunity to make a profit had finally emerged. Yet you want me to withdraw our release? Are you out of your mind? Mr. Shaw, that's unrealistic. Lei Jukin said coolly. How much value does face have in the film industry? Pan Dishing scoffed. Perhaps Thunder Films truly has the potential to usher in the 30 million era. When that happens, the film industry will awaken, and everyone will benefit. We cannot withdraw our release. I will even arrange a schedule for them. Upon hearing this, Shaw Yat Fai's expression darkened momentarily before he broke into a broad smile. Of course, I was merely jesting earlier. His assistance to Li Jiaqing was simply a matter of social obligation. The outcome was of little concern to him. However, he felt quite displeased by the media's criticism of his Flying Corpse project. After a brief discussion, the group departed. At that moment, Li Jiaqing, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward. Ha ha ha. It seems Hong Kong has birthed a prodigy, having made a fortune of 1 billion in finance, now casually producing a film that can overshadow the entire industry. How amusing. Though he spoke with laughter, his tone was icy. He could not fathom how a scion could possess such extraordinary fortune. It's not the idle rich that one fears, but rather those who strive for excellence. Shaw Yat Fai remained silent, quietly smoking, saying little. He had given Li Jiaqing the respect he deserved and offered assistance where needed. Although the current media incident affected him somewhat, he was willing to see Thunder Films lead the industry out of its winter. Though I have faced failure, I sincerely thank you, Mr. Shaw. I owe you a favor today. Li Jiaqing sighed and departed. This truly was a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the rice. One must swallow their pride, even if it means shattering their teeth. Chapter 19. Leading the film industry into the 30 million era. After 21 days, the 28-day screening period concluded. Shanghai Tan's final box office totaled 39,999,999. Just $1 Hong Kong shy of breaking the 40 million barrier. It created a grand myth in Hong Kong's box office. Nevertheless, this figure is sufficient to herald a new chapter in the film industry of Hong Kong, enough to make the veterans blush and stir the industry into a frenzy. As for the concurrently released Flying Corpse, they were not even worthy of holding the shoes. Zhao Yaji and Zhou Ruanfa also skyrocketed to fame. Regrettably, Zhang Guorong made only a cameo appearance and was not affiliated with Thunder Films. Otherwise, Thunder Films would have gained even greater acclaim. To celebrate the phenomenal success of their first work, Lei Long hosted a grand victory banquet. Observing Zhao Yaji and others frolicking on the grass, Lei Long smiled. Sometimes, joy is as simple as that. At that moment, Zhao Yaji approached Lei Long. "Mr. Lei, may I request a dance?" "Of course." Lei Long rose, and the two took to the center of the gathering. They began to tango, culminating in a scene where Lei Long held Zhao Yaji's slender waist. Their gazes locked in a deep exchange, eliciting applause from Wang Jing and others. Lei Long smiled slightly before snapping his fingers. Gao Jin emerged carrying several black handbags. Unzipping them revealed a bounty of Hong Kong dollars. Lei Long surveyed the crowd, fixing his gaze on them. "Thank you all for your hard work. According to our agreement, with a box office exceeding 30 million but falling below 40 million, each of you is entitled to a 3 million bonus. However, I, Lei Long, am not one to adhere rigidly to rules. At 39,999,999, being just one Hong Kong dollar shy of 40 million, I am willing to pay an additional 1 million for that single dollar." The next moment, thunderous applause erupted around them, and many felt their eyes welling with tears. No one understood better than they what that $1 and 1 million represented. They worked tirelessly for their sustenance, their futures, for their labor. They wagered their time and health, editing through sleepless nights and reshooting under the scorching sun. All their sacrifices and grievances were rendered worthwhile in that moment. Their efforts were acknowledged by Lei Long, who provided them not only with tangible rewards but also with intangible respect and recognition, something unattainable in other companies. "Thank you, Mr. Lei. You are magnanimous." The crowd choked out. With Thunder Films, there is not only sustenance but also a promising future. Everyone, strive with all your might. The rest is in fate in my hands. No matter what happens in the future, I, Lei Long, will shoulder it all for you. Lei Long declared once more. He understood that acknowledgement and respect bond people together more than money ever could. That night, the spirit of this team was truly united. Subsequently, Wang Jing and others began distributing the 4 million bonuses. As for Lei Long, he took his leave early, while revelry was in the air. He remained aware of his distinct status. With him present, these individuals could never fully indulge in their merriment. As Lei Long settled into the luxurious Rolls-Royce, Zhao Yaji hurriedly caught up, breathless and flushed. "Mr. Lei, what's wrong?" Lei Long offered a slight smile. I wish to express my gratitude to you in private," Zhao Yaji replied. Lei Long inhaled slightly, contemplating the notion of a private expression of thanks. He hoped he was not reading too much into it. After all, the company's regulations explicitly forbade any director or screenwriter from engaging in clandestine dealings with any women associated with the production teams. He, Lei Long, was determined to lead by example. "All right, let us get in." Before long, the pair arrived at Lei Long's villa, where they sipped red wine and engaged in profound conversation. When emotions ran deep, sincerity naturally followed. The next morning, Zhao Yaji awoke, gazing at Lei Long's silhouette with a faint smile. She understood that without Lei Long, she would not be the person she was today. The events of the previous night were not only an act of gratitude, but also a reflection of her admiration. After all, what woman wouldn't secretly cherish a man of Lei Long's caliber? Awake, Lei Long turned, revealing a warm, spring-like smile. Zhao Yaji blinked in response. Soon, they finished breakfast and made their way to Thunder Film. Capitalizing on the recent success of Shanghai Tan, Lei Long planned to establish a training program akin to a future Central Academy of Drama or Beijing Film Academy, aimed at recruiting and nurturing aspiring artists to hone their foundational acting skills and poise. He entrusted Wang Jing with the promotion of this initiative. If only he had a television station like TVB, he could host a Miss Hong Kong pageant to swiftly identify extraordinary beauties. With such talent, they could be trained and subsequently cast in films. In the afternoon, Lei Long arrived at Syndicate Company. He proceeded directly to Xiao Anna's office, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Xiao Anna entered, slightly bowing. "Mr. Lei, you've arrived." Today, she donned an interesting ensemble, a snug white shirt, a black pencil skirt, and red stockings. Whether intentional or not, the shirt was unbuttoned at 2 places, adding an element of intrigue. Lei Long nodded. "Let us discuss the acquisition status of Kowloon Warehouse." Xiao Anna stepped forward, preparing tea as she spoke. "We have acquired shares in accordance with your directives, entering on a small scale. We spent 1 billion to acquire 10 million shares. Going larger would attract attention, and it seems others are also quietly accumulating shares. The people at Kowloon warehouse have noticed and began to manipulate the market, driving the share price to 20 Hong Kong dollars. With that price, we invested another billion for 5 million shares. At 30 Hong Kong dollars, we again spent $1 billion to acquire 3 million shares. As of now, we hold a total of 18 million Kowloon shares, leaving us with only 1 billion in funds, but the market price has surged to 40 Hong Kong dollars. Should we continue to acquire? Lei Long smiled, satisfied with the acquisition of 18% of Kowloon warehouse. Have Li Jiaqing and the King of Shipping made their presence known? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Anna gazed deeply at Lei Long for several seconds. How could he know this without her saying anything? Li Jiaqing from Changjiang 10 Industries holds 4 million shares, representing 4%. The King of Shipping has entered as well, reportedly holding 28%, while Yihua holds 31%. Leaving us with 18%, and the remaining 19% is held by retail investors. Xiao Anna promptly retrieved her notebook and paused for a moment. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Mr. Lei, how did you know they had entered the fray? Initially, she thought Lei Long was merely a privileged heir. However, with Kowloon warehouse's soaring stock price and the emergence of commercial titans like Li Jiaqing and the King of Shipping, she realized how naive her previous assumptions had been. Lei Long was a true financial genius. Remembering her agreement with him, Xiao Anna felt a surge of excitement. As a woman who valued strength and ambition, she naturally wished to be conquered by a formidable man. Clearly, Lei Long exceeded her expectations. Chapter 20. Kowloon in a heated contest. Li Jiaqing struggles for breath. The training program commences. I have a premonition, Lei Long replied after a brief pause. Xiao Anna rolled her eyes and, with a serious expression, asked, Mr. Lei, are you looking to acquire Kowloon warehouse or to sell? Neither, Lei Long responded, flicking away the ash from his cigarette. Kowloon warehouse is a conglomerate encompassing infrastructure logistics and shipping. Lei Long wished to seize this lucrative opportunity. However, he currently lacked the capacity, especially with competitors like the King of Shipping and Yihua, one of the 4 major century-old trading houses. To confront them head-on would require selling off the entire Thunder Group, which he could not afford. Otherwise, why would he not pursue it? He had long contemplated this, since he could not feast on the meat. He would settle for sipping the broth. Lei Long continued, by the way, we still have 1 billion left. Let us continue acquiring as much as we can. Since the King of Shipping had entered the market, Yihua would not relinquish Kowloon warehouse easily. Therefore, there was still significant potential for the stock price to rise. And the prospects were promising. Xiao Anna's gaze faltered as she stared at Lei Long, bewildered. The stock had already increased 4-fold, presenting an excellent opportunity to recoup funds. Selling now would yield 72 billion. Why would he take such enormous risks to continue investing? This was not the logic or investment acumen of a rational individual. Was he so eager to entwine their fates? If I incur losses, it would be more advantageous for you, Lei Long stated, gazing directly into Xiao Anna's eyes. His smile unwavering. Xiao Anna paused, regaining her composure. You have a point. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. While she voiced agreement, her heart felt a pang of sorrow. Yet again, as a billionaire of Lei Long's caliber, she found it impossible to resist. To her knowledge, Lei Long was not married, which meant she still had a chance to become his principal partner. A leap to greatness. Just as Xiao Anna was about to leave, she turned back to say, Li Jiaqing holds 4 million shares of Kowloon. At the current price, that's 16 billion. Perhaps we should negotiate with him for an acquisition. Li Jiaqing? He wouldn't sell. Lei Long chuckled lightly. Now that Yihua and the King of Shipping had surfaced, many were confused about whether these 2 great capitals were collaborating or genuinely competing. However, old Li was astute enough to recognize the underlying issues. Moreover, he had long harbored intentions of devouring the Thunder Group. How could he possibly part with his 4 million Kowloon shares? At that moment, in Changjiang 10 Industries, the secretary hurriedly burst through the door. Mr. Li, we have uncovered that it is Syndicate, which has acquired a substantial number of Kowloon warehouse shares. It seems they are acting on behalf of Lei Long, the secretary remarked. What? Lei Long? Once again, Lei Long. Li Ka-shing sprang to his feet as if ignited by gunpowder, his forehead veins bulging, his expression one of profound vexation. Ever since his scheme against Thunder Group faltered, he had turned his attention to Kowloon warehouse. Recognizing the investment potential of Kowloon warehouse's core assets, he discreetly began accumulating shares, biding his time for a lucrative opportunity. According to his strategy, he aimed to acquire over 10 million shares. At that juncture, he would possess significant leverage in negotiations with Jardine Matheson, allowing him to reap substantial profits. However, just 20 days prior, a formidable and enigmatic force entered the stock market, capturing the attention of Kowloon warehouse, prompting Jardine Matheson to intervene. The share price surged to 20 Hong Kong dollars, drastically inflating his costs. As of today, he had only managed to acquire 4 million shares of Kowloon, and with the current price soaring to 40 Hong Kong dollars, he found himself devoid of additional cash for further purchases. After all, with a conglomerate as vast as Hong Kong Holdings. He could not afford to gamble everything on Kowloon warehouse. Now, the puzzle was solved. This mysterious entity was none other than Lei Long. Had it been anyone else, he might have rationalized it, but it was Lei Long, who had acquired at least 10 million shares of Kowloon, which incensed him further. This fellow seemed intent on devouring Kowloon warehouse. Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought. The shipping king had entered the fray. Thunder Group lacked the capacity to contend with such an opponent. The secretary blinked inquiringly. Mr. Lee, shall we continue acquiring shares? No need. Further purchases would entrap us directly. For now, we shall await our opportunity to reap the rewards, Li Ka-shing replied, narrowing his eyes as he gazed out the window. Jardine Matheson and the shipping king had emerged into the open. Both harbored a resolute determination to prevail. Kowloon warehouse was bound to face tumult ahead. The Kowloon stock market would undoubtedly continue to rise. With every increment, he would profit further. For million shares of Kowloon may not seem excessive, yet it is not insignificant. At the current price of 40 Hong Kong dollars, it could yield 1.6 billion. The cost had merely been several tens of millions. 9 days passed. The Thunder training program had been established. Concurrently, a recruitment fair was held. The fair took place in the plaza outside the Thunder Film and Television Office building. The scene was bustling with people, predominantly women, with a smattering of men. The gender ratio was hardly surprising. In the film industry, women possess a natural advantage. Especially in this era. As long as one is bold enough to expose themselves, even in a risque film, they are likely to attract an audience. The situation for men is quite different. Without extraordinary looks or talent, it is challenging to stand out. The initial screening was conducted by Wu Yusin, Ma Dongxiong, and Wang Jing. Those who passed the preliminary selection would then be evaluated personally by Lei Long. He took his responsibilities seriously regarding his own enterprise. On the first floor, in the office, Lei Long waited while smoking a cigarette. Before long, Zhao Yaji entered, accompanied by a woman. The young woman nervously handed her resume to Lei Long. He did not even glance at it, instead focusing intently on the woman. Wasn't this the dream goddess of men, Chiu Shuzhen? A renowned adult film star. She had starred in numerous unforgettable and provocative works. The images from the Empress Dowager Cixi drama lingered vividly in his memory. It felt as if they had just occurred yesterday. Yet, the Chiu Shuzhen before him appeared somewhat inexperienced, without proper training and guidance. She lacked the alluring charm she exhibited on screen. Nevertheless, her elegant and voluptuous figure certainly compelled Lei Long to steal a few more glances. She was a pure and unblemished beauty, incomparable to any future run-of-the-mill starlet. Noticing that Lei Long had not looked at her resume, Chiu Shuzhen felt a pang of despair, her heart heavy with disappointment. Was there no opportunity for her? Coming from a less privileged background, she had longed to defy fate, to earn a fortune and transform her life. She had applied to numerous film companies, including TVB and Lee's Television, but had been met with rejection every time. Often, the offers made were for unsavory compromises. Naturally, she did not wish to resort to such measures, until she witnessed the meteoric rise of Shanghai Tan, which piqued her interest. When Thunder Film and Television announced its training program, she eagerly joined. Chapter 21, Recruiting Film Talent. Thunder Film and Television might very well be her final chance in the industry. Before Lei Long could speak, Chiu Shuzhen took a deep breath, her eyes welling with tears, not from performance anxiety, but from a torrent of suppressed grievances. Mr. Lei, I implore you to give me a chance. I am willing to do anything, endure any hardship. With that, she buried her head in her chest, unable to meet Lei Long's gaze. She had steeled herself, prepared to accept even the most outlandish demands and conditions. She yearned to change her destiny, to live a life of prominence, and to become a much-admired star. Lei Long rose and smiled faintly, perform as a woman in despair. Chiu Shuzhen lifted her eyes, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. She began her performance. The act lasted less than 30 seconds. Rather than wailing uncontrollably, she conveyed a deep-seated despair and reluctance with a calm demeanor, evoking a powerful emotional response. Chiu Shuzhen quickly reined in her emotions, casting a somewhat apprehensive glance at Lei Long. He commented, "Your emotions are precise and impactful, yet your control needs refinement. You are pulling back too abruptly." Miss Chiu Shuzhen, welcome to Thunder Film and Television. Upon hearing this, Chiu Shuzhen trembled with excitement, the sudden joy overwhelming her. And tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "Thank you, Mr. Lei. I will give my all." She had finally received preliminary recognition. That's enough, no more tears. Gazing at her beautiful face, Lei Long couldn't help but gently wipe away the tears on Chiu Shuzhen's cheeks, saying softly, "If you keep crying, you'll look like a little kitten." Chiu Shuzhen's heart, which she had been trying to fortify, crumbled under Lei Long's unexpected kindness, and she instinctively embraced him, weeping. Her tears soaked Lei Long's shirt. After a considerable time, Chiu Shuzhen finally realized her breach of decorum, staring at the damp fabric. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lei. I will wash it for you. All right. Lei Long did not refuse, removing his shirt and handing it to Qiu Shuzhen. After all, any relationship requires a process to deepen. Wow. Qiu Shuzhen gazed at Lei Long's physique, her heart racing. Perfect, utterly perfect. His streamlined muscles, especially his incredibly attractive physique, were hard to ignore. Taking the shirt, she left, covering her head. Lei Long casually grabbed another shirt from a nearby rack and put it on. He adjusted himself and continued the selection process. Soon, over 10 actors had come and gone, with Lei Long keeping only 3, 2 men and 1 woman. Each possessed talent and unique physical attributes, making them ideal for supporting roles. The next moment, a woman pushed the door open and entered, her gaze fixed on Lei Long, exuding confidence and poise, providing an instant impression of grace. The gaze of Lei Long momentarily faltered. Fortune seemed to be smiling upon him today, for yet another stunning beauty had graced his presence. This individual was none other than Yizime, the reigning queen of the 3rd tier, often referred to as the busted goddess. She had starred in a plethora of works that left audiences in a state of awe, ultimately skyrocketing to fame. Let us get you signed, Lei Long declared, cutting straight to the chase before Yizime could utter a word. Yizime hesitated, caught off guard by the sudden proposal to sign before even an interview had taken place. She couldn't help but suspect that Lei Long's interest was directed towards her. Yet she deemed that inconsequential. What truly mattered was the opportunity to join Thunder Film, which promised financial backing and invaluable resources, sufficient rewards in her eyes. Moreover, sacrificing a few trivial matters for a man as charismatic as Lei Long seemed a small price to pay. Before long, the afternoon arrived, and they had completed the interviews for all candidates. The day had yielded impressive results, securing talents such as Yizime, Qiu Shuzhen, Wang Zuxian, Wu Mengda, Lu Dehua, Bao Zipoa, and Yuan Biao. Their ensemble could be deemed formidable, despite not being the current top-tier stars. Nevertheless, Lei Long was confident that anyone who aligned themselves with him would inevitably rise to prominence. As evening approached, Lei Long retrieved a stack of scripts from his drawer and placed them upon the table. Titles such as The Spirit of the Lady White, The Soul of the Enchantress, The Red-Lipped Lamb, and The Gambling God were among those he had meticulously arranged for the actors. He had preemptively crafted an array of scripts. Otherwise, managing such a multitude of actors would have been a daunting task. Wu Yusin, Mai Dongxiong, and Wang Jing did not hesitate to comply with Lei Long's directives. Understanding that he was the architect behind these scripts and having no grounds to dispute his decisions. By the way, Mr. Lei, Zhao Yazi has just surged to popularity. I believe we should produce another film to elevate her fame and establish her as our company's leading star, Wang Jing suggested. Lei Long realized he had overlooked this matter and promptly retrieved a script, The Legend of Madame White Snake, with her as the lead. Furthermore, he urged Lin Jingying to expedite the filming of Mr. Vampire, aiming to create Thunder Film's second surprise hit. Lin Jingying's Mr. Vampire was a groundbreaking work in the genre of supernatural horror, igniting a trend across the Hong Kong film industry. Yet, as the saying goes, without Uncle Ing's vampire films, there would be no soul, merely rubbish. This project had the potential to keep Thunder Film at the pinnacle of the cinematic realm. Nodding in agreement, Wang Jing and the others departed with the scripts. Just as they left, Qiu Shuzhen entered, cautiously clutching a white shirt. Mr. Lei, I've cleaned and ironed your shirt, she said. Lei Long rose to accept it, their fingertips brushing briefly. Thank you, you've worked hard. Upon noticing Lei Long preparing to leave, Qiu Shuzhen summoned her courage and spoke. Mr. Lei, I see you've been busy all day. It seems you haven't had a chance to eat. Would you allow me to treat you to a meal? Lei Long paused, turning to regard the blushing Qiu Shuzhen. This young lady still had much to learn, yet perhaps tonight would serve as a valuable opportunity for her. All right, let us go, he replied, as Qiu Shuzhen quickly fell and stepped beside him. On the bustling street, they arrived at a quaint eatery. Mr. Lei, the pig-s trotter noodles here are absolutely delicious. I used to come here frequently after work, always devouring 2 large bowls. She enthused, guiding him confidently into a narrow alleyway. Her earlier reservations dissipating as her true personality shone through. As they settled down, Qiu Shuzhen chatted animatedly while Lei Long listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting and making eye contact. The dishes soon arrived, rich and fragrant, with the pig's trotters tenderly stewed to perfection, their enticing color whetting Lei Long's appetite. He dove right in, savoring the generous portions, a stark contrast to his previous life where meals had been meager at best. Qiu Shuzhen, thoroughly engrossed in her meal, was visibly enjoying herself, almost resembling a little food enthusiast. She expressed her belief that only delicious food was worth cherishing. Throughout the meal, she shared stories about her upbringing and occasionally stole glances at Lei Long, only to hastily avert her gaze when caught, her shyness evident. The night is still young. Why not come to my place for a while? Lei Long extended an invitation. Time was of the essence. Some matters required prompt action. for opportunities could slip away if one hesitated. Upon hearing this, Chiu Shuzhen's heart raced. She understood the implications of such an invitation. Chapter 22. A date with Chiu Shuzhen. The flirtation of Xiao Anna. The heat of Kowloon warehouse. However, her momentary hesitation was fleeting. A compelling urge surged within her. A desire to lean against Lei Long's shoulder, seeking solace. The restraint she had felt melted away. All right. In a short while, Lei Long escorted Chiu Shuzhen back to his villa. As they entered the lavishly adorned living room, Chiu Shuzhen gasped in awe. It's so beautiful. You'll have this one day too, Lei Long replied with a smile, turning to fetch a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, pouring 2 glasses. Give this Italian wine a try. It should suit your palate. Chiu Shuzhen accepted the glass and imitated Lei Long, swirling it before taking a sip. Delicious, she exclaimed. And soon they were engaged in conversation while sipping wine. As midnight approached, Chiu Shuzhen's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, clearly intoxicated. Lei Long admired her resilience. Her tolerance for alcohol was commendable. At that moment, Chiu Shuzhen nestled against Lei Long, recounting cherished yet painful memories, tears streaming down her face. I must become famous, earn a substantial fortune, and become a globally recognized star. I want to. Lei Long noticed her tipsiness and gently took the empty glass from her hand. Speaking softly, you've had enough to drink. No, I'm not drunk. I'm very clear-headed. Mr. Lei, do you believe in love at first sight? Chiu Shuzhen gazed into Lei Long's eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips, her sincerity captivating. I do. Lei Long nodded, affirming with a single word. The age-old truth held. Attraction begins with appearance, ensnares with talent, remains loyal to character, becomes infatuated with the body, enchanted by voice, and intoxicated by deep emotion. With a quiver of her lips, Chiu Shuzhen cupped Lei Long's face and leaned in. Lei Long bent down, sweeping her into his arms. Chiu Shuzhen let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheek resting against his chest. She made no effort to resist, allowing him to carry her up the stairs. 3 days passed, during which Lei Long and Chiu Shuzhen remained together, their bond deepening. Over those days, Chiu Shuzhen shed much of her youthful innocence, blossoming into a striking beauty. Moreover, Lei Long had gifted her a luxurious tiger headbands and showered her with exquisite presents, including Hermes accessories and other opulent items. Her treatment was on par with that of Wen Bixia, adhering to Lei Long's principle of generosity. Do not speak of whether she is his woman, even in the realm of a fleeting liaison. Lei Long offers not merely an emotional investment, but also tangible material conditions that can genuinely alter the course of one's life. After escorting Chiu Shuzhen to Thunder Films, Lei Long proceeded to Syndicate bonds. According to Xiao Anna, the current situation at Kowloon warehouse has escalated to a fever pitch. The stock price of Kowloon has soared to 783 Hong Kong dollars, a figure that has astounded the entire island. Countless capitalists have turned their gaze towards Kowloon warehouse, with many lamenting their missed opportunity to purchase shares, realizing too late that re-entering the market would be futile. In other words, they lack the courage to step back in. Stocks possess varying levels, closely intertwined with potential risks. Most listed companies are low-price stocks, trading between 0.11 Hong Kong dollars. These belong to smaller enterprises. Mid-price stocks, at 110 Hong Kong dollars, constitute the backbone of Hong Kong's financial market, primarily comprising stable industries such as banking, real estate, and utilities, including HSBC, Hong Kong Holdings, and Lei Long's Thunder Group. High-price stocks, around 100 Hong Kong dollars, are typically blue-chip leaders, including Hutchison Whampoa, Jardine Matheson, Swire Pacific, and the global shipping conglomerate owned by the king of chartering. As for ultra-high-price stocks, they must exceed 100 Hong Kong dollars, a rarity in this period. Remarkably, Kowloon Warehouse's stock has surged from 10 to 783 Hong Kong dollars in just over a month, a meteoric rise akin to a rocket launch. While it is widely acknowledged that this outcome is the result of the fierce competition between Jardine Matheson and the king of chartering, questions arise. Are they cashing out now or continuing to exert pressure to attract more investors before ultimately liquidating? No one can decipher the intentions of these two financial titans. Moreover, reaching 783 has nearly breached the ceiling. Under such circumstances, who would dare to invest? Lei Long arrived at Xiao Anna's office, which remained as immaculate as ever, though the air was now infused with a more potent fragrance that tantalized his senses. This was no ordinary perfume. Moments later, the impeccably dressed Xiao Anna entered, her half-exposed décolletage and elegant black gown captivating. She twirled before Lei Long a few times before taking a seat beside him, her eyes glimmering provocatively. Young Master Lei, do you find me beautiful? Lei Long met her gaze, responding with fervor. Indeed, you are breathtaking. Your smile outshines the beauty of 1,000 maidens. The charm of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. Giggling, Xiao Anna revealed her pearly whites, I didn't expect young Master Lei to be so complimentary. You truly possess a refined intellect. So do you like it? I do, Lei Long replied, his fingers gently grasping her chin. Observing Lei Long's boldness and the depth of his gaze, Xiao Anna blinked, fearing that her flirtation might ensnare her instead. She quickly rose. Young Master Lei. We now hold 20 million shares of Kowloon, representing 20 of the company. Both the chairman of Jardine Matheson, Neo Bijian, and the king of chartering have called me, expressing their desire for you to sell them these shares. Lei Long narrowed his eyes, inhaling the smoke contemplatively. At last, he had reached this pivotal moment. Jardine Matheson and the king of chartering are commercial giants on the island. Jardine Matheson stands as a century-old behemoth, the foremost among the 4 great trading firms. For decades, even a single coin falling from the sky had to pass through their hands. They have long held the lifeblood of Hong Kong's capital. In earlier years, countless local capitalists struggled to survive in their shadow. Were it not for Governor MacLehose reforms that gradually shifted attitudes towards Hong Kong residents and altered economic strategies, the likes of Li Jiaqing and Chun Qing-song would have long vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the king of chartering now epitomizes the pinnacle of local capital. Although he has entered Kowloon warehouse for his own business interests, he also challenges the century-old dominance of Jardine Matheson as a representative of Hong Kong capital. Should he prevail, it would signify the first victory in breaking through British capital's stronghold. Now, these two titans confront each other on the battlefield of Kowloon warehouse. And the 20 equity in Lei Long's hands is the key bargaining chip. It is fair to say that whoever receives it shall emerge victorious. However, for Lei Long, his focus remains solely on profit. The one who can provide sufficient cash flow shall be granted his 20 stake. With this thought, Lei Long tapped his fingers against the leather sofa and calmly stated, Anna, arrange a meeting with them for 3 p.m. at the Deepwater Bay Royal Golf Club. Oh, you want to meet together? Xiao Anna stammered, momentarily taken aback. Meeting together could easily offend someone. Both are titans of capital in Hong Kong, and antagonizing either side would be detrimental to Lei Long. Indeed, Lei Long affirmed, a businessman is perpetually focused on profit. Offending others is merely part of the trade. Yet, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Chapter 23. When two tigers clash, Lei Long drinks the soup. At 3 p.m., Deepwater Bay Royal Golf Club. This venue is one of the few scenic spots on the island, catering to the aristocratic elite. Lei Long arrived first, accompanied by the elegantly poised Xiao Anna. Anna, come, join me, Lei Long beckoned, grasping a golf club and gazing at Xiao Anna's perfect form. Her alluring demeanor ignited a fire within him. I don't know how, Xiao Anna protested. Golf, a pastime for the affluent, was beyond her skill set. No worries. I'll teach you, Lei Long encouraged, placing a hand on her shoulder. Golf and yoga are high-end pursuits crafted by the wealthy, designed to distinguish the affluent from the ordinary. After all, the wealthy cannot indulge in table tennis every day, can they? It appears sophisticated, yet it ultimately serves the deepest human desires. Your stance is off. Relax your hands. Engage your core, Lei Long meticulously guided from behind her. Half an hour passed, and Xiao Anna had grasped the basic movements, her body glistening with perspiration. Lei Long, too, felt the fatigue and settled down to sip a chilled cola. Teaching is indeed a laborious endeavor. Just then, 2 figures approached. It was Neo Bijian, the chairman of Jardine Matheson, accompanied by his attractive personal secretary, a Western beauty. Mr. Lei, shall we have a round? Neo Bijian strode toward the golf club rack, picking up a club and fixing his gaze on Lei Long. Absolutely. Lei Long rose after you. The two stepped into the sunlight. Neo Bijian lifted his sun hat, swinging the club with a whoosh, the white ball soaring through the air in a graceful arc, landing directly in the hole. Turning to Lei Long, he smiled. Your turn. The caddy set up the ball, and Lei Long approached. Mr. Lei, I'm curious. Are you looking to acquire Kowloon warehouse, or do you have ulterior motives? Neo Bijian probed tentatively. He had already absorbed 4 from Li Jiaqing. Presently, Jardine Matheson held the largest stake in Kowloon warehouse at 35. Lei Long's 20 stake was considerable. Should he choose to enter Kowloon warehouse, it would also be a favorable option for Jardine Matheson under the current circumstances. However, if he intended to sell, that would pose a dilemma. Jazz is joking. I am merely a real estate agent. The depths of Kowloon warehouse are too profound, and with my modest worth, I cannot navigate it. As Lei Long spoke, he swung his club, and the little white ball flew out, landing precisely in the hole. So that is the case. I understand. Mr. Lei is indeed a clever man. Kowloon warehouse is the foundation of our Jardine. Sir Newbigging handed the golf club to his secretary, took a handkerchief to wipe his brow, and fixed his gaze on the recently turned Lei Long. There are certain matters that should be touched upon, yet others that ought to be avoided, for they may burn one's hands. However, if Mr. Lei is willing, Jardine can directly acquire it for a price of 1 billion. Cash. Lei Long narrowed his eyes and lit a cohiba. 1 billion may seem a trifle, yet there is indeed profit to be made. Nonetheless, considering the current stock market situation at 783 per share, the 20 million shares of Kowloon are valued at 156.6 billion. Sir New Bigging, your offer is quite commendable. However, I am someone who prefers to compare prices. As Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze shifted sideways. New Bigging, puzzled, followed Lei Long's line of sight. He observed that the king of charter boats had arrived with a personal female secretary. New Bigging chuckled. Mr. Lei, you certainly know how to play the game. Upon seeing New Bigging, the king of charter boats momentarily flashed a glint in his eyes and approached, extending his hand in a polite greeting. Sir New Bigging, you are here as well. New Bigging, with a half-smile, replied. Let us not mention it. We've all been played here. Lei Long cleared his throat twice, making it seem as though he was the villain orchestrating this gathering. Young Master Lei, how is your father faring? The king of charter boats directed his gaze towards Lei Long. Shaking hands with him, Lei Long responded. My father is in good health. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Bao. Please have a seat. Lei Long then guided the two men to sit beneath a sun umbrella. The conversation flowed smoothly, devoid of sharp exchanges or flushed faces. Only laughter filled the air. Noticing their reluctance to speak, Lei Long smiled. The purpose of my invitation today is rather simple. Whoever offers the greater benefit shall receive the 20 equity. You feast on meat while I sip a broth. Upon hearing this, New Bigging and the king of charter boats exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching violently, barely managing to control their expressions, nearly bursting into expletives. According to their intelligence, Lei Long had only invested a total of 400 million in Kowloon warehouse. Presently, that 20 equity is valued at 15.6 billion, a fourfold increase. You call that sipping a broth? How absurd. I can't believe you. This is outrageous. You must be kidding. It is purely a case of taking advantage while pretending to be magnanimous. However, I must emphasize one point. I will only accept cash. Lei Long continued. The king of charter boats exhaled a cloud of stale air, forcing a strained smile. You've set quite the trap here, my friend. No, this is not a trap. It is clearly an auction. Highest bidder wins, correct? Lei Long flicked off the ash from his cigar, feigning difficulty. I truly have no choice. Both of you are towering business magnates in Hong Kong. As a mere junior, I dare not offend either of you and can only resort to this stratagem. Fair trade. No deceit. New Bigging rubbed his temples and made a direct offer. Fair enough. Let us adhere to market rules. Currently, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price is 783, with a market value of 156.6 billion. Jardine will offer 16 billion in cash. The king of charter boats showed a flicker of interest. Sir New Bigging, you are indeed generous. However, Kowloon Warehouse is imperative for me. I will offer 16.5 billion, also in cash, to be fully settled within 10 days. New Bigging took a sip of red wine, his gaze turning icy. You are determined to have it? I am sorry, but Kowloon Warehouse belongs to Jardine. No one else can have it. 17 billion. The king of charter boats would not back down. 17.5 billion. New Bigging coldly replied. 18 billion. Kowloon Warehouse is Jardine's prestigious emblem, and it cannot be taken away. As the figure of 18 billion was uttered, the entire scene fell into silence. Xiao Anna, who was recording, also raised her eyes, fixating on New Bigging to confirm the authenticity. By calculating 18 billion, the value of Kowloon shares would rise to 90 Hong Kong dollars. Sir New Bigging, although Jardine is a century-old enterprise of considerable scale, the larger the machine, the more it requires cash flow. May I ask, can you provide 18 billion in cash directly? The king of charter boats raised an eyebrow, then smiled. I never engage in ventures without assurance. I reiterate, Kowloon Warehouse is imperative for me. New Bigging frowned, choosing not to elaborate further. At this juncture, Lei Long chuckled and interjected. Sir New Bigging's proposal is indeed intriguing. However, my Thunder Group has recently faced numerous challenges and is lacking in cash flow. My apologies. After a brief pause, Lei Long turned to the king of charter boats. Sir Bao, how soon can the 20 billion in cash arrive? The king of charter boats hesitated. 18 billion in cash will be available within 10 days. New Bigging took a deep breath. As a seasoned leader of an established empire, though reluctant, he had to confront reality. In that case, I shall take my leave. New Bigging rose, adjusting his suit. My apologies. The king of charter boats stood, beaming, their hands clasped. At that moment, it felt like a historical inevitability and the genesis of a confrontation between Hong Kong capital and British interests. This significant historical scene had already been captured by Xiao Anna, or rather, the paparazzi had already recorded it without needing his assistance. They awaited the outcome of Kowloon Warehouse to publicize whichever side emerged victorious. New Bigging gave a slight nod and departed with his personal secretary. In the realm of capital, it is ultimately a battlefield where cash reigns supreme. He conceded defeat. Today, there were no silent skirmishes of finance, nor clashes of arms on the battlefield. Yet the final ownership of Kowloon warehouse was determined. Lei Long and the king of charter boats returned to their seats. The king of charter boats sat down, casting a deep glance at Lei Long. Truly, you have been well trained by the old master. You exhibit his style. Speaking of that 18 billion, it has nearly drained me dry. Lei Long rubbed his nose. Sir Bao. In truth, I have additional conditions. The shipowner Wang paused momentarily and said, speak. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, I desire the equity of Hutchison Whampoa's Branch 4. Additionally, I have a business proposition that requires your assistance. This venture not only aims to generate some extra income, but ultimately seeks to leverage the connections of the shipowner Wang to establish a network of cellular base stations. Otherwise, the Thunderphone would merely be a brick. He also harbored aspirations to expand into other countries, yet the unfamiliar terrain posed significant risks. The shipowner Wang chuckled softly. You young rascal, do you intend to catch a wolf with empty hands? The equity of Hutchison Whampoa pales in comparison to the value of Kowloon warehouse. I could simply hand it over to you, Lei Long. But if you're asking for help, who knows what ill intentions you might harbor? I'll forego 2 billion. Lei Long declared. Just 2 billion. It's a worthwhile sacrifice. As long as the Thunderphone goes public, I can easily recover that amount. One must not hesitate if they wish to catch a wolf. Upon hearing this, the shipowner Wang felt a tightening in his chest. Relinquishing 2 billion meant that Lei Long's proposition was indeed significant. Let us discuss the matter first, and I will provide you with a response. Lei Long continued. I wish to independently invest in the construction of cellular signal base stations on Hong Kong Island, creating a 2G mobile communication network to support my forthcoming technological products. The shipowner Wang immediately understood why Lei Long was willing to part with 2 billion. Currently, the base stations on Hong Kong Island were predominantly monopolized by the Hong Kong Telecommunications Company, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to develop. Why not simply collaborate with them? He inquired. Sir Wang, I do wish to partner with them. However, my product is poised to revolutionize the entire landscape of communication tools on Hong Kong Island. Once launched, both the mobile phone and the pager will become obsolete. In fact, my product could potentially disrupt the global market. They would never agree to that. Furthermore, my product utilizes a 2G data network, while their base stations operate on a 1G analog signal. It's unrealistic to expect such a disparity to function smoothly. However, once established, we would control not just the voice network, but also the channels for information flow over the next decade or two, setting the rules ourselves. The shipowner Wang fell silent. Lei Long's vision was grand, yet ultimately, it remained a mere concept. No matter how magnificent the market value, it required tangible support. Mere thoughts could not bring it to fruition. Seeing the shipowner Wang lost in thought, Lei Long produced the Thunderphone from his pocket, powered it on, and handed it to him. It will support text messaging, instant communication, and has retained the call functions of traditional mobile phones, all in a portable design. Moreover, I have already applied for the product's patent internationally. Now, we only need to establish the base stations. The shipowner Wang examined the Thunderphone closely, manipulating it, and even indulging in a game of snake. His initially indifferent demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. This device is extraordinary. It amalgamates the advantages of both the pager and the mobile phone. It is a technological product that has never before been seen on Hong Kong Island, or indeed, in the world. If it truly hits the market, it will undoubtedly be a sensation. So, once it connects to the signal, it will operate, correct? Precisely. The shipowner Wang rose, his gaze sweeping over the lush green grass as he made a decision. Very well, I shall assist you. However, I require an investment stake. Lei Long smiled. No problem. I can offer you a 5 equity stake right now. The shipowner Wang chuckled. Ha ha ha. It seems I am the fortunate one today. Once I help you resolve the base station construction issue, I shall invest further. Congratulations, Sir Wang. Today brings double joy. Oh, do not call me Sir Wang. I am older than you. Simply call me brother. Is that all right with you? Brother. Very well, very well. The shipowner Wang stood, joyfully exclaiming, Ling. Go to Lei Long's company now and coordinate the matters we just discussed. The woman named Ling shared a glance with Xiao before they both departed. That evening, after dining with the shipowner Wang, Lei Long returned to his villa to rest. At that moment, Gao Jin entered. Mr. Lei, Xiao wishes to see you. Chapter 25, Consuming Xiao. Setting sights on Hutchison Whampoa. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette. Let her in. Shortly after, Xiao entered. Her makeup was exquisite. With striking red lips and captivating eyes, dressed in a deep V-back gown that accentuated her allure, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, enhancing her charm. Xiao approached with a radiant smile, directly seating herself beside Lei Long, her shoe teasingly brushing against his pant leg, a playful flirtation. Her fingers danced along the delicate chain around her neck, her fair skin dazzling to the eye. Lei Long regarded her intently, astonished by her audacity to flirt so boldly. Xiao then leaned slightly, revealing glimpses of her neckline, seemingly unbothered as she fixed her gaze on Lei Long. "You've been staring for quite some time. Are you pondering something nefarious?" Lei Long wrapped an arm around her slender waist, took a drag from his cigarette, and with a predatory glint in his eye, replied, "I was contemplating whether a certain someone would fulfill their promise. I too have been pondering who the hunter and the prey will be tonight." Chow Anna replied with a playful smile, "Mr. Lei, do you wish to be the hunter or the prey?" Lei Long said nothing further, setting aside his cigarette, and led Chow Anna upstairs. The next day, the shipowner Wang announced his attendance at the Kowloon Warehouse Group board meeting with an unprecedented 48 shareholding. This news left countless media reporters and business magnates in shock. Just yesterday, hadn't the shipowner Wang only held 28? How did he suddenly rise to 48? He had decisively outmaneuvered Jardine Matheson, seizing control of Kowloon Warehouse. The excitement was palpable, as this victory for the shipowner Wang signified a breakthrough for local capital against British interests. The shipowner Wang had shattered the myth that British capital was invincible. A surge of local investors eagerly contributed, urging the media to cover this event. Their fervor stemmed from years of oppression under the four great trading houses, which had bred deep-seated resentment. Witnessing Jardine Matheson's defeat brought them more joy than earning $100,000. This was the latent risk born from exploitation. Ordinarily, they were unable to voice their anger, but now they would transform into the sharpest blades, piercing the very heart of Jardine Matheson. They yearned to drain its lifeblood. Meanwhile, many were investigating the source of the shipowner Wang's newfound 20. On the other hand, Lei Long remained indifferent to external affairs. He was engaged in a discussion with Chow Anna about life philosophies and principles, sipping red wine to indulge his sensibilities, sharing tales of ancient figures and poetry. Although Chow Anna was not as youthful as one by Xia, Zhao Yizhi, or Qiu Shuzhen, she possessed her own unique charm. 3 days passed, and Lei Long arrived at Thunder Group. Gao Jin had organized all the relevant information regarding Hutchison Whampoa and laid it out on the table. Lei Long began to peruse the documents. Currently, Hutchison Whampoa's asset scale was approximately 6 billion, with a market capitalization of 3 billion. According to common understanding, it was Li Jiaqing who shared soup with the king of the charter boats in the Kowloon warehouse, securing the king's equity in Hong Kong Holdings. Subsequently, he collaborated with the eminent Shun Bai of HSBC to acquire 224 shares of Hong Kong Holdings through an installment payment scheme, performing a feat akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. Gradually, he began to take control of Hong Kong Holdings, crafting a legendary life story. However, Kowloon Warehouse has now been intercepted by Lei Long. Consequently, the 224 shares of Hong Kong Holdings held by HSBC, valued at 90 million stocks, are now firmly in Lei Long's sights. Yet, a formidable challenge looms. Lei Long does not know Shenbai. This presents a significant obstacle. The intricacies of business relationships and the decorum among officials are not to be underestimated. Given the connection between Li Jiaqing and Shenbai, the situation remains uncertain. Should Li Jiaqing acquire those 224 shares, the equity in Hong Kong Holdings that Lei Long possesses would be rendered futile. Hong Kong Holdings is also one of the 4 major banks, albeit now somewhat in decline. Nevertheless, it is said that a starving camel is still larger than a horse. With a staggering asset scale of 60 billion and a market value of 30 billion, if acquired, it could be gradually integrated into the Thunder Group, greatly enhancing its prowess. "Mr. Lei, a plethora of reporters awaits outside, eager to interview you," Gao Jin remarked. Lei Long replied nonchalantly, suspecting that the events of the past few days had already been exposed. At that moment, Su San, Lu Ruyan, and others arrived, their wide eyes fixed on Lei Long, visibly excited and flushed, especially Lu Ruyan, who, with her appealing looks, was breathless and occasionally emitted sounds that were hard to ignore. There was no escaping the fact that news of Lei Long's 1.8 billion profit from his dealings with the king of the charter boats had spread like wildfire. Their phones had been inundated with calls from acquaintances, and they had only just learned of the matter. Thus, they had come directly to the company. "Take a seat," Lei Long commanded, raising his eyes and speaking calmly. Just as Su San was about to respond, Lei Long recounted his dealings with the charter boat king and New Pai Jian. The 1.8 billion circulating outside was indeed true, but not comprehensive. "I discussed some cooperation with Sir Pak for 200 million. This time, I only made 1.6 billion. After deducting 400 million in principal, Syndicate commission, and taxes, the net profit is 1.12 billion. This amount will be credited within a week." Lei Long stated in a tone that suggested this was merely an inconsequential matter to him. Gulp. The others fell silent, merely swallowing hard. Just 2 months prior, they had made a mere billion. Now another 1.12 billion had been secured, an extraordinary feat. It was akin to generating a company with a market value of 20 billion. They found themselves at a loss for words to express their emotions in that moment. "Well, all the profits will be injected into the group. I will not take a single cent for myself. Everyone will share in the dividends." However, I have one stipulation. In all matters concerning the group, my word is law. I do not wish for any dissent. Lei Long reminded them with a piercing gaze. Due to previous adjustments in the company's operational strategy that shifted focus to land acquisition, these individuals dared not exhibit any discontent in his presence, although they had previously clashed with Su San. Now, it was imperative to deliver a stern reminder. We understand, Mr. Lei. The group responded, their expressions shifting before they nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain. Indeed, Lei Long said, satisfied. Then turned to Su San. What is the status of the tasks I assigned you? Su San sighed. Currently, we have acquired 100,000 acres. However, in some areas, there are too many factions, making negotiations difficult as they demand exorbitant prices. Oh, Lei Long narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. Which areas? List the factions and compile a summary. It is often said that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. There are always those who do not recognize what is good for them. If negotiations are possible, that is ideal, but if not, Lei Long is not one to show mercy. If necessary, he would have Dongxing intervene to clear the obstacles. Understood, Mr. Lei. Su San responded respectfully. By the way, as per our usual practice, we will allocate 5 of the funds to donate to the Red Cross Society, Lei Long continued. Philanthropy is a common gesture among businessmen, yet it is far from mere benevolence. It intertwines interests and reputations, linking policies with capital in a complex web. The objectives are manifold: to curry favor with the Hong Kong government, secure project approvals, obtain land priority rights, in exchange for policy resources. Second, to legally reduce taxes. Third, to earn public goodwill. And fourth, to maintain reputation. Ultimately, the benefits are glaringly evident. Otherwise, how could there be so many altruistic philanthropists in this world? It is all a result of self-serving motives. Mr. Lei, Lu Rian inquired, brushing her long hair aside. What about the media? This matter cannot be publicized too loudly. Have the PR department handle it discreetly, and spend some money to silence the media, Lei Long replied sternly. Previously, when he had acted boldly, even granting a special interview with TVB, it was because he needed to break through and reverse the situation, restoring Thunder Group to its former glory. With that objective accomplished, the current focus for Thunder Group is to proceed steadily without seeking the limelight. Thus, high-profile actions must cease. Understood. The group nodded in agreement with Lei Long's viewpoint. Until absolute strength is achieved, it is indeed necessary to develop cautiously. Chapter 26. Li Jiaqing's Heartache. Lei Long faces rejection. Collecting Wang Fuguwei, Changjiang Shirya Group. The personal secretary entered and announced, Mr. Li, we have clarified the situation. Lei Long holds 20 million shares in Kowloon warehouse, cashing out 1.6 billion, and has also acquired 40 of Hong Kong Holdings from the Charter Boat King. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing's expression remained unchanged as he picked up a Gausher cigarette and took several puffs, his gaze shifting restlessly. Confusion, disbelief, frustration, and resentment coursed through him. Ever since Lei Long returned to Hong Kong Island, he had not slept soundly for a single night. He could have easily swallowed Thunder Group, but with Lei Long's return, not only had the public relations issue been resolved, but also the financial troubles. He could have earned far greater profits from Kowloon Warehouse and secured the 40 stake in Hong Kong Holdings from the Charter Boat King. But now it all belonged to Lei Long. Lei Long's thoughts seemed eerily aligned with his own. Was it mere coincidence or an uncanny alignment? I refuse to believe it. Li Jiaqing's gaze turned icy. Book a private room at the Peninsula Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui and invite Shin Bai, the general manager of HSBC. Yes, Mr. Li. The secretary responded and exited, leaving Li Jiaqing alone with his thoughts. Just the thought of selling his 4 million shares at 42 to Jardine Matheson, while Lei Long cashed out at over 80, made his heart race and his chest feel tight with indignation. On Lei Long's side, with the assistance of the Charter Boat King, he managed to reach Shun Bai, yet the latter was dismissive and evasive, making things difficult for Lei Long. Since the usual procedures proved ineffective, it was time to adopt a more ruthless approach. Lei Long fixed his gaze on Gao Jin and inquired, by the way, didn't you previously obtain evidence against Lu Ruyin and her associates from the paparazzi? I am quite curious to meet them. In the realm of business competition, direct confrontation and bloodshed are seldom the norm. Rather, public opinion, information, and evidence serve as weapons that can strike lethally from the shadows. Had it not been for the evidence provided by individuals like Wang Erlong, Lei Long could not have seized control of the entire board on the very first day, nor could Su San have complied so readily. Mr. Lei, I will take you there. Gao Jin nodded affirmatively. 3 hours later, Lei Long and Gao Jin parked their vehicle by the roadside. They found themselves in a suburban area, surrounded by scrapyards and towering containers. Mr. Lei, the container marked with 511 in red is Wang Fuguwei's residence. It was from him that I procured the information. The paparazzo pointed to a nearby container, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile. Brother Jean, haha. Gao Jin produced a red envelope containing a substantial sum and handed it over. Thank you. Thank you. I won't disturb you any further, the paparazzo said, counting the money before scurrying away. Let us go. Lei Long ignited a cigarette and strode toward the container. Inside, a disheveled man was smoking. Upon spotting the two well-dressed men, he exhibited signs of panic. Discarding his cigarette butt and bolting away, Gao Jin pursued him with large strides. Hey, who are you? I truly haven't taken any candid shots of you. Please don't harm me. I beg you. The man pleaded, trembling violently, his body marked with visible scars. You must be Wang Fuguei. Lei Long approached, helping him to his feet. I will not harm you. The name Su Fuguei does possess an auspicious connotation, yet life cannot be so easily transformed by mere nomenclature. In his earlier years, Wang Fuguei was a remarkably capable lawyer, but his prodigious abilities earned him numerous enemies, leading to his wrongful imprisonment for 3 years. By the time he was released, his entire family had perished. Unable to return to his legal profession, he resorted to becoming a paparazzo, occasionally selling information to make ends meet, but his nature remained fundamentally good. He would not betray others unless absolutely necessary. This was what the earlier paparazzo had conveyed to Lei Long. Wang Fuguei, once a figure of distinction, now presented a sorry sight. His eyes devoid of any spark of life. Do not fear. I am Lei Long, chairman of Thunder Group. Thanks to your information, I was able to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Today, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my team. I assure you of your safety. And as for your salary, it will not fall short of $1 million. Lei Long offered him a cigarette. Wang Fuguei accepted it, took a puff, but remained silent. What is it, Mr. Wang? Are you content to hide within this container, living in a daze? Do you not wish to avenge your family? Lei Long continued to provoke him, yet Wang Fuguei remained unresponsive. Very well, a person like you does not deserve a prosperous fate. Lei Long scoffed, turning to leave with Gao Jin. Wait, I agree. Wang Fuguei's eyes flickered with determination as he hurried after them. All right, gather your belongings and come to my office. You will be in charge of overseeing the paparazzi operations, gathering dirt on celebrities, corporations, and officials. Moreover, you will still serve as our lawyer at Thunder Group. I will also assist you in seeking vengeance. There is but one requirement. Work diligently. Your only direct superior will be me, Lei Long asserted, patting Wang Fuguei on the shoulder with an air of authority. He made his promises and expectations abundantly clear, devoid of any veiled intentions, toasts, or condescending glances. Thank you, Mr. Lei. A flicker of a smile finally broke through the fatigue-ridden expression of Wang Fuguei. As the saying goes, good horses are often found, yet good trainers are rare. Faced with the younger Lei Long, he felt an inexplicable mix of trust, reverence, and submission. Wasn't he this precisely the boss every worker yearned for? A humble man like me has encountered a wise ruler today. He understood that avenging his family required sufficient resources and connections, and Lei Long's appearance had rekindled his hope. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Ajin, please assist Mr. Wang in gathering his belongings. Lei Long nodded slightly. Understood. The two promptly entered the container to collect Wang Fuguei's items. On the way back to the group, Lei Long inquired, Who killed your family? Have you uncovered any leads? Mr. Lei, not yet, Wang Fuguei sighed, his eyes reddening. During his years of freedom, he had been driven by a singular conviction, to avenge his family, tirelessly seeking evidence. Yet the darkness was overwhelming, so dark that not a glimmer of light could penetrate it. Very well, continue your investigation. Inform me of any developments. You are now one of my own, and I will ensure your vengeance. Lei Long reiterated his promise. Individuals like Wang Fuguei, if utilized correctly, could become a sharp blade. If mishandled, they could turn into a weapon of self-destruction. Thus, Lei Long was determined to treat him with special care. That evening, after ensuring Wang Fuguei was settled, Lei Long entered his room. Wang Fuguei immediately stood, respectfully addressing him. Mr. Lei, take a seat. Lei Long replied, There is no need for such formality. Here, have a cigarette. By the way, do you possess any incriminating evidence against Shun Bai from HSBC? Wang Fuguei took a puff of his cigarette, his eyes momentarily brightened. I do have some. Chapter 27. The Hypocrisy of Shun Bai. As he spoke, Wang Fuguei began to rummage through his belongings, eventually producing a dossier to hand to Lei Long. This Shun Bai is quite astute, adept at navigating both personal and professional matters. However, this foreigner exhibits a common trait, greed and lust. He frequently engages in corruption, accepting bribes from various capitalists, often in the form of luxury items like high-end watches, gold, and antiques. He is also known to frequent upscale establishments, indulging in English culture. I happen to have recorded a scene where Li Jiacheng gifted Shun Bai a Patek Philippe worth over 10 million, along with footage of him with 3 young models, as well as their schemes against the now-defunct Bale Garden. Lei Long inserted the videotape into the player and found that, just as Wang Fuguei had described, The footage captured the two in a private room at the upscale venue. It even included scenes of Shun Bai and the models. You truly are a treasure trove. Lei Long marveled at Wang Fugui. Alas, to uncover the culprits behind the conspiracy that led to my family's demise, I can only start my investigation in such high-end locales. What a pity, Wang Fugui lamented. Very well, tomorrow, go to the finance department and collect 400,000 as a reward for your efforts. Work diligently, Lei Long remarked, giving Wang Fugui a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Wang Fugui expressed his gratitude with shining eyes. The following day, Lei Long, accompanied by Annie and Casey, arrived at the HSBC building. The opulent decor of the entire edifice was striking, with over 10 security personnel stationed at the entrance and a steady stream of individuals conducting business. Upon reaching the lobby, Lei Long announced his name. Ah, Mr. Lei. Might I inquire if you have an appointment? The lobby manager, recognizing him, added, please don't misunderstand. Our general manager has numerous matters to attend to. Hence my personal reception. Naturally, he was familiar with Lei Long, who had been making headlines in Hong Kong recently. Some media outlets have labeled Lei Long as the new elite of Hong Kong Island, the youngest entrepreneur. Understanding this, Lei Long offered a faint smile and remarked, please do relay the message. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped an envelope containing 10,000 in cash into the man's embrace, adding, thank you for your trouble. The man, feeling the weight of the envelope, displayed a grin. Before long, he returned to the hall, respectfully stating, Mr. Lei, please. The office awaits. Shun Bai rose and approached, donning a facade of cordiality. Mr. Lei, what a surprise to see you in person. You didn't even give me a heads up. Please, take a seat. Lei Long settled down and replied, Manager Shun, I know you are quite busy, and it is indeed a rare occasion to meet. I hope you will forgive my intrusion. Shun Bai poured a glass of whiskey and handed it to Lei Long. You flatter me, Mr. Lei. You are now a prominent figure in Hong Kong. No matter how busy I am, I must make time to meet you. Your visit today? Could it be that you have business to discuss with us at HSBC? Discuss? I wouldn't dare. Lei Long took a sip and continued, Manager Shun. Hutchison Whampoa has been struggling in recent years, mired in losses and burdened with substantial debt. For HSBC, this non-performing asset is a liability that, if retained, will hinder your profits and capital efficiency. Haven't you always wanted to rid yourselves of this hot potato? To be candid, I am here today to propose the acquisition of your shares in Hutchison Whampoa 224. Lei Long stated his intentions directly, eschewing any circumlocution. While Hutchison Whampoa is one of the 4 major trading houses, it has consistently performed the worst among them, suffering annual losses. With both its asset scale and market value in decline, holding on to the 224 shares is akin to grasping a burning coal. No one is willing to take on such a burden. First, few can afford such a significant share. Secondly, given Hutchison Whampoa's inability to generate Hong Kong dollars, no one is eager to inherit this mess. Haha, Mr. Lei, you seem well informed about our affairs with Hutchison Whampoa. Shun Bai's demeanor shifted slightly before he regained his composure. Indeed, as you say, we at HSBC are eager to divest and recoup our funds. However, Mr. Lei, you are too late. The shares for 224 have already attracted interest from another party. Upon hearing this, Lei Long furrowed his brow. It was likely that Li Jiaqing was the interested party. Is it Mr. Li from Changjiang Ten Industries? Lei Long inquired, lighting a cigar. Shun Bai's eyes widened in surprise, having met with Li Jiaqing the previous evening. Lei Long had already gleaned that information. Mr. Lei, your intelligence surpasses mine. Since you are already aware, there is no need for further discussion. In business, trust is paramount. I have an agreement with Mr. Li, and he is scheduled to sign the contract this afternoon. I must ask you to leave. Perhaps we can collaborate another time. A smile played on Lei Long's lips as he produced an unsigned check for 10 million and placed it upon the table. Manager Shun, I must disagree with your assertion. Business is a matter of reciprocity, primarily driven by profit. The terms Mr. Li has offered you, I can certainly match. You have yet to sign a contract. Thus, there remains room for negotiation between us. Sometimes, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable, would you not agree? Shun Bai scrutinized the check, momentarily taken aback by the 7 zeros following the initial one. A significant sum indeed. Had Lei Long arrived a day earlier, he might have consented. At that moment, he recalled Lei Long's earlier request to meet, his heart heavy with regret. Yet, it was too late. He had to safeguard his integrity, distinguishing between a sumptuous feast and a mere morsel. Mr. Lei, as a businessman, you must understand the weight of integrity. I, Shun Bai, pride myself on my honesty. Are you attempting to lead me to the Independent Commission Against Corruption? Shun Bai sipped his red wine to clear his throat, his tone turning grave, laced with a warning. The atmosphere grew tense. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigar and continued. The 224 shares comprise 90 million stocks. I propose a cash transaction of 600 million. The mention of 600 million in cash caused Shunbai to lift his gaze, scrutinizing Lei Long deeply, caught in a quandary. Li Jiaqing's down payment was merely 20 million, amounting to 1 billion, with the remaining 5 billion settled over 2 years. During this period, he would bear the risk of Changjiang 10 Industries potentially facing bankruptcy, and that 5 billion would accrue no interest. In contrast, cooperating with Lei Long would not only yield immediate access to 600 million in cash, but also allow for the reinvestment of 2 billion into further ventures. Compared to Li Jiaqing's staggered payment terms, Lei Long's offer was exceptionally generous and enticing. In the world of business, cash reigns supreme. However, a promise had already been made to Li Jiaqing. Moreover, his relationship with Li Jiaqing was built on years of accumulated camaraderie and mutual benefit. On principle, he should side with Lei Long, but from a personal standpoint, he felt inclined to support Li Jiaqing. Yet, at his level, the lines between public and private interests had long since blurred. I am truly sorry. At HSBC, we prioritize integrity. This reputation cannot be tarnished today. Shunbai exhaled a heavy sigh, resolutely declining. Chapter 28. Acquiring the Hutchison Whampoa 224 shares. Li Jiaqing comes knocking. Lei Long's smile faded, his demeanor shifting as he extinguished his cigar, his gaze growing colder. Up until this moment, he had treated Shunbai with courtesy. However, it became evident that Shunbai was impervious to reason. Speaking to him civilly seemed to be in vain. Manager Shun, your stance is making this quite difficult for me. Lei Long narrowed his eyes, retrieving several photographs from his coat and tossing them onto the table. These are merely a fraction of the evidence I possess. I have a complete video record documenting your dealings with numerous businessmen. And yes, I have also seen your private video. Admiring your stamina. Shunbai's composure crumbled. Rising in a flurry of indignation, slamming his fist on the table and pointing an accusatory finger at Lei Long, his gentlemanly facade shattered. Fuck you, Lei Long. What do you mean by this? Leaping to his feet, Lei Long remained unflustered, stating calmly, we have a saying. If you are given face, you ought to accept it. Yet you refuse. Manager Shun, you have been with HSBC for over 30 years, correct? If I were to expose this information, do you think HSBC stock would remain unaffected? Would you not find yourself under investigation by the Independent Commission Against Corruption? At that point, your reputation, your honor, and perhaps even your current position as general manager would be at stake. Shunbai clenched his jaw, lowering his trembling finger, his pallor evident, breathless. Lei Long, do not forget who holds the power on Hong Kong Island. Years ago, we dealt with your father, Lei Luo, and I can just as easily deal with you. Unfazed, Lei Long stepped closer, pressing Shunbai back onto the sofa. Manager Shun, regrettably, times have changed. I never intended to resort to such underhanded tactics. But I must possess the shares of Hutchison Whampoa. What Mr. Li can offer you, I, Lei Long, can equally match. With that, Lei Long pushed the check into Shunbai's hands and lit the photographs on fire, stating calmly, I trust your collaboration with Mr. Li has been satisfactory. But I am confident that the conditions I present are ones you and the entire HSBC board cannot refuse. I hope we can find a way to work together for mutual benefit. What say you? Very well. Shunbai's expression softened as he reluctantly uttered a single word. He recognized his lack of options. I have instructed my associates to bring the contract. Now is a fortuitous moment. Let us sign. In order to avoid a lengthy night filled with dreams, Lei Long remarked. Shunbai rose and fixed his gaze on Lei Long, his tone considerably more composed. You came prepared, didn't you? Very well, I concede today. Lei Long replied with a smile. Manager Shun, do not be upset. I assure you that I can perform better than President Li. Should you have any future needs, feel free to express them. Excellent. Shunbai responded, finally revealing a hint of a smile, and promptly called for the company's lawyers and relevant personnel to arrive. Lei Long instructed Casey and Annie to liaise with Shunbai's team. Within 2 hours, both parties had signed a contract. The deal was now in effect. Manager Shun, the funds will undoubtedly be transferred within 10 days. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Lei Long stood up and declared. Indeed. Shunbai nodded in response. Manager Shun, here is my business card. Do come to my Thunder Group for tea or wine whenever you have the time. Lei Long handed his personal card to Shunbai. Shunbai accepted it without hesitation. Although Lei Long had previously irked him, now that they were partners, it was essential to maintain a continuous collaboration. As Lei Long and Casey arrived in the living room, they encountered Li Jiaqing, who had also come with his team. Young Master Lei, President Li. Their eyes met briefly before they embraced each other like old friends who had not seen one another in years. Young Master Lei, did you come to HSBC today for Hutchison Whampoa? Li Jiaqing inquired, scrutinizing Lei Long. Ah, it seems nothing escapes President Li's keen observation. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke with a playful smile. Could it be that you too are here for Hutchison Whampoa? Li Jiaqing replied nonchalantly, indeed. I reached an agreement with Manager Shin last night, and I am here today to finalize the contract. What about you? Lei Long's acting skills flourished as he feigned regret and self-deprecation. Did you not just say that you had partnered with Manager Shin? Alas, I have come in vain and shall leave in disgrace today. Congratulations to you, President Li. Ha. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing suddenly burst into laughter, feeling quite satisfied within. Thank you. By the way, doesn't Thunder Group own a 4 stake in Hutchison Whampoa? Perhaps you would consider selling it to me. Certainly. Let us meet tomorrow to discuss, Lei Long replied, his tone unperturbed, while observing Li Jiaqing's smug demeanor. Is God perhaps chuckling at this moment? Very well. Until tomorrow. Li Jiaqing adjusted his suit and turned towards the elevator. Lei Long followed suit. Minutes later, Li Jiaqing emerged from the Jardine Matheson building, his expression dark as he left with his team. Sitting in the car, he breathed heavily and tore the pre-prepared contract into shreds. It turned out that the one returning in disgrace today was none other than himself. Damn you, Lei Long, I curse you. Li Jiaqing couldn't contain his rage any longer. At this moment, he was indeed unable to hold back his frustration. The previous incidents could be dismissed as mere coincidence, but this time was different. Lei Long had brazenly snatched Hutchison Whampoa from right beneath his nose. Where shall we head now? The driver whispered. To Thunder Group. Li Jiaqing gritted his teeth. His eyes reddened. Upon returning to Thunder Group, Lei Long received a call from the shipping tycoon. He had already communicated with the government officials, securing permission for Thunder Group to construct signal stations. This meant that as long as Su San submitted the relevant documents and international patent certifications to the government, approval would be granted. Once approved, the construction of the stations could commence. After expressing his gratitude, Lei Long hung up and instructed Su San to proceed with the task immediately. Gao Jin entered. Mr. Lei, Li Jiaqing is downstairs and wishes to see you. Oh. Lei Long narrowed his eyes, flicking off the ash from his cigarette, inwardly amused. Has it not even been an hour, and he can no longer contain himself? Shortly after, Li Jiaqing arrived at the office. Welcome, President Li, to our humble abode. Oh dear, you appear somewhat unwell. Have you encountered any difficulties? Lei Long approached, feigning concern. Li Jiaqing forced a strained smile. Young Master Lei, you truly possess remarkable skill and audacity, directly throwing down 6 billion in cash. However, in the business realm, there is a principle of first come, first served. Your approach disrupts the established order. Order? Lei Long chuckled softly. President Li, after decades of navigating the business world, did you truly build your empire on the order you speak of? In this world, cash is king, and profit reigns supreme. I am well aware of the rules and principles. Li Jiaqing suppressed his inner fury. But Mr. Lei, why must you oppose me? Would it not be better for us to coexist peacefully? Lei Long lit a cigarette and smiled lightly. President Li, you jest. You have misunderstood my intentions. Although Hutchison Whampoa may be in decline, burdened with debt and seen by others as a business to be avoided, I view it as a treasure. Hutchison Whampoa has a substantial market presence, valued at only 30 billion, yet its asset scale must be worth at least 60 billion. Acquiring a 224 stake for 6 billion in cash seems like a bargain to me. I firmly believe that under my leadership, Hutchison Whampoa can surely regain its former glory. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing momentarily froze. How could this young man's thoughts mirror his own? However, with Lei Long's explanation, his anger subsided somewhat, as he felt a sense of camaraderie in their shared vision. President Li, the 3 stake you hold is of little value. Why not relinquish it to me? Lei Long continued. His tone was calm, yet strikingly poignant, echoing Li Jiaqing's earlier sentiments. Hearing this, Li Jiaqing exhaled deeply, attempting to stabilize his almost fraying composure. Ha. Young Master Lei, you are indeed eager. Since you are so determined, I shall concede it to you. Li Jiaqing replied coolly, fully aware that expecting Lei Long to relinquish the 224 stake was out of the question. This meant that his hopes of acquiring Hutchison Whampoa had been dashed. Holding onto the 3 stake now seemed futile. President Li, your generosity is commendable. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Lei Long's smile deepened as he raised his teacup. With the addition of the 3 stake from Li Jiaqing, he now held a total of 294 in Hutchison Whampoa's equity structure, officially making him the largest shareholder. Congratulations. Li Jiaqing raised his teacup, and the 2 clinked glasses, draining their cups in unison. I shall not impose further. Farewell. Having received the answers he sought, Li Jiaqing did not linger and turned to leave. After bidding farewell to Li Jiaqing, Gao Jin returned to the office. Mr. Lei. Li Jiaqing's complexion was quite pallid just now. Indeed, Lei Long set down his teacup with a faint smile. From the outset, Li Jiaqing had aimed to take over Thunder Group. Had it not been for his return, Thunder Group might have already fallen into Li Jiaqing's hands. Now, with the opportunities of Kowloon Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa snatched away, it was only natural that his complexion had turned pale. Jin, please coordinate with Hutchison Whampoa regarding the equity matters and convene a shareholders meeting for tomorrow. Understood. Gao Jin responded and departed. The following day, Lei Long attended the Hutchison Whampoa board meeting, proudly holding the largest stake of 294. With the formidable power of thunder, a sweeping reform of the board members was executed, leading to a thorough cleansing of the senior executives within Hutchison Whampoa, affecting as many as 40 individuals. An unprecedented wave of renewal ensued. Lei Long understood that the persistent decline in economic performance over recent years was not solely due to external disruptions. The crux of the matter lay in rampant internal corruption, with numerous individuals drawing hefty salaries while displaying a lackadaisical attitude, devoid of ambition or consideration for the company's welfare. It could be said that internal parasites lined the ranks, continuously draining the company's lifeblood. It would indeed be remarkable for the company to maintain any economic viability under such circumstances. Initially, those dismissed were reluctant to accept their fate. However, upon Lei Long presenting evidence of their embezzlement and misconduct, they quickly acquiesced, departing with their severance pay in hand. From the moment Lei Long unveiled their incriminating evidence, they realized that further protests could lead to even harsher repercussions. Far beyond mere compensation, they risked imprisonment. Concurrently, Lei Long insisted on establishing a business connection between Hutchison Whampoa and Thunder Group. Although some shareholders expressed dissent, they were compelled to concede. Given Lei Long's status as the majority shareholder, having successfully orchestrated a significant internal overhaul at Hutchison Whampoa, Lei Long then called Chow to facilitate the acquisition of shares in Hong Kong Electric. His next objective was the acquisition of Hong Kong Electric Group, a company with extensive operations across various sectors, including real estate and commercial leasing, with its primary industry being electrical power. It stands as one of the largest power companies on the island, alongside China Light and Power, together serving the electrical needs of the island's populace. In the future, such a company would undoubtedly emerge as a leading enterprise, akin to a state-owned or central enterprise. For the average individual, the prospect of engaging with it was nothing short of a daydream. However, presently, the shareholders of Hong Kong Electric were unaligned, with equity distributed relatively evenly among major shareholders, including a significant stake held by the Wharf Group, a subsidiary of Jardine Matheson. Following the loss of its Kowloon Wharf, Jardine Matheson would likely pivot its focus to Hong Kong Electric. Thus, Lei Long's strategy was to methodically secure Hong Kong Electric, subsequently acquiring Wharf Group, with the ultimate aim of dominating Jardine Matheson. Hutchison Whampoa represented the first target, while Jardine Matheson would be the second. The leading enterprises of Hong Kong, particularly those dominated by the four major British trading houses, would find no escape. Lei Long fervently hoped that Old Li would refrain from interfering. His current demeanor was grim, and another outburst might lead to dire consequences. Speaking of Old Li, he, after organizing his materials, surmised that following the loss of Kowloon Wharf, Jardine Matheson would likely alter its investment strategies. Currently, Wharf Group was the only entity capable of shouldering the mantle for Jardine Matheson, with Hong Kong Electric holding substantial stakes in various companies, boasting significant economic efficacy. He suspected that Jardine Matheson's next target for cultivation would undoubtedly be Hong Kong Electric. Go, and have them acquire shares in Hong Kong Electric immediately, Li Jiaqing decisively commanded. Whether he could compete with Jardine Matheson remained uncertain. However, should Jardine Matheson aggressively pursue Hong Kong Electric, as long as he held his cards right, he stood a chance to profit from the endeavor, perhaps even absorbing Hong Kong Electric entirely. At that moment, the objectives of both parties aligned once more. Back at the villa, Lei Long took some time to rest. Suddenly, the voice of the system chimed in. Ding. Family system scoring in progress. Family, Lei Long. Age, 24. Family level, Thunder Group with an asset scale of 4 billion. Hutchison Whampoa with equity of 294. Thunder Films renowned across the island. Thunder Technology with an SS-level comprehensive assessment. A distinguished household, renowned in the region, with financial prowess beginning to take shape. Family level upgraded. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 million points. With 1 million points, Lei Long was elated. He had finally accumulated points, ensuring that he would not find himself in a pinch when desiring future exchanges. Chapter 30. The Hidden Culprit, Hongxing. 2 days passed, and Lei Long visited Thunder Films for an inspection. Wang Jing and his team displayed commendable diligence in their work. Mr. Lei, upon seeing Lei Long's arrival, Wang Jing promptly approached to light a cigarette for him. You haven't been harassing the actresses, have you? Lei Long took a puff, casually inquiring. Oh no, Mr. Lei. With your rules in place, I wouldn't dare. Wang Jing replied, shrinking his neck. He certainly had those thoughts, considering the numerous stunning beauties parading before him daily. But he remained mindful of Lei Long's regulations. All right, keep a close watch. Lei Long patted Wang Jing's shoulder, imparting a word of caution. He had invested so much money and employed so many individuals, not just to cultivate stars, but also to pursue romantic interests. He had no desire to indulge in what others had already tasted. Come, Everyone has worked hard. I'll treat you to ice cream. Lei Long waved to the crowd. Gao Jin and others brought several boxes to the gathering. Meanwhile, Qiu Shuzhen, Zhao Yaji, and others, upon seeing Lei Long, rushed over, each more eager than the last, gazing at him with longing. Initially, they had little understanding of Lei Long, merely perceiving him as another wealthy young man venturing into business. However, as they delved deeper, they realized he was the formidable boss of Thunder Group, a prominent business tycoon in Hong Kong. If they could forge a connection with Lei Long, wouldn't a life of luxury await them? Not to mention, Lei Long was youthful and handsome. Even if he were an 80-year-old balding man, they would still be willing to offer their devotion. For them, feelings of affection were not paramount. What truly mattered was substance. What is substance? Substance is the resonance of souls, the alignment of spirits. Among these women, none were bolder than Yi Zimei. Embracing Lei Long, she playfully broached topics only adults could comprehend. Lei Long found himself slightly overwhelmed. At that moment, Gao Jin, who had received a phone call, approached and whispered something in Lei Long's ear. Lei Long's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Everyone take a break. I have matters to attend to, he announced, fixing his gaze on Yi Zimei for a moment before departing with Gao Jin. He had intended to win over Yi Zimei that evening, but unexpectedly, Su San encountered trouble. In the hospital room, Su San's already frail body was covered in bruises, with a gash on his forehead. Lei Long arrived with Gao Jin. Mr. Lei, please take care. Su San attempted to rise, but Lei Long pressed him back down. How is the injury? It's nothing serious, just a few days of rest will suffice. Don't worry about me, Lei Xiao. All right. Lei Long nodded slightly and moved to the doorway, addressing the leading police officer. Sir, have you apprehended the assailant? We have arrested those responsible for harming Mr. Su, replied Senior Inspector Liang from the Central Police Station. Who exactly is it? Lei Long pressed. That is confidential information. I cannot disclose it, Liang responded coolly. Very well. Let me ask you another question. Has the mastermind been captured? Lei Long raised his gaze, fixing a cold stare on Liang. Not yet. Liang hesitated before admitting. Very well. You may take your leave, Mr. Lei said. Mr. Lei, we still need to take a statement from Mr. Su. Please proceed. With that, Lei Long led Gao Jin away. Later that night, in the villa, Gao Jin entered with urgency. I have found out that Su San went to Causeway Bay last night to discuss land deals. The village chief agreed, and the town chief concurred, but as soon as Su San stepped out, he encountered a group of ruffians. I have investigated their identities. The leader is a man named Chun Haonan, who is a subordinate of the notorious Boss B from the Hongxing gang. Hongxing? Again with Hongxing. Lei Long felt a surge of displeasure. Su San had followed all necessary procedures and had not skimped on the tribute to the gang, yet they resorted to violence. Moreover, it was not just Su San who encountered trouble. The land we had previously purchased was also being disrupted by Hongxing members. If no foul play was involved, Lei Long could hardly believe it. Contemplating this, a fierce anger ignited in Lei Long's eyes. He had not intended to engage with the gang, but since avoidance was impossible, he must confront the issue. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the leader of the East Star gang, Camel, arrived. Mr. Lei, what is the urgency that prompted you to summon me? Is there a problem with our collaboration? Camel inquired as he entered. Not at all. It is Boss B from Hongxing who has assaulted the vice president of my Thunder Group. I need you to contact the leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tiansheng, and inform him that I wish to meet for a discussion, Lei Long replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Have these fools lost their minds? Camel exclaimed in anger upon hearing this. Very well, Mr. Lei, grant me a day's time, and I shall resolve this matter for you. With that, Camel hurriedly departed. The following evening at the Peninsula Hotel, Lei Long arrived with Gao Jin and the members of the Suicide Squad. Jiang Tiansheng and Camel had been waiting for some time. Young Master Lei. Both men rose immediately upon seeing Lei Long externally. They were powerful figures with tens of thousands of underlings at their command. But they understood their place in the presence of genuine tycoons, where they must sit at the children's table. Some individuals invested millions or even hundreds of millions into the underworld, and those who served them could be found lining up from the island to beyond. Moreover, Lei Long was the son of Lei Luo. As the saying goes, Lei Luo may be aging, but he is not yet deceased. Mr. Jiang, I have long admired your reputation, Lei Long said as he sat down, fixing his gaze directly on Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tiansheng raised his full glass and said, Young Master Lei, it is my failure in discipline. I drink this cup as an apology on behalf of my subordinate brothers. With that, he downed the drink in one go. Su San is the vice chairman of our Thunder Group. Your men accepted the money yet failed to act, and instead, they assaulted him. Do you think a single drink will suffice? Lei Long lit a high-quality cigarette, speaking in a calm yet cold tone, plunging the atmosphere into silence. In response, Jiang Tiansheng snapped his fingers, and Boss B walked in. Mr. Lei, I apologize. My men failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. I extend my sincerest apologies. Saying this, Boss B bowed deeply, his demeanor earnest. Lei Long barely glanced at Boss B, turning to Jiang Tiansheng. What I seek is not an apology. Last night, a man named Chun Haonan was in charge. He assaulted Su San. Bring him here. If he struck Su San with his left hand, then he shall lose his left hand. If he struck with his right, he shall lose his right. To make an example of him is the most effective method to deal with gang matters. Otherwise, if these ruffians dare to assault Su San today, will they not also wreak havoc upon us tomorrow? Simultaneously, he was applying pressure on Jiang Tianxing. Upon hearing this, Boss B's brow furrowed, and he gritted his teeth. Casting a glance at Jiang Tianxing, awaiting orders, Chun Haonan was his most favored subordinate. How could he agree to Lei Long's unreasonable demands? Jiang Tianxing signaled for Boss B to step outside before responding to Lei Long. Young Master Lei, you are a person of great stature. Why bother to lower yourself to the level of these ruffians, sullied by their antics? It would not reflect well on your reputation. Mr. Jiang seems genuinely concerned for my well-being, Lei Long replied with a light chuckle. Why not be straightforward? Who instigated your men to assault Su San? If you reveal it, I can pretend this incident never occurred. Chapter 31. Defiance leads to confrontation. The package, entering the scene. Jiang Tianxing's pupils constricted momentarily, and his smile faltered before he regained his composure, laughing heartily. Young Master Lei, I truly do not comprehend your words. How about this? I will compensate you with 1 million in medical expenses, and I will have Chun Haonan personally apologize to Mr. Su at the hospital. What do you say? Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke, mockingly responding, 1 million? Do you believe I am in need of your 1 million? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Tianxing's smile vanished, and his tone turned colder. Young Master Lei, I understand you are not in need. This is merely a matter of attitude. There are rules in the underworld. There are rules in Hong Kong. Some matters I cannot disclose. My Hongxing has been rooted in Hong Kong for over a decade. It cannot be swayed by mere words. I am here today to show respect to Lord Lei, and also to resolve this issue. However, it seems young Master Lei is not inclined to negotiate. Lei Long chuckled coldly, saying, So Mr. Jiang has made up his mind to defend your master. Very well. I shall not see you out. Jiang Tianxing did not linger, departing with his men. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze steady. His purpose for today was not to take Chun Haonan's life, but to probe Jiang Tianxing. Although Jiang Tianxing did not admit it, he did not deny it either. This was sufficient to affirm Lei Long's suspicions. There were indeed forces at play behind Su San's assault, and someone was obstructing his land acquisition. Who could it be? Could it be Li Jiaqing? After sending Jiang Tianxing off, Camel entered and said, Mr. Lei, Jiang Tianxing would rather fall out with you than divulge the name of his backer. His connections may be quite formidable. Mr. Lei, as for our next steps. Camel began. Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired. You East Star and Hongxing have always been rivals. Do you know who is backing them? Camel sighed. There are many. Organizations like ours often collaborate with capital. Lei Long's eyes narrowed slightly. Camel, since he refuses to speak, we shall make him speak through force. Camel, being a seasoned veteran of the underworld, immediately grasped Lei Long's intention to use him as a tool. With this thought, Camel's eyes flashed, and he pretended to be troubled. That can be arranged. But the brothers down below will need some incentives to risk their lives. Lei Long replied nonchalantly. Tomorrow, I will have someone transfer 40 million to you. Will that suffice? Camel stood up, filled with excitement. 40 million? That is more than enough. Lei Long summoned the Suicide Squad of 8. They will join your gang and help you eliminate Hongxing. Excellent. Camel nodded, not placing much significance on the 8 men. As young Master Lei stepped out, Crow respectfully called out to him. Lei Long paused, glanced back, and patted Crow on the shoulder. I remember you. You are Crow, right? Do your best. With that, Lei Long departed. Half a month passed. The approval for the signal base station not only came through, but the construction points had also been confirmed, and all necessary approvals were secured. Next, they awaited the commencement of construction. This brought a sense of relief to Lei Long. After all, the Thunder mobile phones have already been produced in excess of 800,000 units, and the warehouse is beginning to overflow. Not a single coin has found its way into the pocket, which has left Lei Long quite anxious. Simultaneously, he has prepared a fine brew of Longjing tea in his office, awaiting the arrival of his guests in quiet anticipation. Precisely at 9 o'clock, several figures entered through the door, led by none other than the esteemed Bao Chuan Wang. Brother Bao, it's been a while, exclaimed Lei Long, rising to greet him. Oh, Lei, no need for such formality. Bao Chuan Wang replied, patting Lei Long on the shoulder before continuing. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Hua Yingdong, the head of the Hua family, whose enterprises span a multitude of industries. This young man is none other than Lei Luo's son, and he is exceptionally talented. It was only then that Lei Long took notice of Hua Yingdong, who was slight of build and had a darker complexion, yet his eyes shone with remarkable intensity. Lei Long recognized him as the renowned king of sea sand, a pioneer of reform, holder of the Grand Bauhinia Medal, and recipient of an Olympic silver medal. He is a prominent figure in Hong Kong, having pioneered the real estate sales strategy of pre-selling properties with installment payment plans. Currently, Hua Yingdong is facing oppression and challenges from the Hong Kong government, encountering commercial barriers, smear campaigns, and industry exclusion. The rationale behind the government's crackdown on Hua Yingdong is straightforward. He has steadfastly advocated for the return of Hong Kong to its roots. "Hello, Mr. Hua," Lei Long said, extending his hand for a handshake. "Just call me Brother Bao as you do. You may call me the same." Hua Yingdong replied with a beaming smile. "Very well. Brother Hua, you flatter me. Brother Bao, please have a seat." Lei Long promptly gestured for the two to take their places. The trio engaged in casual conversation for a while. "Brother Lei, the approval for the construction of the signal base stations has come through. To prevent any potential sabotage, I am prepared to invest 400 million into Thunder technology. What do you think?" Bao Chuanwang remarked after sipping his tea. The construction of the signal base stations was a privilege he had secured through considerable networking. The Great East Telegraph Bureau could not afford to ignore this. To be on the safe side, he felt compelled to step in and safeguard Lei Long's interests. Of course, his actions were also driven by high hopes for Thunder mobile phones. "Brother Bao, your consideration is greatly appreciated. I have no objections whatsoever," Lei Long responded eagerly. The investment from Bao Chuanwang was substantial. Even if it were merely 10 million, it would carry significant weight, given his esteemed status and influence. In Hong Kong's intricate power dynamics, how many would dare to disregard Bao Chuanwang's requests? "I would also like to invest 100 million, Brother Lei, wouldn't he mind?" "Would you?" Hua Yingdong interjected. In truth, he was entirely unaware of the existence of Thunder mobile phones. It was only Bao Chuanwang's repeated assurances that prompted his attendance. Otherwise, parting with 100 million was far from trivial for him. "Oh, Brother Hua, you flatter me. It is truly an honor for my humble company to catch the attention of two top-notch leaders," Lei Long exclaimed, grinning broadly, overwhelmed by the swift turn of fortune. He could only acknowledge the keen insight of both men. "By the way, Brother Hua, you possess considerable experience in infrastructure. Why not collaborate with Thunder Group? Together, we can expedite the construction of the signal base stations," Lei Long suggested after a moment of contemplation. "No problem." Hua Yingdong and Bao Chuanwang exchanged glances and readily agreed, as Hua had intended to propose collaboration for the signal base station project during his visit. Lei Long summoned Gao Jin to oversee the coordination of funds and the construction of the base stations with Bao Chuanwang and Hua Yingdong. That evening, outside the restaurant, Lei Long bid farewell to Bao Chuanwang and Hua Yingdong. He sat on the car hood, lighting a cigarette and exhaling slowly. Currently, the cash flow of Thunder Group was dwindling, with expenses tied to land purchases, shares in the Hong Kong Electric Group, investments in Thunder mobile phones, and the need to sustain basic operations. The financial market demanded ongoing investments, with returns not yet evident. He was anxiously awaiting the market entry of Thunder mobile phones to break through this impasse. Chapter 32, Li Xiaoji subdues. The film industry relies entirely on its peers for support. Meanwhile, over the past month, significant progress had finally been made regarding land acquisition. Barney, Christmas, Yin Yang, Caesar, and others had established a formidable reputation in the underworld, commanding hundreds of followers. The Camel, following Lei Long's instructions, took the lead with Dongxing and Hung Hing. Confronting their opponents directly, Boss B was forcefully expelled from Causeway Bay by Barney and his crew, while Chun Haonan was left in a vegetative state due to Barney's assault. Following this, Gao Jin, under the banner of Thunder Group, successfully acquired several parcels of land. Currently, Dongxing and Hung Hing were at odds, and as midnight approached, Dongxing's members launched an assault on Hung Hing. Faced with the ferocity of Dongxing and substantial losses to his ranks, Jiang Tianxing had no choice but to arrange a meeting with the esteemed elder Deng Bo of Lianxing to mediate and ensure an end to the hostilities. Jiang even divulged the identity of the mastermind behind the strife, Hengji Zhaoyi, Li Xiaoji. Upon hearing this news, Lei Long couldn't help but chuckle. Historically, Li Xiaoji was nicknamed Fourth Uncle, having amassed a significant amount of land, with over 180 key parcels under his name. In 1988, these parcels were incorporated into the planning zone, resulting in a windfall and solidifying his reputation for savvy investments. It was no wonder he was covertly stirring trouble. It turned out he was attempting to seize land that rightfully belonged to Lei Long presently. Hengji Zhaoyi had yet to be listed publicly. The reason was simple. Li Xiaoji had acquired numerous old buildings and agricultural land, facing exclusion from British and Hong Kong real estate developers. Simultaneously, the planning authority of the Hong Kong government was reluctant to see a local capital rise, consistently blocking his endeavors. Li Xiaoji's own funds were limited, and with dual obstacles in place, Hengji Zhaoyi was precariously maintaining basic operations. Reflecting on this, Lei Long devised a plan. If Li Xiaoji was attempting to outmaneuver the Hong Kong government, then Lei Long would outmaneuver Li Xiaoji. At noon, Lei Long, accompanied by Kaixi and Su San, arrived at Hengji Zhaoyi. Mr. Li, Lei Long from Thunder Group, is here. The secretary announced as she entered the office. So soon? Is he here to hold me accountable? Li Xiaoji mused while rubbing his temples. The previous night, Jiang Tianxing had briefed him on the situation and even returned 3 million. Halting the transaction, he had anticipated that Lei Long would not let this matter rest. Let them come in. Currently, Thunder Group was not an entity that Hengji Zhaoyi could contend with. Having a conversation was the most prudent course of action. Mr. Li, long time no see. You still look as spirited as ever. Su San, with his leg in a cast, exclaimed loudly upon entering. Cough, cough, cough. Old Su, I've heard about your situation. I never imagined the gang would be so audacious as to target you, but it's good that you're all right. Li Xiaoji approached with concern. And you must be Mr. Lei, a remarkably impressive individual indeed. Please, take a seat. He gestured for the trio to sit, seemingly unfazed by Su San's injury. Whoever that scoundrel is, hiring gangsters to assault me. If I find out who it is, I will bring ruin to his entire family. Su San sat down and unleashed a torrent of invective, fixating his gaze on Li Xiaoji. The latter's motion to pour tea momentarily faltered, and he offered an awkward smile, choosing to remain silent. After all, he was in the wrong. All right, Uncle Su, there's no harm done, Lei Long remarked as he lit a cigarette. Mr. Li, I am here primarily to discuss a potential collaboration regarding the land. Ah, certainly, please proceed, Li Xiaoji replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he took a seat. In the areas of the horse racing track, sandy fields, and residential estates, I have only secured 40. However, I would like to request that you part with the remaining 60, Lei Long stated bluntly. These plots were on the verge of being incorporated into the development zone, and he needed to acquire them all. As for the other plots, there was no rush. They could be approached gradually. My company has held these lands for several years. Mr. Lei, you wouldn't be attempting to pull off a con, would you? Lei Long chuckled. In the world of commerce, it's all about profit. You wish to go public, and I can expedite the approval process for you. Furthermore, for your other land ventures, the Thunder Group is open to collaboration. As for the plots I desire, I will purchase them at the current market price. I understand you wish to gamble on the appreciation of the land, but that might take 10 or even 30 years. Can you afford to wait? It would be wiser to sell to me, allowing us both to pursue our respective paths without conflict. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoji felt a weight in his heart, realizing that Lei Long had come prepared. The failure to mention Su San's matter was a veiled threat aimed at him. If he disagreed, Lei Long would not let the matter rest easily. Should the collusion of a businessman with a gang against Su San become public, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, leading to inevitable scrutiny and investigation. Any aspirations of going public would be rendered impossible. Very well. Li Xiaoji took a deep breath, forcing a bitter smile. All right, Kaixi, please coordinate with Mr. Li's personal secretary. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled. Li Xiaoji is quite the clever one. A fruitful collaboration lies ahead, and I will ensure that your plans for going public are expedited. As Lei Long rose and patted Li Xiaoji's shoulder, his expression turned icy. However, there are certain matters on which you ought to express your stance. Understanding the implication, Li Xiaoji turned to Su San. Old Su, I apologize for involving you in this. I will come by to apologize formally another day. Su San, upon hearing this, finally revealed a smile. Oh, Old Li, you are being too polite. Observing this exchange, Lei Long did not linger and departed alone. Days passed, and Mr. Zombie premiered. As the second production from Thunder Film, it garnered significant attention from the Hong Kong populace, with pre-sale ticket sales reaching an astonishing 4 million. The fervor surrounding it was unimaginable and difficult for other companies to accept. Indeed, upon its release, Mr. Zombie broke the record for the highest opening day box office in the Hong Kong film industry, creating a miraculous box office phenomenon. Predictions of an 80 million or even 100 million box office. Were these media outlets out of their minds? Xiao Yifu, perusing the newspaper, could not help but exclaim in frustration upon reading the content. 100 million for a single production? What does that even mean? I never dared to dream this big. What about ours? Did it flop? Xiao Yifu inquired, glaring at the responsible party. Yes, it flopped. Only 100,000 in box office. Came the response. What? 100,000? Damn it. Is there no way for us to survive? Xiao Yifu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such a dismal outcome in his extensive career. This was utterly embarrassing. If this continued, Shaw Brothers Studio might face bankruptcy. Mr. Li, the audience has been snatched away by Thunder Film. The responsible party sighed, continuing, Sir, I have something to say, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate. Xiao Yifu replied, Speak. The responsible party sat down, earnestly stating, I have watched both of Thunder Film's productions over 10 times. Their attention to detail and cinematography is top-notch. The most critical aspect is their themes, which break free from the monotony of the current market. Their unique subjects and rich content are what set them apart. The success of Thunder Film is entirely due to the contrast with our own works. We must reform our productions, learn from others' strengths while avoiding our own weaknesses, and innovate to achieve greater box office success. We cannot continue down the old paths, as audiences have long grown tired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifu's anger diminished considerably. All right, I understand. Immediately notify everyone to convene a meeting. Chapter 33, Thunder Mobile enters the market. A sensation. As August arrived, 80 of the signal base stations had been completed. Lei Long conducted a signal test on Thunder Mobile, and the results were impeccable, truly flawless. In Central, communication with North Point was seamless, and the signal was at full strength throughout the process. Lei Long summoned Su San and Gao Jing. You are to have Zhao Yaji endorse our Thunder Mobile, and simultaneously have major media outlets generate buzz for us. You have 10 days to launch Thunder Mobile into the market, Lei Long stated, gazing at Thunder Mobile with a calm demeanor. Understood, but Mr. Lei, what about the pricing? Su San inquired. Let's set it at 500. Lei Long pondered briefly before responding. Currently, ordinary digital phones and pagers were priced between 500 and 200 Hong Kong dollars, while high-end Motorola models ranged from 500 to 500 Hong Kong dollars. Chinese phones were priced between 3,000 and 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. These brands catered to the wealth of the average person. Meanwhile, the Big Brother phones ranged from 10,000 to 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, affordable only to high-end consumers. Thunder Mobile, however, combined the advantages of both categories, making 500 a reasonable price point, accessible to both ordinary and affluent consumers alike. Great, I can get started right away. Su San rose to leave with Gao Jing. Shortly thereafter, an unexpected guest arrived. Mr. Lei, it's an honor to meet you. Shiert entered the office with a slight smile. Mr. Shiert, a rare visitor. What brings you here? Lei Long rose to greet him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Shiert was the general manager of the Great Eastern Telegraph Bureau, wielding control over the entire telecommunications business in Hong Kong, a true titan of the industry. However, this title would soon be challenged by Lei Long. Mr. Lei, in such a short time, your ventures in finance, film, and technology have flourished. I have long admired your success and have come to pay my respects. Shiert said with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. From the outset, he had noticed Lei Long's efforts in establishing signal-based stations and had been secretly plotting against him. However, Lei Long possessed the Hong Kong government's approval and license. Everything was documented, and the procedures were impeccable, akin to royal endorsement. No amount of scheming could undermine that. When one scheme failed, Shiert conceived another, intending to undermine Thunder technology. However, with the Ship King also investing 400 million in Thunder technology, he dared not provoke trouble. Now, seeing that Lei Long had nearly completed the signal-based stations, he decided to come and negotiate. Just a minor skirmish, he thought. Not even comparable to the century-old foundation of the Great Eastern Telegraph Bureau. Lei Long approached the coffee table and inquired deliberately, tea or something else? Tea, Shiert chuckled, settling onto the sofa. Is Thunder establishing its own independent base station network? Mr. Lei, this is not a prudent course of action. The wireless communication spectrum resources on Hong Kong Island are limited, and redundant construction is a waste. Our Eastern Telegraph Company boasts the most comprehensive and stable communication network throughout the region. Any company wishing to conduct telecommunications business on Hong Kong Island would find collaboration with us to be the optimal choice. If possible, I would like to acquire your signal-based stations. Mr. Lei Long chuckled. Mr. Shiert, the signal-based stations I have constructed operate on a 2G network, which is distinctly different from yours. Acquiring them would serve no purpose for you. 2G, what is that? Shiert inquired, puzzled. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette, his smile widening. That is a trade secret, and I am not at liberty to disclose it. In any case, I can assure you that my presence will not affect your signal-based stations, nor will I encroach upon your business of mobile phones and pagers. Initially, his intention had been to collaborate with the Eastern Telegraph Company to upgrade their signal-based stations, but they had shown no interest. Since they refused, he decided to seize the market directly. Once the Thunder mobile phone was launched, both mobile phones and pagers would inevitably be rendered obsolete. The information services provided by the Eastern Telegraph Company held no advantage over what Lei Long offered. Very well. Shiert dismissed Lei Long's mention of 2G as mere bravado, convinced that the Eastern Telegraph Company had long dominated the telecommunications industry and that Lei Long's efforts were inconsequential. In other words, even if Lei Long constructed a signal-based station, it would not undermine their deeply entrenched communication services on Hong Kong Island. Moreover, with the mobile phone and pager businesses already in collaboration with them, there was no way Lei Long could claim a share of the pie. With these thoughts in mind, Shiert stood up. In that case, I shall take my leave. 11 days passed, and the first day sales figures for the Thunder mobile phone were released, 10,000 units, amounting to 45 million. While this figure was passable, it was not ideal for Lei Long. However, he remained unconcerned. The people of Hong Kong have a notable tendency to follow trends and engage in comparisons. As soon as someone makes a purchase, word spreads rapidly the next day. From 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Lei Long was confident that the performance of the Thunder would undoubtedly lead to an explosive surge in sales. Indeed, starting the following day, sales numbers skyrocketed to 50,000 units, effortlessly raking into 25 billion. The primary reason for this success was the exceptional performance of the Thunder mobile phone. Not only was it affordably priced, but it also combined the advantages of both mobile phones and pagers, and significantly, the fees Lei Long offered were more economical than those of the Eastern Telegraph Company. Calls cost 0.05 per minute, and text messages were only 0.01 each. How could the telecommunications giants, such as the Hong Kong Telephone Company and the Eastern Telegraph Company, possibly compete with Thunder technology? With the advent of the Thunder mobile phone, major brands of mobile phones and pagers, along with various telecommunications businesses, faced considerable upheaval. Some could no longer remain idle and initiated a smear campaign. Numerous media outlets began to spread rumors that the Thunder mobile phone exceeded metal standards, caused cancer due to radiation, and impaired vision. Countless sensational headlines appeared in newspapers. However, Lei Long had anticipated this scenario. He produced internationally certified 3C certifications and engaged a renowned professional testing organization from Hong Kong Island to conduct inspections in front of numerous media representatives. The final results were unequivocal. The Thunder mobile phone posed no issues of exceeding standards. Lei Long effortlessly weathered this wave of public opinion. He recognized that this was a covert attack orchestrated by the telecommunications giants led by the Eastern Telegraph Company, but Lei Long was in no hurry to retaliate. They were akin to grasshoppers after autumn, soon to lose their vitality. A week passed, and sales of the Thunder mobile phone reached 100,000 units. Its popularity rendering competing products utterly obsolete. The Eastern Telegraph Company convened an emergency meeting. Sheart sat at the head of the table, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon the Thunder mobile phone, veins bulging on his forehead. This seemingly insignificant device had not only caused plummeting sales for brands like mobile phones, but had also directly siphoned off their core telecommunications revenue. The company's market value had been in freefall for consecutive days, akin to an artery being severed, blood spurting forth. With sales dwindling, their telecommunications services naturally contracted. If this continued, they would be left with nothing. Reflecting on Lei Long's previous remarks made him gnash his teeth in frustration. Indeed, Lei Long's 2G signal base stations had no impact on them, nor had he collaborated with brands like mobile phones. However, the launch of the Thunder mobile phone had directly pummeled him from all angles, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. Chapter 34. The Fury of Sheart. Bringing the police to catch them red-handed. Was it you who initially refused to meet with him? Sheart fixed his bloodshot eyes on a middle-aged foreign man, his tone frigid. I apologize, Mr. Sheart. I had no idea they wished to collaborate, and at that time, the Thunder Group was on the brink of collapse. The middle-aged man trembled in fear. Sheart rose, advancing towards him, and pointed an accusatory finger at his nose, unleashing a torrent of invective. Did you not foresee this? Your arrogance and short-sightedness have now dragged the entire group into the abyss. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. With that, he delivered a resounding slap. The middle-aged man staggered, nearly losing his balance had it not been for those nearby to steady him. Mr. Sheart, discussing this now is futile. Our only recourse is to collaborate with Lei Long, or we will face certain doom. A balding foreign man stepped forward, his tone icy. As capitalists, they had already sensed that the emergence of the Thunder mobile phone had shattered the telecommunications norms of Hong Kong Island and disrupted global telecommunications standards. Its momentum proving to be unstoppable, although Thunder technology was still in its infancy and had inflicted significant losses upon them. Joining forces at this juncture would be a transformative move. Let us wait a little longer, Sheart retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but sigh deeply. 3 days passed. The Thunder mobile phone continued to soar in popularity, with a steady stream of customers flocking to storefronts, bustling with activity. In stark contrast, the mobile phone shops and others saw only a trickle of visitors, their foot traffic sparse, a far cry from the Thunder mobile phone stores. At Thunder Group, Gao Jin entered, speaking in a low voice. Mr. Lei, there is an issue with the signal base stations. Lei Long raised his eyes. What happened? Speak. The signal base stations in Central, North Point, and Wan Chai were vandalized last night. Some set fires, others forcibly tampered with the circuit boxes, and some damaged our communication fibers. The losses are significant. I have already dispatched personnel for repairs. As for the perpetrators, we have no leads. The information is too scant, Gao Jin reported through gritted teeth. Lei Long inhaled deeply, inquiring, "Have the police been notified?" Gao Jin replied, "Yes." Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke toward the ceiling and said calmly, "Very well. Arrange for Liao Tuo and Barney to stake out. Report any developments to me. Off you go." At this moment, Lei Long indeed had suspects in mind. However, Hong Kong Island was a place governed by law and evidence. Without proof, any claim was futile. Once Gao Jin departed, Lei Long picked up the phone. That evening, Li Ying arrived, accompanied by over 10 police officers. "Officer Li, please have a seat." Lei Long approached with a slight smile. "Mr. Lei, we are currently investigating the issues with your signal base stations and hope you can remain patient," Li Ying stated directly as he took his seat. "I am not here to accuse you. The reason for your presence tonight is to gain insight into the perpetrator and, in due course, apprehend him." Lei Long handed over a cup of tea. "Oh, do you have a lead?" Li Ying squinted his eyes. In cases concerning ordinary citizens, he could turn a blind eye. However, Lei Long's case demanded thorough investigation. After all, he was an esteemed entrepreneur on the island, contributing significantly to the local government's finances as a legitimate taxpayer. His salary was partly supported by Lei Long's substantial contributions. "You will find out soon enough." Lei Long smiled mysteriously. Li Ying chose not to pry further and waited in silence. At 3 in the morning, Lei Long received a call from Gao Jin, leading Li Ying to the outskirts of Central. Ahead lay one of Lei Long's signal base stations. "Mr. Lei, the individuals are inside, tampering with the circuits," Gao Jin reported. "Let them be for now. We shall address them once they've had their fun," Lei Long remarked, lighting a cigarette. No arrest." Li Ying frowned in inquiry, unable to comprehend Lei Long's intentions. "They are merely reckless individuals, taking money to dispose of stolen goods. Arresting them would yield little information," Lei Long explained. "Mr. Lei, if you don't intend to apprehend them, what are we here for?" "We've been with you for hours," a female officer interjected, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. She had hoped to enjoy a delightful evening with her foreign boyfriend, but had instead spent hours with Lei Long. Now, with the perpetrators before them, Lei Long's reluctance to arrest them was infuriating. "You see," Lei Long smiled subtly at the female officer, "just wait a moment. Once they commit their act, they will seek to take credit. Arresting the true mastermind will hold far greater significance than merely detaining a few petty criminals." Upon hearing this, the others began to grasp Lei Long's strategy. Before long, the group of thugs completed their task and set fire to the signal base tower. Subsequently, the ringleader departed in a van, while the remaining thugs scattered. This was clearly a well-organized and premeditated criminal operation. Witnessing this, Li Ying commanded, "Follow them." After several twists and turns, the van halted outside a dilapidated warehouse. Alongside the thugs, additional individuals arrived. After half an hour, a vehicle resembling a tiger's had approached. A foreigner, accompanied by a bodyguard, stepped out and scrutinized the thug leader. "Is everything prepared?" "Rest assured, we handle our business well. If you don't believe us, check in the morning," the tattooed man replied, chewing gum. "Very well." The foreigner nodded, and the bodyguard promptly retrieved several briefcases from the trunk. The foreigner casually stated, "This is your remuneration. Tomorrow, you are to continue the destruction in Causeway Bay. By the way, they have already reported to the police, so be cautious not to botch it." "Li sir, it's your time to shine," Lei Long remarked from the bushes. Li Ying took a deep breath and charged forward with over a dozen officers. In no time, 9 individuals were apprehended. Among them the tattooed man who brandished a dagger to challenge Li Ying, who promptly shot him in the leg. "Who sent you here?" Gao Jin inquired as he stepped forward. However, the 9 remained silent, their collective silence deafening. Lei Long advanced, seizing the foreigner's neck, and upon closer inspection, recognized him as one of the bodyguards of Rebirth from the Great East Telegraph Bureau. "So it is you. Rebirth sent you, didn't he?" Noticing the lack of response, Lei Long smiled. "You think your silence will spare you? Should I pursue legal action against you, you would face several years in prison. However, if you disclose who is behind this, I can personally ensure your past transgressions are overlooked, and the police will not impose severe penalties." Li Ying stepped forward. "Mr. Lei is correct. You might want to consider it." The foreigner's expression hardened. "Dream on. This is my personal decision, unrelated to Mr. Rebirth." "Ah, you have spirit," Lei Long praised, then leaned closer to the foreigner's ear. "I will track down your family and eliminate them. You had better pray you have no relatives on the island." Rising to his full height, Lei Long glared down at the foreigner, his gaze icy. The foreigner's demeanor faltered, and he shrieked, "All right, I will speak. Yes, it was Mr. Rebirth who instructed me to do this." Lei Long turned to Li Ying. "Li sir, the facts are clear, and the evidence is irrefutable. I demand you arrest Rebirth, the general manager of the Great East Telegraph Bureau, immediately." Li Ying paused, his expression faltering. "Mr. Rebirth is a prominent businessman on the island. Without higher authorization, I cannot intrude upon his residence. I need to return to seek approval." "Very well," Lei Long nodded. Departing with Gao Jin, He understood the boundaries of black and white, the rules governing the island. Chapter 35. Counterattack against the Great East Telegraph Bureau. Chairman Modela, enraged. The following day, Li Ying called with a tone of deep resignation. The higher-ups have suppressed this matter, although the evidence points to him. The directive is not to take action. I apologize, Mr. Lei. Understood. Lei Long had just hung up when another call came in, the voice cold and authoritative. Carrying an unmistakable threat. Lei Long, know your limits. If you continue to stir up trouble, I assure you, you will end up regretting it. With that, the caller hung up, leaving Lei Long no chance to respond. Go, find out who this person is, Lei Long instructed, summoning Su San and providing him with the phone number. Any call originating from Lei Ting's mobile could be traced back through Lei Ting technology, as GSM cards required real name registration. Before long, Su San reported back, its chief superintendent Chili Sure. Lei Long recognized the name. He hailed from the Scottish Yard and had close ties with British enterprises such as Jardine Matheson and HSBC, serving as the protector of British interests. No wonder he spoke with such bravado, the authority of a chief superintendent. This call represented an overreach of power beyond established norms. But could Lei Long tolerate this? Agent, gather the media immediately and release the recording from last night. Furthermore, send a formal letter to the Central Police Station demanding that Senior Superintendent Li Ying and relevant officers publicly clarify the facts of the case, Lei Long said, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He had long suspected foul play from the Great East Telegraph Bureau, aware that their prolonged monopoly over the island's telecommunications industry was no mere coincidence. Ordinary tactics would not suffice to take down Sure. Thus, he had instructed Gao Jin to record the conversation. In the afternoon, various media outlets congregated outside the Central Police Station. Li Sir, is the recording released by Lei Ting technology authentic? Is the police force shielding Sure out of pressure? Is there a protective umbrella behind him? If this case is valid, why is Sure not arrested? Is your police force also a guardian of British interests? Facing the barrage of questions, Li Ying found himself compelled to respond publicly, confirming the authenticity of the recording. With Li Ying's testimony, the detention of the foreigner, and the destruction of the signal base station, the media on the island erupted, churning out a flurry of articles. Major newspapers are clamoring to report shocking headlines. Telecom giant embroiled in criminal activities, allegedly orchestrating the sabotage of competitors. Authorities have confirmed that the general manager of the Eastern Telegraph Bureau, Sure, is entangled in a criminal case. There are calls for severe punishment to restore market fairness. Public sentiment is boiling, and the outcry is overwhelming. The situation escalates rapidly, ultimately attracting the attention of higher echelons of the Hong Kong government. In a bid to quell public outrage and protect the image of British investments, the higher-ups were compelled to issue orders for Li Ying to apprehend Sure. A month has swiftly passed. Following Sure's incarceration, the market value of the Eastern Telegraph Bureau plummeted, losing millions with each passing day, to the point where even his mother would scarcely recognize him. The once mighty telecommunications empire now appears precariously unstable. As for Sure, being a foreigner and a seasoned entrepreneur, he is well acquainted with various prominent figures in the Hong Kong government. After a month of detention, he was discreetly released on bail. Meanwhile, during this month, Thunder Mobile's sales surged to 500,000 units, with Thunder Dragon raking in 22.5 billion, astonishing many investors in Hong Kong. This revolutionary product, combining portability, practicality, and affordable tariffs, has obliterated the competition, decisively reshaping the telecommunications market landscape. In the wake of Thunder's impact, other brands find themselves neglected, with numerous stores closing their doors. While some small business owners pivot to collaborate with Thunder technology, the storefronts of brands like Motorola and NEC are swiftly overshadowed by the name Thunder. And the once coveted status symbol of the mobile phone, along with the previously popular pager, now seems to have drawn its final curtain. Their downfall signifies not merely the demise of brands, but heralds the ascendancy of Thunder technology as the singular titan of Hong Kong's telecommunications sector. With Thunder Dragon poised to usher the region into a genuine 2G era. In Chicago, at Motorola's headquarters, a man clad in a tailored suit sips from a glass of red wine, gazing out at the scenery, a furrow of worry etched across his brow. He is Robert Galvin, the highest-ranking official at Motorola. Presently, he is in a most unsettled state. The pager and the mobile phone are the foundation of the company. Yet now Thunder Mobile has emerged in Hong Kong, overwhelmingly surpassing their brand in every aspect. Should Thunder Mobile achieve global distribution, what future would there be for the traditional mobile phone? This represents a paradigm-shifting blow. Such a situation could prove fatal for the company. Why was the situation in Hong Kong not reported sooner? Moreover, how did no one detect a brand like Thunder Mobile during international patent registrations? The company allocates substantial funds annually to maintain a global intelligence network and patent legal teams. And this is how you choose to execute your responsibilities? Robert Galvin turns to a man and a woman, his voice laced with fury. The man, Charlie, oversees operations in Asia, while the woman is an employee of the International Patent Organization, also affiliated with Motorola. I apologize, Mr. Galvin. I have indeed seen the Thunder Mobile patent, but the 2G network labeled on it and our 1G analog signal are entirely different concepts, and I thought it was unfeasible, the woman hurriedly explains. My apologies, Mr. Galvin. I take full responsibility. However, since Thunder Technology has yet to go public, I believe we still have a chance to either acquire or collaborate with them, Charlie interjects. He too feels frustrated, as the Eastern Telegraph Bureau had indeed informed him about Thunder Mobile. At the time, he dismissed it as inconsequential, given Motorola's brand dominance in both the mobile phone and pager markets. Who could have anticipated that the emergence of Thunder Mobile would transform the entire market landscape in Hong Kong? Thunder Mobile's entrance is not merely a market invasion. It is a complete obliteration. Enough. Robert Galvin grits his teeth, fixing his gaze on the woman. Since this has already transpired, further inquiries will be futile. I expect you to remember your responsibilities. Charlie, return to Hong Kong immediately and execute the plan as discussed. If acquisition is possible, that is ideal. If not, we must pursue collaboration. We must stay ahead of the curve. Yes, Mr. Galvin. Charlie responds, departing without delay to book the earliest flight to Hong Kong. Chapter 36. A 1 billion acquisition of Thunder's patents. 4 days later, at noon, Bao Chuanwang and Hua Yingdong arrive at Thunder Group, both wearing broad smiles, brimming with excitement. Thunder Dragon has indeed lived up to their expectations. Brother Bao, Brother Hua, welcome. Please, take a seat. You, my friend, are truly remarkable. Eclipsing so many brands and leaving them in the dust. I never imagined it could happen. Hua Yingdong exclaims as he sits down. The rise of a single brand can bring down a market-dominating telecommunications giant. How many can achieve such a feat? Indeed, if we could introduce Thunder Mobile to international markets, we would undoubtedly reap tremendous rewards, Bao Chuanwang adds, narrowing his eyes. In truth, earning $1 million means selling a product priced at 2,500 units. This logic applies to Thunder Mobile's sales figures. With Hong Kong's population around 6 million, how many potential customers exist worldwide? Should Thunder Mobile achieve the same global appeal as traditional mobile phones, the number of users would be astronomical. Adding the figure of 4,500 is simply unfathomable. I do have such plans. However, my network is not as extensive as yours. Do you have any recommendations? Thunder Dragon, aware of their banter, inquires. Indeed, without concealing anything. We have arranged for the head of Motorola's Asian operations to join us. Bao Chuanwang and Hua Yingdong exchange glances, chuckling. Do not misunderstand. We merely hope to surprise you, Hua Yingdong clarifies while picking up his teacup. Motorola, Thunder Dragon muses, pausing momentarily. They could indeed serve as an excellent collaboration partner, having successfully marketed mobile phones and pagers globally. However, such large corporations typically possess high expectations and substantial appetites. If the profits are insufficient, satisfying their demands may prove challenging. By the way, with Thunder Technology performing so well, are you not considering going public? Hua Yingdong inquires, setting down his cup. Going public is crucial for a company. It is the ultimate goal. Once public, it can raise funds for expansion, issue stock for asset appreciation and liquidation, optimize equity and governance structures, and enhance brand influence, among many other benefits. In summary, the advantages are numerous. Given Thunder Technology's current economic performance, going public is inevitable. Indeed, we must go public. However, I am considering a reverse merger. Thunder Dragon nods. What is a reverse merger? Quite simply, it involves a private company acquiring a public one, attaining over 51% control, injecting core assets, and subsequently divesting the former company's outdated assets to swiftly achieve public status. This method is faster than an IPO and can bypass certain regulatory hurdles. In essence, it is a means to rapidly fulfill the conditions for going public, saving time and effort compared to traditional listings. Essentially, the situation akin to Li Xiaoji being choked by others is unlikely to occur. This is also a result of Thunder Dragon's careful weighing of pros and cons. After all, he has become somewhat ostentatious in his endeavors. The Thunder Group has already reached a considerable scale, should they establish Thunder Technology. Even with the consent of the Hong Kong government, British capital would not acquiesce. However, a reverse merger presents a different scenario, capable of resolving these issues. A reverse merger? Are you suggesting that Thunder Technology will swallow Thunder Group? Surely not, exclaimed Hua Yingdong, his eyes widening in disbelief. Thunder Dragon chuckled. Of course not. I intend to acquire the Great Eastern Telegraph Company and utilize this shell for a public listing. What do you all think? Hua Yingdong paused momentarily, acknowledging that Thunder Dragon's ambition was indeed audacious and well-conceived. Very well, that's a clever idea. However, the Great Eastern Telegraph Company is a tough nut to crack. Behind it lies the financial conglomerate of the British Empire. Yet Thunder Dragon merely smiled. While the Great Eastern Telegraph Company was indeed the titan of the telecommunications industry, that is no longer the case. They now face three choices. First, bankruptcy and return home. Second, a slow demise. Third, collaboration with me. I believe they would not relinquish decades of accumulation on Hong Kong Island. You must have had your eye on the Great Eastern Telegraph Company for quite some time, haven't you? The King of Chartering took a puff of smoke, casting a profound glance at Thunder Dragon. Since the Kowloon Wharf, he had realized that Thunder Dragon had been calculating against him, plotting against Jardine Matheson, leveraging his personal connections, and scheming against his shares in Hutchison Whampoa. Now, he had set his sights on the Great Eastern Telegraph Company. How deep his scheming mind runs. But this could not be accomplished without you, my dear brother Bao, without you. There would be no Thunder technology as it stands today. Thunder Dragon replied with a smile. Very well, I shall graciously accept this credit. But do not forget the 5 shares you owe me. The King of Chartering chuckled, playfully reminding him. Previously, those 5 shares could be disregarded, but now, having witnessed the immense economic benefits of Thunder Mobile, he felt it was a bargain worth seizing. Rest assured, once we go public, I shall ensure I do not disappoint you, brother Bao. Thunder Dragon nodded. Just then, the individual introduced by the King of Chartering and Hua Ingdong arrived. The newcomer was none other than Mr. Charlie Da. Brother Lei, this is the head of Motorola in Asia, Mr. Charlie Da. Mr. Charlie, this is the Thunder Dragon I mentioned, Mr. Lei. The King of Chartering stood up immediately to introduce the two, providing a brief overview. Mr. Lei, it is an honor to finally meet you. Mr. Charlie Da smiled with a gentlemanly demeanor, his gaze surveying Thunder Dragon intently. He had already researched Thunder Dragon's background. The son of Lei Luo. In the matter of the Thunder Group, he had maneuvered skillfully through financial cliffs, rescuing it from peril. Moreover, he had snatched a piece of the pie from the Kowloon Wharf, contested with the King of Chartering. Such dazzling achievements commanded his admiration. However, Thunder Dragon had one notable flaw. He was not fond of making friends. Since arriving on Hong Kong Island, he had not endeavored to curry favor with any capitalists or high officials, nor had he utilized Lei Luo's connections, forging his own path in a challenging environment. This implied that Thunder Dragon's network was rather limited. His overseas connections were virtually non-existent. Hence, he could negotiate terms with Thunder Dragon based on this point. Mr. Charlie Da, please have a seat. Thunder Dragon said succinctly, guiding the three back to the sofa. Mr. Charlie Da, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Thunder Dragon poured a cup of tea for Charlie Da and asked. Mr. Lei, you are quite direct. I appreciate that. Charlie Da responded, taking the tea with a compliment. He had encountered Hong Kong capital before, spending an entire night discussing collaborations without reaching a conclusion. It required a comprehensive service arrangement, along with meticulous attention to detail. Questions would only yield answers the following day, the day after, or even later. As a foreigner, he did not comprehend this culture, but he respected it. To be candid, our headquarters has taken an interest in the Thunder Mobile in your possession. We are willing to invest $1 billion to acquire your patent technology and purchase Thunder technology, Charlie Da stated promptly. The King of Chartering and Hua Ingdong exchanged astonished glances. $1 billion at an exchange rate of 1 to 8 amounts to 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Such sincerity. Chapter 37. The Return of Hong Kong Island. Collaboration with Motorola. $1 billion, you say? Thunder Dragon narrowed his eyes, smiling slightly, and without a moment's consideration, responded, Mr. Charlie Da, I must decline. Why? Charlie Da was taken aback by Thunder Dragon's abrupt refusal. A patent for $1 billion is an exorbitant price. How could he possibly turn it down? It is no exaggeration to say that this amount could purchase 2 Thunder Groups under Thunder Dragon's name. It could yield profits for Thunder Group for at least a decade, or even 20 years that would otherwise be unattainable. Because I must consider my workers and the citizens of Hong Kong Island. If I grant you the patent, I may enjoy wealth, but they would lose their jobs and livelihoods. Thunder Dragon contemplated for a moment before responding. Hua Ingdong and the King of Chartering exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope flickering in their eyes. In this profit-driven society, it was unexpected that Thunder Dragon possessed such deep-seated loyalty. Charlie Da was momentarily taken aback. Was his honesty too straightforward, or was Thunder Dragon playing hard to get, aiming for a higher price? Mr. Lei, you need not worry about that. We will make arrangements for your workers, providing them with employment. How about this? $2 billion. Charlie Da insisted. If you wish to collaborate, that is acceptable. The acquisition is out of the question. Thunder Dragon exhaled a puff of smoke, stating firmly. Upon hearing this, Charlie Da finally grasped Thunder Dragon's intent. Very well. How do you propose we collaborate? Thunder Dragon considered before stating. I will handle the entire production, while you manage the sales. You are responsible for the overseas 2G signal base stations. I will not be involved. The profits from overseas operations will be divided as 40 for you and 60 for me. Additionally, once the company is listed, You must inject 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in initial capital. Upon hearing this, Charlie frowned. Mr. Lei, you are claiming 60 of the profits? Isn't that a bit excessive? Our company has numerous partners outside of Hong Kong Island who can swiftly facilitate sales for you, which you cannot achieve. Could you not concede some profit? Thunder Dragon chuckled softly. Excessive? I could easily find another partner. I believe many would be eager to collaborate with me right now. Wouldn't they? Upon hearing this, Charlie was rendered speechless. Just a moment, I will discuss this with our chairman. With that, Charlie exited the room. Brother Lei, what are your thoughts? 1. $2 billion is an incredibly profitable deal. Huang Dong could not help but inquire. 1. $2 billion. That amounts to a staggering 9.6 billion Hong Kong dollars. This asset scale would place one among the top 10 on the Hong Kong Island rich list. With this influx of funds, Thunder Group could not only grow stronger, but could leap to unprecedented heights, expanding into real estate, finance, telecommunications, and more. Without needing to appease British commercial interests, he simply could not comprehend why Thunder Dragon would refuse outright. Brother Hua, you are only fixated on the immediate 9.6 billion. Yet you fail to recognize the true weight of this technology. It is merely 2G for now. In the future, we will see 3G, 4G, 5G, and even 6G communication standards that will all rely on my patented technology. The loss of money can be remedied, but if technology falls into the hands of outsiders, reclaiming it becomes an insurmountable challenge. As a businessman, I, Lei Long, pursue profit. However, as a Hong Kong native, I refuse to allow outsiders to wield our technology as leverage against us. No amount of money can buy it, nor can it be sold. Lei Long explained each word with conviction. He Yuandong was momentarily at a loss for words. The moral high ground was so elevated that it left him speechless. Everyone has sentiments, and he is no exception, yet if he were in this situation, he would prioritize his own interests. Well, you truly have impressed this old man. Praise the Boat King. National sentiment is not something that everyone possesses, nor is it something that all young people can claim. Especially now, under the governance of the Hong Kong government, young individuals like Lei Long are indeed rare. Contemplating this, the Boat King gazed intently at Lei Long. What do you foresee for the future of Hong Kong? This question carries profound depth and reflects the inner turmoil of the Hong Kong people, who dare not confront or change their circumstances. The British Empire is an invader. Their claims are unjustifiable. Hong Kong must return. No one can prevent this, nor can it be hindered. Lei Long paused briefly, then spoke earnestly. Is that so? You are so certain? Why? The Boat King's eyes brightened a shade. As an entrepreneur, particularly one of his stature, his stance on this matter is of utmost importance. Currently, he remains ambiguous, straddling both sides. In contrast, He Yuandong has been continuously oppressed by the Hong Kong government, serving as a living example. Every inch of Hong Kong is etched with the spirit of the great Xia. The blood that runs through our veins is red, an essence that the British Empire cannot erase. The return of Hong Kong is not merely a slogan. It is an inevitable trend that cannot be shaken by anyone. Trust in our homeland, and also in ourselves, Lei Long declared with unwavering resolve. His words left the two men feeling ashamed. Such awareness is indeed rare. How wonderful it would be if every Hong Kong resident shared this understanding. Just then, Charles returned from a communication, grinning. Mr. Lei, our chairman has agreed. Excellent. Lei Long rose with satisfaction. By the way, there's no time like the present. Let us finalize the contract today. Charles spoke calmly, though he could not conceal his inner urgency. The emergence of the Thunder mobile phone was simply too formidable. Should another company seize the opportunity first, it would be a devastating blow to their corporation. All right, Lei Long beamed. By the way, I have a small request. I hope you will immediately sever all cooperation with the East Telegraph Bureau and withdraw your investment. That is not an issue. Charles readily acquiesced. Presently, Lei Long's 2G signal base stations blanket all of Hong Kong. Continued collaboration with the East Telegraph Bureau had become meaningless. Severing ties was merely a matter of time. It would be more pragmatic to grant Lei Long a favor. Lei Long promptly instructed Casey and others to liaise with Charles' team. Early the next morning, a group of unexpected visitors arrived. It was Shire Tay, accompanied by another individual. This man, Chen Jianquan, was a Hong Kong consultant for the East Telegraph Bureau and a non-official member of the Legislative Council. Shire T's demeanor was far from pleasant, his eyes betraying signs of fatigue. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the Thunder Group's lobby. Mr. Shire Tay, it has been a month since we last met. How have you lost so much weight? Lei Long approached, scrutinizing Shire Tay from head to toe. The confidence and gentlemanly appearance he once possessed had vanished, replaced by a visibly disheveled look. Chapter 38, Shell Listing. Mr. Lei, I apologize for the previous incident. I will compensate for the losses incurred by the signal base stations. The funds will be transferred to your company's account shortly. I hope you will withdraw the lawsuit. In response to Lei Long's deliberate sarcasm, Tay bore no anger, managing only a strained smile. With major brands withdrawing their investments and communication services declining, the East Telegraph Bureau's current survival relies solely on support from its long-standing customers. He knew this could not last much longer. "Please, have a seat." Lei Long immediately urged Tay to sit down. "Mr. Tay, why bother to come all this way for such a minor matter? You could have just called." Tay's lips twitched. Could a mere phone call resolve the issue? "Especially not now. Next time, for sure." Tay smiled. "By the way, you didn't come just for this matter, did you?" Lei Long offered a cigar with a grin. "To be frank, major brands have cut ties with us and withdrawn their investments. I wish to collaborate with your company," Tay stated. "Collaboration is possible. However, our paths diverge, making true cooperation unfeasible," Lei Long replied with a meaningful tone. At this moment, Chun Jianquan interjected. "Mr. Lei, with Thunder Technologies' current upward trajectory, going public is inevitable. We can invest in your project." Lei Long flicked ash from his cigarette. "Investment is acceptable, but I have an even better plan." The two men, intrigued, asked, "What plan?" Lei Long replied nonchalantly, "Shell listing, consider it?" "Huh." Both men displayed astonishment. Lei Long intended to utilize their East Telegraph Bureau for a public listing. Before they could respond, Lei Long continued, "With your collaboration with Model severed, you have lost 80% of your revenue. How do you plan to sustain yourselves? Rely on old customers? Moreover, once news of the withdrawal spreads, can your market value withstand the impact? However, if you follow my proposal and collaborate with me, we can redirect your business to Thunder Technology. Furthermore, once the profit chain is restructured, I will inject capital. This will allow your company to undergo a transformation while preserving your current financial resources. I too can go public, achieving a win-win collaboration." Upon hearing this, Tay quickly took a drag from his cigarette and turned to stare at Chun Jianquan. After pondering the current situation of the East Telegraph Bureau, Chun Jianquan remarked, "Mr. Tay, I believe this is feasible. However, the board must approve." "All right, I understand." Tay stood, fixing his gaze on Lei Long. "Within 3 days, I will provide you with a response." Lei Long rose, offering a faint smile. "Very well, I await your news." 3 days passed, and Tay returned, agreeing to the Shell listing proposal. They had no alternative. A contract was signed with Lei Long, directly transferring 51 of the shares to Thunder Technology. This 51 stake was crucial for the Shell listing. Only in this manner could they go public using the East Telegraph Bureau's shell. Concurrently, Lei Long instructed Su San and Annie to handle the listing of Thunder Technology, while also having Gao Jin disseminate the news, particularly regarding Modela's investment of $2 billion and the stakes held by the Boat King and He Yuandong, to garner more publicity. This would enhance investor confidence in the stock market. When Thunder Technology goes public, the stock value is bound to surge dramatically. At the peak of Victoria Peak, the once stubborn and proud T's agreement to Lei Long's Shell listing request left both the Boat King and He Yuandong utterly astonished, nearly speechless. Indeed, this young man has made a fortuitous wager. Hua Ingdong was filled with joy, surprise, and astonishment. The foreigner is notoriously arrogant, preferring to incur losses rather than kneel before the so-called vulgar Hong Kongers, especially someone like Sheart, the chairman of a telecommunications giant that has monopolized the industry on Hong Kong Island for years, is indeed quite proud. A wager? This young man is not merely gambling. He is strategizing with finesse. To think, following in Li Jiaqing's footsteps, another thunderous dragon has emerged. Our Hong Kong capital is growing ever more robust. The Boat King squinted his eyes and offered a casual remark. "This young lad, can he truly be as remarkable as you claim?" Hua Ingdong inquired. Ever since he heard the Boat King speak so highly of the thunderous dragon, it seemed uncharacteristic of him. Not exactly divine, but his intellect is certainly astute. If Thunder Technology goes public, just imagine how high the stock market will soar. The Boat King chuckled. The initial equity, considering the current companies, is nearing $6 billion, and soon it will be listed. If the thunderous dragon pursues further financing, the figure will be staggering. And once it is listed, its market value will be an unknown entity. You know, old Hua, you could invest a bit more. The more original shares you possess, the greater the dividends. The Boat King reminded. All right, I will have a discussion with him in a few days. Upon hearing this, Hua Ingdong recalled Charlie's willingness to acquire it for $1.2 billion, and his heart raced with excitement. At this point, Thunder Technology's ascent seems inevitable. If Thunder Technology goes public, my $1 billion stake will indeed be negligible. Given his exceptional talent, I am contemplating whether to introduce him to the individuals over there. Hua Ingdong exhaled deeply. The thunderous dragon's words from a few days prior lingered in his mind. Such talent should not go unnoticed. Come now, do you not realize your own circumstances? If the thunderous dragon makes a stand, he will be opposing the Hong Kong government. Are you simply idle? Calm yourself. You possess a fondness for talent. And he certainly has passion, but one must also be astute in timing. If the Thunderous Dragon makes a declaration now, is he not putting himself directly in opposition to the Hong Kong government and British capital? Do you wish to ruin such a promising prospect? The Boat King sputtered out his tea, glaring at Hua Ingdong with a scolding. Hearing this, Hua Ingdong lowered his head, refraining from further comment. In a moment of excitement, he had lost his sense of propriety. I was momentarily swept away. Hua Ingdong chuckled sheepishly, then rose. Today I am in high spirits, old Bao. Shall we play some golf? Very well. Soon. With Thunder Technologies' acquisition of Great Eastern Telegraph and various investments from Modela, the news spread throughout Hong Kong Island, fueled by the fervent promotion of media reporters. Even the cries of newspaper boys on the street echoed. Thunder Technologies' valuation is in the billions. The Thunderous Dragon is surely the next new tycoon of Hong Kong Island. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. The headlines in the press were strikingly bold. Thunder Technology acquires Great Eastern Telegraph, and if it goes public, it may exceed 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. The next Boat King. The Thunderous Dragon will create a new wealth myth. Thunder Technologies' listing will shatter the myth of public offerings. The figure of 10 billion in market value struck like a heavy bomb, plunging into the depths of capital, stirring up a tempest. It is worth noting that the highest market value in Hong Kong, HSBC, barely exceeds 20 billion. Moreover, this is the result of HSBC's decades-long accumulation. Yet, Thunder Technology dares to proclaim a valuation of 10 billion before even ringing the bell for its listing. This is an unprecedented madness in the history of the Hong Kong stock market. In an instant, all parties were ablaze with excitement. From the capital circle to the workers on construction sites, everyone was discussing the Thunderous Dragon, Thunder Technology, and this shell company listing that could overturn the British capital monopoly. Chapter 39. Oldley is furious. The British capital can no longer sit still. 10 days passed, at the top office of Hong Kong Holdings. Li Jiaqing crumpled the newspaper in his hands, veins bulging on his forehead, and tore it to shreds. His eyes were filled with rage and resentment. The Thunderous Dragon once again. He has even played the shell company listing card. This young interloper seems like a calamity, constantly thwarting him and stealing his limelight. There were so many opportunities, and Thunder Group should have been his to claim. Now, with the Thunderous Dragon shining so brightly, he realized the possibility of swallowing Thunder Group was slim. Mr. Lee, we have uncovered the financing details of Thunder Technology. The Thunderous Dragon, under the banner of Thunder Technology, has secured 51 absolute shares of Great Eastern Telegraph Bureau and has undergone a financial restructuring. Modela has indeed invested 2 billion Hong Kong dollars for a 20 stake. The Boat King and Hua Ingdong collectively invested 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Thunder Group has also injected over 1 billion. Just these few financing sources have reached 6 billion. However, it seems the Thunderous Dragon has no intention of seeking more financing. Many capitalists have been turned away. After saying this, the secretary cautiously took a step back. That old ghost Sheard actually had the audacity to relinquish 51 of the shares so willingly? It is truly unimaginable. Li Jiaqing exhaled heavily, then picked up a cigarette to light it, asking, by the way, have you found out how the Thunderous Dragon managed to make Sheard capitulate? Li Jiaqing too wishes to stake a claim on this lucrative telecommunications sector, yet has been unable to seize the opportunity due to the British capital monopoly and the Hong Kong government's licensing restrictions. Now, the Thunderous Dragon has taken control of Great Eastern Telegraph Bureau and brought in an international giant like Modela for support. It is simply perplexing. It was the Boat King who secured the license for the signal base station construction, paving the way. Once Thunder Mobile hit the market, it swept across Hong Kong Island. It left no room for brands like the Big Brother phones and pagers to survive, with Modela's Asian head personally collaborating with the Thunderous Dragon, even severing ties with Great Eastern. Thunder Mobile, equipped with GSM connectivity and 2G signal base stations, rendered Great Eastern's base stations as mere scrap metal. Under such a dual impact, Great Eastern truly had no choice. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing forced a bitter smile. So, the Thunderous Dragon's calculations regarding Great Eastern Telegraph Bureau began with Kowloon Warehouse. Quite impressive. He now even felt a bit of admiration for this young man. Come here. Li Jiaqing glared at his female secretary. Do you have any idea how furious I am right now? The female secretary stepped forward at his command. Central, Swire House headquarters. In the top-floor conference room, the atmosphere was tense. On either side of the long table sat the core executives of the three major British firms, Swire, Jardine Matheson, and HSBC. A heavy cloud hung over their faces, the air thick with palpable anger. Swire's chairman, Sheard, HSBC's Shun Bai, and Jardine's new Baiken occupied the seats of power. That old fool Sheard actually sold 51 of the controlling shares to a Hong Konger for a pittance, and he allowed Thunder Technology to use his shell for public listing. Devoid of any dignity. Has he lost his mind? Sheard exploded. What is Great Eastern Telegraph Bureau? It is the overlord of the telecommunications industry in Hong Kong and a symbol of British capital. Now, not only has it been taken over by a Hong Kong capital, but it is also going public on the back of Great Eastern. How does this differ from pulling off a stunt right over the heads of British capital? This situation is far more infuriating than when the shipping magnates secured control of the Wharf Holdings. To put it bluntly, if one dares to engage in audacious acts today, they will have the audacity to do so atop our heads tomorrow. Uncle may tolerate it, but Auntie cannot endure it any longer. Lei Long has monopolized the telecommunications sector, and now he aspires to go public through a backdoor listing. Should he succeed, he will become another shipping magnate, gradually encroaching upon the territory of British capital in Hong Kong. Indeed, a tech company valued at $100 billion, once listed, will attract a multitude of Hong Kong capital to follow suit. At that point, our business will inevitably be overturned by this group of yellow-skinned monkeys. Executives from various companies are incessantly pinpointing the crucial issues. For decades, the economic lifeblood of Hong Kong Island has been firmly grasped by British capital, dictating terms from shipping to real estate, from finance to telecommunications. What industry have they not dominated? Yet now, with the rise of figures like the shipping magnate, Li Jiaqing, Guo Disheng, and Chen Qingsong, British capital is gradually being devoured, particularly in the case of Wharf Holdings and Hong Kong. It is evident that British capital is somewhat willing yet unable to contend with local capital. Now, a young man named Lei Long has emerged, rising under the banner of local capital and audaciously swallowing the telecommunications giant, the Eastern Telegraph Company. A yellow-skinned monkey has turned the tables. I hope our three major foreign trading firms can unite and leverage all resources to prevent ThunderTech from going public. What are your thoughts? Sure Yachty pounded the table and surveyed the room for opinions. Certainly. Share your thoughts. Nu Bijiang immediately expressed his stance. He harbors admiration for Lei Long, yet also a sense of dissatisfaction. If not for Lei Long, how would he have lost direct control over Wharf Holdings? Shin Bai, exhaling a puff of smoke, remained silent, tacitly agreeing. The other executives naturally had no objections. My plan is quite straightforward. First, persuade the Hong Kong government to initiate an investigation into Lei Long and ThunderTech, ideally prompting the Independent Commission Against Corruption and other departments to conduct direct inquiries, and then ignite public opinion. This public discourse can attack Thunder Mobile regarding quality issues, ThunderTech's financial inadequacies, and other concerns. Second, we should collectively approach the stock exchange to insist on a stringent review of Thunder Group's backdoor listing, re-evaluating it according to IPO standards, and delaying ThunderTech's listing approval process. We must not allow him to list easily. Third, contact the Motorola company and have the shipping magnate withdraw their investment. Fourth, apply pressure to the headquarters of the Eastern Telegraph Company to covertly delay their actions. I refuse to believe that several century-old foreign trading firms cannot shake a single Lei Long. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. This seems simple. This plan aims to crush Lei Long utterly. Not only will Lei Long not go public, but Thunder Group will also be left in ruins. However, none of them voiced any dissent. After all, he is merely a yellow-skinned monkey, attempting to rise against them. The Buddhas is nothing short of a daydream. Chapter 40. The Attitudes of Various Parties. Meanwhile, Chen Qingsong of Jining Group, Li Zhaoji of Hengji Zhaoye, Zheng Yutong of New World, Guo Dasheng of New Hong Kong, and other local capitalists are engaging in private discussions. They are astonished by the sudden emergence of Lei Long, with $100 billion valuation. What an exaggeration. Moreover, he is attempting to list through the venerable Eastern Telegraph Company. It is impossible not to face opposition from British capital. Simultaneously, they harbor certain expectations for Lei Long. If he withstands the pressure and successfully lists, it will once again rewrite the entire commercial landscape of Hong Kong Island, delivering a resounding slap to British capital. However, in their hearts, they primarily hold a mindset akin to fishing in tranquility. They are eager for Lei Long to incite the wrath of all British capital, leading both sides to a mutual destruction, allowing them to reap the benefits. As for offering assistance, to be frank, they might know Lei Luo. However, Lei Luo has already been wanted by the Hong Kong government. The former emperor has vanished. Even if Lei Luo were to seek their help, they might not be inclined to assist. Moreover, Lei Long has little connection or mutual benefit with them. It is not worth it for them to offend British capital. At Dongxing, within the loft, Camel accepted the newspaper handed over by Crow, glancing at it with widened eyes. A backdoor listing with $100 billion valuation. He naturally does not comprehend these matters, yet he is certain that Lei Long is about to soar. His substantial backing is set to ascend, to take its place at the table. This is undoubtedly a positive development for the entire Dongxing. After all, the greater Lei Long's influence on Hong Kong Island, the more favorable it is for them. Crow, from now on, sever all connections with Lei Long. We must not disclose any information regarding our dealings with him. If anyone leaks anything, their entire family will face dire consequences. Camel declared, excitement giving way to a cold demeanor. From the outset, interactions with Lei Long have been approached with utmost caution. He understands Lei Long's intentions. He does not wish to be associated with Dongxing. If that is the case, he must ensure that Lei Long does not become embroiled in gang-related matters. He still possesses the awareness to act prudently. Understood, Crow responded with a firm nod. On the other side, within a grand villa, Mr. Jiang, clad in shorts, reclined in a chair basking in the warm sunlight. Chen Yao approached, handing him the newspaper. Damn, this kid is about to take off, Jiang Tianxing exclaimed, astonished after a brief perusal. 100 billion valuation. This figure is not merely significant, it is monumental. In a lifetime, I doubt I could amass such wealth. The thought of having previously offended Lei Long stirred regret within Jiang Tianxing. Looks like Dongxing has gained an advantage. He muttered, exhaling a sigh of frustration. Mr. Jiang, should we pay a visit? Chen Yao proposed. In truth, what Dongxing has done, we can do as well. And our strength surpasses theirs. Indeed, Dongxing is merely Lei Long's dog. I aspire to be one as well. Such a person of his stature cannot simply be approached at will. Moreover, our identity does not permit us to make such visits. It is better to wait until he requires our assistance before we express our stance. Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment and then responded. Chen Yao, with a grave expression, concurred, what Mr. Jiang says is wise. Jiang Tianxing closed his eyes and contemplated, by the way, didn't Lei Long establish Thunder Films? Let's send Fong Ting there. Given her talents, she might just become a sensation. At that point, we can also latch onto Lei Long's great tree. Chen Yao frowned. But, sister-in-law is your woman. Isn't that inappropriate? Jiang Tianxing replied nonchalantly. She is merely a canary I have raised. It is time for her to shine. Chen Yao refrained from pressing further, as he understood the underlying motivations. Jiang Tianxing had kept Fong Ting by his side for the sake of face. As a man's instinct has long faded, it can be said that if he had any, he would already have descendants. Hasn't she always aspired to be a star? This time, let us fulfill that dream for her. Jiang Tianxing concluded, closing his eyes. In the evening, at the Hong Kong government building, McLehost sipped from his wine glass. His gaze tranquil. Your Excellency, the situation with Thunder Technology has stirred quite a tempest throughout the city. Tai Koo, Jardine Matheson, HSBC, and various other British enterprises have sent representatives to lobby on multiple occasions. We hope you can intervene and prevent Thunder Technology from going public, the secretary remarked. Intervene? How would one intervene? The acquisition of shares in the Eastern Telegraph Company by Thunder Technology is entirely lawful and compliant. The investment from Motorola is firmly established, with the seal affixed, and the investments from Baowu and Hua S Capital are both transparent and legitimate. We possess no grounds to obstruct a lawful enterprise from entering the stock market, McLehost replied calmly. They are fully aware of the petty scheming of individuals like Shiryati. To think they could compel me to halt a capital listing would be nothing short of self-sabotage. It is well known that upon taking office, I altered the strategy regarding local capital, even establishing the Independent Commission Against Corruption and other departments. The aim is to monitor officials and capital, creating a flourishing capital landscape, boosting Hong Kong's GDP, enhancing its economy, and elevating the living standards of its citizens. This has led to the current robust development of Hong Kong's economy, placing it among the 4 Asian tigers. This stands as a testament to the achievements of my sweeping reforms. This objective remains unchanging and cannot be altered. Furthermore, I must also consider the sentiments of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, reckless actions are out of the question. The secretary paused momentarily and said, but the British enterprises. British enterprises? They have monopolized the economy of Hong Kong for a century, accustomed to their lofty status, solely preoccupied with their own interests. The rise of local capital is an inevitable progression of our times, a sign of historical advancement, affirming the correctness of my decisions. Moreover, negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom regarding Hong Kong are on the verge of commencing. We cannot continue to favor British capital as we once did, lest we provoke ire from both sides. McLehost took a sip of red wine, settled into his chair, and spoke with a tranquil gaze. After a moment of contemplation, McLehost continued, notify all departments that as long as Thunder Technology adheres to the regulations set forth by the Hong Kong government and does not disrupt market order, no one should act recklessly. As for this young man, Lei Long, he is quite impressive. Compared to his father, he is indeed a new wave that surpasses the old. The secretary nodded, preparing to exit, but was called back by McLehost. Wait a moment, McLehost added. Remind the British enterprises that if they wish to maintain their foothold in Hong Kong, it cannot be sustained solely by the identity of the British Empire. They must temper their arrogance and learn to coexist with local capital. The female secretary nodded and turned to leave. McLehost narrowed his eyes. All he could do was treat everyone fairly. That young man, Lei Long, possesses courage, resolve, and luck. Whether he can seize this monumental opportunity worth billions is entirely up to his capabilities. Chapter 41. an uninvited guest arrives amidst rising storms. Early the next morning, upon arriving at the office, Lei Long was preparing to share a moment of intimacy with his secretary when unexpectedly, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Leading the charge was Shi Yati, accompanied by a formidable entourage. At the entrance, Su San's expression changed upon witnessing them, and he quickly stepped forward. "Gentlemen, you do not have an appointment." A few bodyguards immediately moved to block their path. Shi Yati glared at Su San, disdain dripping from his voice. "Get lost. We are here to discuss matters with Lei Long. You are not qualified to obstruct us." He perfectly embodied the arrogance and swagger expected of his stature. Before long, the group entered the grand hall and made their way to the top floor. "Are you a gang? Should I call the police and gather the media to expose your intrusion into another's company?" Upon seeing Shi Yati and his associates, Lei Long exhaled a cloud of smoke and spoke dully. "Oof, what can they do to me? Spare me. This is the realm of Great Britain. You are merely a parasitic insect." Shi Yati proclaimed with pride. They indeed represent half of the capital circle in Hong Kong. Who could rival their influence? Daring to intrude upon Thunder Group today is not without consequence. "All right, you have a point." Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Please, have a seat. Enjoy some tea, and calm down." Subsequently, Shi Yati, Nubi Jian, Shun Bai, and other British representatives settled down. "Lei Long, we have come today regarding the matter of your shell company listing." "Cease this immediately," Shi Yati stated directly, his tone cold and commanding. "For the dignity of British capital is not to be trampled upon." "Cease? My acquisition of shares in the Eastern Telegraph Company is compliant and legitimate. The listing application and financing procedures are all proper. Why should I stop?" Lei Long chuckled lightly. "You are not merely affecting the Eastern Telegraph. You are encroaching upon the dignity of British capital in Hong Kong." "Lei Long, feigning ignorance is pointless," Shi Yati retorted angrily. Seeing Shi Yati's fiery demeanor right from the start, Nubi Jian interjected with a conciliatory tone. "Mr. Lei, you could very well proceed with a legitimate listing process. We will not obstruct you. However, by attempting to leverage the Eastern Telegraph's name for your listing, you are slapping all of us in the face. If you can touch the Eastern Telegraph today, will you extend your hand into our pots tomorrow? I recognize your youth and talent, yet there are limits to everything. In fact, you have another option. Our firms, Taiku, Jardine, and HSBC, can acquire Thunder technology at market value. Simultaneously, we will ensure you receive special consideration, guaranteeing your future success. Give it some thought." Upon hearing this, Lei Long immediately scoffed and could not help but laugh. What audacity! To think that with a few words, they could acquire my Thunder technology. I did not even consider the 1.2 billion offered by Charlie. Yet these individuals believe they can simply take over? Noticing Lei Long's flippant demeanor, Shi Yati retorted coldly. "Lei Long, do not be ungrateful. Do you think that with Motorola, Baowu, and Hua Ingdong backing you, you are invincible? In our eyes, you are merely a toddler who has just learned to walk. Believe it or not, we can bring Thunder Technology and Thunder Group to a standstill within 3 days." Lei Long smiled calmly. "Is that so? Why not? Let us engage in this game. Let the outcome be on our own heads." At this moment, Shun Bai sighed and said, "Mr. Lei, we are offering you a way out. Confronting us directly leaves you with no chance of victory." Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke. "You are merely attempting to control my financial transactions. If you have the ability, why not freeze my funds directly? I am curious to know what the Hong Kong government thinks and what the various capitals investing in Hong Kong believe. If you seek your own demise, I shall not stand in your way. I, a mere man in a straw coat, am not afraid to gamble my life against your century-old enterprises." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into an abrupt silence. Indeed, while they held sway over Lei Long's economic lifeline, they lacked solid evidence to recklessly freeze his funds, as the repercussions would be monumental. Just the scrutiny from the Independent Commission Against Corruption would be an insurmountable hurdle. Lei Long rose, retrieved a book from the shelf, and spoke with a calm demeanor. "The land is splendid, attracting countless heroes to bow. Tang Zong and Song Zhu, slightly less illustrious. Genghis Khan, merely skilled in archery to hunt great eagles. All have passed, yet the extraordinary figures of history must be observed in the present." "What does this mean?" Shi Yati asked, displeased. At this moment, Shun Bai remarked, "Do not dwell on past glories. Learn to accept reality." He had studied the writings of Hong Kong residents extensively, gaining some understanding of their culture. His purpose was, of course, to comprehend the local sentiments and derive benefits from local capital. Upon hearing this, the group grew even angrier. The Thunder Dragon sat down, his expression turning cold. The public listing of Thunder Technology is an inevitable event. Anyone who tries to obstruct it is wasting their efforts. "Ajin, show our guests out." Shi Yati, with a frosty demeanor, rose from his seat. "You reap what you sow." Thunder Dragon stood up, cursing vehemently. "Get lost." Once the crowd departed, Su Sin entered, his anger simmering. This bunch of rascals is truly overstepping. However, having offended them today, we shall undoubtedly face troubles in the future. They will surely capitalize on this. Thunder Dragon remained unfazed. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. We shall confront whatever challenges arise. The mere existence of a Thunder mobile phone has them in a frenzy, proving they are but shadows in the sunset. Even if Thunder technology were to falter, Thunder Dragon, could still forge advanced technological products. After all, the millions of points in our treasury are not merely figures. They can be exchanged for superior technology that would outclass any competitor in this era. The Integrity Commission and several departments responded, stating they had no concrete evidence and would not intervene. The likes of Motorola, Charles, the Shipping King, and Hua Ingdong expressed their unwavering support for Thunder Dragon. Shi'ert declared he would not cooperate with us. The capitalists from Hong Kong chose to remain indifferent. By the way, the governor instructed us to learn to coexist with Hong Kong capital. As a series of ominous tidings arrived, the expressions of Shi Yati, Niu Bijiang, and others darkened. In that moment, they finally realized the truth. After all the commotion, it was just their handful who could not sit still, behaving like fools. The others remained in the audience seats. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point. They were already in too deep to back out, even if they wished to. Damn it, I refuse to believe we cannot handle a small capital. Shi Yati's gaze turned grim as he began to strategize. Days passed. In Central, at the Hong Kong Island Joint Stock Exchange building, the department handling listing issues, a group of foreigners entered the committee meeting room. Subsequently, they laid several documents on the table. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I wish to file a complaint. Speak. Several committee members nodded, their expressions somewhat displeased. Yet they bore with it as these individuals hailed from Swire, HSBC, Jardine Matheson, and other capital firms. Chapter 42. The British Capital Strikes Back. Reverse Acquisition. Scrutiny. Media coverage. We report that Thunder Technologies' acquisition of the Eastern Telegraph Company involved the removal of its telecommunications and base station network, fundamentally altering the company's core business. This constitutes a significant change in its main business operations. According to the listing rules, this meets the criteria for a reverse acquisition. Once recognized, this shell deal cannot follow a simplified procedure and must adhere to the standards for a new company's initial public offering, undergoing rigorous scrutiny. Furthermore, we suspect that there are issues with the capital flow between Thunder Group and Thunder Technology. One by one, the foreigners submitted their materials. The committee members perused the reports, exchanged opinions, and the supervisor frowned. We will give your complaint careful consideration. However, Thunder Technology has already submitted the relevant application documents, which are procedurally complete. As for the core business change of the Eastern Telegraph Company being classified as a reverse acquisition, we can investigate further. Regarding their capital, we have verified it multiple times. It is genuine and valid, and does not reflect the issues you mentioned. Clearly, they were not inclined to accept these allegations. At that moment, a balding foreigner entered. His tone icy. I represent Swire and, along with Jardine Matheson and other companies, submit an objection to your exchange. We demand a comprehensive independent investigation into Thunder Technologies' transaction of using the Eastern Telegraph Company as a shell for listing, until the investigation concludes. Their listing process must be halted. The atmosphere in the meeting room seemed to freeze. With the three established British firms leading the charge, pressure mounted on the exchange. This was becoming serious. 10 days passed, and early one morning at Thunder Technologies headquarters, Su San hurried into Thunder Dragon's office, urgency etched on his face. Mr. Lei, we received news from the exchange that they have received complaints from Swire and several other companies, demanding we supplement our financial audit reports for Thunder Group over the past 3 years, and explain the rationale behind Thunder Technologies' core business change during the acquisition of the Eastern Telegraph Company. They also want the transaction's cash flow details. Moreover, Shi Yati and the others are attempting to muddy the waters, delay, or even disrupt our listing process. Thunder Dragon's gaze remained calm, unfazed. What was meant to come had indeed arrived. He was ready to overturn the table. Thunder Dragon took a sip of tea. Why the hurry? If they want to investigate, let them. Our accounts are impeccable. Notify Attorney Annie's team to prepare supplementary materials overnight, and simultaneously ensure legal documentation is preserved. If necessary, we will sue them for malicious defamation. Shortly after Su Sin left, a group of uniformed individuals arrived at the office. Leading them was the senior investigation officer from the Integrity Commission, flanked by officials from various departments, all with serious expressions and an imposing demeanor. The Integrity Commission's investigation officer walked straight to Thunder Dragon's desk and slammed a notice of investigation down. Mr. Lei, we have received a formal complaint alleging that Thunder Technology engaged in improper benefits during its acquisition of the Eastern Telegraph Company's Hong Kong branch. Additionally, I question the compliance of your company's 2G mobile communication technology and the incomplete approval procedures for base station construction. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon chuckled. They had already investigated this numerous times, and yet they pretended to conduct another round. This was not an investigation. It was merely an attempt to annoy him. At that moment, a group of individuals entered, armed with cameras and recording devices, reporters from several British-backed newspapers. Clearly, today's investigation had been meticulously timed and prepared. They could not leave without uncovering some issue. Thunder Dragon smiled faintly. He was well aware of the puppet masters behind the scenes. He dialed a phone number while instructing Su San to organize the materials. Soon, Wang Jing arrived, camera in tow. What is the meaning of this? Faced with Wang Jing's camera, the heads of various departments could not help but inquire. You may investigate, but all operations must be conducted under the watchful eye of the camera. I, Thunder Dragon, will not accept any accusations made without footage. Go ahead. Thunder Dragon exhaled a puff of smoke, a slight smile on his face. The heads of various departments exchanged glances, steeling themselves to begin the investigation. However, Thunder Dragon had underestimated the forces at play behind the scenes. The internal investigations were not yet resolved when new waves of turmoil arose. The media war raged outside, drowning everything else in a deluge of negative reports about Thunder Technology. The Southern Daily reported, due to Thunder Technology's involvement in improper benefit transfers and financial issues, the Integrity Commission, accompanied by the Business Registration Office and other departments, conducted a surprise inspection. Accompanying the article were images of officials from the Integrity Commission and other departments entering the Thunder Technology building. The bold red font proclaimed that Thunder Technology's shell listing was a result of Thunder Group's broken capital chain, with Thunder Dragon relying on the listing to raise funds and fill the company's gaps. Several publications have reported consumer complaints alleging that Thunder Mobile suffers from serious quality issues, such as poor signal reception and short battery life. There have even been anonymous whistleblower accounts from within Thunder Technology, accusing the company of cutting corners. In summary, any article capable of slandering and defaming Thunder Technology and Thunder Group has found its way into circulation. The fear is not that one can conceive of such allegations, but that one cannot. Given the limited information exchanged during this period, these actions have plunged Thunder Technology and Thunder Dragon itself into a maelstrom of public opinion. Fortunately, allies like Bao Chuan Wang, Charlie Da, and Hua Ingdong remain steadfast and have not withdrawn their investments. Otherwise, Thunder Technology would be in an even more precarious situation. This also elucidates why Thunder Dragon, despite knowing that financing could maximize profits, has refrained from seeking funds. It is a strategic measure to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. In the afternoon, officials from the Independent Commission Against Corruption and the Business Registration Office appeared visibly agitated, their faces oscillating between shades of blue and white as they pored over financial records, scrutinized contracts, and checked transaction flows from morning until afternoon. Yet they could not uncover a single flaw. They had intended to stir up trouble, but under Wang Jing's watchful eye, they were compelled to act with restraint. Ultimately, they returned empty-handed. That evening, Su San compiled all the negative information and data at his disposal. Wang Jing also edited the recordings from the day. These scoundrels are utterly despicable. They are behaving like utter lunatics. Su San exclaimed in fury. Cursing will not resolve the issue. We are civilized individuals. Let us maintain decorum. Thunder Dragon admonished Su San. Very well. Su San took a long drag from his cigarette. After reviewing the materials regarding the allegations, Thunder Dragon quickly devised a counter-strategy. Chapter 43, Multifaceted Coordination. Defeating British Capital. Resolving the crisis. Next, I need you to accomplish several tasks. First, on behalf of Thunder Group and Thunder Technology, submit a counter-complaint to the Stock Exchange and the Independent Commission Against Corruption, accusing companies such as Swire and Jardine of abusing their reporting rights to maliciously disrupt our normal business operations and listing process, constituting unfair competition. Second, have Annie accompany Wang Jing to discuss these matters directly with the leaders of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, the Business Registration Office, and the Stock Exchange, pressuring them to provide evidence of the materials submitted by Swire that reported us. Otherwise, we will take legal action against them. Simultaneously, we will bring Swire, Jardine, and HSBC to court. Additionally, ensure that our counter-complaint is also sent to the Economic Secretary, the Chief Secretary, and the Government House. Su San's eyes brightened, using their own tactics against them. However, this is quite a bold move, directly bringing the lawsuit to the forefront and potentially alarming higher authorities, who are predominantly Westerners. Third, identify the consumers and employees who have falsely accused us, and have discussions with them regarding the legal ramifications of perjury and defaming a publicly listed company, encouraging them to reveal the truth on record and to personally testify on our behalf. All right. Su San diligently noted each point down. 10 days passed, and Thunder Technology and Thunder Group found themselves submerged in a deluge of slander. A considerable crowd gathered outside the group's premises, throwing various objects, vandalizing property, and creating chaos. Had it not been for Li Ying's arrival with reinforcements, the situation could have escalated even further. The following day, the edited video by Wang Jing aired across major television networks. The footage depicted investigators from the Independent Commission Against Corruption and other departments examining Thunder Technologies records. Simultaneously, Annie addressed the camera, stating, "Since its inception, Thunder Technology and Thunder Group have operated in compliance with regulations, with no violations whatsoever. Certain forces have maliciously reported and fabricated facts with the intent to obstruct our listing process. Thunder Technology reserves the right to pursue legal accountability against them." In the courtroom, Wang Fuguei stood resolutely against the lawyers from Swire, Jardine, and HSBC. Not only did Wang Fuguei present the edited video as evidence, but he also unveiled proof of the malicious reporting and fabricated facts orchestrated by the British capital, including false materials submitted to the stock exchange and instructions given to the media for defamation. Most of this evidence had been provided by the Independent Commission Against Corruption and other relevant departments. They had no choice but to comply when confronted with the video brought by Annie, especially since Su San had escalated the matter to the chief secretary and other high-ranking officials. They could not possibly admit to negligence, could they? Thus, they provided the materials in order to distance themselves from Swire and the other capitalists. Ultimately, faced with compelling evidence, the judge declared Wang Fuguei the victor. Addressing reporters, Wang Fuguei recounted the entire saga. The televised coverage of the court's ruling was sufficient to demonstrate that all prior slander against Thunder Technology and Thunder Group was a deliberate attempt at defamation. Within half an hour, the media in Hong Kong was in an uproar once again. However, the narrative had shifted, now turning its focus toward British capital. The Independent Commission Against Corruption and other departments confirmed that there were no violations, that Thunder Technologies' accounts were transparent, and that the British capital had engaged in malicious defamation to monopolize industry interests, resorting to fabricating rumors and disturbing market order. A slew of articles emerged. Yet these media outlets were prudent enough not to mention Swire or the others by name, instead framing the discourse as British capital targeting Thunder Technology and Thunder Group. A day later, Bao Chuanwang and Hua Ingdong simultaneously issued statements announcing an additional investment of 400 million Hong Kong dollars in Thunder Technology. They also convened a press conference. The appearance of these two financial titans served as a reassuring balm for the market. Soon after, Charles Da, the head of Motorola Asia, personally arrived in Hong Kong to hold a press conference. At the event, he not only showcased the complete technical licensing agreement, but also brought along a certification letter from the headquarters, declaring Thunder Technology to be Motorola's most significant partner in Asia. He enlisted internationally renowned certification experts to affirm that there were no quality issues with Thunder Mobile. This wave of support left those who had spread rumors about Thunder Mobile's quality utterly speechless. Thunder Dragon also took matters into his own hands, bringing the consumers and employees who had defamed the company before the media. They publicly admitted to having been bribed to spread lies and slander. The coordinated efforts left British capital reeling, as no one dared to confront Thunder Dragon directly. This time, Thunder Dragon emerged victorious. Observers from Hong Kong's capital were astounded. No one had anticipated that Thunder Dragon would not only triumph over the British capital led by the three major trading houses, but would also receive the unwavering support of Bao Chuanwang, Hua Ingdong, and Charles Da. Many investors now regretted their decision to sit idly by, realizing too late that they should have extended a helping hand rather than waiting for an opportunity to fish for profit. Simultaneously, Su San, dressed in a sharp suit, arrived at the stock exchange building, demanding immediate approval of Thunder Technology's listing request. Otherwise, he threatened to initiate legal action and report the matter to the government. What could the stock exchange officials say? They had no choice but to acquiesce. They understood that the materials provided by Swire and others regarding reverse takeover assessments and allegations of financial misconduct by Thunder Group and Thunder Technology were largely fabricated. If this continued to escalate and caught the attention of higher-ups, it would be a clear indication of their own incompetence. Following this incident, the British capital, spearheaded by the three major oceans, has vanished, collectively opting for silence. Their defeat was not only humiliating, but also a significant blow to their pride. Silence, indeed, is their most prudent choice, preserving what little dignity they have left. At this juncture, the covert and overt rivalries between both parties have ceased, signaling the conclusion of the tumultuous listing saga surrounding Thunder Technology. Lei Long has also refrained from further disputes with them. The reason for this targeting was not merely the astonishing valuation of 100 billion declared by outsiders, but rather that Lei Long ascended to the market atop the shoulders of British capital. A mere slap to the face of the British capital sufficed. Any further provocation might unleash their wrath upon him. During this period, Hong Kong remains firmly under foreign dominion. The best Lei Long can do is ensure Thunder Technologies listing, amassing strength for future confrontations with these capitalists. Days passed, and at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange building, within the opulent VIP room on the top floor, Lei Long, the king of chartering, Hua Ingdong, Charlie Da, and several other primary shareholders congregated. Today marks the momentous occasion of Thunder Technologies' reverse takeover of the Great Eastern Telegraph Company. As they prepare to witness the birth of a capital miracle, centrally positioned before them hangs a large LED display screen. Soon, the stock code 00818 Thunder Technology flashes into view. The clock on the wall ticks towards 9:59 in the morning. The stock exchange is about to open. Chapter 44. A market value of 100 billion. An SSS class family. Lei Long's retaliatory spending. At 10 o'clock sharp, the screen erupts into brightness, with red and green lines frantically oscillating. The opening price is set at 10 Hong Kong dollars, with 300 million shares publicly issued, equating to a market capitalization of 30 billion. But this is merely the beginning. 11121 15 16. The figures on the market value calculator for Thunder Technology are in constant flux. 30 billion, 40 billion. Continuous buying and selling ensue. By afternoon, the value reaches 334 Hong Kong dollars, shattering the 100 billion milestone. It's broken. It's truly broken. The general manager exclaims, staring in disbelief at the numbers on the screen. A sea of zeros before him. Prior to the listing, various media outlets and economic experts had speculated that Thunder Technologies' market value could potentially exceed 100 billion. However, it remained merely conjecture, as no such commercial empire had ever emerged in Hong Kong. The general manager's exclamation shattered the room's tense silence. Hua Ingdong and the others opened their eyes wide, fixated on the screen's figures, exchanging glances that revealed their shared satisfaction. A company barely a year old, with a product launched just months prior, has burst forth with a ferocity that has flung open the gates to the 100 billion market value, a feat unprecedented in the annals of business history. This heralds the dawn of an era of 100 billion market values in Hong Kong, akin to Shanghai's cinematic golden age of 30 million. Mr. Lei, Brother Lei, Young Master Lei, congratulations on achieving a market value of 100 billion, crafting a commercial legend in Hong Kong's history. Indeed, your name shall be inscribed in the annals of history. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The group lavishly praised Lei Long, eager to elevate him to the heavens. Lei Long humbly responded, there have been no such precedents before. There will certainly be in the future. I have merely blazed this trail. Nevertheless, Lei Long was acutely aware of his own significance and did not succumb to arrogance or self-satisfaction. The success in surpassing a 100 billion market value is significantly attributable to the presence of the king of chartering, Hua Ingdong, Charlie Da, and the Great Eastern Telegraph Company. Their collective strength and influence have garnered the trust of other capitalists and shareholders. Otherwise, based solely on Thunder Technologies' listing, a market value of 40 billion would have been considered commendable at best. I am immensely grateful for everyone's unwavering support and companionship. Lei Long raised his glass of red wine, gazing at the crowd. You're exceptional in every way, yet far too modest. The king of chartering sighed. Subsequently, the others raised their glasses as well. Cheers. Meanwhile, the figures on the screen continued to surge. Blue-chip stocks, such as HSBC and Chung Kong, typically stabilize within 12 weeks post-listing due to their robust fundamentals and stable institutional holdings, with market value fluctuations confined to within 5. Thunder Technology is also categorized as a blue-chip stock. A week has elapsed, and from a peak market value of 142 billion, it has settled at 110 billion, now stabilized. The increases and decreases will also remain within 5. Should the king of chartering and the others choose to cash out now, they would reap multiples of their investments. However, Lei Long firmly believes they will not pursue such actions. This is merely the beginning. The news of the 110 billion valuation was immediately dispatched by Lei Long to Su San and his team to stabilize the stock market and promote explosive growth. It is essential to attract more investors. Ding, Thunder Technology listed, market value fixed at 110 billion, family system rating in progress. Head of the family, Lei Long. Age, 24. Family level, Thunder Group asset scale 42 billion, Hutchison Whampoa equity 33, Thunder Films renowned in Hong Kong, Thunder Technology market value 110 billion. Capital scale exceeding 62 billion, comprehensive assessment, SSS level. A prominent family, standing tall in the region, wielding significant influence. Family level promotion. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 million points. SSS level. Indeed, he now surpasses the 4 major families of Hong Kong in all aspects. This level is undoubtedly well-deserved. Lei Long has now accumulated no less than 4 million points, ready for discretionary spending. However, this would primarily be for character series, technology, etc. If he were to pursue aircraft, artillery, and the like, he would find himself financially constrained. Lei Long perused the technology series page and immediately set his sights on a DVD player. With superior picture quality, greater storage capacity, and support for digital sound. It serves as a primary device for home audiovisual systems, fully capable of replacing current VCRs and VCD players. The second item is a digital camera, allowing instant viewing without the need for film development, equipped with an internal storage card, making it a complete replacement for conventional film cameras. In the marketplace, individuals can easily capture photos, sure to be a massive hit. The third is a home gaming console, supporting 3D graphics akin to Sony's PS2 and Nintendo's GameCube. With multiplayer capabilities that far exceed the 2D graphics of current Famicom, FC systems. The fourth is a desktop computer featuring a Windows graphical interface, internet browsing, and multimedia playback. Suitable for everyday tasks. Its computing power would far surpass the current DOS system computers. Following this, Lei Long's gaze fell upon the Sony HDC 3300 camcorder. This is the world's first camera capable of achieving high definition, 3x slow-motion filming, delivering high-quality slow-motion playback, while simultaneously enabling high-speed output from the same position, making it perfectly suitable for the filming of movies and television dramas. It far surpasses the Bolex H16, EMI 2001, and DSLR cameras currently utilized by Wang Jing and his associates by an astonishing margin. If films were to be shot using the Sony HDC 3300 camera, Lei Long could easily envision that the sheer quality of the visuals would overshadow those of other film companies. Beyond this, Lei Long has also set his sights on machinery and equipment related to real estate construction. Although the current state of real estate development is quite advanced, it still pales in comparison to future prospects, resulting in sluggish construction speeds and delayed economic returns across various facets. Soon, Lei Long exchanged for heavy machinery related to real estate, including fabric machines, pump trucks, tower cranes, fully automated rebar processing machines, aluminum and steel molds, bulldozers, and various models of excavators such as the 350 and 250, as well as leveling instruments and total stations. He even acquired technologies related to shield tunneling machines, which are unrelated to real estate. Lei Long aims to establish a heavy industry enterprise that not only enhances the construction capabilities of the Lei Ting Group, but also allows for sales and even exports worldwide. Chapter 45, Establishing Heavy Industry and Security. The president of the Youth Chamber of Commerce pays a visit. Having exchanged for the technology of these devices, Lei Long opened the character series. Previously, Lei Ting technology had been embroiled in a maelstrom of public opinion, with reporters and citizens besieging the entrances of Lei Ting technology, Lei Ting Group, and various other companies. Many employees were assaulted during this turmoil, and had it not been for Li Ying's intervention, the situation could have escalated even further. This left Lei Long feeling quite displeased. It became evident that he needed to establish his own security team, one that could protect the safety of the company and its employees at all times. The Global Security Company, known for its elite bodyguards, is an internationally renowned private security firm, with its personnel meticulously selected for their expertise in combat, firearms, route planning, and crisis anticipation. Responsible for the personal protection of dignitaries and the wealthy. Leading this team is Michael Blaze, the company's star bodyguard. The security company boasts a workforce exceeding 300 individuals. While formidable, the cost was substantial, 800,000 points. Ultimately, Lei Long made the painful decision to exchange for the Global Security Company. He summoned Su San and Annie, entrusting Su San with the production technology for electronic products like DVD players to be manufactured by Lei Ting Technology, while he had separate plans for the heavy industry equipment. Of course, the prerequisite for any product is securing patent applications. Annie was tasked with registering all products' patents internationally. That evening, upon returning to the villa, Lei Long exchanged for all personnel from Global Security. In an instant, a multitude of figures enveloped the entire courtyard. Master. Michael Blaze stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Just call me Mr. Lei, Lei Long replied, surveying the scene with satisfaction. Their presence on Hong Kong Island was not at all out of place, as arrangements had been made for their identity and entry information, ensuring their existence was completely legitimate. Agent, please register a company called Lei Ting Heavy Industry tomorrow, as well as a security company named Global Security. They will be the core personnel of Global Security. Now, take them to rest, Lei Long commanded while lighting a cigarette. Yes, Mr. Lei. Gao Jin nodded in compliance. Once everyone had departed, Lei Long picked up his Lei Ting phone and dialed the numbers of Wen Bixia and Xiao Anna, inviting them to join him. The matter of the upcoming IPO had left him seething with frustration. The following day, feeling refreshed, Lei Long arrived at the Lei Ting Technology Building. Charlie De was also present. Mr. Lei, we have successfully negotiated business abroad for the transformation of 2G signal base stations. We expect to commence sales of Lei Ting phones within 3 to 6 months, depending on your supply. Mid-sentence, Charlie paused. Not due to disbelief in Lei Ting Technology's production capabilities, but rather because, once the foreign sales channels fully activated, demand would be enormous. According to his research, Lei Ting Technology currently had only 3 factories, with a maximum production capacity of 30,000 to 40,000 units per day, far from sufficient. You need not worry on that front. I will be expanding the factory scale to ensure ample supply, Lei Long replied, settling down and offering a high-grade cigar. He had already contemplated this issue. His original plan was to significantly expand production on Hong Kong Island. However, he understood the principle of not putting all one's eggs in one basket. Should he offend the Hong Kong government one day, he could find himself in a precarious situation. He also planned to invest in establishing a factory in Long Country. Firstly, Long Country was actively seeking foreign investment and would undoubtedly welcome collaboration. Secondly, its production capabilities were robust and labor costs were lower compared to Hong Kong or other imperial investments. Thirdly, Lei Long also wished to contribute to the economic development of Long Country. All right, Charlie responded, choosing not to press further, as Lei Long was now their major benefactor, and they could not afford to offend him. Mr. Lei, my flight is about to depart, so I must take my leave. Should any issues or needs arise, feel free to notify me, Charlie said, glancing at his Rolex as he stood to depart. Indeed, Lei Long retrieved an envelope from his drawer and handed it to him, saying, Mr. Charlie, thank you for your special support during this time. This is quite all right. Charlie accepted it with a slight smile. Truth be told, he enjoyed doing business with Lei Long. Assisting him brought tangible benefits, and Lei Long was straightforward, eschewing any form of hypocrisy or underhanded tactics. Not long after Charlie left, a woman entered, none other than Zhu Sisao, the newly appointed general manager of Lei Ting Technology, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhong Chuang, hailing from humble beginnings. She possessed a keen business acumen, a unique market intuition, and decisive decision-making abilities, balancing human considerations with regulations, a quintessential strong woman. Mr. Lei, Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, and several capitalists from Hong Kong wish to invest in our company. They are waiting downstairs and would like to meet with you, Zhu Sisao stated promptly. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze deepening. When news of Lei Ting Technology's shell listing first emerged, these individuals had sought to invest, but he had declined. He did not wish to collaborate with opportunists. Subsequently, when Lei Ting Technology faced opposition from British capital, none of these individuals had stepped forward to support the company. They all chose to observe from the sidelines. Lei Long recognized this as human nature and a common commercial vice. Therefore, having weathered the storm, why should he now consider collaborating with them? Yes, their financial infusion could propel Lei Ting Technology to greater heights. However, Lei Long's character dictated that he reciprocate respect. If you extend a foot, I shall yield a mile. If you're unwilling to lend a hand in adversity, yet wish to share in the fortune, dream on. A pipe dream indeed. You should go down and inform them that our company is currently not prepared to seek financing. When there is news, I will notify them at the earliest opportunity. Lei Long flicked the ashes from his cigarette and remarked. However, Zhu Sisao still wished to express something. In her mind, this was a rare opportunity. Moreover, individuals like Li Zhaoji possessed considerable strength. Collaboration could only yield benefits. There was no rationale for refusal. There are no buts. Whether they are present or not, their influence on us is minimal, Lei Long confidently stated. Very well, Mr. Lei. Zhu Sisao nodded in response. By the way, the president of the International Junior Chamber of Commerce, Yu Jinyu, has arrived with his team and wishes to meet you. Upon hearing this, Lei Long inhaled sharply. The International Junior Chamber of Commerce, known as JCI, has its Hong Kong chapter under its auspices. Each year, candidates are selected from various sectors such as business, academia, government, and media in Hong Kong. At the year's end, the top 10 outstanding youths are recognized. This process is akin to an award selection in the film industry. Being nominated signifies one has achieved excellence in that year. Though it does not confer actual power, it bestows immense influence. Such influence holds a unique honor in both the political and business realms. For him, it was indeed necessary to attend. Lei Long understood the unspoken rules of the world. No matter how grand or elevated the status of tycoons, celebrities, businesspeople, or underworld figures, they are utterly vulnerable in the face of power. Power is the ultimate destination for players. Let them come up, Lei Long instructed. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Sisao brought Yu Jinyu and his associates to the office. Mr. Lei, greetings. I am Yu Jinyu, the president of the International Junior Chamber of Commerce Hong Kong chapter. And it is a pleasure to meet you. Yu Jinyu approached with a beaming smile. Chapter 46. Mentor of the Junior Chamber of Commerce. Meeting with President Wang. Lei Long shook his hand. President Yu, an honor to meet you. Please take a seat. As everyone settled, Zhu Sisao served tea. Without further ado, Yu Jinyu retrieved a document embossed with a golden seal from his briefcase and presented it to Lei Long. Mr. Lei, within such a brief span, you have established a diversified group encompassing film, technology, and telecommunications, leading industry transformation, which is truly exemplary of this era. After months of rigorous nominations, qualification reviews, and committee deliberations, the international side has also approved our recommendation. Congratulations on being shortlisted for the top 10 outstanding youths. This is the notification and invitation letter. During the year-end, we will hold an annual meeting to publicly announce the top 10 outstanding youths, and we hope Mr. Lei can participate. Lei Long took the document and immediately replied, President you flatter me. The development of Thunder is a result of opportunity and team effort. I am merely a cog in the wheel. Thank you for the recognition from the Junior Chamber of Commerce. I will certainly attend the annual meeting. Eugenia nodded. By the way, Mr. Lei, I would like to invite you to serve as our mentor. Of course, I understand that your business is demanding, and you would only need to attend once a year to interact with our selected 20 young entrepreneurs. These young individuals hail from finance, technology, and trade sectors, all successors of their respective companies and promising entrepreneurs. Mentorship and exchange signify access to the core of the future business and political landscape in Hong Kong over the next decade. Lei Long pondered for a moment. No problem. Guiding the youth in building Hong Kong is also my responsibility. Excellent. Thank you. Here is our mentor appointment letter. With that, Eugenia produced another document and placed it on the table. Clearly, he had come well prepared. Lei Long accepted it. After a brief conversation, Eugenia took his leave with his team. As Yu Suasawa tidied up the teacups, she softly inquired, Mr. Lei, do you really intend to dedicate time to mentor these young individuals? Lei Long smiled and replied, those who sit atop today were once young themselves 20 years ago. The seeds planted today will naturally bear fruit 2 decades hence. Meanwhile, at Changjiang 10 Industries, Mr. Li, as you suspected, Li Zhaoji and his associates failed in their attempts to curry favor. They were completely disregarded. The female secretary entered with a report. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. Li Jiaqing squinted and scoffed. They were helpless in the face of British capital's oppression. They didn't utter a word, and now that the situation has improved, they go to ingratiate themselves? Nevertheless, Li Jiaqing has gained a clearer understanding of Lei Long's approach. He is indeed a discerning individual. However, he believes Lei Long is somewhat naive. Were he in Lei Long's position, he would not have rejected the financing proposal from Li Zhaoji and others, considering the apparent benefits. Reflecting on this, Li Jiaqing chuckled. Last time, didn't Thunder Group express interest in acquiring our Kwai Chung terminal? Let us sell it to them. A favor in return. Although Kwai Chung Terminal is a terminal, it hasn't been operational for over 20 years. When it was acquired a few years back, he anticipated that the Hong Kong government would initiate reform and development, yet years have passed with no sign of progress. Very well. The female secretary nodded and then proactively sat beside Old Li. Mr. Li, they wished to purchase a bag. As time reached mid-November, the New Year and Spring Festival approached. The holidays abroad differ from those in Hong Kong. Abroad, the primary celebration is New Year's Eve, yet in Hong Kong, aside from New Year's, the most significant festival remains the Spring Festival. Although Hong Kong has been under British rule for decades, the festive atmosphere during the New Year remains vibrant. As expressed by the king of charter boats, Lei Long was eagerly looking forward to it. Mr. Lei, we have secured Kwai Chung Terminals number 3, 4, and 1. Previously, Li Jiaqing was opposed, but I'm not sure why he proactively sought cooperation with us a few days ago. Lei Long narrowed his eyes, immediately guessing that Li Jiaqing was extending a favor. Old Li is rather cunning. Speaking of land acquisition, after more than half a year of concerted efforts, a considerable amount of key land has been secured. Lei Long was merely waiting for negotiations between Long Gua and the British Empire. Once the declaration is made, it will act as a catalyst, compelling the Hong Kong government to reform, and at that point, land will enter a milestone phase. By the way, how is the acquisition of Hong Kong Electric Group progressing? Lei Long inquired, as he had not forgotten this matter. However, with a powerhouse like Hong Kong Electric Group, supported by established British capital such as Jardine Matheson, investors trust them deeply. Once shares are released on the stock market, they are quickly bought up. Large-scale acquisition is impossible. It can only be achieved gradually over time. Miss Anna reported that we have accumulated 16 shares. Gao Jin responded. Only 16? Lei Long sighed, finding this quantity insufficient. Acquiring Hong Kong Electric Group would have to wait until after the new year. By the way, has the Mandarin Oriental Hotel been booked? I need to meet a very important guest tonight. Lei Long sipped his tea and inquired. No problem. Gao Jin nodded. That evening, in Central, at 5, Connaught Road, Mandarin Oriental Hotel. This esteemed hotel, inaugurated in 1963, stands as the flagship establishment of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel Group and is undoubtedly the most renowned hotel in Central. Its architectural design is inspired by the rich traditions of the Dragon Nation. Within its opulent confines, One can find not only exquisite dining establishments and bars, but also an executive lounge, a spa, and various other amenities. It has been the preferred haven for numerous luminaries, including Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II herself. As Lei Long entered the private room, it was not long before the esteemed boat king, Ho Dong, also arrived, accompanied by an additional guest, President Wang, the highest-ranking official responsible for communication between the Dragon Nation and Hong Kong. The two gentlemen, Bao and Ho, rose to greet him, their attention soon drawn to a middle-aged man in casual attire. President Wang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have long wished to make your acquaintance, but have yet to find the opportunity. Upon hearing this, President Wang smiled graciously, his gaze filled with admiration for Lei Long. Ah, young Lei, you are too humble. You are indeed a prominent entrepreneur, having built a pioneering enterprise valued in the billions, setting a remarkable precedent. Quite impressive. In truth, President Wang had been aware of Lei Long's accomplishments for some time. Prior to this, there were several other Hong Kong entrepreneurs who were equally, if not more, illustrious, such as Li Jiaqing and Guo Dishing. However, Lei Long's recent public offering not only defied the pressures of British capital, but also shattered their blockade, creating a miraculous valuation in the billions, a feat worthy of commendation. Please, take a seat. We wouldn't want the wine to cool. Lei Long chuckled, promptly ushering everyone to their places. The table was adorned with a selection of dishes: roasted duck, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised ribbon fish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried pork. The wine was a modest yet respectable sorghum liquor, priced at just a few Hong Kong dollars per kilogram. Chapter 47. Investing in Factories in the Dragon Nation. A reminder of the flood disaster. This was not a reflection of Lei Long's frugality, nor an unwillingness to indulge in delicacies. Rather, he understood that President Wang was known for his integrity, a trait shared by many from the older generation. Thus, the meal consisted of simple home-cooked fare rather than extravagant dishes. The atmosphere was buoyant as the group dined and conversed, united by their shared lineage and abundant topics of discussion. Moreover, President Wang, as a senior official, exhibited a remarkably amiable demeanor, his eloquence infused with a unique charm. As the discussion unfolded, President Wang became aware of the various core issues Lei Long faced with his public offering, his expression turning grave as he inquired, "Old Bao, with Lei Xiaozi having offended so many British interests, do you think he might encounter any trouble?" In response, Bao Chuanwang chuckled, "There will certainly be challenges, but they won't dare to act recklessly again." Ho Dong promptly concurred, "Indeed, we are still here." The reason this group, led by Triads, had made such a ruckus and displayed remarkable unity in targeting Lei Long stemmed from two primary factors. First, they perceived Lei Long as an easy target, someone they believed they could easily manipulate. Yet, with Thunder Technologies' growing strength, they would have to reconsider any overt actions against him. Second, it was true that Lei Long had exhibited a certain audacity by utilizing the shell of Dedong for his public listing, effectively stepping on the toes of British capital. However, that was all in the past. President Wang pondered, "I will make a note of this matter and report it upward." Upon hearing this, Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke and tentatively inquired, "President Wang, does that mean there will be negotiations with them?" President Wang paused momentarily. "You have a remarkable knack for sensing the winds of change, and your sources seem quite reliable. Indeed, during the new year, we will organize relevant matters. However, I cannot disclose too much at this juncture." Having received a preliminary answer, Lei Long smiled faintly. The land he had acquired over the past 6 months was finally poised to yield returns. "By the way, Lei Xiaozi, your initiative in reaching out to me today, surely it is not merely to have Old Bao and Old Ho relay your circumstances?" President Wang inquired, taking a sip of his drink. In truth, Bao Chuanwang and Ho Dong had already shared much information about Lei Long with him. Since returning to Hong Kong, Lei Long had never proactively contacted any of Lei Luo's acquaintances, nor had he engaged in any collaborations. Indeed, the majority of his funding sources were derived from his own financial ventures, with minimal interaction with Lei Luo's capital. From all perspectives, Lei Long was a man who preferred to rely on his own efforts. Today's initiative was certainly noteworthy. "President Wang, to be candid, I wish to invest in establishing a factory in the Dragon Nation. Additionally, I aim to facilitate the construction of 2G signal base stations, enabling Thunder Mobile to rapidly gain traction in the Dragon Nation. In the future, I plan to introduce further industries, such as technology and heavy industry," Lei Long declared with conviction. While he could certainly engage with the relevant departments within the Dragon Nation on his own, communicating with President Wang would yield greater efficiency. Not only would it expedite the process, but it would also serve as a subtle expression of his intentions. Furthermore, as he planned to invest in the production of numerous products within the Dragon Nation, establishing a channel through President Wang would help him avoid many unnecessary complications. This was not merely a matter of self-interest, but a pursuit of mutual benefit. "Ah, that poses no issue at all. We warmly welcome exemplary entrepreneurs like yourself. President Wang responded with a broad smile. To be candid, Old Bao previously mentioned the enormous success of your Thunder Mobile in Hong Kong, as well as your collaboration with Motorola, which holds promise for global distribution. I had long wished to make your acquaintance, and I must say, you are even more ambitious than I had anticipated. The establishment of factories and the construction of signal base stations will not only stimulate domestic employment and ancillary industries, but also contribute to a significant advancement in our communication infrastructure. President Wang, I do not seek personal profit. My only desire is to create job opportunities for more people and contribute to the Dragon Nation, Lei Long said. Raising his glass, President Wang stood, lifting his own glass in return. Lei Xiaozi, with your words and intentions, I assure you that I will facilitate the necessary arrangements and provide you with the utmost support. Now, let us toast to this promising beginning. The four of them downed their drinks in unison. Ho Yingdong inquired, by the way, in which regions do you plan to invest in establishing factories? Investment must be strategic. One cannot act blindly. His concern stemmed from a fear that Lei Long might lack adequate knowledge of the Dragon Nation. Modu, Yangcheng, and Pingcheng. Lei Long replied after a moment's thought. These cities are all port hubs, poised to become pivotal economic zones in the Dragon Nation's future, serving as vital sources of livelihood for many workers. Your insight is truly remarkable, Bao Chuan Wang exclaimed in surprise, as he and Ho Yingdong shared a similar perspective. They had initially feared that Lei Long, being unfamiliar with the Dragon Nation, would lack such knowledge, yet he immediately mentioned the coastal cities, indicating he had done his homework. By the way, President Wang, there is something I am uncertain whether I should mention, Lei Long said, setting down his glass with a serious expression. Go ahead. President Wang nodded. Next September, we will witness a combination of southern floods and northern droughts. Regions such as Ganpo, Bashu, Jingchu, and Sanchong will be significantly affected by water-related disasters, Lei Long recalled, drawing from his previous life's knowledge gleaned from the internet. Natural disasters are merciless, and in the face of nature, humanity appears exceedingly insignificant. It has now come to my mind that Long Lei must speak out in advance. What? Is that true? How did you come to know? President Wang exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Brother Lei, this pertains to calamities and misfortunes. You must not speak lightly. The Ship King also lost his composure. Are you just spouting nonsense? Whether you are right or wrong, it is hardly a good situation. Taking a deep breath, Long Lei, with a grave expression, declared, how could I dare to use such matters as mere conversation starters? My sole intention is to urge President Wang to take this seriously, in order to mitigate potential casualties to the greatest extent possible. If you believe in my words, I can unconditionally secure 300 million in funding to construct additional projects. Every bit helps. Next September is favorable. I trust you. President Wang nodded slightly. We will certainly take precautions. Thank you for your reminder. Soon, the gathering that evening came to a close. The following day, President Wang's team arrived, and one must commend their efficiency. Long Lei promptly dispatched Su San to Long Country to coordinate investments and the construction of signal base stations. As for the 300 million assistance, President Wang indicated they would await decisions from higher-ups. On this side, Gao Jin also facilitated the qualifications for global security and Thunder Industrial. Typically, the application speed for ordinary individuals would not be this swift. However, who is Long Lei? He has the funds. There is no issue that cannot be resolved with money. If there is, it is merely insufficient. On the Thunder Industrial front, Long Lei instructed Zhu Sava to inject capital while simultaneously investing in production, purchasing materials, and assembling for manufacturing. Regarding global security, Long Lei's current thoughts are minimal, simply arranging some security services to ensure the safety of various companies. Chapter 48. Acquiring Li's Television. Xiao Yifu could no longer sit still. The survival of the fittest. Thunder Film and Television. Long Lei has arrived, and Wang Jing placed the box office data for Mr. Zombie on the table. The final box office tally for Mr. Zombie surpassed 40 million, reaching a staggering 48 million, still maintaining an unassailable lead. By the way, what is the situation with Li's Television? Long Lei immediately inquired. Li's Television, following TVB, is the second most influential television station in Hong Kong, belonging to British capital. Historically, due to frequent changes in ownership and the constant reshuffling of major equity stakeholders, the influx of capital has been problematic, leading to the abandonment of numerous projects, such as The Swordsman and Chunjun, which drew widespread condemnation from audiences. In March of this year, the British-owned Lees was rumored to be selling a 61 stake to an Australian consortium, but this consortium drastically slashed production budgets in order to reduce costs, resulting in many projects being left unfinished. Lee's Television has also faced criticism, with viewership ratings plummeting. According to my sources, the Australian consortium is contemplating the sale. Wang Jing sat down, fixated on Long Lei. Mr. Lei, you wouldn't be considering acquiring Lee's Television, would you? Long Lei patted Wang Jing on the head. Otherwise, why would I have you keep an eye on it? What a foolish question to ask. With that, Long Lei stood up, straightened his shirt, and said, let's go. Bring the seal and documents. Today we shall acquire Li's television. Although Li's television is currently experiencing a talent drain, stars like Zhang Guorong and Mi Shui remain. Long Lei's primary goal, aside from recruiting talent, is to seize control of the television station to pursue his own endeavors. For instance, broadcasting his own films and TV dramas while controlling the narrative direction. All right. Wang Jing immediately rose, adjusting his large belly as he headed out. In the afternoon, Long Lei arrived at Broadcasting Road, Li's television. In the office, Long Lei met with the head of the Australian consortium, Raking. Welcome, Mr. Lei. Please have some tea. Raking courteously offered a cup of tea. I never expected you would come. What a surprise. Long Lei accepted it and replied directly, Mr. Raking, you are too polite. I have heard that your company is preparing to sell its equity. Upon hearing this, Reagan's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Mr. Lei, your information is indeed well informed. Yes, the economic returns are not commensurate with the investment. We are indeed considering this. So, Mr. Lei, are you interested? He was currently troubled by the lack of potential buyers. The predicament of Li's television was evident, and with the transaction amount exceeding 100 million. It felt like a hot potato that he could neither sell nor keep. Long Lei stated directly, I will buy the 61 stake in Li's television for 1 billion. What do you say? Reagan smiled slightly. Mr. Lei, I genuinely wish to sell, but I will not sell at a loss. 5 billion. Long Lei unequivocally replied, Mr. Reagan, do you truly believe that apart from me, anyone else would be willing to invest so heavily to take over your mess? Is it Xiao Yifu from TVB? Or Princess Jean, Lei Jukin, and Zhou Wenhui from Golden Harvest? Do they not have thoughts on it? No. It's because they deem the cost-benefit ratio of the acquisition too low. I would venture to guess that they have not even set foot in your office. Long Lei could assert such statements not without reason. Over the past year, Reagan has been slashing budgets, experiencing a talent drain, and accruing debt. Taking over this hot potato not only entails purchasing the 61 equity, but also requires substantial funds to restructure Li's television, rescue productions, and replenish talent. The return on investment would be lengthy. Individuals like Xiao Yifu have a straightforward approach, rather than pulling out 1 billion for an acquisition. They would be better off solidifying their own television station's production, or even poaching top stars like Zhang Guorong and Mi Shui. Reagan's smile suddenly froze. Long Lei's words struck home. However, it was also this reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, Reagan readily agreed. All right, let us sign the contract and proceed with the formalities. Long Lei stood up, to a pleasant collaboration. The next day, while Wang Jing was busy signing a contract with Li's television, Long Lei was contemplating how to elevate Li's television to surpass TVB and become the strongest television station in Hong Kong. With the new year approaching, organizing a spectacular spring festival gala could indeed boost viewership ratings. As for next year, releasing sequels to dramas like The Legend of the White Snake could further enhance ratings. Long Lei also envisioned hosting an Asia Miss election that would surpass TVB's Miss Hong Kong in prestige. Additionally, various economic programs, military segments, and variety shows could be introduced. Enough is enough. With these initiatives, what could TVB possibly counter with? It is not that he is intent on targeting Xiao Yifu and the operations of TVB. It is primarily because they block his path to becoming the strongest. Externally, Long Lei's acquisition of Li's television has somehow been leaked by some gossip monger, stirring astonishment throughout the film industry. It is not that Li's television is particularly strong, but rather the figure of Long Lei. Even producing a film can overshadow the entire film industry. Now, with the acquisition of Li's television, who knows what surprises may unfold? Jean Gongju Building. It's over. This rascal Long Lei is up to something again. Our circle is bound to be restless. Lei Jukin gazed at the newsprint, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Let it be, said Xiao Yifu, unfazed as he took a drag from his cigarette. The headache isn't ours, it's for Zhao Wenhui. Indeed, it's us. Let's not overthink it or get involved. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to shoulder it. Pan Dishing chuckled. If Leilong truly engages in a life and death struggle with Xiao Yifu, wouldn't that be to our advantage? I hope so, sighed Lei Jukin. Whether Jia can take another step forward may just be an opportunity this time. At the TVB building, Xiao Yifu and Li Xiaohua were sipping tea. Had I known this rascal was going to acquire, I would have snatched up Li's television, Xiao Yifu remarked, his gaze darkening slightly as he took another sip. Leilong had caught his attention, especially with the matter of backdoor listing, revealing that he was no ordinary individual. Now, acquiring Li's television must certainly harbor ulterior motives. TVB and Li's television are competitors, and clashes are inevitable. Yifu, you need not worry so much. The viewership of a television station cannot simply be salvaged by wealth, nor can it match us in just a year or two. Li's television is hardly worth mentioning. Li Xiao was scoffed, a hint of disdain etched on his aged face. After decades of navigating the industry, what storms and geniuses had he not encountered? They say the victor is king, but the true reality is that the survivor reigns supreme. Indeed, Xiao Yifu nodded slightly. Yet, the more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. He promptly picked up the phone. Go, recruit all the renowned actors from Li's television. Chapter 49, Asia Television. New Year's dividends. 3 days slipped by in a blink. Li's television had been acquired by Lei Long and was rebranded as Asia Television, presenting a fresh visage to the world. Besides the name change, internal reforms were also necessary. In the lobby of Li's television, the executives gathered, their expressions a mixture of complexity, anxiety, and fear. Whispering among themselves, their company was undergoing yet another change of the big boss. This left many speechless, with doubts about the company's future looming. However, the new boss's identity dispelled such thoughts. Lei Long was a newly wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong Island, a domineering figure in the film and television realm, boasting undeniable strength. Yet rumors suggested that Lei Long was cold and ruthless, implementing a complete overhaul in every new company he took over. Examples included Hutchison Whampoa and the Great Eastern Telegraph Company. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost and several other luxury cars arrived at the company entrance. Lei Long and Gao Jin stepped out, while Michael Bryce coordinated security with global security personnel nearby, arranging basic safety measures. Several foreign shareholders immediately approached, greeting respectfully. Mr. Lei, welcome. Please, come inside. Tea is prepared. No tea for me. Lei Long scanned the room and said nonchalantly, since everyone is present, I'll keep it brief. The first matter, Li's television is now renamed Asia Television. If anyone is dissatisfied, you may relinquish your shares at this moment. Upon hearing this, the major shareholders were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a new official comes in with a bang, initiating a significant change right off the bat. Although they were not pleased with Lei Long's decision, they remained silent. Those who had endured to this point would not easily withdraw their investments. The main shareholders were fluid, yet they remained steadfast. Secondly, Asia Television will become a free channel, just like TVB, requiring no payment. Do you have any objections? Lei Long continued. Li's television had operated on a pay model, while TVB offered free access. Though Li's television had been around longer, it had been surpassed by TVB, proving that the pay model was untenable. The shareholders remained silent. However, while the shareholders were seated, General Manager John Deere was growing restless. Mr. Lei, the name change was a decision made by the board. I have no authority in this matter. However, charging fees is our core business principle, and once. Lei Long stepped forward and calmly stated, all right, you can pack your things and leave now. John Deere was momentarily stunned, then anger flared on his face. Humph, Lei Long. You will inevitably lead this company to ruin. If you don't want me here, there are places that will. Gao Jin swiftly restrained John Deere's neck, dragging him away. When told to leave, you leave? Why so much nonsense? Lei Long lit a cigarette and said coolly, thirdly, I will inject more capital, and I will transfer all actors to Thunder Films. Henceforth, Thunder Films will serve as the back end for Asia Television. A slap must be followed by a candy. The major shareholders immediately flattered. Do well. Only then did Lei Long settle onto the lobby sofa, with hundreds of eyes fixed upon him, brewing tea. Lei Long lifted his head and remarked blandly, you may continue with your affairs. By the way, Zhang Guorong and Mi Shui stay. Soon, everyone gulped nervously and dispersed. The 3 bold moves had left them intimidated. Sit. Lei Long gestured for Mi Shui and Zhang Guorong to take a seat. The two exchanged a cautious glance before sitting down. I presume Xiao Yifu has offered you quite generous terms? Lei Long inquired as he handed them 2 cups of tea. To be honest, he was quite displeased. Knowing he had acquired Li's television, yet they still attempted to poach his talents. Xiao Yifu had indeed crossed a line. Once the new year was over, he would deal with him. Zhang Guorong nodded slightly, sincerely stating, however, I know Mr. Lei, you have acquired our company, and I did not agree. A song from Shanghai Ten had propelled him to fame nationwide, a debt of gratitude he would never forget. Had it not been for his contract with Li's television, he would have jumped ship to Thunder Films long ago. Lei Long nodded, then turned his gaze towards Mi Shui. Mi Shui, the actress portraying the second-generation Huang Rong, had drawn considerable viewership for Li's television and was quite attractive, possessing a unique beauty that blended innocence with allure. Mi Shui met Lei Long's eyes and quickly replied, I did not agree either. In her view, Lei Long was the man who created box office miracles, especially with Thunder Films, which had produced several films surpassing the 30 million mark, launching stars like Zhao Yaji and Lin Zhengying. Although TVB was also commendable, she preferred to follow Lei Long. All right, now you will bring all the actors to Thunder Films. I will arrange for people to connect with you, and I will also provide you with the best resources. Lei Long sipped his tea, quite satisfied. The film and television industry differs from others. Profits cannot be made solely through team division of labor. Only the famous can bring economic benefits. Elevating one person can sustain an entire company. Zhang Guorong and Mi Shui were the face and core talents of Li's television. Retaining them was tantamount to preserving the company's foundation. Moreover, it was also a matter of Lei Long's reputation. He certainly could not acquire a company only to have its people flee, for that would be a significant loss of face. Before long, the time arrived the day before New Year's Eve. Lei Long attended the Youth Chamber of Commerce event, where he was honored with the medal and title of one of the 10 outstanding young persons. At the venue, a multitude of media reporters gathered, disseminating the news far and wide. The name Lei Long has not only been inscribed in the commemorative album of the Youth Chamber of Commerce, but has also etched itself into the consciousness of the people of Hong Kong. While it may not yet be a household name, it is destined to become widely recognized over time. The following day marked the New Year's Eve. Lei Long summoned the heads of his various companies to discuss this year's dividends. The combined dividends from several companies reached over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. From major shareholders to security personnel at the entrance, even the cleaning staff was to be rewarded. Lei Long orchestrated such a grand affair to ensure everyone understood that working alongside him would not lead to any grievances. After all, in his previous life, Lei Long had ascended from a mere laborer to a financial magnate, profoundly aware of the struggles faced by those at the bottom. He would never indulge in the sour remarks of certain individuals or utter the absurd claims that one could earn 100 to 200,000 a year from farming. Even more ludicrous were the beneficiaries of the dividends who dared to call others lazy and unmotivated. What nonsense! Such ingratitude. Chapter 50. Welcoming the New Year. The ratings king changes hands. 4 electronic products dominate the market. As the Spring Festival approached, everywhere was adorned with festive decorations, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Each company hung up couplets and little balloons. Lei Long made a phone call to the Thunder Group and Lei Luo, wishing them a happy new year. Although the elder was quite displeased with Lei Long's absence from home. Initially, Lei Long had intended to return for a family reunion dinner. However, he yearned to experience the local ambience, as the Spring Festival was not celebrated abroad. Most importantly, he was supervising the Spring Festival Gala for Asia Television. This was the debut of Asia Television, and it was imperative that there were no missteps, as it would affect the channel's future standing in the viewers' hearts. After a half-hour of preparation, Lei Long turned to Zhu Susa and said, "Let us proceed to the venue." Inside the Asia Television studio, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. "Is everything in order?" Lei Long surveyed the orderly scene and inquired. "Mr. Lei, we have rehearsed numerous times. There are absolutely no issues." Wang Jing immediately responded. Lei Long nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the stage. This time, Lei Long had prepared a plethora of performances, including Zhang Guorong singing Shanghai Tan, line dances to celebrate the new year, comedic skits, and hit songs from popular artists. He had even specially invited some rising stars from other companies. Moreover, he arranged for the future 3 kings, Guo Fuqing, Li Ming, and Zhang Xueyou, to perform together on stage. These 3 were his primary targets for future cultivation. Originally, there were 4 kings, but since Liu Dehua signed with TVB and had already risen to fame, Lei Long chose not to pursue him. Once everything was on track, he planned to bring all these future top-tier stars under his wing. Soon, the clock struck 8 in the evening, and the Spring Festival program exclusively for Asia Television commenced. Lei Long sat backstage, monitoring the ratings. At the outset, Asia Television recorded a rating of 32, while TVB held 58, and Jia Television had 20. TVB's advantage was evident, initially dominating half of the television landscape, effortlessly outshining the other channels. This was a testament to their strength and reputation. How could the former Lee's Television hope to compete? Their traditional Happy Tonight Spring Festival special, star-studded yet predictable, still attracted a considerable audience. By 9:30 p.m., Zhang Guorong took the stage to sing Shanghai Tan, raising Asia Television's ratings to 41, while TVB dropped to 49. At 10 o'clock, 2 skits from Asia Television graced the stage, pushing the ratings to 48, marking the first time in years that they surpassed TVB, which stood at 40. TVB noticed the pressure and hastily inserted a segment featuring heavyweight stars sending New Year greetings, but the ratings did not rebound significantly. The content of Asia Television's program was increasingly engaging, firmly capturing the audience's attention. As midnight approached, fireworks illuminated the sky, signifying the end of this year's Spring Festival. The final ratings were impressive. Asia Television peaked at 64, maintaining a commendable average rating of 40, emerging as the dark horse of the evening. TVB, on the other hand, peaked at 61, with an average of 30. They started strong but witnessed a steady decline, plummeting to a low of 20. The next day, on the first day of the new year, various media outlets began reporting. The ratings king changes hands. Asia Television's Spring Gala surges, defeating the dominant TVB. TVB's Happy Tonight New Year's Eve special fails. Is the viewing myth shattered? Asia Television fires the first shot in their comeback. Asia Television presents a genuine spring festival gala for the people, rich in innovation. Within TVB, figures like Chow wore expressions of despair, devoid of any festive spirit. They had anticipated another year of top-tier status, only to be blindsided by Lei Long's recent acquisition of Lee's Television, which had overshadowed them and snatched their glory away. Is Lei Long truly that brilliant? How does he come up with so many innovative programs? One disgruntled collaborator slammed the table in frustration. Enough, the facts are established. Let us return to our celebrations. We shall discuss this after the Spring Festival. Chow concluded, his countenance dark as he departed. In stark contrast, within the Asia Television building, a jubilant scene unfolded. Zhu Suosua, Wang Jing, and Zhang Guorong wore radiant smiles. The Spring Festival Gala orchestrated by Lei Long not only salvaged Asia Television, but also triumphed over the ratings giant, TVB, a feat that would have been unimaginable in the past. Mr. Lei, initial estimates suggest that the brand effect and viewership generated by this gala will triple our advertising revenue for the coming year. Wang Jing exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Everyone has worked hard. This time, every individual from top to bottom will receive 10 times their salary. Notify the programming department. We must begin conceptualizing special programs for the Lantern Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, striving to surpass even this event. We must instill anticipation in our viewers and showcase sustained value to advertisers. Lei Long meticulously instructed. Having achieved preliminary success, the next step was to stabilize the ratings. Soon, the Spring Festival passed, and March, an otherwise unremarkable month, arrived. However, a press conference held by Thunder Technology sent ripples across the entire island of Hong Kong. At the Thunder Technology headquarters, the venue buzzed with flashing lights, with reporters outnumbering the employees present. Zhu Suosua took to the stage, introducing 4 electronic products. The Thunder Light and Shadow, a personal digital camera, designed for portability, utilized storage cards to capture images, and featured an LCD preview screen for instant viewing. For women who are innately aesthetic and seek to capture life's fleeting moments, this was a dream come true. The Thunder Vision, a home DVD player, boasted high-definition picture quality and surround sound effects, making it the top choice for those who prioritize audio-visual enjoyment and quality family time. The Thunder Deaf God, a home gaming console, supports large-scale 3D modeling games akin to those on the Sony PS2 and Nintendo, thus opening the gateway to a virtual world. This allure proves irresistibly captivating for both the youth and middle-aged individuals alike. Thunder Computer Enterprises emerges as an essential asset for workers. The introduction of the 4 products left the audience in awe, each one capable of revolutionizing the market. As Zhu Suosua aptly stated, this could potentially elevate the electronic and living standards of Hong Kong Island and, by extension, all of Asia. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Thunder Technology promptly commenced sales. Within mere hours, the initial batch of products was completely sold out. Long queues formed outside various electronic shops, and the order lines were inundated with calls. Merely 10 days later, the sales figures for the 4 products reached a staggering 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. News of this success spread rapidly, attracting an influx of domestic and international capital to Hong Kong Island, all with a singular aim, to collaborate with Thunder Technology. These matters were delegated to Zhu Suosua by Lei Long, who firmly stated, collaboration is acceptable, but financing is not. Thunder Technology will handle production while the partners will manage sales, with profits split 80-20. If you wish to collaborate, then let us proceed. If not, you are free to leave. On Lei Long's end, he arrived at Thunder Films, delivering over a dozen Sony HDC 3300 cameras to Wang Jing. Though the Sony HDC 3300 had already been mass-produced in significant quantities, Lei Long intended to create several blockbuster films and television series to elevate the prominence of Thunder Films and Asian television, subsequently launching the HDC 3300 into the market. Simultaneously, Lei Long gathered Wang Jing and others, outlining 2 crucial directives. First, to recruit across Hong Kong Island under the banner of a collaboration between Asian Television and Thunder Films. Second, for Wu Yusin, Mai Dongxiong, and Wang Jing to extend olive branches to the leading stars of major companies, assuring them that any penalties incurred from contract terminations would be covered, alongside direct offers from Thunder Films. Furthermore, any personnel from directors to crew members should be recruited whenever possible. Do not worry about funding, Lei Long insisted, tapping his fingers on the table. Currently, Thunder Films, in conjunction with Asian Television, stood unrivaled in the industry, boasting top-tier resources, strength, financial power, and reputation. This moment presented the finest opportunity to dominate the film industry. For the future may not offer such possibilities. As the joint recruitment announcement was made, Individuals gradually arrived for interviews, transforming the streets surrounding Thunder Films into a bustling scene. The sheer volume of applicants compelled Lei Long to delegate the stringent selection process to Wang Jing and his team. Additionally, some individuals attempted to gain entry to Thunder Films through monetary means or personal favors. Yet these overtures were firmly rejected by Lei Long. Are you expecting to use backdoor connections? This is not a certain place. Besides, most of these individuals are rich heirs and princesses who would merely tarnish our brand. Opportunities should serve the masses, not cater to those who lack for nothing. Later that evening, as Lei Long departed from Thunder Films, a woman approached him, visibly distressed. He and Gao Jin exited the vehicle to assist her, only to be confronted by a group of over 10 thugs, characterized by their unkempt appearances and tattoos, embodying the essence of youthful bravado. The leader, a burly man in his 40s with 2 prominent scars across his face, cast a predatory gaze upon the woman clad in a form-fitting dress. You too, looking rather dapper. I advise you to mind your own business. Step aside before you ruin my plans, or you'll regret it. The brute stepped forward, swinging a spiked club towards Lei Long's chest as a warning before advancing on the woman. Adjusting his suit, Lei Long's demeanor turned icy. Gao Jin acted swiftly. Within a minute, the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Lei Long seized the spiked club from Gao Jin and brought it down upon the thug leader's head, causing a gruesome injury that elicited a horrific scream. Get lost, Lei Long coldly uttered, discarding the club as the assailants fled with remarkable speed, disappearing as if they were rabbits. Are you all right? Lei Long approached the trembling woman in the corner. I'm fine, thank you, she replied, lifting her gaze. In that moment, both were taken aback. Lei Long recognized her instantly. It was Chun Yulian, the illustrious little dragon girl of the 3rd generation, a character deeply etched in his memory. The encounter was unexpected, especially considering she was currently known to be in a relationship with Zhou Ruanfa, complicating matters. Chun Yulian, on the other hand, recognized Lei Long's status as a leading tycoon in Hong Kong and the formidable head of Thunder Films. Regaining his composure, Lei Long assisted her to her feet and escorted her into the vehicle. However, instead of taking her home or to the hospital, he drove her back to Thunder Films. Here, have some tea. What transpired earlier? He inquired, offering her a cup. I had just returned from drinking when they set their sights on me. I fled, only to run into you, Chun Yulian recounted, visibly shaken. Upon hearing this, Lei Long understood. Her beauty and her role as the little dragon girl made her an object of desire for many. Thank you, Mr. Lei. If it weren't for you tonight, Chun Yulian's voice broke as tears streamed down her face. Lei Long handed her a tissue, and after a considerable time, she finally composed herself. By the way, I hope you consider my earlier suggestion, Lei Long said with a gentle smile. Mr. Lei, I have a contract with TVB. If I breach it, I would incur a substantial penalty, Chun Yulian expressed nervously, recalling Lei Long's earlier words. No worries, I will cover the penalty. All you need to do is join my company, and I assure you, the resources will be plentiful, Lei Long replied nonchalantly. He was already in the process of recruiting popular actors, and most of them were under contract with TVB. Since he had encountered Chun Yulian today, he saw an opportunity to use her as a prime example. Chun Yulian paused, contemplating. She was already aware of Thunder Films' recruitment efforts. Given the current momentum of Thunder Films and Asian television, the fact that a single film could catapult someone to stardom was undeniable. It would be unrealistic for her not to consider this. Though she was not at the pinnacle of talent within TVB, she certainly yearned for fame. However, due to various factors, she had hesitated to make a leap. Now, with the head honcho of Thunder Films personally courting her, the situation was different. He had just saved her and was willing to cover her penalty. After some deliberation, Chun Yulian agreed. All right, Lei Long smiled slightly. Jean, please escort Miss Chin home to rest. 3 days later, Chun Yulian concluded her contract with TVB, paying a hefty penalty of $1 million. This matter is of moderate significance to TVB, as such occurrences are quite commonplace within the entertainment industry. However, the moment Chun Yulian terminated her contract and subsequently joined Thunder Film, it immediately captured the attention of paparazzi, igniting a flurry of reports. Lei Long discreetly maneuvered within major newspapers and media outlets, leading to a series of articles surfacing. It was reported that Thunder Film had invested $2 million to secure Chun Yulian's contract, covering her substantial penalty fees, and the information was deemed credible. Upon the announcement, enthusiasm surged within TVB, inciting a fervent response, particularly given Xiao Yifu's notorious exploitation, which has been glaringly evident, especially in the challenging circumstances of the past 2 years. Wang Mingquan, lauded as the crown jewel of TVB, with his theme song, "A Thousand Rivers and Mountains Always Convey Affection" echoing through the streets, exemplifies a multi-talented star who has also faced inequitable treatment. The top-tier contracts at TVB offer monthly salaries supplemented by bonuses, Wang Mingchuan's contractual salary was initially 30,000 to 50,000, yet it has dwindled to 20,000 to 30,000 over the past 2 years. As for other directors, screenwriters, and crew members, their salaries have experienced even more drastic reductions. They all recollect Xiao Yifu's words, "Outside of TVB, you won't find a place for yourselves." Beyond TVB, companies such as Golden Harvest, Jinggongzhu, and Dabao are also experiencing a surge of enthusiasm. Thunder Film's prowess is evident, and its internal employee benefits are exceptionally generous. Now, even collaborating with Asia Television, paving the way for a promising future. Many individuals began to contemplate their prospects. Meanwhile, Chen Yulian invited Lei Long for drinks. He acquiesced, but rather than a bar, they returned to a villa for their libations. That night, Lei Long and Chen Yulian became intimately acquainted. She intended to express her gratitude for his life-saving assistance and the signing of her contract. It can only be said that this woman is truly a commendable one, filled with gratitude. As for Zhou Ruanfa, the online community is closely observing, noting that it was Chen Yulian's initiative. Lei Long is certainly a paragon of virtue. A month swiftly passed. Chen Yulian has now completely succumbed to Lei Long's charm. In fact, the very next day after being with him, she proactively ended her relationship with Zhou Ruanfa. She recognized that her affection for Zhou Ruanfa was merely a byproduct of their professional interactions. Moreover, she was acutely aware that her family would never approve of her relationship with Zhou Ruanfa. Chapter 52, Recruiting Stars. An incident among the artists. In this past month, through strategic poaching, Thunder Film has welcomed numerous new faces. Jet Li, who has just embarked on his career in Hong Kong, has been directly facilitated by Lei Long to create the Once Upon a Time in China films and their sequel television series. Andy Lau has also joined Thunder Film, as his current salary at TVB is merely 20,000, whereas at Thunder Film, it has surged tenfold. According to his own words, he is a versatile talent in film, television, and music, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Lei Long has even tailored a series of urban hero films for him, wholeheartedly supporting his musical endeavors. Lin Qingxia, at a critical juncture in her career, has also been lured by Lei Long's lucrative offer, receiving a leading role in a martial arts television drama, with Zhang Manyu set to play the second female lead. Additionally, the somewhat obscure but slightly popular Lan Jieying, who has struggled at TVB, has also departed to join Thunder Film. There are many more actors like her. They are all drawn to Thunder Film's formidable reputation, seeking opportunities and a more fulfilling livelihood. Beyond actors, numerous directors and screenwriters have also made the transition. For instance, Huang Zhan, one of Hong Kong's 4 literary prodigies and a songwriter behind many classic TVB theme songs, is also among the creative minds behind Happy Tonight. Simultaneously, Lei Long has successfully recruited Hai Mimi to serve as the face of Asia Television. Initially resistant, after a night of reciting poetry and the allure of $1 million salary, she ultimately chose to leave TVB. This wave of poaching has caused the most upheaval within TVB. Other companies, generally treating their employees well, have seen fewer departures. However, TVB is in turmoil. Thunder Film has begun to undermine the very foundation of TVB. And if Lei Long continues his recruitment efforts, even the elder statesmen at the entrance may not be spared. Li Xiaoya, Xiao Yifu, and other executives have initiated an emergency response plan. They have raised salaries across the board in a bid to appeal to emotions and reason, barely managing to retain their core team who were contemplating leaving. Yet, they now realize that their efforts are somewhat belated. 60% of the capable, talented, and powerful individuals have already departed, and the once elite team now stands on the brink of collapse. On the top floor, the atmosphere has become unbearably tense. The current staff have settled down, reported a middle-aged man. Huang Zhan, Xiao Sheng, and Du Qifeng have left as well? Xiao Yifu inquired, taken aback while sipping his tea. Yes, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. They have all joined Thunder Film. Damn it, this is pushing us to the brink. Xiao Yifu slammed the table, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes reddening. The efforts of these years have been largely appropriated by others, which is a fatal blow for him. All right, Yifu. It's human nature. Those who wish to leave cannot be retained. They will leave regardless. Compared to Xiao Yifu's fury, Li Xiaoya appeared much more composed. He had disagreed with Xiao Yifu's exploitation of artists and teams last year, but Xiao Yifu remained adamant. Now, the situation is dire. A clear consequence of Xiao Yifu's own actions. If you do not treat your subordinates as human beings, how can you expect them to regard you as one? Such a simple principle of humanity seems to elude him. However, it is too late to express such sentiments now. Li, you've experienced much. Can you devise a new strategy? Xiao Yifu exhaled sharply, fixing an intense gaze on Li Xiaoya. My suggestion is to avoid direct confrontation and focus on producing superior works to outshine Thunder Film and reclaim TVB's viewership, Li Xiaoya remarked thoughtfully. Presently, Thunder Film's power is overwhelmingly formidable. Even he, Li, would not dare to confront them head-on, let alone Xiao Yifu. An egg cannot contend against a stone without any chance of success. Compromising, biding time, and learning from Go Jian's patience is the wisest course of action. Mr. Li, you're not even willing to engage in discussions? That is not your style. Xiao Yifu narrowed his eyes, his eyelids twitching. Who is Li Xiaoya? Once a formidable figure in both the underworld and the legitimate world. I am growing old. This is now a realm for the youth. Yifu, stay grounded and do not ruin the fruits of our labor over the years. Li Xiaoya spoke in a low voice. All right, I understand. Xiao Yifu sighed. Once home, the more Xiao Yifu pondered, the angrier he became, and the angrier he grew, the more he reflected. Eventually, he coughed up blood. Startled, his mistress panicked, fearing that Xiao Yifu might die in her presence, and immediately made a call. In the dead of night, Xiao Yifu awoke from his hospital bed, his gaze icy, and promptly dialed a number. 3 days passed. I'm afraid, Mr. Lei, our artist was assaulted last night. Wang Jing rushed to report to the Thunder Group in a state of panic. Lei Long rose, his gaze turning icy. What happened? Wang Jing replied. I just learned of the situation and am unclear about the specifics. Let us go to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found Lu Dehua, Huang Zhan, and others lying on their beds, covered in numerous bruises. However, a girl named Wang Meiling lay lifeless, her body cold as ice. Wang Meiling, known as the charming Huang Rong at TVB, was quite a talented actress. Lei Long had taken notice of her and had offered her a signing fee of 300,000, intending to nurture her career, but now, their next encounter would be a matter of life and death. What transpired? Lei Long seized a passing forensic expert. Inquiring coldly, a police officer attempted to intervene, but was stopped by Senior Inspector Chen Guozhong from the Copper Liu Bayo Division. Mr. Lei, Wang Meiling died from carbon monoxide poisoning, an apparent suicide, and there was a note left behind. However, upon examination, we found a bruise on her forehead and needle marks on her body. We suspect foul play, but we lack sufficient evidence. Chen Guozhong stepped closer, pressing a hand on Lei Long's shoulder. He understood he was divulging confidential case details, which was unlawful. Yet, with no witnesses or reasonable suspects, if the mastermind wasn't uncovered, Wang Meiling would be deemed a suicide. He believed that a wealthy man like Lei Long must possess the means to uncover the killer. Thus, he revealed the case details. All right, I understand, thank you. Lei Long glanced back at Chen Guozhong before entering the ward to inquire about Lu Dehua and the others. However, their experiences were merely being ambushed and beaten. They had no idea who had attacked them. Lei Long continued to question each one, but still, no answers emerged. Wang Meiling's fate was the most tragic. Jean, immediately mobilize all resources to investigate. Report any findings to me, Lei Long stated as he exited the hospital. His tone calm. Yes, Gao Jin nodded. Chapter 53, Bobby's Demise. A declaration of war against Xiao Yifu. Meanwhile, in a secret restaurant, Bobby met with Xiao Yifu. As Xiao Yifu entered, Bobby greeted him with a beaming smile. Xiao Yifu meticulously removed his glasses and placed them on the table. Without hesitation, he slapped Bobby across the face and began to pummel him with fists and kicks. You're a complete fool, aren't you? I had you teach them a lesson. Not to cause a death. Huh. As he spoke, Xiao Yifu picked up a chair and smashed it against Bobby. Damn it. Xiao Yifu cursed, panting heavily. Then adjusted his glasses, his eyes bloodshot. He had initially intended for Bobby to intimidate Huang Zhan and the others, then negotiate with them to change their minds. But now there was a death involved. Wasn't this just creating trouble for himself? Yes, I'm sorry. Bobby rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice trembling as he apologized. What happened? Xiao Yifu asked coldly. It was the men below who acted impulsively. They intended to intimidate that woman on the road. But Bobby paused for a moment. They took advantage of the situation, broke into her home, and assaulted her, didn't they? Xiao Yifu glared at Bobby, his teeth grinding audibly. But rest assured, my men have cleaned up the scene and fabricated evidence. They want to find a trace that can lead back to you. Bobby trembled under Xiao Yifu's imposing presence, feeling utterly defeated as he sank into a chair, shivering. Xiao Yifu's brow twitched as he seized Bobby by the collar. Here's 4 million. Use it to silence those who need to be silenced. Tomorrow night, I'll arrange a boat for you to leave Hong Kong Island and lay low. Once it's safe, you can return. With that, Xiao Yifu tossed down millions and departed. That evening, after an exhaustive investigation by Dongxing, they finally gleaned a clue. In a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Central, dust coated every surface, and the air was thick with the scent of rust. Lei Long sat on a wooden chair, leisurely exhaling smoke, his gaze utterly indifferent. Luo Tuo, Wu Ya, and Bonnie stood silently, sensing Lei Long's simmering fury. At that moment, the warehouse door swung open, and Gao Jin escorted in a man with a black cloth over his head. It was Bobby. Gao Jin unceremoniously tossed Bobby to the ground. his size 42 leather shoe pressing down on him. "Mr. Lei, I've brought the man." Lei Long slightly bowed, tearing away the black cloth and gag from Bobby's head while shining a bright flashlight on his face. "Mr. Lei." The bright light blinded Bobby. But Gao Jin's address made him realize the identity of his captor, the youngest tycoon in Hong Kong, one who stood equal among the four great families of Hong Kong. "Just recognizing me is enough. Now, tell me who ordered you to assault my employees. Speak, and you won't die. Refuse, and I assure you, you will suffer more than death." Lei Long retracted the flashlight, producing a dagger and placing it against Bobby's neck. His inquiry soft, yet resonant like a demonic whisper in Bobby's mind. The cold steel and the sharp sting made him acutely aware that his life hung by a thread today. Bobby's flesh quivered. "What do you mean?" "I don't quite understand, Mr. Lei." He realized that if he spoke, Lei Long would not spare him, nor would Xiao Yifu. "Luo Tua, get to work," Lei Long stated calmly. Luo Tua immediately retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, terrified screams from a woman and a child's cries, along with the sound of sticks striking, filled the air. "Wife, my son." Bobby gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted. "Honey." Bobby clenched his teeth. "Don't be afraid. I will save you." Lei Long smiled. "Now, can you speak?" Bobby swallowed hard. Breaking down in despair, "It was Sir Xiao Yifu. He ordered me to attack the employees of your company. Mr. Lei, I beg you spare my family." Upon hearing this, Lei Long narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. "Did he instruct you to commit murder?" Bobby, trembling with fear, replied, No. It was my men who acted recklessly. I'm sorry. Mr. Lei, I will bring them over immediately. Please don't harm my family. I beg you." Overcome with anguish, Bobby wept, his eyes vacant. "All right, I understand." Lei Long nodded. "Name them. I will let you go and ensure your family remains unharmed." Bobby promptly named 3 individuals. You may leave." Lei Long gestured, and Gao Jin lifted his hefty shoe. "Thank you, Mr. Lei, I will never dare again." Bobby rose, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a death sentence. In the next moment, Gao Jin stepped forward, seizing Bobby by the neck, producing the dagger to stab him repeatedly. It wouldn't be an instant death, but he would bleed out. "Lei, did you not claim you wouldn't kill me?" Bobby, struggling in a pool of blood, gazed at Lei Long with a mixture of disbelief and anger. "I did not take your life. It was Jin who did. I am a man of my word." Lei Long rose and approached Bobby to clarify. Bobby's head spun, and upon hearing this, he became so enraged that he spat blood. "I curse your ancestors. Bonnie, you and the others, investigate the 3 individuals Bobby mentioned and eliminate them," Lei Long commanded. "Jin, once this brat bleeds out, clean up the scene." "Understood, boss," responded Gao Jin, Bonnie, and the others. With that, Lei Long departed. Luo Tua wiped the sweat from his brow, still in a state of shock. He had not anticipated Lei Long's ruthlessness. It was fortunate that Lei Long was not affiliated with a gang. Otherwise, he would surely upheave the underworld. The following morning, Lei Long convened a meeting with the core elites of Asia Television and Thunder Film. He sat expressionless at the head of the table, quietly smoking. One by one, Wang Jing, Huang Zhan, Du Qifeng, Hai Mimi, and others arrived, all sensing the peculiar atmosphere. Their artists had been assaulted, and one had even perished. Although the police lacked evidence to identify the culprit, everyone understood that someone must harbor envy and resentment towards Thunder Film, secretly stirring trouble. "From this moment forth, we declare war on TVB and Shaw Brothers Studios," Lei Long stated calmly. Avenging Mei Ling was one reason. The principal motive was to dominate TVB, establishing a monopoly. This would grant him unparalleled authority in the film industry, rendering even the likes of Golden Princess Cinema subservient to his empire. "We shall recruit aggressively. From directors to the janitors, we shall entice them all. We will cover any breach of contract. Furthermore, we will launch a full-scale assault against them. For every film they release, we shall release one in retaliation, leaving them with no escape. Our singular objective is to dismantle TVB," Lei Long declared coldly. "Since Xiao Yifu is oblivious, we shall indulge him in this game." Chapter 54. The escalation of talent rates and the bet. The Hong Kong government announces the planning zone. "I support this. Companies like TVB should have collapsed long ago." Huang Zhan and the others immediately raised their hands in support. Many among them were veterans of TVB, having painstakingly built its empire. However, with the arrival of the industry's winter, wages plummeted and layoffs ensued. Those who remained were relatively talented and irreplaceable. Yet, many of their friends had been dismissed. Everyone was well aware of Xiao Yifu's character. Wang Jing and the others naturally had no objections. Lei Long's orders were akin to royal decrees, to be followed without question. Regarding Mei Ling, although the police have ruled her death a suicide, as employees of Thunder Film, we bear the responsibility to protect her, and now that she is gone, the company will allocate 1 million to her family. I will personally contribute another $1 million. Simultaneously, I urge you all to voluntarily donate to assist her family. Lei Long surveyed the room as he spoke. No problem. The crowd nodded in agreement. All right, let the operation commence. Meeting adjourned. By afternoon, news erupted across Hong Kong Island. Thunder Film's talent raid escalates. The Hong Kong film industry faces an ultimate reshuffle. Asia Television versus TVB, Thunder Film versus Shaw Brothers Studios. A seismic shift was impending in the film industry. Both entities were titans, and the victor would dictate the future direction and rules of the cinematic landscape. What Hong Kong residents would watch on television or in theaters would ultimately be decided by the winner. This was an open declaration. Upon the release of the report, the citizens of Hong Kong were abuzz. In tea houses and office buildings, people were discussing fervently, wow, Lei Long is genuinely prepared to go head-to-head with Sir Shaw. TVB's dramas are lackluster. It's about time for fresh blood. Honestly, it doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't concern us. However, I lean towards Lei Long. He is the one who can lead the industry into the future. In less than 10 days, chaos reigned within TVB and Shaw Brothers Studios yet again. From top to bottom, the primary reason being that Lei Long was offering far too much. Anyone who switched jobs would receive triple their salary. This was an increase of 100% compared to previous recruitment offers. The crucial factor was that Lei Long genuinely delivered. Once hired, salary was not an issue, as he also provided various benefits. Those who joined Thunder Film were living in luxury. Moreover, this time, Thunder Film representatives personally visited their homes, emphasizing sincerity. Consequently, within these 10 days, 40 elite personnel from TVB and Shaw Brothers Studios left for Thunder Film once more. Even Xia Yifu's personal intervention could not halt this exodus. Even the doorman resigned. Watching his team dwindle, Xia Yifu had no choice but to resort to goodwill, treating everyone to dinner, explaining the company's hardships, and hoping they could weather the storm together. He implored them not to emulate Chow's ungratefulness, suggesting they should repay kindness with kindness. His remarks ignited a surge of resentment among those who had initially considered supporting him. A few years prior, when Xia Yifu's company reigned supreme, wages had remained stagnant. Yet, upon entering the industry's winter, welfare was slashed and salaries reduced while individuals were expected to shoulder multiple roles for even less pay. If there were choices, who would want to toil like this? The next moment, someone could no longer contain themselves and pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Yifu. Sir Shaw, talk about conscience? Talk about old ties? When the company was flourishing, why didn't you share the wealth? Now that the winter has arrived, you cut benefits and salaries, making one person do the work of three. Where is your conscience? Where are your old ties? As the words fell, surrounding individuals began to murmur, many displaying expressions of indignation mirroring that of the speaker. Indeed, when things were prosperous, you didn't share the bounty. But now you expect everyone to stand by you in adversity? What kind of reasoning is this? Everyone, the company failed to consider your needs in the past. From now on, salaries will be doubled. All previous benefits will be restored. I, Xia Yifu, shall not shortchange anyone, Xia Yifu proclaimed, pulling out cash he had prepared in advance and distributing it on the spot. This maneuver barely stabilized the precarious company. 3 more days passed. Xia Yifu activated an emergency plan, fully committed to creating a project. He publicly announced that a single film would determine the outcome. Whoever won would exit the film industry. Lei Long naturally accepted this challenge, even dismissing Xia Yifu's wager as inconsequential, delegating responsibilities to Wang Jing and the others. Simultaneously, negotiations between the Dragon Kingdom and the British Empire concluded. On the Hong Kong government's side, representatives were dispatched to Asia Television to announce the results of the negotiations. Lei Long gleaned some crucial information from President Wang's words, such as the assurance of safeguarding the fundamental rights of the citizens and investors of Hong Kong Island. This information is of paramount importance, at the very least, once this news broke. The foreign individuals in Hong Kong would no longer dare to brazenly bully the locals or openly suppress their capital as they once did. 10 days elapsed, and Hong Kong Island made a significant announcement, designating certain areas as part of a planning zone for redevelopment, with enhanced subway access and the creation of commercial buildings. This planning zone encompasses parts of new territories and Kowloon. The specific locations included in this zone are still under deliberation by the Hong Kong government. Although the announcement did not specify exact sites, it unequivocally indicated that land values would appreciate. Once included in the planning zone, the increase would be even more pronounced. Real estate enterprises across Hong Kong Island sprang into action, eagerly acquiring land. They were all betting on the prospect that a successful gamble would lead to substantial profits. The influx of capital caused land prices across the island to double or even triple. Particularly in key areas like Central and Causeway Bay, prices surged by 4-fold. While the external market engaged in land speculation, Lei Long remained steadfast, calmly awaiting the right opportunity. It is noteworthy that since last year, he has already acquired land valued at $2 billion. and at current valuations, this figure has soared to over 6 billion, if not more. 3 days later, a statement from the Hong Kong government sent shockwaves through the real estate sector of the island. Areas such as Kwai Chung, Central, and various public housing estates were included in the planning zone. Su San, who had just returned from the Dragon Country, hurriedly entered the office, visibly excited and slightly flushed. Young Master Lei, our investment in establishing factories in the Dragon Country has been arranged. Also, the Hong Kong government made an announcement. Before Su San could finish, Raylong interjected with a smile, I am already aware. Comparing the government's planning zone, how much of our land is encompassed within it? It would be best if we could be included. If not, it is of little consequence. This is merely the initial wave of land appreciation. Many more opportunities lie ahead. As long as we possess land, generating profits will be straightforward. Chapter 55. With prime golden land in hand, Hong Kong's real estate tycoons beg for favor. By afternoon, statistics revealed that 2/3 of the land had been incorporated into the planning zone. This implies that selling this 2/3 of land could yield a minimum profit of 4 times, amounting to no less than 6 billion. Upon hearing this, Su San trembled with excitement. Young Master Lei, I believe we can seize this opportunity to make a significant profit. Profit is assured, but we must devise a strategy. Raylong narrowed his eyes, quickly contemplating. Relying solely on selling land for immediate gains is short-sighted. He seeks to maximize benefits. The major players in Hong Kong's real estate sector include the renowned Hong Kong-based companies like Chung Kong Holdings, Sun Hung Kai Properties, Henderson Land, and New World Development, along with British firms such as Swire Properties and the Land Development Corporation. They command substantial land reserves and development potential across the island. To secure profits from this situation, one must adeptly leverage this bargaining chip. After all, with so many land projects to develop, Thunder Group alone cannot absorb them all. However, Raylong is unhurried, knowing that others are more anxious and will approach him to negotiate. He firmly believes that the news of his possession of such prime land must have already circulated beyond his office. At that moment, Lu Rian and others arrived at the company, brimming with joy and praising Raylong's astute decisions. Simultaneously, as Raylong anticipated, numerous real estate firms were analyzing the government's planning zone and assessing their respective land holdings. Thunder Group emerged at the forefront. Following them were the newly listed Henderson Land, Chung Kong Holdings, and New World Development. Regardless of how they ranked, Thunder Group's holdings in this newly designated planning zone were indisputably superior to those of the other companies. Li Jiaqing, representing Chung Kong Holdings, slammed the statistical data onto the table, cursing vehemently. 6 months prior, he could have acquired land in Central for a mere 100 million from Thunder Group, potentially swallowing the entire company. Now, as Raylong pointed out, the land's value has skyrocketed to 600 million. Had he known, he would have seized the opportunity to develop it himself, reaping unimaginable profits. And the land belonging to Hutchison Whampoa should have been his as well. Now, it all belongs to Raylong, and Thunder Group is merely a real estate company. If they were to develop it themselves, the true real estate tycoon of Hong Kong Island would have emerged. Contemplating these thoughts, Li Jiaqing's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed, his heart racing, chest tightening, and dizziness overwhelming him. Meanwhile, the general manager, oblivious to Li Jiaqing's distress, added, Mr. Li, the Kwai Chung terminal you previously instructed me to sell to Thunder Group is included in this planning zone, having appreciated 5-fold. This reminder struck Li Jiaqing like a thunderbolt. He suddenly recalled, and his face turned ashen, his body weakening as he coughed up blood. Overcome by rage and despair, he lost consciousness. Mr. Li, Mr. Li. His secretary swiftly supported him. Quick, get him to the hospital. At Henderson Land, Li Zhaoji, calmly smoking a cigar, appeared indifferent. For him, having several land parcels included in the planning zone was already a tremendous fortune. However, he felt displeased that Raylong had acquired the land in the public housing estates, as it represented a key project with substantial benefits from the subway redevelopment. Yet, lamenting was futile. The other investors also had their own plans, but they uniformly focused their attention on Thunder Group. It could be said that whoever could secure a stake in Thunder Group would stand to profit immensely. That evening, after the gathering at Thunder Group concluded, Lu Rian, a married woman, insisted on accompanying Raylong back to the villa for drinks. The two continued their revelry deep into the night. Raylong, ever the gentleman, intended to escort Lu Rian home. However, she was unwilling. Miss Lu, you've had too much to drink. Let me call a driver for you, Raylong offered, extending his arm for support. Lu Rian vigorously shook her head, stumbling into the bedroom and collapsing onto the bed. I don't need you to take me home. Just here, let me rest for a moment. So soft. Raylong leaned against the doorframe, somewhat speechless. Truly, she was displaying the capriciousness of a wealthy woman, proving impossible to restrain. With a sigh, Raylong contemplated how to assist her and ensure her comfort. VIP subplot, 100,000 words omitted. The following morning, Lu Ruyan let out a startled cry, pulling the blanket tightly around herself, and swiftly seized a pillow to deliver a flurry of blows to Lei Long. Lei Long. You scoundrel. Beast. I am a married woman. How could you? Lei Long calmly intercepted the pillow, proceeding to analyze the situation. Last night, did you not indulge a bit too much and wander into my bedroom on your own accord? I was intoxicated. I remember nothing. She retorted. Did you not consider sending me away? Or at least waking me up? Lei Long, with a serious demeanor, explained, it was you who held on to me tightly. You initiated it. Lu Ruyan, fuming, exclaimed, how could I have been so inebriated? With my actions beyond my control. How could you take advantage of me in such a vulnerable state? Lei Long lit a cigarette and replied, look at what you're saying. A beautiful woman in need. And I simply offered my assistance. Ah, I shall kill you. Lu Ruyan once again raised the pillow. Lei Long rose, dressed, and headed for the door, muttering about her being a madwoman. You were the one who came to my door. Should I take the blame? Furthermore, we are both adults. Why pretend to be a maiden on her wedding night? Half an hour later, Lu Ruyan emerged, having finished her grooming, just as she was about to speak. Lei Long interjected, I will keep your secret. Very well. Lu Ruyan pouted and departed, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she left. With Lei Long in her sights, how could she fear a bleak future? Before 6 a.m., Lei Long arrived early at the Thunder Group. Susan, adhering to Lei Long's instructions, had polished the table to a sheen and prepared ample tea, including Cuban cohiba. As anticipated, before 8 o'clock, executives and heads from the 4 major real estate companies, including GD Group, appeared below in unison. A fleet of Rolls-Royces, Benzes, Bentleys, and other luxury vehicles lined the street, resembling a grand automobile exhibition. The gathering buzzed with noise as reporters, drawn by the prospect of encountering elusive business magnates from various corporations, attempted to breach the building for more information. However, Michael Blythe had long been prepared, with security personnel from Universal ensuring that any troublemakers were halted. At 9 o'clock, the conference room doors closed. Inside, over 30 individuals convened. Despite the seemingly modest number, each attendee was a powerful figure capable of altering the economic landscape of Hong Kong. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the air laden with a subtle gravity. All eyes were drawn to a young man by the window, sipping tea. His silence commanded respect. No one dared to speak. He was a tycoon of prime real estate, wielding influence over the property landscape for decades to come. Even a mere morsel from him could lead to immense wealth. Even the likes of British tycoon Nu Bishan had to tread lightly around him. Chapter 56. The Game of Asset Replacement. The Matryoshka begins. Negotiations collapse. At this moment, Lei Long turned around, surveying the room, taking his seat at the head of the table as Susan presented a cohiba. Lei Long took a puff and stated, I know that you all have come today in pursuit of the land in the planned area. However, I am not selling the land. If you wish to participate, I am willing to offer 60 of the prime land for collaboration. But there are 2 conditions. First, Thunder Group must maintain absolute control over the development, and its stake can never fall below 51. Second, if you wish to collaborate, you must demonstrate sincerity. To put it plainly, you must present quality real estate in exchange for the opportunity to collaborate. If I find a project of yours appealing, I'll cooperate. But I want to do so without compensation. I will acquire it at the prevailing market price. Those who wish to collaborate may stay. Those who do not may leave. And do not attempt to negotiate terms with me. I will not entertain them. Lei Long's demeanor was uncompromising. Upon hearing this, a tempest of thoughts surged within the attendees. Those who had reached the pinnacle of wealth were undoubtedly astute. They rapidly assessed the pros and cons. The more they analyzed, the more they perceived Lei Long as cunning. Indeed, he was no mere collaborator but a shrewd operator intent on leveraging the substantial value of the prime land to exchange for the high-quality assets held within their companies. Undoubtedly, the assets held by each company paled in comparison to Lei Long's prime land. Short-term collaboration promised significant profits. Yet the pivotal question remained. Who could guarantee that the land Lei Long acquired today would not be reabsorbed into the government's planned area, becoming a golden asset once more? If that happened, would they not find themselves ensnared in a perpetual cycle? This meant that they could potentially remain under Lei Long's influence for a lifetime. However, to abstain from collaboration would mean forfeiting even short-term gains. Li Zhaoji furrowed his brow, sipping his tea. Li Jiaqing maintained his composure, calculating in silence. Nu Bishan exhibited a stoic demeanor, continuously smoking. The others remained quiet as well. The conditions presented were far more stringent than they had anticipated, bordering on extortion. Lei Long sighed and remarked, let us not act as if we are mourning a death in the family. Consider this. How much will the assets in your hands appreciate over the next 3, 9, or even 10 years? Can you guarantee that they will be included in the planning area next time? Meanwhile, the land I possess is of golden caliber, ready to participate in the largest development feast orchestrated by the government over the next 10 to 20 years, with profits that are foreseeable and unprecedented. This golden opportunity to be exchanged for what you perceive as potential assets. Do you really require my assistance in calculating this? The conference room fell into an oppressive silence. The attendees feeling as if they were caught in a vice, pricked by needles, and seated upon a bed of nails. Agreeing meant potentially relinquishing the core interests of their companies. Disagreeing would result in missing out on this wave of prosperity. I agree. Li Jiaqing flicked the ash from his cigarette, the first to concede. The prospect of immediate gain was tantalizing. Why hesitate and gamble on an uncertain tomorrow? I concur, sighed Li Zhaoji. Agreed, Li Xiaohai added. Soon, the others, lacking the inclination for further contemplation, echoed their agreement. Only the executives from Swire Group and a few formidable figures like Zheng Yutong from New World abstained from consent. Lei Long cast a glance at the executives from Swire Group and Zheng Yutong. Swire Group was notoriously conservative, exercising caution in decision-making, and its operations were remarkably stable. They only engaged in projects with a high probability of success, never taking risks, and certainly not gambling. Thus, Swire had remained a stalwart among the four major trading houses. A formidable turtle, Zheng Yutong, a formidable adversary in his own right, was the jewel king of Hong Kong, having ventured into real estate, thriving within that sector as well. Very well, everyone, we shall conclude here for today. You all have room to contemplate. There is no rush. Until the planning department officially announces the specific projects, we can only await the opportunity to collaborate. Lei Long rose and stated, what remains elusive is the guiding document from the Hong Kong government, as the specifics of construction are beyond his influence. Today's meeting merely serves as a precautionary measure for everyone involved. Sir Newby, please stay? Lei Long suggested. Why not join me for afternoon tea? He approached Sir Newby. Very well. The two made their way to a private meeting room on the top floor. Lei Long personally poured the tea and offered a cup. Here, enjoy your tea. He pushed a cup towards Sir Newby, who took a sip and jested, Mr. Lei, your invitation to tea seems far from a simple affair, doesn't it? I fear I may be walking into your trap. Lei Long chuckled, touching his nose with his trademark smile. You flatter yourself, Sir Newby. I merely wish to discuss a potential collaboration. Proceed, Sir Newby replied, lighting a cigarette and reclining on the sofa. Lei Long wasted no time and got straight to the point. Earlier this year, your company acquired a 34% stake in Power Assets Holdings for $2.6 billion, making you its largest shareholder. To be candid, I hold a 20% stake in Power Assets as well, and I aspire to gain controlling interest. Would you be willing to part with some of your shares? The objective behind acquiring Power Assets is not solely to diminish the influence of Jardine Matheson, but primarily to unlock the long-term benefits of the company. The third phase of the Lama Power Station has only commenced its first phase. With the impending influx of capital, electricity demand will surge, and the current capacities of China Light and Power Assets will be insufficient. Lei Long envisions completing the second and third phases of Power Assets projects on Lam Island. In time, he intends to supply electricity for the entirety of Hong Kong Island. A true central enterprise, a state-owned level. You have quite the appetite. You desire everything, don't you? Sir Newby furrowed his brow. What are your terms? How do you plan to extract these shares from me? Lei Long replied calmly. First, I propose to exchange a prime piece of land valued at $1 billion for a portion of your shares in Power Assets. Second, I am prepared to offer $3 billion in cash for the acquisition. The land exchange, while market valued at only $1 billion, could yield unimaginable rental income once developed, making it a more viable option than the second proposal. The latter is a straightforward cash acquisition at a premium. Both proposals reflect my genuine intent. Upon hearing this, Sir Newby's expression changed as he pondered. He could not deny Lei Long's audacity. He was willing to offer substantial terms. However, he outright rejected the second proposal. Having just acquired the shares, he could not part with them for such a meager gain. A figure of $4 billion might warrant consideration. As for the first proposal, it indeed piqued his interest. Yet, large projects require time to develop, at least 3 years. Can Jardine afford to wait? Certainly not. Jardine has lost its dominance over Wharf Holdings and is now in a precarious position, relying on the support of the land and Power Assets. Losing Power Assets would be akin to severing its own limbs. I apologize, Mr. Lei. Your terms are commendable. However, they still fall short, Sir Newby said, flicking the ash from his cigarette with a hint of indifference. Very well. If the deal cannot be struck, let us enjoy our tea. Lei Long, undeterred, nodded subtly. If private negotiations were unfruitful, then the battlefield would reveal the true victor. He would see whose blade is sharper. As long as Sir Newby holds less than 51 of Power Assets, Lei Long still has a chance. Chapter 57. Collaborating with Ho Ing Tung to construct. Scheming against Li Jiaqing. Soon, 10 days passed, and May arrived. The works of Thunder Film and Shaw Brothers have been polished and are set to premiere in 3 days, vying for supremacy and establishing the true monarch of the film industry. As for promotion and release logistics, Wang Jing and his team are seasoned veterans. Thus, there is no cause for Lei Long's concern. Meanwhile, the planning department of the Hong Kong government has finalized the content of the renovation plan, outlining future directions for various regions, encompassing subway lines, commercial buildings, and residential complexes. For instance, in the housing estate area, not only will subway lines be constructed, but commercial buildings and residential complexes must also be developed. The government has designated this area as Taikou City. Additionally, the various piers in Kwai Chung will undergo significant renovations to serve as a future platform for international trade. Furthermore, the central land that Li Jiacheng sought to purchase for 100 million will now host a large commercial building. With specific guidance established, Lei Long remained proactive. Although he had put forth 60 of the core prime land, he still retained 40 within the company. This portion Lei Long did not intend to sell outright, but rather to develop himself. Thus, he instructed Su San to reignite Thunder Group South Legacy in real estate development. Thunder Heavy Industries has also produced a considerable amount of supporting equipment ready for immediate deployment. However, to mitigate any unforeseen issues, Lei Long insisted that Su San and his team personally oversee the construction crews training. Lei Long was confident that, for identical projects, Thunder Group's efficiency would surpass that of other companies by several times, potentially even tenfold. Hence, he dared to retain 40 of the prime land to collaborate with the government on development. If there were delays, Thunder Group would surely face the wrath of the government. Lei Long summoned Su San. Young Master Lei, Su San respectfully addressed him. Now that the government's guiding documents have been released, they surely cannot remain idle. They will likely approach us in the coming days. Take this asset exchange list and prepare for discussions. As he spoke, Lei Long handed over the asset exchange list pertaining to major companies to Su San. By the way, if Li Jiacheng comes by today, have him wait for me at the villa, Lei Long added after a moment's thought. Old Li holds a significant stake in power assets and possesses numerous high-quality properties under the Yangtze River 10 Industries. Understood, Mr. Lei. Su San promptly exited with the list. Just then, Hoing Tung arrived. Brother Ho, long time no see, still as vigorous as ever. Upon seeing Hoing Tung, Lei Long stepped forward and embraced him warmly. You've struck it rich with that piece of land. Haven to you? Hoing Tung clapped Lei Long on the shoulder with envy. Now that I've had my feast, I thought of you, Brother Ho. Lei Long grinned, guiding Hoing Tung to the sofa. You remember me, huh? So, does this mean I can share in your bounty? Hoing Tung exclaimed with delight as he accepted the teacup. I've put out 60 of the land for external collaboration, retaining 40 for us to partner on. Let us feast together. Lei Long replied with a smile. Judging Hoing Tung's character solely based on historical assessments may not yield an accurate portrayal. However, having interacted with him, Lei Long found him to be quite agreeable. When the shell listing initially occurred, Hua Ingdong, facing the pressure from British capital, not only chose not to withdraw his investment, but also contributed 300 million, publicly expressing his support for Lei Long to the media. What astonished Lei Long the most was that throughout the entire process concerning the prime land, Hua Ingdong never once contacted him, nor sent anyone to Thunder Group to seek opportunities for land development. Such actions alone were sufficient to earn Lei Long's trust. It was imperative to treat him to a feast. Alas, Hua Ingdong murmured, a frown soon creasing his brow. I fear our two families may not be able to indulge. Lei Long retorted nonchalantly, we can manage. Hua Ingdong couldn't help but scoff, huh? Where does your confidence stem from? Rising from his seat, Lei Long beckoned, come. Let me show you the new equipment I've developed. At Thunder Heavy Industries, various types of machinery were displayed at the entrance. Excavators, road rollers, tower crane components, and concrete trucks. Lei Long meticulously explained the role of each piece of equipment in the construction process. Goodness, Hua Ingdong exclaimed, his astonishment evident. This is nothing short of a cheat tool. Just consider the transportation of concrete. It's currently reliant on small carts and funnels for manual feeding. When it comes to high-rise constructions, the reliance on tower cranes is incredibly cumbersome and inefficient. Yet, Lei Long has ingeniously devised a fabricating machine that can pump concrete over 100 meters. What do you think, Brother Hua? I wasn't misleading you, was I? Stick with me, and you'll surely feast. Lei Long confidently lit a cigarette. Feast? What you're proposing isn't a banquet. It's a complete upheaval of the entire construction industry. Hua Ingdong rolled his eyes, taking a deep breath. I will immediately instruct my team to come and learn. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to Hua Ingdong, Lei Long returned to his villa. Within, a figure awaited him, Li Jiacheng. Presently, his heart was a whirlwind of anxiety and excitement. The anxiety stemmed from the fact that affluent individuals like Li Zhaoji had already established partnerships with Thunder Group, while he remained in limbo. The crux was that he was unaware of Lei Long's intentions behind the private meeting. The excitement, however, arose from his belief that Lei Long sought to obtain something from him, thus opening the door for negotiations. Indeed, The favor he had extended at Kuei Chong Pier had not gone in vain. At that moment, Lei Long entered the living room with a faint smile. "Mr. Li, I appreciate your patience." Li Jiaqing promptly rose, displaying a smile of his own. "Mr. Lei, not at all. I just arrived. Please, take a seat." Lei Long chuckled, settling onto the sofa and producing a box of gyeoksuba. Li Jiaqing accepted the gyeoksuba, adjusting his posture as he began to savor it, awaiting Lei Long to present his terms. "To be candid, I wish to acquire the Hongdang Group. Might Mr. Li be willing to part with your shares?" Lei Long had previously instructed Xiao Anna to conduct an investigation. The Hongdang Group was currently a hot commodity, with various parties vying to acquire it. The GD Group held 34, while Lei Long possessed 20. Jining Group had 12, and Old Li owned 15. The remaining shares were controlled by various institutions, shareholders, and retail investors. Previous negotiations with Nabijian had faltered, thus he had no choice but to approach Old Li. Li Jiaqing's eyelids twitched. Then he took a deep breath and pondered for a moment. "Let us hear your terms." He had not anticipated Lei Long's interest in the Hongdang Group. Had it been the previous year, he would have outright refused. However, the current circumstances were different. He sought collaboration with Lei Long. With this consideration, he could not simply decline. Chapter 58, The Understanding, Old Li. The unruly Xiao Yifu. The showdown begins. "I can offer you a gold plot valued at 5 billion. As for whether you prefer residential or commercial properties, the choice is yours. If you agree, we can delve deeper into our collaboration and discuss the finer details." Lei Long remarked casually while toying with the heating device. Li Jiaqing scrutinized Lei Long's expression, deep in thought. Exchanging a 5 billion gold plot for 15 equity appeared to be a losing proposition at first glance. Yet, as a businessman, how could he overlook the future benefits? In other words, it wouldn't be a loss. There was profit to be made. Moreover, this could pave the way for further collaboration with Thunder Group. It was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. "Very well," Li Jiaqing concluded after a minute of contemplation. "Mr. Li, you are magnanimous." Lei Long replied with a satisfied smile. With Li Jiaqing's 15 equity, he now held a total of 35, one more than Nabijian. He would soon become the largest shareholder in the Hongdang Group. Yet, this was still insufficient. To achieve controlling interest, he needed to wrestle the 12 from Jining Group. Before long, the two had finalized the relevant cooperation details. Li Jiaqing left, thoroughly pleased. At the same time, Xiao Yifu was up to mischief again. He arranged a meeting with the 3 major cinema giants, requesting them to covertly reduce the screening slots for Thunder Films productions. Golden Princess Lei Jukin, Jia Zhou Wenhui, and Baoda's Pan Dishing were taken aback by Xiao Yifu's demands. They were well aware that the requirement to determine the success of a production was proposed by Xiao Yifu himself. This was no secret in the film industry. Yet, this was a matter of fair competition, and his actions seemed quite unreasonable. "Old pal, are you trying to make things difficult for us?" Jia's chairman Zhou Wenhui leaned back on the sofa, eyeing Xiao Yifu with a serious expression. In the past, they might have considered Xiao Yifu's feelings. Given that TVB was the leading platform in the industry, and any collaboration required his approval. However, the situation had changed. Li's Television, or rather, Asia Television, had replaced TVB as the long-standing ratings champion, while Thunder Film had effectively overshadowed Shaw Brothers Studios. To put it bluntly, Xiao Yifu was no longer a force to be reckoned with. Was offending Lei Long worth it? The answer was a resounding no. Of course, with the outcome still uncertain, they wished to avoid antagonizing anyone. Neutrality was the wisest course of action. "I remain neutral," Zhou Wenhui thought for a moment before adding. Pan Dishing took a sip of red wine, contemplating, then revealed a look of remorse towards Xiao Yifu. "I remain neutral. I will not involve myself in this matter." Lei Jukin shot a glance at the two. "After all these years of partnership, are you all going to stand idly by while Yifu encounters difficulties? If old Zhou won't assist you, I will." Xiao Yifu managed a strained smile. "Thank you, old Lei." With the support of all 3, his chances of success would have been significantly greater. However, one ally was still beneficial. Lei Jukin's Golden Princess Cinemas was the 3rd largest competitor after Jiaha and Shaw Brothers. And with his assistance, the odds were still favorable. At midnight, having just finished his shower, Lei Long prepared to discuss Sun Tzu's Art of War with Chiu Shuzhen when a phone call interrupted him. It was Zhou Wenhui from Jia Film, informing him of Lei Jukin's covert maneuvers with Xiao Yifu. "Thank you for the heads up, Mr. Zhou. Should I secure TVB? I assure you our collaboration will be the closest it has ever been," Lei Long promised immediately upon hearing the news. The tip-off was clearly intended to curry favor, not out of friendship, but for mutual benefit. "Thank you, Mr. Lei. It's getting late, so you should rest early." After Zhou Wenhui finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lei Long leaned back on the sofa, setting his phone down with a light chuckle. Clearly, Xiao Yifu was out of options, resorting to underhanded tactics. As for Lei Jukin, that was a trivial matter. Besides being the chairman of the Golden Princess cinema chain, he also held the position of chairman at Jiulong Construction, possessing a significant stake in Kowloon Bus. The largest shareholder of Kowloon Bus was Xian Hongji's Guodisheng, who was currently collaborating with him. Just then, Qiu Shuzhen, her hair disheveled, emerged like a little kitten, curling up in Lei Long's embrace. What's the matter? Why are you still awake at this late hour? Haven't you been studying Sun Tzu's Art of War? Lei Long smiled faintly. Indeed, I must study. The next morning, Lei Long called Lei Jukin first thing. However, the latter spoke ambiguously, feigning ignorance, seemingly unwilling to make amends. His attitude was quite obstinate. This was a classic case of disrespecting the goodwill extended to him. Lei Long promptly dialed Guodisheng's number. Half an hour later, Guodisheng rushed in, exhibiting none of the demeanor one would expect from a wealthy individual, but rather that of a subordinate at Lei Long's beck and call. Mr. Lei, Guodisheng exclaimed as he took a seat, beaming with a smile. Mr. Guo, Lei Long handed him a cup of tea and got straight to the point. I have a favor to ask of you. Please ensure that Kowloon construction is removed from Kowloon Bus. In addition to our collaboration established yesterday, I am prepared to offer you $1 billion for a prime land development project. Guodisheng was momentarily taken aback. You want me to oust Lei Jukin? Why? Lei Long replied with a smirk. Some individuals simply do not know how to appreciate a kind gesture. All right, I understand. It's a deal. Upon hearing this, Guodisheng immediately recognized that Lei Jukin had offended Lei Long and readily agreed. That evening, Lei Jukin took the initiative to call Lei Long, hoping he would retract the order against Guodisheng. However, Lei Long declined. Once spilled, water cannot be retrieved. Lei Jukin was not acting out of understanding, but rather out of fear, much like a corrupt official issuing a confession. The following day, Golden Princess announced the withdrawal of its 18 cinemas from screening Thunder Films productions. As soon as the news broke, Wang Jing rushed to Thunder Group to report the situation urgently. With the premiere scheduled for that night, the withdrawal of 18 cinemas seemed like a deliberate attack against them. It's fine. If he seeks his own demise, I shall not intervene, Lei Long remarked nonchalantly. Since he wishes to play games with Xiao Yifu and me, let him face the consequences. Prepare accordingly and simultaneously notify all major cinema chains to elevate our collaboration terms by an additional 3. If we can successfully withdraw Xiao Yifu's film, let us raise it to 10, and from now on, Thunder Films productions will be exclusively provided. Lei Long narrowed his eyes and spoke with a calm demeanor. Understood, Mr. Lei. Wang Jing promptly departed upon hearing this. That evening, both films premiered. One was Thunder Films' The True Colors of Heroes, and the other was Shaw Brothers' The Buddha's Palm. Lei Long was aware that The Buddha's Palm was quite innovative and a commendable film under Shaw Brothers, garnering a final box office of 10 million, surpassing the works of other film companies. Unfortunately for them, it faced off against him. Chapter 59. Defeated, Xiao Yifu spits blood, Li Xiaohua steps in. The films were released, and The True Colors of Heroes achieved a seating rate of over 90. Every cinema was packed to capacity, with long queues forming outside, waiting for the next screening. The audience knew that when Thunder produced a film, it was bound to be a masterpiece. The next day, box office figures were released, revealing The True Colors of Heroes had a first-day box office of 6 million, while Xiao Yifu's carefully crafted The Buddha's Palm earned only 2 million. With a mere 40 occupancy, though it could still be considered a fine piece in today's Hong Kong, it paled in comparison to Thunder Film. With the first-day box office figures made public, the media in Hong Kong, like sharks sensing blood, began to report fervently. They had not forgotten the wager agreement between the two titans. The loser would have to exit the film market. Consequently, the newspapers in Hong Kong exploded with coverage, predominantly comparing the two films, even escalating to personal attacks on Lei Long and Xiao Yifu. One publication, the Snowflake Daily, directly criticized and mocked. 6 million versus 2 million. Lei Long delivered a devastating blow to the arteries of the Shaw dynasty. Thunder Films' The True Colors of Heroes has gone wild. With lines out the door and tickets hard to come by, Xiao Yifu's lavishly funded and personally supervised The Buddha's Palm finds itself nearly empty, with attendance worse than a tea shop. In this wager, it seems Xiao Yifu's The Buddha's Palm might not even survive its own release. The Gossip Weekly titled their piece, "Times Have Changed, My Friend." The article mocked, "Is Xiao Yifu still clinging to the outdated special effects of flying palms?" The audience has long since grown weary. Lei Long's The True Colors of Heroes, where Brother Ma lights a cigarette with cash and uses bullets to reason, is the true thrill. Is Mr. Xiao living in the past? Charging headfirst into a wall, this time the wall stands firm, but his head may just end up bruised. Some tabloids, ever eager for drama, exclaimed, "Kings versus bronze? An unequal slaughter." Xiao Yifu is merely offering his head on a platter. On the streets and in casual conversations, people discussed fervently, "Wow, did you see The True Colors of Heroes last night? It was amazing. Brother Ma looked incredibly dashing. I went to see The Buddha's Palm." The Buddha's Palm? Forget it, it's so outdated. I predicted the ending from the very start. I heard this film release is significant. It seems Xiao Yifu and Lei Long have a wager agreement. I can't believe Xiao Yifu has hit a brick wall. Will he really withdraw? Xiao Yifu has so many cinema assets. Who knows? In front of the media, Xiao Yifu made a statement. If he goes back on it, what face will he have left? Unless he kneels in defeat, perhaps Lei Long might show mercy. After all, the martial world is not merely about fighting, but also about human relations. However, it must be said, Xiao Yifu has dominated the film industry for so many years. It's time for a new contender to take the helm. Constantly feeding us motivational platitudes and life philosophies has grown tiresome. It is the likes of Lei Long, with youth, passion, intellect, and creativity, who truly understand what we desire and produce compelling works. This market is long overdue for an overhaul. In the crowd, upon hearing the public's evaluation of him, Xiao Yifu left with a composed expression. Arriving at his office, he felt a dryness in his throat. He wanted to curse, but found the fire within him had dried up, rendering him too weak to speak. In light of the current situation, Xiao Yifu was acutely aware of what it implied. The Buddha's Palm was a project he had personally overseen. Although it had not completely flopped, it had achieved the highest record in 2 years. Yet, it still fell short against Lei Long. Moreover, this occurred without the involvement of the Golden Princess cinema chain. Upon contemplating these matters, Xiao Yifu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He could not fathom why these spectators refused to purchase his ticket. Just then, his female secretary entered, placing a newspaper upon the desk. Xiao Yifu cast a cursory glance, his expression darkening to an extreme. The headline was painfully glaring. Iron-willed Baron hits a wall, 6 million box office teaches a lesson. The phrase teaches a lesson struck him like 3 resounding slaps, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. As a pioneer in the film industry, he found it unbearable to be subjected to such ridicule. The next moment, his countenance darkened further, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot. In the afternoon, Lei Long began receiving a flurry of phone calls. For instance, Li Jiaqing implored Lei Long to show leniency towards Xiao Yifu and the Shaw Brothers studio. Even the shipping magnate made a call, though he did not offer any favors, merely hinting that they were all Hong Kong capitalists and suggesting a gentler approach. Soon after, Li Jia reached out, proposing a gathering that evening. The Li family is one of the premier aristocracies on the island, boasting numerous shops, apartments, and commercial properties around Causeway Bay and Central, generating a substantial rental income. Moreover, Li Xiaohua, the head of the Li family, is also one of the founders of TVB. Given the current circumstances, his presence was hardly surprising. If he remained absent, TVB would truly be doomed. That evening, at the Lee Garden Hotel in Causeway Bay, an upscale establishment, Lei Long was greeted by a line of security personnel, exuding professionalism. After all, the Li family had its origins in the flower business, and their operational style was far more ruthless than that of Hongxing or Dongxing. The key factor was their immense wealth and dual influence in both legitimate and illicit spheres. For an ordinary family to provoke the Li family was akin to striking an impenetrable barrier. They would be left utterly bewildered as to their demise. Guided by the staff, Lei Long ascended to the 3rd floor, where he found both Li Xiaohua and Xiao Yifu present. However, Xiao Yifu's complexion was noticeably poor, and his expression faltered upon seeing Lei Long. This is Lei Long, he thought, whose aura was remarkably refined, surpassing even that of Lei Luo in gravitas. Mr. Li. Lei Long approached Li Xiaohua, shaking his hand before turning his gaze to Xiao Yifu. So, you must be the illustrious general manager Xiao. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I heard you suffered about a blood loss today. Are you alright? Despite Lei Long's immediate concern, Xiao Yifu felt no joy, only a sense of frustration that compelled him to muster a forced smile. The group soon took their seats. With a mere glance from Xiao Yifu, the nearby staff promptly presented an array of delectable dishes. Meanwhile, on the performance stage ahead, a troupe of alluring dancers, clad in daring attire, swayed gracefully to the intoxicating music, their movements enticing and their glances captivating, drawing the attention of all present. They boldly approached the guests, unafraid of revealing their forms, embodying a life reminiscent of royalty. This prompted Lei Long to reflect on a saying: goddesses are the muses of the impoverished, yet before the affluent, they are merely a matter of currency. After several drinks, the conversation among the guests became more animated, and the atmosphere grew convivial. Mr. Lei, I have a long-standing acquaintance with your esteemed father. Li Xiaohua began recounting tales from the past, attempting to forge connections and lay the groundwork for future discussions. However, Lei Long was not present to engage in idle chatter or listen to stories. He set down his glass and interrupted. Mr. Li, I prefer to be direct in my dealings. We can revisit old tales later. If you have something to convey today, I suggest you do so plainly. Chapter 60. The negotiation falls apart. Securing the Hong Kong Electric Group, reform. Very well, straightforward indeed. Li Xiaohua's expression momentarily shifted. I am aware of your wager with Yifu. However, it was merely a verbal agreement. Yet a promise is still a promise. Now that Yifu has lost, I can act as a mediator and have him formally apologize to you. Let us prioritize harmony, shall we? Upon finishing his statement, Li Xiaohua cast a glance at Xiao Yifu. TVB was not only one of his core assets, but also a testament to his rise. It was a matter of pride that he could not easily relinquish as a wager. An apology was the largest concession he could afford at this juncture. Xiao Yifu's face turned a shade of pale as he rose, pouring 3 glasses of liquor for himself and downing them in quick succession. Mr. Lei, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rashness. I offer you my formal apologies. Observing this, Lei Long smiled slightly, not even sparing a glance at Xiao Yifu, instead focusing on Li Xiaohua. Mr. Li, as for the agreement, I have never regarded it as binding. Whether you acknowledge it or not is inconsequential to me. Today, I present you with 2 options. First, I can acquire your company at a premium, with myself leading the equity while allowing TVB to retain its broadcasting license and infrastructure. So we may cooperate and prosper together. Second, we can engage in fair competition. We shall meet on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. The smile faded from Li Xiaohua's face. Xiao Yifu's eyelids twitched. Was this young man truly serious? Did he intend to leave no room for negotiation? Was it not preferable to delineate spheres of influence and coexist peacefully? Mr. Lei, Li Xiaohua's voice grew somber, displeasure evident. Are you suggesting that there is no room for negotiation? Lei Long's demeanor exuded a hint of arrogance. He had stepped forward without affording any regard to their status. With a light chuckle, Lei Long retorted coldly, "It is not that there is no room for negotiation, but rather that you are unwilling to negotiate." Having said that, he turned and departed. Initially, he believed he had a firm grip on Xiao Yifu, thinking he could seize TVB that night, considering Xiao Yifu was the current chief director. However, this evening made it abundantly clear that Xiao Yifu was but a minor player in the presence of Li Xiaohua. If Li Xiaohua chose not to speak, Xiao Yifu, as chief director, held no decision-making power. To acquire TVB, one must adopt a more ruthless stance. As Lei Long exited, Xiao Yifu clenched his teeth, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Had those 3 glasses of liquor been consumed in vain? Li Xiaohua exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone turning icy. Yifu, this has escalated to a matter concerning the company. It is now a question of our dignity. Return and contemplate this thoroughly. We must ensure that TVB's ratings rebound through our films. Xiao Yifu gritted his teeth in response. Understood, Mr. Li. In contrast to Xiao Yifu's disarray, the situation for the land company was equally dire. With Lei Long having secured Li Jiaqing's support, his stake in the Hong Kong Electric Group had risen to 35, surpassing theirs by a point. Equity equates to influence. Whoever possesses more can dictate the distribution of company profits and operational direction. Nu Bijiang immediately attempted to contact Chun Qingsong at the Jining Group, but was unable to reach him, as Chun Qingsong was currently at Lei Long's villa. Upon learning that Li Jiaqing had transferred his stake in Hong Kong Electric to Lei Long, he realized the value of his own 12 stake had skyrocketed. Consequently, he decided to pay a visit to Lei Long in the dead of night to discuss matters. Lei Long produced a bottle of red wine, pouring each of them a glass. Chun Qingsong, aware of the situation, understood that this individual was indeed a true legend of the era, renowned for his boastful nature. He had remarkably managed to elevate the disheveled Jining Group to a staggering market valuation of 30 billion, surpassing even the 4 major trading houses. However, his illustrious journey was on the brink of conclusion. Lei Long had intended to arrange a meeting for the following day, but unexpectedly found himself visited in the dead of night. He could surmise a couple of reasons behind this intrusion. At present, Chun Qingsong resembled the version of himself that had once existed at the Kowloon warehouse. Meanwhile, he and Nubidian were akin to the former shipping king and Nubidian. Whosoever obtained the pivotal 12 shares would command the Hong Kong Electric Group. As Chun Qingsong set down his phone, he remarked, "Mr. Lei, you just witnessed that the Land Group also contacted me. Is it possible for us to renegotiate the terms of our transaction?" This was an attempt to raise the stakes. Lei Long wrapped his fingers against the armrest of the leather sofa, contemplating for a moment. "I am prepared to offer 1 billion in cash for the acquisition." The mention of 1 billion brought a smile to Chun Qingsong's face. Not only was it a premium acquisition, but it was also offered in cash. He was well aware that foreigner Nubidian could not provide such terms. "Very well, however. I wish to collaborate with your esteemed company on the development project at Kwai Chung Terminal." "Agreed." Lei Long nodded in affirmation. Should Jining Group encounter turmoil subsequently, it would affect their partnership, yet the repercussions would be manageable. If issues did arise, they could simply eliminate Jining Group from the equation. "Mr. Lei, how magnanimous of you." Chun Qingsong chuckled heartily. "Since we still have time, why not join me for a couple of drinks at the bar? I assure you of the most enticing company models. Mature women, flight attendants, and even skilled companions." Lei Long promptly declined. No need for that. The thought of women made him wary of potential ailments. Chun Qingsong, touching his nose, rose to leave. "All right, I shall have someone reach out to you tomorrow." I must take my leave. The following day, Lei Long attended the Hong Kong Electric Group's board meeting armed with the transfer agreement from Li Jiaqing and Chen Qingsong. With an overwhelming advantage of 47 shares, he became the principal decision-maker of the Hong Kong Electric Group, merely 4 shares shy of absolute control at 51. A minor acquisition in the market would suffice to bridge the gap. Nabijin sat in the conference room, visibly uncomfortable. Just a few days had passed, and already Lei Long had seized control of the board. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have been better off agreeing to collaborate with Lei Long. What a grave mistake. Yet the situation was now set, and he lacked the means to alter the 47 shareholding. All right, everyone, please be quiet. I, Lei Long Group, am entering Hong Kong Electric Group, not for charity, he declared. Next, we shall fully commit to the second phase of the Lamma Island project. The construction profits will be distributed according to shareholding proportions. Naturally, some might question my management strategy and express dissatisfaction. However, that is easily resolved. Those unwilling to participate may transfer their shares to me at market value. Upon concluding his statement, Lei Long surveyed the room, leisurely lighting a Marlboro. Having invested such a considerable sum and acquired prime real estate, it was only fitting that he assert himself. Agreed. Each shareholder responded with resignation. Despite their discontent with Lei Long's assertive approach, few could rival his wealth and power throughout the entirety of Hong Kong Island. Aligning with such a formidable ally promised a prosperous future. Moreover, seasoned in the industry, they all sought to seize more profits. There was no chance they would withdraw their investments now. Even the second largest shareholder, Nabijin, remained silent, his expression dark, resembling a mute. Was it that he had no desire to speak? No, he was still grappling with the situation. Chapter 61. Dominating the Hong Kong Film Circuit. Crushing the Shaw Brothers film base. Having resolved matters concerning the Hong Kong Electric Group, Lei Long departed, leaving Su San to handle future communications. That afternoon, news of Lei Long's 47 ownership at the Hong Kong Electric Group's board meeting broke in the media. The general public paid little attention, but the capital circles buzzed with excitement. First, there was Hutchison Whampoa and the Eastern Telegraph Company, and now Lei Long had quietly acquired the Hong Kong Electric Group. The companies under Thunder Group's umbrella were vast, eliciting envy from countless investors. The 4 products recently launched by Thunder Technology had already dominated the market, generating millions daily, outpacing the Federal Reserve's money printing. Who wouldn't be envious? Simultaneously, Lei Long received a call from Charlie. Several countries had completed the construction of their 2G base stations, establishing hubs for development. Once these points were operational, they could commence sales of Thunder phones. Lei Long understood Charlie's intentions immediately. He called the shipping king to delegate transportation responsibilities, as previously agreed. It was essential to note that the shipping king possessed the largest fleet in Hong Kong, connecting various countries' ports. A command was issued, and factories and warehouses in Longhua and Hong Kong sprang into action, packaging and shipping out batches of Thunder phones. The smallest orders were worth 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, while the largest could reach 3 billion. 10 days passed. In the Thunder Film Office building, Lei Long summoned 3 titans of the film industry, Jin Gongzhu Lei Jukin, Jiahe Zhou Wenhui, and Bao Pan Dishing. Lei Long was not without his own film distribution company, Asia Television, though it currently had only 5 cinemas. He had already instructed Gao Jin and others to engage in discussions to expand their numbers. More cinemas were inevitable. However, his immediate goal was to swiftly undermine Shaw Brothers and Li Shaohai, thereby seizing control of the film industry. Thus, he set his sights on Lei Jukin and the other 2. Zhou Wenhui and Pan Dishing remained composed, while Lei Jukin seethed with frustration. All right, old Lei, you look troubled. You didn't heed my advice to remain neutral and insisted on confronting that rascal. Look where that has led you. No more shares in Kowloon bus. Zhou Wenhui taunted, pouring salt on Lei Jukin's wounds. Indeed, today presents a splendid opportunity. Adjust your attitude. Shaw Brothers is on the decline, and we ought to seek a new partner. It would be foolish to let money slip away. Pan Dishing added in consolation. Humph. Lei Jukin scoffed. As long as the knife isn't plunged into your backs, you can revel in schadenfreude. Pan Dishing and Zhou Wenhui exchanged glances, feigning sympathy while secretly reveling in the situation. Despite their outward camaraderie, they were rivals. And should a real conflict arise, none would show mercy to the other. Just then, Lei Long arrived. Please, take a seat. Lei Long nodded as he sat down. I have summoned you 3 to propose a collaboration. I am willing to invest and simultaneously establish more cinemas to facilitate our future partnership. Of course, you may choose not to collaborate. However, my progress will undoubtedly outpace yours. With that, Lei Long fell silent. The 3 men, upon hearing his words, were instantly rendered speechless, lifting their teacups to sip and contemplate. Lei Long's message was both a negotiation and a warning. With his current wealth, establishing more cinemas was merely a matter of time. As of now, the reins of the film industry rest firmly in the hands of Lei Long. Any film he produces effortlessly surpasses 30 million in box office revenue, a feat that other companies cannot hope to rival. Should Lei Long's films fail to grace their cinemas, they might as well be left to the winds of the Northwest. Had Xiao Yifu exerted a modicum more effort, the situation would not have reached this juncture. Excellent. Both Zhou Wenhui and Pan Dishing exclaimed simultaneously. It was time to choose sides. A wise selection would lead to soaring success, while a poor choice could result in a catastrophic downfall. In the contest between Lei Long and Xiao Yifu, they opted for Lei Long. The trio's gaze converged on Lei Jukin. With a few rapid blinks, Lei Jukin managed a strained smile. Since we are all collaborating, it would be quite out of place for me to dissent. It was not his desire to partner with Lei Long. Rather, he was compelled by circumstance. The nefarious Lei Long, the insidious nature of capital. Lei Long, pleased, declared, "Very well. Have your people come over to sign the contract." Immediately, the three made calls. Lei Zong, we may have had minor frictions in the past, but as businessmen, we must prioritize commerce. Where there is profit, there is camaraderie, wouldn't you agree? Lei Long remarked meaningfully as he approached Lei Jukin. Among the three, Lei Jukin appeared somewhat naive. A gentle reprimand was warranted. Indeed, Lei Jukin responded. His face flushed as he nodded vigorously. At that moment, Zhou Wenhui, having concluded his call, approached to inquire, "By the way, Mr. Lei, what shall we do next?" Lei Long gazed out at the picturesque scenery, a faint smile gracing his lips. "We shall refuse all films associated with Xiao Yifu. Any related losses will be compensated by me." "Wow," Pan Dishing exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. "Mr. Lei, you are truly magnanimous. I shall wholeheartedly support this decision." Simultaneously, the others understood the rationale behind Lei Long's collaboration with the three. It was clearly a strategy to counter Xiao Yifu. How intriguing. Thank you for your support. Lei Long nodded slightly. The group then engaged in further discussion before taking their leave. Setting aside his high-end cigar, Lei Long proceeded to call Xiao Anna. Seeking a clearer understanding of the equity structure of the land group, where the Jardine Matheson Group held a substantial 38% stake. He instructed Xiao Anna to continue acquiring stocks in the market, intending to address Xiao Yifu before turning his attention to the land group. The following day, at 3 a.m, the filming base of Xiao Films lay in ruins. Barney, Crow, and others arrived, and the area outside was filled with fans. With hundreds gathered together, the security guard at the entrance had never witnessed such a spectacle, leaving him trembling in fear as he fled in panic. "Barney, are we really going through with this?" Crow, cigarette in mouth, stepped down from the vehicle and cautiously approached Barney and the others. This was the territory of the film magnate Xiao Yifu. Though Dongxing was indeed formidable, there were unspoken rules regarding whom one should provoke. To put it plainly, if a stray dog on the street were killed, no one would bat an eye. However, if a wealthy man's prize dog were harmed, avengers would be plentiful. This was the stark reality. "Smash it." Barney tossed aside his cigarette butt and brandished a rebar as he entered the film base. "Let us go," Crow shouted, leading his subordinates inside. In an instant, the entire filming base was engulfed in a cacophony of destruction. The next day, bright and early, Xiao Yifu arrived on site. What lay before him was the once thriving filming base he had painstakingly built, now reduced to a desolate wasteland. Fury surged within him, veins bulging at his temples. His facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as he clenched his fists. Who did this? Xiao Yifu suddenly spun around, fixing his bloodshot gaze on a nearby officer. Who the hell is responsible? Having faced repeated setbacks orchestrated by Lei Long, his pent-up rage was nearing its breaking point. The destruction of years of hard work was nearly unbearable. "Sir, please remain calm. We are investigating, and we will inform you once we have answers and restore justice." The officer replied, taken aback and stepping back. "Investigating? Fine, fine," Xiao Yifu gritted out, his body slackening as he nearly collapsed. But for the timely support of his experienced secretary, who prevented him from suffering a serious fall. Soon, Xiao Yifu returned to his office, taking half an hour to regain his composure. The film production could not be delayed. If the filming base was damaged, alternative locations would have to be sought. Moreover, we must seal off news of this incident. The media must not be informed, Xiao Yifu stated, sipping his tea. "Understood. I will arrange that immediately." His secretary nodded slightly and departed. Just moments after the secretary left, the general manager hurriedly burst in. "Not good, boss. Our next 2 projects have been rejected by Lei Jukin and the others for collaboration." "What?" Xiao Yifu's eyelids twitched as he immediately grabbed his phone to communicate. A minute later, he sat helplessly on the sofa, as if his very essence had been drained, eyes vacant. "Get out." He glared icily at the general manager, who promptly exited. "Huh, Lei Long, you destroy my base and cut off my financial lifeline. You truly are ruthless." Xiao Yifu seethed, pouring himself a glass of red wine and drinking it alone. "I will make you pay." The next day, Lei Long visited Thunder Film. where he was instructing Michael to ensure the security measures were in place. At that moment, a woman's figure passed by. Lei Long recognized her immediately. It was Fong Ting, the leading lady of the Hong Kong film industry. What was she doing here? You come here. Lei Long tapped Michael on the shoulder, signaling him to continue his duties, then pointed at the woman. She turned, her face coming into view. Indeed, it was Fong Ting. Hello, Mr. Lei, she approached, somewhat shyly. What is your name? Lei Long inquired curiously. Fong Ting. Very well, come with me to the office. Lei Long responded coolly. Fong Ting's cheeks flushed. Was she truly getting an opportunity so soon? Just then, on the street, a convoy of Santanas and a Hummer pulled up, with Xiao Yifu stepping out from the lead vehicle. Simultaneously, rows of men in black emerged from the other cars. Michael immediately led the security personnel forward. Xiao Yifu emerged from the throng and approached Lei Long, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Mr. Lei, can we have a word? Lei Long scanned the gathering. Very well. Let us discuss inside. The two entered the company, with Fong Ting following closely behind. On the top floor, in the office, Lei Long gazed down at the figures below. Chow, what's with this grand display? Those in the know would think you've come to negotiate business. Others might assume you're here to emulate a gangster-esque showdown. Xiao Yifu's face darkened, his tone grave. Lei Long, your methods are unscrupulous. While your ability to secure a partnership with Lei Jukin and the others is commendable and a result of fair commercial competition, I will refrain from commenting further. However, what do you mean by inciting the underworld to attack my film studio? Since you wish to escalate matters to such an extent, I shall oblige. Those who are barefoot fear not those who wear shoes. Let us engage in a battle to the death, and see who falters first. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Lei Long's lips as he held a glass of red wine, turning to fix a piercing gaze on Xiao Yifu. You think you are worthy to play this game with me? Wake up, Xiao. To an ordinary person, your wealth may appear immense, but to me, it is utterly insignificant. Furthermore, should you wish to play dirty, I can ensure your entire family meets their demise tonight. Worthy or not, we shall see. Xiao Yifu slammed his hand on the table, rising with bloodshot eyes, his teeth gritting ominously, nearly overcome with the urge to eliminate Lei Long. To cut off a man's financial means is akin to murdering a close kin. What Lei Long had done was intolerable for him. Oh, do refrain from such impulsiveness, Mr. Xiao. Lei Long chuckled, pulling Xiao Yifu back into his seat. Firstly, I am a legitimate businessman and would never conspire with the underworld. I have heard whispers regarding your film studio's troubles. But have you considered this? While we brawl, might there be unseen hands fanning the flames? Secondly, do the police possess any evidence pointing to me? Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing's expression faltered, as if Lei Long's words held merit. Noticing Xiao Yifu's bewilderment, Lei Long intensified his rhetoric. However, you have reminded me of something. Earlier this year, one of my employees was attacked. A certain actress named Wang Meiling lost her life. At that time, I discovered a man named Bobby, who claimed you were responsible. I have the recording. As he spoke, Lei Long produced the audio recording. I was caught off guard, Xiao Yifu stammered, his face betraying his panic. To this day, he believed Bobby had simply gone abroad to enjoy life. In other words, even if I had someone smash your film studio, it is merely a case of retribution in kind. Lei Long emphatically patted Xiao Yifu on the shoulder. Do not let your temper cloud your judgment. Consider whether you truly wish to engage in mutual destruction. Xiao Yifu hesitated, his arrogance evaporating. Mr. Xiao, instruct your men to disperse. Having so many people gathered here disrupts the city's appearance and tarnishes my company's image. It may not affect you greatly, but it poses a significant problem for me. Lei Long gently patted his shoulder, smiling lightly, before rising to light a cigar. Xiao Yifu took out his phone to order his subordinates to withdraw. Now, that is the right attitude. Those who recognize the situation are the wise. Lei Long expressed satisfaction, exhaling a cloud of smoke. You are a perceptive individual. You would not want the incident involving Wang Meiling to become public knowledge, would you? Xiao Yifu desperately suppressed his inner turmoil. What do you mean? Lei Long replied with a calm smile. Transfer your equity in TVB to me. I will acquire it at market value. You can exit with dignity. Otherwise, I assure you, your reputation will be utterly ruined. Impossible. Xiao Yifu blurted, then quickly added, no. What I mean is, Mr. Li would never agree. Lei Long furrowed his brow. You are the chairman of TVB, holding over 51 of the shares. You can directly transfer them to me. No, that won't do. Xiao Yifu continued to refuse. His eyes filled with panic as he lamented. If I transfer them to you, Mr. Li will not spare me, nor my family. At this, Lei Long took a sip of tea, observing that Xiao Yifu's fearful demeanor did not seem to be fabricated. After all, Li Xiaohua was no ordinary person. He previously held sway over both the legitimate and illicit spheres in Hong Kong. Now, as a member of one of Hong Kong's most prestigious families, manipulating Xiao Yifu would be as easy as squeezing a soft persimmon. However, Lei Long was determined to secure TVB. But this predicament leaves me with little choice. Lei Long narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder, then replayed the recording. Chapter 63, Chairman of TVB. A Clash of Titans. Chow Yifu closed his eyes, contemplating. A minute passed before he spoke, his face a mask of bitterness. I can sell it to you, but regarding Mr. Li, leave that to me. Lei Long nodded. But first, let us sign the transfer agreement. He retrieved a prepared transfer contract from his drawer. Once signed, I will handle Mr. Li Xiaohua, and we will announce it to the public. Lei Long tossed the documents before Chow Yifu. Chow Yifu exhaled a heavy breath. Signing this agreement would allow Lei Long to take control of TVB at any moment. Yet, he felt he had no alternative. If he refused, the incident involving Wang Miling would be exposed, leading to his immediate downfall, and TVB would inevitably suffer repercussions. Competing with Asia Television would become impossible, leaving him with no escape. At this moment, he could only gamble on Lei Long's integrity. Having inscribed the final character, Chow Yifu appeared as though all the air had been sucked from him, deflated and defeated. Despair engulfed him entirely. All right, you may leave. Lei Long picked up the contract and placed it back in the drawer. Chow Yifu stood, his figure slumped in defeat as he departed. At the Li residence, Lei Long narrowed his eyes, realizing that negotiations had proven futile, leading to confrontation. Just then, Fong Ting entered, her beauty striking, with an alluring charm subtly radiating from her. Especially the way she gazed at Lei Long, filled with enticing intent. Fong Ting, is it? Lei Long inquired, fixing his gaze on the woman before him. Indeed. Fong Ting nodded lightly, then sat beside Lei Long without reservation. Now, tell me, what was Jiang Tianxing's purpose in sending you here? Facing Fong Ting's allure, Lei Long asked with calm composure. Women like Fong Ting possessed only one notable skill, and that was their ability to entice. Fong Ting hesitated momentarily. I am not sure what you are referring to. In an instant, Lei Long seized her neck. Speak. Do not make me ask a third time. Before long, Fong Ting divulged Jiang Tianxing's intentions. Lei Long nodded slightly, realizing Jiang Tianxing sought to curry favor with him. After a moment's reflection, Lei Long stated, convey to Jiang Tianxing that he should refrain from meddling in my affairs. When I require him, I shall reach out. That will be all. You may leave. Understood. Fong Ting swallowed hard, hastily making her exit. Though the Underworld's power is tainted, its existence undeniably enables one to accomplish tasks otherwise unfeasible. There is wisdom in the saying, existence is justification. The following day, Lei Long, armed with the transfer agreement, arrived at the TVB headquarters on Broadcast Road. The security guard at the entrance blocked his path. I'm sorry, Mr. Lei, you cannot enter. I will notify the authorities. Lei Long remained unperturbed, leaning against the car hood while lighting a cigarette, patiently awaiting developments. Shortly thereafter, several journalists arrived, drawn by the rumors. Mr. Lei, what brings you to TVB today? Are you planning to take control of TVB? Did Mr. Xiao's visit yesterday involve any violent conduct? Lei Long merely smoked, smiling without responding. Meanwhile, Chow Yifu rushed in, and upon seeing Lei Long, he froze in disbelief. You bastard. He realized Lei Long had no intention of fulfilling his promise. What a foolish gamble. Trading a moment of bravado for a lifetime of subservience. Yet, in the public eye, he could not afford to lose his temper. Mr. Chow, please inform all shareholders to convene for a meeting. Lei Long fixed his gaze on Chow Yifu. Upon hearing this, Chow Yifu's heart sank. Indeed, this young man was playing him, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Very well. Half an hour passed, and the remaining shareholders arrived, bewildered by the current situation. The grandly anticipated Li Xiaohua made his entrance, accompanied by his wife, Li Lu Yin Chuan Chuan. Mr. Lei, what does this mean? Inquired the indifferent Li Xiaohua from his wheelchair. Inside, we will discuss how. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke, a light chuckle escaping his lips. All right. Li Xiaohua surveyed the surrounding journalists, gritting his teeth. He was keen to discern the intentions of this young man. The group entered the building, proceeding directly to the top-floor conference room. Inside the conference room, Chow Yifu sat anxiously, his expression more sorrowful than that of an orphaned child. Internally cursing, Lei Long is unprincipled, lacking in trustworthiness, nothing more than a beast. Li Xiaohua scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lei Long. Lei Long, what on earth do you intend to do? Leaning against the doorframe, Lei Long accepted the documents handed over by Gao Jin and replied nonchalantly. This is the transfer agreement for the 54 shares held by Mr. Chow Yifu, which he has signed and stamped. From this moment forth, I, Lei Long, shall enter TVB under the name of Asia Television, becoming the largest shareholder and the newly appointed chairman. With that, Lei Long tossed the documents onto the table. What? This is impossible. Many shareholders gasped in shock, their eyes turning in unison towards Chow Yifu. Li Xiaohua's pupils constricted, his gaze icy as he glared at Chow Yifu, demanding, Yifu, what is going on? They had been scrambling to gather funds, vigorously supporting the company, fiercely contesting with Asia Television, only to find that Xiao Yifu had sold the majority shares to the rival Lei Long. What are you attempting, Xiao Yifu? Xiao Yifu trembled, acknowledging with a reluctant nod under the murderous stares of Li Xiaohe and the others. This revelation plunged the conference room into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Had Xiao Yifu truly sold the controlling shares in secret? Damn it! Yet, no one dared to voice their opinions. After all, the shares were not substantial. It mattered little who held the position of CEO. Furthermore, given the current plight of TVB, aligning with Lei Long might not be a poor choice. However, Li Xiaohe was livid, his chest heaving violently, gripping the arms of his wheelchair with rage. Lei Long, you must have coerced Yifu into signing. I can sue you for unfair competition. Ha! Lei Long approached Li Xiaohe, leaning in slightly and whispering, Mr. Li, I am now well established. Do you truly believe I would engage in such foolishness? My transaction with Mr. Xiao Yifu is entirely legitimate. I implore you to report me. At these words, Li Xiaohe trembled with fury, coughing incessantly. Cough. Li Xiaohe spat blood on the spot. Li Lu Yinchuan glared at Lei Long through gritted teeth. Whether this is a fair transaction, we will investigate. Now, please maintain your distance from Mr. Li. Very well. Observing Li Xiaohe's near demise, Lei Long's smile deepened. Why does this old fool cling to TVB when he is on the verge of the grave? Mr. Lei, please take a seat. At that moment, Xiao Yifu stood, voluntarily offering his chair. By this point, he could change nothing. He could only grit his teeth and appease Lei Long. Lei Long was quite pleased with Xiao Yifu's actions. Ah, Mr. Li, you cannot leave. Just as Lei Long sat down, he noticed Li Lu Yinchuan pushing Li Xiaohe to depart and immediately interjected. Li Lu Yinchuan turned back. Dissatisfied, what do you mean? Lei Long lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff, stating blandly, it is nothing. I merely wish to grant Mr. Li a dignified exit. Transfer your 25 shares in TVB to me. You wish for that? Not a chance. Before Li Lu Yinchuan could respond, Li Xiaohe glared fiercely. Lei Long, do not overstep your bounds. TVB was founded by me. It is not your place to dictate terms here. Indeed, TVB was built by you and Mr. Xiao together. I am aware. Lei Long exhaled smoke, fixing his gaze on Li Xiaohe with a disdainful smile. However, at present, I am the actual controlling shareholder. Mr. Li, I hope you recognize the reality. I would further suggest you accept this truth. You have two options. Either I offer you 200 million now, purchase the shares, and you exit with dignity, sparing us both the displeasure that would be detrimental to the company's progress. Or, I will increase my capital investment, expand my shares, and dilute your stake. You have 1 minute to consider. Leaning back in his chair, Lei Long stared at the ceiling. The conference room was filled only with Li Xiaohe's heavy breathing. The other shareholders dared not utter a word, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Meanwhile, Li Xiaohe's face turned ashen, his breath quickening. This was an attempt to forcibly expel him from TVB. The crux was that Lei Long possessed the capability to do so. Should Lei Long's considerable funds flood in, Li Xiaohe's shares would be worth less than 200 million. As seconds ticked by, Li Xiaohe closed his eyes, an amalgamation of anger, resentment, and humiliation swirling within him. He understood that his moment had passed. Continuing to resist would be futile. Very well, I shall withdraw from TVB. Li Xiaohe nodded. Jean, the contract. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. Gao Jin placed the pre-prepared contract on the table. With a nod from Li Xiaohe, Li Lu Yinchuan sighed. Thank you for your cooperation. The funds will be transferred this evening. Lei Long glanced at the contract, satisfaction evident in his tone. You truly are just like your father, as stubborn as a mule. When you decide to act, you do so with absolute determination, regardless of the magnitude of the matter. I hope you continue in this manner. Li Xiaohe fixed Lei Long with a cold, penetrating gaze, delivering a meaningful remark. No need to see me off. Lei Long replied with a smile. MHM. Li Lu Yinchuan pushed Li Xiaohe out of the conference room. Lei Long turned back to the others. TVB will retain its original programming. The position of general manager will be held by Wang Jing, with the existing personnel remaining unchanged, continuing their respective duties. Wang Jing entered amid the gazes of the crowd, greeting each individual with familiarity. In truth, they had long been acquainted. This was merely a formality. Lei Long then escorted Xiao Yifu out. Your family and children are all arranged for. You need not worry about their safety. Upon exiting, Lei Long spoke to Xiao Yifu. Tonight, I will ensure they are sent to the Treasure Island. Ah, Xiao Yifu paused, his internal worries and discontent dissipating. Thank you. MHM. Lei Long said no more and departed directly. For both Li Xiaohe and Xiao Yifu, they were merely stepping stones on his path. The following day, upon awakening, Lei Long received news. Li Xiaohe had passed away. He was soon to be laid to rest. Lei Long settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette, a smile gracing his lips. Could it be that he was driven to death by my actions? Yet, This was of no concern to him. Li Xiaohua had never been in good health. Being laid to rest was merely a matter of time. The Li family, along with Li Lu Yinchuan, both direct and collateral relatives, gathered for the occasion. Li Xiaohua was sent off on his final journey. That evening, his eldest son, Li Dingxian, glared furiously at Li Luyan. "Mother, even if you remain silent, I know that father was killed by Lei Long. I will not let him escape his fate. Xiener, do not act impulsively," Li Luyan cautioned, stepping forward to restrain him. "I understand, do not worry, mother. I know how to handle this," Li Dingxian replied calmly. Unbeknownst to Lei Long, Li Xiaohua's eldest son had channeled his hatred towards him. At that moment, Lei Long was engaged in an interview with the media. "Mr. Lei, how did you manage to take over TVB, ousting both Xiao Yifu and Li Xiaohua? A recent incident saw Xiao Yifu's film base vandalized by gang members. Are you implicated in this underhanded competition? Mr. Lei, may I ask?" Facing the barrage of questions, Lei Long smiled with gentlemanly composure. "Whether my actions constitute unfair competition is something the Hong Kong government can investigate. From today onward, I will lead the film industry of Hong Kong Island to Hollywood, establishing a top-tier cinematic realm that will captivate the world." With that, Lei Long dismissed any further inquiries from the journalists and, surrounded by security personnel, strode into the building. His confidence was evident in his bold declarations. Currently, Thunder Film stood as the unrivaled leader in Hong Kong's film industry, wielding absolute power over the entire domain. The future rules of the industry and its trends would be determined solely by him, including the guidance of public opinion on Hong Kong Island. Furthermore, this would greatly simplify many challenges in the forthcoming confrontations with British capital. After all, at any given time, public opinion reigns supreme. The delineation of right and wrong rests on a mere thought. This was one of the primary reasons Lei Long sought to consolidate TVB. Upon arriving at his office, Lei Long meticulously outlined the hot cinematic themes from Hollywood, such as the Marvel series, Captain America, the Grim Reaper, the Roadkill series, and the Saw series. He also contemplated the potential of adult entertainment. Though illegal in many respects, it could thrive in Sakura country, where it would be permissible. He had already envisioned potential starlets, such as Teacher Bodo, Teacher Koizumi, and Teacher Kazama. These Japanese actresses were indeed exceptional, boasting top-notch skills and captivating performances. Just as Lei Long was sketching the grand blueprint of his entertainment empire, downstairs, amidst the bustling throng, Li Dingxian's gaze was frigid. What should have been a symbol of the Li family's glory had been forcefully seized by Lei Long, remembering the bitter end his father faced on his sickbed. Li Dingxian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Consumed by these thoughts, his eyes turned bloodshot as he coldly inquired, "What is the situation with Xiao Yifu? Have you uncovered the truth?" The driver promptly made a call, and, upon hanging up, reported, "Boss, we've found out that his family has long since vanished without a trace. And he himself is still at Shaw Brothers." Li Dingxian gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching. "Dare to conspire against the Li family? Go. Bring him to me. I will make him pay for my father's death." "Young Master Li, that is inadvisable," the driver attempted to caution, but was met with an outburst from Li Dingxian. "I told you to get to work. Why do you have so much to say? Do you wish to die too?" The driver, alarmed, responded, "Yes, young Master Li, I will arrange it immediately." With Li Dingxian's command, his subordinates sprang into action. At the Shaw Brothers building, the office was devoid of its former hustle and bustle, now echoing with an air of desolation. Employees, not oblivious to the recent vandalism of Xiao Yifu's film base and the loss of TVB resources, had already jumped ship. Xiao Yifu stared blankly at the walls adorned with posters of past glories. The golden past was irretrievable. Even his secretary had departed. A bitter smile crossed Xiao Yifu's lips. He regretted not seizing the opportunity at the Lee Garden Hotel. Bang! Just then, the door was violently kicked open, and several men in black stormed in, seizing the bewildered Xiao Yifu without uttering a word. "What are you doing? Do you know who I am?" Faced with this sudden turn of events, Xiao Yifu was both shocked and enraged, struggling futilely. "Mr. Li requests your presence. Please cooperate. It will be better for everyone." The leader of the group coldly replied. "Mr. Li? Which Mr. Li?" Xiao Yifu faltered slightly, a wave of panic washing over him. Hadn't Li Xiaohua been laid to rest? "Young Master Li." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifu blinked in disbelief. If Li Xiaohua was a shrewd individual, capable of weighing benefits and drawbacks, it was clear that his son, Li Dingxian, was a reckless heir, capable of anything. Seeing Xiao Yifu's lack of cooperation, the leader in black delivered a punch to Xiao Yifu's forehead. He became dizzy, unable to discern his surroundings. Soon, he was dragged to the basement and shoved into a black sedan. Half an hour later, in a secret compartment of the Lee Garden Hotel in Causeway Bay, Xiao Yifu regained consciousness, surveying his surroundings and exhaling a heavy breath. He saw Li Dingxian, with his back turned, swirling a glass of whiskey. Awake? Li Dingxian turned around. A false smile plastered on his face. "Uncle Xiao, I apologize for the inconvenience. Xiao Yifu, suppressing his inner fury, inquired, Dingxian, what is the meaning of this? Li Dingxian replied nonchalantly, I brought you here to inquire about the nature of your dealings with Lei Long. Xiao Yifu frowned. What business do my dealings with Lei Long have to do with you? Is that so? Li Dingxian, seething with anger, fixed his gaze on the two bodyguards. Hold him down. In the next moment, as Li Dingxian swung a golf club, Xiao Yifu's agonizing screams echoed through the room. Minutes later, Li Dingxian discarded the golf club, panting heavily as he downed a glass of red wine, wiping the blood from his side. He seized Xiao Yifu by the throat, his eyes filled with malice. Calling you uncle is out of respect. Without it, I would bury you. Understand? Xiao Yifu, drenched in sweat, nodded vigorously, unable to withstand the torment. At that moment, he was bloodied, 3 fingers broken. Even the mightiest of leaders must eventually yield. To be honest, he knew Li Dingxian was a madman, but he hadn't anticipated such insanity. He was being struck mercilessly. If you had been honest from the start, this wouldn't have happened. Why act so pretentious? Li Dingxian scoffed, lighting a cigarette and forcing it into Xiao Yifu's mouth. Xiao Yifu took a drag, trembling hands removing the cigarette, speaking earnestly. Dingxian, you've misunderstood. I have not conspired against the Li family with Lei Long. Misunderstanding? Li Dingxian brandished a large black pistol, aiming it at Xiao Yifu's forehead. You transferred the TVB 54 shares to Lei Long without a word. If it weren't for your collusion, would he have so easily taken over TVB? Would my father have been driven to his death by that beast named Lei? And you, comfortably walking away with billions, scoundrel. I curse you. Xiao Yifu, drenched in cold sweat, recalled how his wife and children had been safely sent away by Lei Long's men to the Treasure Island. And he declared defiantly, First, my dealings with Lei Long are purely competitive in nature. Second, the cause of Mr. Li's death was not our doing you. Upon the mention of Li Xianhe's demise, Li Dingxian erupted like a furious lion, leaping forward and striking Xiao Yifu on the head with a gun, instantly revealing a gaping wound. You, Xiao Yifu, have been entrenched in Hong Kong Island for decades, treating TVB as your precious treasure. You speak of fair competition. Yet what unspeakable secrets lie between you and Lei Long? Speak, or I assure you, you shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. As he spoke, a bodyguard placed a recording device on the table. I speak the truth. Li Xiao, considering the years of friendship between your father and me, do not mention my father. Li Dingxian's expression twisted with fury as he landed a punch on Xiao Yifu's face. It is because of you that my father met his untimely end. Right. Detail how you colluded with Lei Long, how you plotted against the Li family, how you misappropriated assets. Be explicit. Today, unless you fully disclose the sordid dealings with Lei Long, do not expect to leave this room. Xiao Yifu, rubbing his head, stood up, his eyes ablaze. Li Dingxian, have you lost your mind? If you kill me, do you think you can escape? Can the Li family evade justice? He reiterated. This is merely business competition, fair and square. With that, Xiao Yifu prepared to leave, unwilling to engage further with the deranged individual before him, convinced that Li Dingxian would not dare to harm him. Trembling with rage, Li Dingxian gripped the pistol tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and ultimately pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as a hole appeared in Xiao Yifu's chest. You. Xiao Yifu's body stiffened, disbelief etched upon his face, realizing this scoundrel had indeed dared to take his life. Yet, as his life ebbed away, he struggled to utter a final word, but it never escaped his lips. Lead Xiaoyu. The 2 bodyguards nearby stood frozen in shock. Are you truly this insane, to kill Xiao Yifu? Calm down. Li Dingxian holstered the weapon. Sitting down nonchalantly, frame his death as Lei Long's doing. You know how to execute this, I trust. Understood. The bodyguards exchanged glances before promptly commencing to cleanse the scene. The following day, a contingent of officers from the Causeway Bay and Central police stations arrived, several police cars cordoning off the villa, with a line of officers meticulously positioned. Leading the charge was Chun Guozhong from Causeway Bay Police Station, alongside Li Ying from Central Police Station. Old Chun, why the grand display? Is the evidence irrefutable? Lei Long is not an ordinary man. You must weigh your actions carefully. Li Ying inquired, furrowing his brow. Individuals like Lei Long, with unparalleled reputation and influence on Hong Kong Island, involve complexities that require utmost caution. Such a scale of action is unwarranted unless absolutely necessary. Chun Guozhong's expression was solemn, yet his tone resolute. This is a directive from Commissioner Qi Lisher himself. I cannot disclose the specifics of the evidence. Your role is merely to assist in the investigation. Understood. Li Ying inhaled deeply. Soon enough, the 2 men, accompanied by a team of officers, approached the villa's entrance, only to be halted by the security guard. Chun Guozhong promptly produced the arrest warrant. At that moment, the villa door swung open. Chun sir, Li sir, what brings such a grand entourage to my humble abode at this early hour? Lei Long inquired, unperturbed by the sudden confrontation. Chen Guozhong displayed the search warrant and identification, stating in a grave tone, "Mr. Lei, we now suspect your involvement in a murder case. Here are the search and arrest warrants. We require your cooperation in returning to the police station for questioning." "Murder case?" Lei Long raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "What do you mean?" Chen Guozhong responded coldly, "Mr. Lei, specific evidence will be presented during the investigation. For now, please cooperate with our efforts. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence in court. Please cooperate with the investigation." Gao Jin and others, visibly tense, approached. But Lei Long raised a hand to halt them, fixing his gaze on Chen Guozhong and Liang, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Cooperating with the police investigation is a civic duty. I shall accompany you to the station." With a wave of his hand, Chen Guozhong signaled the officers to enter the villa in an orderly fashion, while Lei Long, flanked by 2 officers, proceeded towards the police car. Simultaneously, a throng of journalists emerged, capturing the moment. Liang swiftly instructed the surrounding officers to obstruct the scene, but it was already too late. The moment had been captured. Chapter 66. Interrogation. Video evidence for innocence. The public outcry. Upon learning the news, Su San of the Thunder Group immediately dispatched Wang Fuguei and a cadre of lawyers to the Causeway Bay Police Station. In the afternoon, within the confines of the Causeway Bay Police Station, Lei Long sat calmly on a wooden chair, his demeanor composed. Across from him, Chen Guozhong and Liang, one playing the role of the tough interrogator and the other the sympathetic counterpart, had already recounted the basic details. Xiao Yifu was dead. A gunshot wound to the chest inflicted by the firearm known as the Big Black Star. "Mr. Lei, where were you between 10 and midnight last night?" Chen Guozhong inquired icily. "At home, my butler, driver, and bodyguard can attest to my whereabouts," Lei Long replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" "Yet. Someone claims to have seen you at the film base, killing Xiao Yifu," Chen Guozhong asserted, producing a photograph. The image displayed 2 indistinct figures, their backs to the camera. Yet their shapes bore striking resemblance to Xiao Yifu and Lei Long. You consider this admissible as evidence?" Lei Long retorted dismissively. "Our information indicates that you and Xiao Yifu were engaged in fierce competition over the film industry's direction, leading to ongoing conflicts. May I speculate that you entered into a clandestine betting agreement, and when Xiao Yifu lost and refused to honor it, you enlisted gang members to vandalize the film base?" Enraged, Xiao Yifu confronted you, and during this encounter, you assaulted and intimidated him, resulting in him transferring his shares of TVB to you. You achieved your desired outcome, deemed Xiao Yifu unnecessary, and arranged to meet him last night to reclaim 500 million, only to be rebuffed. Thus, you resorted to murder to silence him. Am I correct? With that, Chen Guozhong slammed his hand on the table, rising with an imposing presence. Those of a timid disposition might indeed be intimidated by such a sequence of accusations. Impressive deduction, Chen Sir. Lei Long clapped lightly, mocking a fine narrative, full of twists and turns, yet riddled with fallacies, inferior even to a third-rate screenwriter. Now, I conduct business worth millions every minute. I have no time to indulge in your theatrics. Present your evidence. Chen Guozhong gritted his teeth, but ultimately produced the incriminating items. Firstly, the photograph was taken by an eyewitness, who also described the events of that night to us. Secondly, we discovered your lighter at the scene. Thirdly, a big black star was recovered from the sewer near your villa, which matches the trajectory of the brass bullet found in Xiao Yifu's body. Now, with both eyewitness and physical evidence, even if you deny it, we can still secure a conviction. Lei Long exhaled a sigh, speaking softly. First, does mere resemblance prove it is I, Lei Long? Secondly, regarding the lighter, it is a custom item from my company. But do you comprehend how many we produce annually and distribute to countless clients, partners, and even ordinary guests? Thousands circulate through hotels, clubs, and events. Is this your so-called evidence? Thirdly, if you were the ones who committed the murder, would you carelessly discard the big black star at my doorstep? Fourthly, Sir Li, your extensive experience is evident. May I inquire whether there are any fingerprints of mine on this firearm? Have you conducted an examination? Fifthly, my dealings with Xiao Yifu are entirely legitimate, conducted through proper channels, devoid of any contradictions, grievances, or even the notion of me silencing anyone. Sixthly, having brought my business to this level, would I truly be so impulsive as to eliminate Xiao Yifu over a mere 500 million? Lastly, I shall reiterate, I possess an alibi. My lawyer will present it shortly. Pausing momentarily, Lei Long continued. Sir Chun, the evidence you have presented is exceedingly flimsy, riddled with flaws, unable even to establish a basic evidential chain. With such meager grounds, do you intend to convict me? I doubt this would even pass muster within your own precinct's reports, let alone a courtroom. Sir Chun, your current actions seem less like a genuine investigation and more akin to being manipulated by others to scapegoat me for their own conclusions. I find myself wondering if someone is exerting pressure upon you. A sudden silence enveloped the interrogation room. Chen Guozhong was sweating profusely. He was painfully aware of the weakness of the evidence. However, the pressure from above was overwhelming. Just this morning, search and arrest warrants had landed in his hands. At that moment, a knock resounded at the interrogation room door. A young officer peered in and said, "Sir Chun, Sir Li, a multitude of reporters has gathered outside, along with a formidable legal team from the Thunder Group." Li Ying rose to step outside, shortly returning with Annie in tow. Having learned of Chen Guozhong's accusations against Lei Long, Annie involuntarily smiled before producing evidence. "This is a recording from Mr. Lei's residence last night, which unequivocally serves as an alibi. Consequently, the eyewitness statements and photographs are false. Furthermore, last night's surveillance captured the identity of the individual who placed the black star in the drain. You should investigate. This is sufficient to prove Mr. Lei's innocence. And I demand the immediate release of my client." As Annie presented the footage, the expressions of Chen Guozhong and Li Ying changed dramatically, prompting them to leave the room for verification. Shortly thereafter, Chen Guozhong returned, his face pale. "In light of the evidence provided by attorney Annie, Mr. Lei, you may leave the precinct, but you must remain available at all times and not leave Hong Kong Island." "Very well, I shall comply." Lei Long rose, adjusted his suit, and then remarked nonchalantly, "Huh? Both of you are senior inspectors, yet your professional competence now raises my doubts. Next time, ensure you have your facts straight before attempting to arrest me." Surrounded by Annie, Wang Fuguei, and a dozen other top lawyers, Lei Long exited the Causeway Bay police station. He was met by a throng of reporters, creating a veritable blockade. "Mr. Lei, has the police arrested you for murder? Is there any connection between you and the death of Xiao Yifu? Are there any hidden agendas surrounding the TVB stock transactions? Are you concerned about the repercussions for the Thunder Group?" Lei Long paused, facing the cameras with a serene demeanor. "I have faith in the fairness of Hong Kong's legal system. Regarding the unfortunate incident involving Mr. Xiao Yifu, I too hope the police will swiftly uncover the truth and bring the true perpetrator to justice." With that, he ceased to entertain any further inquiries and promptly entered the awaiting Rolls-Royce. The media storm proved to be even more ferocious than Lei Long had anticipated. That very afternoon, an extra edition hit the stands. "Is the Lord of Thunder implicated in murder? Lei Long taken in for police questioning. A shocking bloodbath. Film mogul Xiao Yifu shot dead, suspected to be connected to Lei Long, chairman of the Thunder Group." These reports, laden with verbal assaults, included images of Lei Long being escorted by the police and eyewitness accounts. In an instant, a barrage of scrutiny descended upon Lei Long. His reputation and stature suffered a simultaneous blow. Chapter 67. A second visit to the palace. Li Dingxian's conspiracy. In the villa, Jean and Lei Long settled down, loosening their ties as Lei Long lit a cigar, his tone frostily detached. "Two matters must be addressed. First, I want the eyewitness located. Second, I demand to identify the individual who covertly placed the firearm in the drainage system beneath my villa, with numerous enemies lurking." Lei Long was uncertain of who was orchestrating this scheme against him. Moreover, the adversary appeared to be dangerously unhinged, using Xiao Yifu's demise as part of their machinations. It was imperative to unearth the hidden antagonist, or he would find no peace. Su Sin could no longer contain his curiosity. "The external discourse is decidedly unfavorable for us. Certain tabloids are concocting various conspiracy theories. Should we?" Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke. "There is no need for concern. The priority now is to identify who is pulling the strings. Once the truth is revealed, these rumors will crumble under their own weight. To catch fish, one must cast the bait. Dive into the fray." Simultaneously, at the Lee Garden Hotel, Li Dingxian and Chief Inspector Qi Lisher clinked glasses filled with champagne. "Sir Qi, I owe you a great deal. With such irrefutable evidence, Lei Long cannot escape justice," Li Dingxian exclaimed, reveling in the misfortune. Qi Lisher smiled faintly. "The evidential chain is intact, and the procedures are compliant. I foresee no complications." Exchanging glances, they shared a triumphant smile. Just then, a phone call interrupted, freezing Qi Lisher's smile. "What? You released Lei Long?" Chen Guozhong responded. Lei Long's attorney provided an alibi for his whereabouts last night, along with concealed surveillance footage from the perimeter of his villa, confirming that someone malevolently placed the black star in the drainage system. Upon grasping the situation, Qi Lisher felt a surge of fury flood to his head, his hands trembling with rage. He hurled Lei Long's phone to the ground, his breath unsteady. Surveillance footage? Who in their right mind installs that many cameras at home? Yet Lei Long had done just that, capturing evidence of Li Dingxian's accomplices. And it provided Lei Long with an alibi. How could this be happening? Beside him, Li Dingxian was also taken aback, his carefully laid plans unraveling before his eyes. With both witness and material evidence seemingly at his disposal, how had it all fallen apart so swiftly? Qi Lisher, being seasoned in the game, regained his composure, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Immediately deal with the incompetent fool who delivered the firearm. Leave no traces. Secondly, ensure the eyewitness you arranged is protected. He must remain steadfast in his testimony against Lei Long. Under no circumstances can he change his story. I will find a way to rectify the issues with the evidential chain. Understood. I will take care of it at once. Li Dingxian inhaled deeply, dialing to make arrangements. Qi Lisher then made his way to the Causeway Bay police station. Lei Long proved to be more troublesome than he had anticipated, necessitating his personal involvement. The following day, as the stock market opened, the Thunder Group's market value plummeted by 4%. The valuations of Thunder Technology and Hong Kong Electric also experienced varying degrees of decline. Within the major bond trading firms, the atmosphere was tense. Small to medium investors were fixated on the explosive news regarding Lei Long's alleged involvement in the murder of the film mogul, panicking and selling off their stocks. The sounds of ringing phones and frantic shouts filled the air. Sell. Sell quickly. If Lei Long gets locked up, the company is finished. Damn it. I just bought in yesterday, and now I'm trapped. I've heard the police are still investigating. There must be more explosive revelations. Sell fast. At the Thunder Group headquarters, the investment department was on high alert. Su San commanded the operations. Mr. Lei has issued orders to stabilize the stock price at all costs. We can intervene to support it, and we must not allow the market value to collapse. The necessary funds are already at your disposal. One word, go, go. The crowd responded in unison, brimming with confidence and fervor. After all, their boss, Lei Long, was affluent. 5 days had passed, and the negative news surrounding Lei Long continued to brew, with tabloid rumors escalating. The police investigation was ongoing, offering vague statements, seemingly reluctant to provide testimony in favor of Lei Long, thus prolonging his predicament. However, there were whispers of developments. Witnesses had mysteriously vanished from the police's sight, and the rodent responsible for the sewer gun had inexplicably perished. This was decidedly disadvantageous for Lei Long. Yet, he remained as steadfast as a mountain. Mr. Lei, we have invested another 200 million. The short sellers are increasing, and they are borrowing shares to short sell, reported Su Sanwei. Proceed, Lei Long simply replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette. He was now deeply ensnared in the whirlpool of events. Various nefarious characters emerged, eager to carve a piece from him. Yet, in the realm of finance, it was all about capital, and Lei Long possessed a modicum of it. It wouldn't be so easy to bring him down. At that moment, Chen Guozhong arrived with the police, demanding Lei Long return to the station to assist with the investigation. Naturally, Lei Long complied. Undoubtedly, this scene was once again captured by journalists. Do you realize the repercussions your 2 visits will have on me? If I ultimately prove innocent, you and your unseen puppeteers will find yourselves facing dire consequences. Lei Long glared at Chen Guozhong, his voice icy, before stepping into the police car. Chen Guozhong's eyelids twitched. At the Liyuan Hotel, smoke curled upwards. Li Dingxian scrutinized the stock market reports regarding Thunder Group and Thunder Technology presented by his subordinates. Despite the panic that had gripped the market over the past few days, leading to wild fluctuations in the stock prices of Lei Long's companies, the overall stock market remained robust. Is Lei Long printing money? How can he withstand this? Li Dingxian fumed, slamming the report onto the table. He understood that merely relying on public opinion to tarnish Lei Long's reputation would not suffice to bring him down in the short term. More direct and violent measures were required to ignite a crisis for Thunder Group. Any turmoil in the real industry could not only inflict substantial economic losses on Lei Long, but also indirectly devastate the stock market. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Li Dingxian's face as a plan formed in his mind. That evening, at the Liyuan Hotel's private clubroom, Li Dingxian lounged on the sofa, quietly enjoying the dance performance of a girl group. Shortly, a figure entered. It was Jiang Tianxing. Upon seeing Li Dingxian, Jiang Tianxing smiled. Mr. Li, my apologies for the delay. Traffic was terrible. No matter, Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. Li Dingxian replied, rising to embrace Jiang Tianxing before they settled down. Several beautiful women, understanding the situation, promptly engaged in the luxurious offerings. Li Dingxian cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Tianxing, a faint smile gracing his lips. To him, the ostentatious leaders in the outside world were merely rats in a stinking gutter, merely tools to be utilized. Otherwise, sharing a table with them felt like a degradation of his own eyes. Shortly thereafter, Luo Tua and Deng Bo also made their entrances. Observing Li Dingxian's pretentious demeanor, they exchanged glances of disbelief, wondering how the Li family had entrusted such significant power to a character like him. I didn't expect both of you to be here. What a surprise. Deng Bo seated himself like a Methria Buddha, smiling briefly before fixing his gaze on Li Dingxian, his expression turning serious. With such a grand setup, today's affairs must be quite extraordinary. As the most seasoned figure in the underworld, he typically refrained from participating in ordinary matters. Only out of respect for the Li family did he show up. Otherwise, he would have been disinclined to attend. However, He was taken aback that Li Dingxian had summoned both Jiang Tianxing and Luo Tua. They too regarded him with curiosity. Please, let us converse at leisure. Li Dingxian promptly invited them to sit. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Li Dingxian revealed his thoughts. Target Lei Long's enterprises? Luo Tua instinctively gasped, momentarily taken aback. After all, Lei Long was his major benefactor. Naturally, he was reluctant to take action against him. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brow slightly. He had anticipated Li Dingxian would involve them in some unsavory undertakings, but did not expect a direct assault on Lei Long. This was not something he wished to see. As he had hoped to curry favor with Lei Long, Deng Bo, remaining silent, adopted a calculating demeanor, waiting for further elaboration. For him, as long as the benefits were substantial, everything was negotiable. If a subordinate perished, he merely counted the profits. Indeed, Li Dingxian sipped his tea, his tone icy. However, I will not have you work for nothing. Each of you will receive 20 million. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, astonishment flickering in their eyes, their spirits lifted. 20 million was no trifling sum for any organization. Mr. Li, your proposal is indeed substantial, but please elaborate on the specifics. We do not engage in murder or arson. Luo Tua pondered for a moment before speaking up. First, we will sabotage Thunder Technologies' factory, disrupting the base stations. Second, at large real estate projects, we will instigate chaos, ideally leading to structural collapses or fatalities. The greater the commotion, the better. I will ensure the media magnifies the situation. Li Dingxian gritted his teeth, extending 3 fingers. Upon successful execution, I will grant each of you an additional 30 million in cash. Furthermore, my Li family will be your most formidable shield. The three were taken aback. This could be the largest deal they had ever encountered. Even Luo Tua found himself tempted by the allure of 50 million. At this moment, Jiang Tianxing was the first to agree, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Let us do it. My Hongxing may lack in many areas, but we have plenty of brothers who dare to fight. The factory and construction site, right? Leave it to me. I guarantee he won't even be able to cry. Deng Bo, suppressing his excitement, feigned a worried demeanor and inquired, but Lei Long is now exceedingly wealthy. If we target his core enterprises, he won't let us off lightly. Mr. Li, are you certain you can withstand his retaliation? And what about the police? I have my people within the police. Li Dingxian confidently asserted. Once Lei Long's factory and construction sites are reduced to ruins, his stock prices will inevitably plummet, leading to bank runs and creditors knocking at his door. He will be too preoccupied to retaliate. Deng Bo, you're getting old. Your courage is waning. As he spoke, Li Dingxian fixed a fierce gaze on Deng Bo, visibly displeased. The Li family, in other words, refers to Li Xiaohe. Although the Li family had long since washed their hands of the underworld, he was meticulous about maintaining connections within networks. The Li family had influence in both legitimate and illicit circles. Particularly in the underworld, Li Xiaohe frequently managed affairs. Each of these three had benefited from the Li family, and none had refrained from engaging in unsavory deeds for them a decade ago. They were all proverbial grasshoppers tied to the same string. In prosperity, they thrived. In adversity, they fell together. Li Dingxian applied pressure once more. What is this? Is Li Dingxian's reputation not enough to move you? Can't even 50 million entice you? In the murky depths of Deng Bo's eyes, a flicker of discontent flashed momentarily, but he swiftly masked it with a faint smile. I, Deng Bo, have navigated the rivers and lakes for decades. What storms have I not witnessed? Since young Master Li has arranged everything so meticulously and dares to wager the fate of the Li family. Both I and Lianxing shall certainly lend our support. However, our actions must be swift and ruthless, leaving no opportunity for the Thunder Dragon to catch his breath. Simultaneously, the gazes of the three individuals converged upon Luo. Young Master Li, Deng Bo, Mr. Jiang, this matter does not concern our Dongxing. What? Li Dingxian's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes widening. Luo, what do you mean? Are you afraid? Luo calmly sipped his tea. It's not fear, but a matter of principle. Our Dongxing has never engaged in the disputes of merchants. If young Master Li were to request my assistance in targeting a particular gang, or even eliminating its members to relieve your grievances, I, Luo, would certainly not decline. However, the Thunder Dragon is a legitimate businessman, and our paths do not cross. Luo immediately elucidated his stance. Firstly, he recalled that he was but a dog to the Thunder Dragon and would never bite the hand that feeds him. Secondly, the stakes were not worth the game. While young Master Li could muster 50 million, the Thunder Dragon could easily counter with 100 million. Furthermore, individuals like Barney have now become core members of Dongxing, having secured numerous territories and demonstrated formidable strength and capability. With a powerful ally like the Thunder Dragon lurking in the shadows, the future glory of Dongxing was merely a matter of time. How could he possibly offend the Thunder Dragon for a mere 50 million? This was a relationship that Hongxing and Lianxing could not hope to possess. As for the Li family's vulnerabilities, they were of no concern. In the world of the rivers and lakes, who has not endured a beating? So, you refuse to grant me face? Li Dingxian suddenly rose, his tone icy. Luo stood, adjusting his suit. Our principles diverge. Thus, we cannot conspire together. Young Master Li. Deng Bo, Mr. Jiang, you may continue your discussion. I shall take my leave, and tonight's events shall be as if I have not heard a word. With that, Luotawa unhesitatingly turned and exited the private room. Damn it, Luotawa is such a coward. Jiang Tian cursed in frustration. A glimmer of doubt and vigilance flickered in Deng Bo's eyes, but it was fleeting. Luotawa was notorious for his timidity. His neutrality was quite expected. Li Dingxian, however, was livid, his face paling as Luotawa's withdrawal disrupted part of his plans. But the arrow was already knocked, and it must be released. No matter, even without Dongxing, we can still achieve our goals. You too, make the arrangements swiftly. I want to see headlines in the news over the next few days about incidents at Thundertech and Thunder Group's construction sites. As he spoke, Li Dingxian produced 60 million in cash. I will add an extra 10 million for the two of you, 30 million each. The remaining 30 million will be dispersed upon the successful completion of your task. Not a problem. The two exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. With this exchange, they could net a cool 60 million. The risk was certainly worth it. They could not only demolish the construction site, but could even eliminate the Thunder Dragon if necessary. Young Master Li, do you require me to arrange for someone to take out the Thunder Dragon for you? Deng Bo inquired, eyeing the stack of cash eagerly. No, it is not yet time to eliminate him. I want him to die in regret, to witness his hard work go to waste. Li Dingxian's eyes flared with a blood-red intensity. As if envisioning the Thunder Dragon's downfall, he summoned the women outside. Come, let the music play and the dance continue. Let the beautiful ladies dance. If you cannot do 100 shakes tonight, I will sell you to the brothel. The multitude of beauties, upon hearing this, danced with even greater fervor. At the same time, at the Causeway Bay police station, the Thunder Dragon's recent incarceration made him acutely aware that there were individuals within the police station conspiring against him. This was evident as evidence he had provided, including surveillance footage, had mysteriously gone missing. Without the corroborative videos, all evidence pointed squarely at him. Mr. Lei, the evidence has vanished, and we are indeed quite distressed. I have instructed everyone in the station to investigate, Chen Guozhong sighed. Enough, Chen sir, we are all reasonable individuals here. Have your backers reveal themselves, so I may see who dares to conspire against me. Perhaps I might even sign. The Thunder Dragon fixed his gaze upon the confession document before him, speaking with a calm demeanor. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open. A man clad in uniform entered, adorned with 2 military stars on his epaulettes, signifying his rank as a colonel. This man was Chief Inspector Qi Lishur. Qi Lishur cast a glance at Chen Guozhong and the recorder. You may both leave. As the two exited, Qi Lishur skillfully locked the door, turned off the surveillance recording, and drew the blinds to obscure the one-way glass. Having completed these tasks, he sat down, lit a cigarette, and revealed a sinister smile. Mr. Lei, have you not longed to meet me? Now that we are face to face, you may sign. The Thunder Dragon narrowed his eyes, sizing up the man before him. And who might you be? I deserve to know the truth before my demise. Qi Lishur offered him a cigarette. My name is Qi Lishur. You may call me Qi, sir. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Dragon's understanding deepened. Qi Lishur was the one who had previously threatened him on behalf of the British-backed Telecommunications Bureau. Actually, it is not that I wish to bring you down, but rather that you have drawn too much attention, encroaching upon too many interests. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Qi Lishur chuckled softly. Is that so? The Thunder Dragon exhaled a puff of smoke, responding calmly. So, you intend to leverage Xiao Yifu's death to completely submerge me. Is that correct? Qi Lishur flicked ash from his cigarette. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed simple. To avoid complications, why not sign the confession? It would spare everyone the hassle. A few years in reform, a brief respite, and all will be well for everyone. Very well. The Thunder Dragon nodded, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. But I have one final question. Who is behind this attempt on my life? Haha. Qi Lishur rose and paced the interrogation room, pausing to say, last time, Shirt failed to kill you. This time, the Li family can easily send you to prison. I have made my position abundantly clear. Signing the confession is your most dignified and least damaging choice at this moment. The Thunder Dragon stood and ripped the confession document in half. Qi, sir, your proficiency in disabling the recording and drawing the curtains is quite impressive. I assume you have done this before? Unfortunately, this time, you will be disappointed. Qi Lishur's expression hardened. What do you mean? The Thunder Dragon extinguished his cigarette. Do you think I, the Thunder Dragon, have reached this point by sheer luck? Do you believe that by destroying the footage I provided, you can condemn me? Destroy 10 copies, and I can produce 100. My lawyer is on the way, since your station cannot protect the evidence. Allow me to provide you with another copy. Chi Lisher's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that the Thunder Dragon possessed backup footage. In the next moment, Annie burst into the room. Having grasped the pertinent circumstances, Annie promptly discarded the videotape from her bag, declaring, in light of the police department's negligence in this matter, not only have you failed to apprehend the instigator, but you have also subjected my client to a second arrest here, while attempting to impose charges upon them unjustly. This has inflicted considerable distress upon my client, and I shall immediately petition the court to sue your Causeway Bay Police Station. Mr. Lei, let us depart. Rising with a smile, Lei Long forcefully pushed past Kilisai and exited. Kilisai stood frozen, his facial muscles twitching violently, his complexion alternating between shades of green and black. He swiftly summoned Chun Guozhong and others, demanding that they ensure Lei Long is convicted by any means necessary. In the villa, Lei Jia and Li Dingxian had colluded with Hongxing and Lianxing to sabotage my factory and construction site. Lei Long removed his sunglasses, his gaze unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all this elaborate maneuvering, Li Dingxian could no longer contain himself. It turned out that the recent turmoil was instigated by this scoundrel. He realized that relying solely on the demise of Xiao Yifu would not be enough to undermine him commercially. Now he sought to create trouble for himself through the underworld, aiming to amplify the negative repercussions. Should I truly find myself unable to exit the police station today, signing documents and confessing, followed by my company's assets being ravaged by the underworld, such a combination of calamities would be sufficient to sink his commercial vessel. Quite intriguing. Fortunately, at present, Lei Long had evaded the potentiality of imprisonment. Indeed, Mr. Lei, the crow nodded gravely. Old Ding has been monitored. He cannot come. Hence I was sent secretly to convey the message. I will ensure that every detail is reported to you. Lei Long sipped his tea and snapped his fingers. Shortly thereafter, a security personnel emerged with a bank card. This contains 10 million. Take it. Remember our earlier agreement. Lei Long handed the card to the crow. From this incident, it was evident that the camel was rather timid, hesitating and failing to commit fully to his tasks. Lei Long needed to cultivate someone loyal within Dongxing. The crow was an excellent choice, ambitious and audacious. Thank you, Mr. Lei. The crow was momentarily stunned. Then elation flashed in his eyes as he accepted the bank card with both hands, bowing. Whatever you command, I shall comply. I will not hesitate to venture through fire and water. With that, he spoke no further and departed swiftly. Lei Long picked up his phone and dialed Camel's number. Hello. Mr. Lei, Camel answered respectfully. I am aware of the situation. Once they arrange to attack my factory and construction site, you and your men should strike against Hongxing and Lianxing, directly targeting the heart of the matter. Is that acceptable? Lei Long stated plainly. Well, Mr. Lei, I fear our Dongxing lacks the strength to confront both factions simultaneously, Camel replied, his expression changing dramatically. Did not Li Dingxian offer each of you 20 million? I can now provide you with 50 million. That's it. There is still 50 million left. Will you proceed? Lei Long, uninterested in further discussion, directly presented his offer. 100 million may seem substantial, yet the negative repercussions stemming from Xiao Yifu's death were far beyond that amount. Mr. Lei, I cannot comply. I cannot lead my brothers to their doom. I must remain neutral. Camel exhaled deeply, responding. Indeed, he held a deep respect for Lei Long. But that respect was rooted in self-interest. This situation was perilously complex. It not only involved both the legitimate and underworld realms, but also directly implicated the Li family. He was acutely aware of the Li family's influence in legitimate circles. While Lei Long possessed wealth greater than that of the Li family, he lacked the protective power that would ultimately leave him vulnerable, akin to a castle built on sand, unable to withstand the tide. Should Dongxing become thoroughly embroiled, the endless police crackdowns alone would be overwhelming, not to mention the enmity with both Hongxing and Lianxing. 100 million is indeed a considerable sum. Yet he feared for his life and questioned whether he would even have the chance to spend it. Understood. Lei Long smiled as he ended the call. He then dialed the crow again. The crow readily agreed to Lei Long's demands, eliminate Camel and assume control of Dongxing. Lei Long also instructed Michael, the head of global security, to gather detailed plans for the imminent assaults by the two major gangs, and to place all security personnel on high alert, ready for deployment. Chapter 70, Lei Long's Strategy. The storm approaches. That evening, within Lei Long's villa, 100 figures appeared. This group was fully armed. Some wielded Barrett sniper rifles. Others held 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, donned in bulletproof vests and equipped with night vision goggles, their tactical vests laden with magazines and specialized gear. Beneath their masks, only their eyes were visible, devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of lethal intent, reminiscent of a legion of reapers. This was the Dark Dragon Assault Team, which Lei Long had exchanged 1 million points to summon. Each member possessed formidable military prowess. According to the reports, they were even more ferocious than the Delta Force of the Eagle Sauce, with overall capabilities surpassing those of global security. This time, Lei Long called upon them for two primary reasons. First, to guard against the Li family or any desperate individuals. Although Lei Long's physique had been enhanced by the super soldier serum, truth remains a great equalizer. Security measures must be rigorously implemented for his own protection. Second, while Lei Long had initially wished to refrain from international involvement, with the opportunity presenting itself, he would seize the wind and sail forth. Once this matter was resolved, Lei Long planned to send the Dark Dragon assault team abroad to establish his own military company, essentially a mercenary firm. This expansion of business would simultaneously enable him to acquire more intelligence and information internationally, and potentially, in the future, to possess a robust armed force of his own. As the saying goes, truth is indeed a hard truth. While Lei Long was organizing his affairs, Jiang Tianxing and Deng Bo gathered information on the various projects under Thunder Group and Thunder Technology, crafting a clandestine plan to sabotage the factories and construction sites. Meanwhile, the Crow, accompanied by Wu Jiwei, arranged a meeting with Camel, dining at a restaurant, where they coincidentally encountered members of Hongxing. The conflict was imminent. The outcome of the confrontation was swift. Camel was left bloodied and critically injured, necessitating hospitalization. The following day, at Thunder Group, Gao Jin entered Lei Long's office, accompanied by a slender man with a frightened demeanor. The man bore numerous bruises and trembled slightly as he walked, akin to a hunted bird. Mr. Lei, this is the eyewitness, Sun Lei, who provided photographs to the police. He had been imprisoned by the Li family in a remote wooden cabin until last night when I managed to extricate him, Gao Jin reported. Presenting the man to Lei Long, Sun Lei, Lei Long approached, offering a cigarette. Relax, come, have a seat, we need to talk. Sun Lei, trembling in fear, sat down, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Do not be afraid. Lei Long smiled warmly, then turned to Gao Jin, inquiring, have you ascertained his family situation? Gao Jin responded, he has a 60-year-old mother, an 8-year-old son, and a wife who works in a bar. What do you intend to do? Sun Lei stammered. Becoming increasingly anxious, Lei Long remained silent and continued, now, make a call to have his entire family brought to the company for their utmost protection. As Gao Jin went to arrange matters, Lei Long fixed his gaze on Sun Lei. I understand that you have been imprisoned these past few days and are unaware of the outside world. But I can assure you of one undeniable fact. Your dear friend, the one who stuffed a gun into the sewer outside my villa, Wang Dalong, has already been killed by Li Dingxian. What? That can't be true. Sun Lei stared at Lei Long in disbelief. Without elaborating further, Lei Long placed a news report regarding Wang Dalong's untimely demise on the table, because Wang Dalong's exposure posed a threat. His existence was a ticking time bomb for the Li family, and you are no different. They are currently keeping you alive solely to use you as a pawn against me in court. Once you outlive your usefulness, they will not hesitate to eliminate you, even wiping out your entire family. Hence, I am taking measures to ensure your family's safety. Now, what you must do is recount everything you know in its entirety. At present, the true culprit behind Xiao Yifu's murder remains at large. Yet, the police have made 2 grand arrests, and in the eyes of the public, I, Lei Long, am the primary suspect. This is a devastating blow to the reputation of a well-known entrepreneur. I can manage for now, but my greatest concern is that Qi Lisher, in a desperate move, might exploit his power to push through judicial proceedings and convict me. Therefore, breaking through Sun Lei is a crucial step. I will speak. Sun Lei stammered. It was 2 bodyguards of young Master Li who approached me, asking me to take photos and act as a witness. The photos were staged. When I met Mr. Xiao Yifu that night, he was already dead, and they even had someone impersonate your silhouette. They insisted that if this went to court, I had to pin the blame on you, or they would kill my entire family. I'm sorry, Mr. Lei. I didn't mean to. I was coerced. Sun Lei said, anguish etched on his face. It's all right. Lei Long responded with a slight smile. The overall context was becoming increasingly clear. In essence, Li Dingxian and Qi Lisher were colluding to imprison him and dismantle his enterprise. The bodyguards mentioned by Sun Lei represented a new breakthrough. They surely knew the truth. Very well, you will stay at the company, and I will arrange protection for you. The security personnel at the entrance entered and escorted the terrified Sun Lei away. Simultaneously, Lei Long instructed Gao Jin to bring in the bodyguards from Li Dingxian's side. A glint of cold light flickered in Gao Jin's eyes as he accepted the order. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind a screen. It was Liang. Commissioner Qi Lisher has issued orders for my cooperation with Chun Guozhong to arrest you, and within 10 days. We must establish a chain of evidence to bring you to trial. Your situation is precarious, Liang said gravely before taking a seat, and adding, although this evidence from Sun Lei is crucial, I could easily find someone else to provide similar testimony. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. His worst fears were indeed materializing. Thus, I summoned you today to propose that you serve as my witness, and also as a witness for Sun Lei. Li Ying forced a bitter smile. Mr. Lei, I know you are innocent, but I cannot jeopardize my own future for your sake. In response, Lei Long took out a voice recorder containing the conversation he had with Qi Lisher in the interrogation room the previous day and played it back. After listening to the recording, Li Ying's pupils contracted as he increasingly realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. He had sensed there was something amiss long before and had reached an understanding with Lei Long to uncover the truth behind Xiao Yifu's death. But he had not anticipated the scale of this incident. The Chief Commissioner Qi Lisher was embroiled in it as well. The facts were becoming strikingly evident. Li Sir, why not go all in? If you can imprison Li Dingxian and Qi Lisher, it would be a significant achievement, and a promotion and raise would surely follow. Lei Long suggested with a smile. Li Ying remained silent. Those in higher positions tended to protect one another, even as a senior officer. It was unlikely he could touch Commissioner Qi Lisher, even with undeniable evidence. Sensing Li Ying's hesitation, Lei Long understood he was reluctant to confront a chief commissioner directly. He immediately added, if you turn over Sun Lei and this recording to your police department, they could vanish by tonight. From now on, we will cooperate. As Lei Long detailed the entire plan, a smile emerged on Li Ying's face. After all, he was the youngest top tycoon in Hong Kong, skilled in cunning. He could not only clear Lei Long's name, but also expose the collusion between Qi Lisher and Li Dingxian to the public. All right, I will join you in this audacious endeavor. In the afternoon, Chun Guozhong arrived, issuing a mandatory arrest warrant that once again brought Lei Long to the police station. Annie arrived at the station and once again paid $3 million in bail to secure Lei Long's release. This time, it was not a simple arrest. A murder charge for Xiao Yifu had been confirmed against Lei Long. He was also given a summons for court in 10 days. A statement that the Causeway Bay Police Station publicly announced. The incident escalated once more, thrusting Lei Long into the eye of the storm. A moment's carelessness could lead to the obliteration of both his business empire and his very being. Chapter 71, a major conflict. A full-scale assault. Fierce workers. That evening, Michael, Gao Jin, and Barney arrived simultaneously at the villa. Mr. Lei, according to the latest news, at midnight, Hongxing and Lianxing will launch their operation. I have already arranged personnel across various regions. Michael reported immediately. Quick action indeed. Lei Long narrowed his eyes. The afternoon's announcement of his murder charges was followed by an immediate assault on his territory. They were certainly eager. Barney took a sip of tea. Mr. Lei, the Crow has secured internal support and has pledged full backing for us. Good. Lei Long nodded, acknowledging that today was not entirely filled with bad news. Let him proceed as planned. Mr. Lei, I've arranged for Li Dingxian's 2 bodyguards to be stationed at the warehouse. Gao Jin reported next. Well done. Let them remain there for a few days, Lei Long contemplated. The storm was about to break. At midnight, outside one of the production facilities of Thunder Technology in Central, a convoy of vans lined the street. As the doors swung open, a throng of gangsters armed with steel pipes descended, a dark mass moving in unison towards the factory. Mr. Jiang has instructed to smash everything. Boss G spat out his cigarette, but crushing it under his polished shoe as he declared. With Boss G's command, over 100 underlings surged forward, brandishing steel pipes. In the next moment, 20 personnel from Universal Security emerged, charging fearlessly into the crowd. In this narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. Chaos erupted at the factory entrance, with screams, roars, and wails intertwining in a cacophony. Causeway Bay, the construction site of Thunder Group's premier luxury residential project. Boss B personally led the charge, his expression fierce and menacing, flanked by 100 loyal underlings, all equipped with highly professional gear. In addition to the usual melee weapons, some wielded petrol bombs and heavy sledgehammers. Smash it hard. He bellowed hoarsely. If it can burn, let it burn. If it can be destroyed, let it be destroyed. Tonight, the only word is action. Let loose and do it. Just then, the construction site's gate swung open, revealing a throng of at least 70 or 80 construction workers, clad in yellow hard hats and work uniforms. Some even bared their torsos, showcasing their bronzed muscles. The sight of these muscular workers instilled a sense of dread in the more diminutive thugs. These individuals possessed not the lifeless muscles of gym-goers, but rather the explosive power of true strength. This scene sent a shiver down Boss B's spine. How could so many construction workers have gathered here? Before he could comprehend the situation, the entire workforce surged forward like a torrent of steel. Each one was filled with fervor, the rebar shaking in their hands. For these workers, the events of tonight were a welcome opportunity, as they would each receive a reward of 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to a month's wages. As expected, when the two sides clashed, it was a completely overwhelming spectacle. The thugs were merely a group of petty bullies. How could they possibly compete with the workers? Within minutes, the scene was littered with the fallen bodies of the Hongxing gang. Witnessing this, Boss B ground his teeth in frustration. These construction workers were simply too formidable. In that moment, A worker wielding rebar set his sights on Boss B. Despite being a seasoned figure in the underworld, Boss B attempted to parry the blow, resulting in a loud clash as sparks flew through the air. His hand was injured, and the weapon fell to the ground. The construction worker remained unmoved, then swung the rebar down onto Boss B's head. Boss B collapsed instantly, his consciousness flickering as he caught a fleeting glimpse of his great-grandmother. The entire ordeal lasted less than 4 minutes before the chaos subsided, leaving behind a quiet aftermath. At the entrance of the construction site, more than 20 groaning Hong Kong thugs lay strewn about, while the rest had fled in panic. Although some construction workers bore injuries, their spirit remained unbroken, and they appeared almost exhilarated. Personnel from Global Security arrived, distributing cigarettes to the crowd. Just then, several police cars pulled up. More than 10 officers descended, swiftly taking control of the scene. "Everyone freeze. Drop your weapons," bellowed the lead officer. At a nod from their foreman, the construction workers slowly relinquished their rebar. The 3 heads of Global Security cooperatively sheathed their batons. The police quickly approached, feigning an investigation, and ultimately chose not to arrest the self-defense-minded construction workers or the Global Security personnel, but instead took Boss B and his associates into custody. The orders from above were to apprehend the instigators, but in the face of these united self-defenders, the officers from humble backgrounds opted for a sense of justice. Sometimes, when in the field, military orders may be disregarded. Such incidents unfolded across various districts of Hong Kong Island. Essentially, the main targets were the Thunder Group and its subsidiaries, including large factories, construction sites, and logistics warehouses, all suffering similar assaults. Simultaneously, the Crow led his Eastern Star crew in a vengeful assault against Hong Kong and Lianqing's numerous strongholds. The Eastern Star thugs stormed into nightclub after nightclub, arcade after arcade, underground gambling dens, shouting for vengeance on behalf of Camel Brother and to take down the Hong Kong gang. The Crow himself led the charge, his eyes gleaming with frenzied delight as he brandished a massive sword, slicing through anyone in his path with ferocity. The bloodshed across Hong Kong Island was about to erupt. In a private room at the Lee Garden Hotel, the atmosphere contrasted starkly with the external violence, exuding an air of elegance. Li Dingxian, Qi Lishir, Jiang Tiansheng, and Deng Bo were gathered in celebration. High-end champagne, fine wines, and an array of fruits adorned the table. Tall, elegantly dressed women attended to them, refilling glasses and lighting cigarettes amidst a backdrop of song and dance, all steeped in opulence. Deng Bo, being older, merely indulged in the spectacle. But Qi Lishir was the most exuberant, disregarding the gazes of Jiang Tiansheng and the others as he danced with the ladies. Time passed, and the revelers grew weary. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Deng, thank you for your hard work." Li Dingxian raised his glass. "I appreciate the support from both of you. The Li family will not go back on their word. In Hong Kong Island, we will prosper together and enjoy the company of beautiful women." Jiang Tiansheng smiled in response. "You are too kind, Mr. Li. The Thunder Dragon has overstepped his bounds and deserves a lesson." However, the commotion had drawn the attention of the police. Qi Lishir exhaled a puff of smoke, casually interjecting, "Old Jiang, rest assured, I've arranged the police operation for tonight to only apprehend the troublemakers." Deng Bo released a heavy sigh. Good. Now we can rest easy." Jiang Tianxing voiced his inner concerns. "By the way, what plans do you have for the Thunder Dragon after tonight?" "I'm worried about retaliation." In truth, he had been in turmoil over this for the past few days. Initially, he had considered collaborating with Thunder Dragon, but upon reflecting on the Li family's connections within the legitimate sphere, he abandoned that notion. Li Dingxian patted Jiang Tianxing on the shoulder, speaking confidently. "The news of Thunder Dragon's assassination of Xiao Yifu has already spread, causing panic. Once his factories and construction sites encounter issues tonight, tomorrow's headlines will spell disaster for his finances, partnerships, and social reputation. By then, I will rally other investors to eliminate Thunder Dragon's enterprises. I've also secured the court's cooperation to ensure he is incarcerated within 10 days. Li Dingxian's words reassured Jiang Tianxing, and Deng Bo Jiang Tianxing praised. Indeed, Mr. Li and Sir Qi are astute strategists. This dual approach will leave him unable to defend against both fronts, leading to his disgrace in court, while his enterprises are gradually devoured from the outside. Brilliant, truly impressive." Li Dingxian raised a glass filled with champagne. "Let us toast in advance to our victory." The group clinked their glasses, smiles of triumph lighting their faces. To take down a billionaire was a considerable achievement. Just then, both Deng Bo and Jiang Tianxing's phones, resting on the coffee table, rang simultaneously. After answering, their expressions darkened, brows furrowing in anxiety. "What is happening?" Li Dingxian sensed something amiss and immediately inquired. "The people we sent to attack Thunder Dragon's turf have all failed. They were repelled by well-prepared security and workers. It seems Thunder Dragon anticipated our move. Furthermore, the police did not assist us. And just now, we received word that the Crow from Eastern Star, seizing the opportunity while our men were out, has launched a surprise attack on several of our strongholds, resulting in significant losses. What? Li Dingxian rose, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this happen? The meticulously orchestrated dual assault not only failed to harm Lei Long, but instead backfired, igniting chaos in their own backyard. Qi Lishir also sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly took out his phone to inquire. When he learned that Police Commissioner Li Wenbin had overridden his orders, he was left utterly dumbfounded. After hanging up, he faced the scrutinizing gazes of the three men and immediately explained, "There's been a problem. Commissioner Li has intervened personally. He altered my commands." Damn it! Li Dingxian cursed vehemently, suddenly regaining his composure. Commissioner Li? You mean Police Commissioner Li Wenbin? How could he possibly concern himself with such a trivial matter? Moreover, this is a covert operation. The police commissioner, after all, is the highest-ranking commander within the police force. To someone like Qi Lishir, a mere chief superintendent, he was but a minor player in comparison. Hearing this, Deng Bo spoke with a bitter tone. It must be that the camel leaked information. Lei Long learned of our plans in advance, and subsequently colluded with Li Wenbin. That could explain the current predicament. Immediately, Deng Bo and Jiang Tianxing exchanged glances and stood up. Li Xiao. Qi sir, we have pressing matters to attend to. We must return to the society. Qi Lishir waved his hand dismissively. Go on. Li Dingxian, suddenly anxious, exclaimed, Qi sir, what should we do now? Qi Lishir took a deep breath of his cigar and replied sharply, Did I not instruct you to prepare mercenaries from Blackwater? We cannot wait for the court. Eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing this, Li Dingxian nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes. Understood. Meanwhile, within the villa, Lei Long was enjoying tea with Li Wenbin and Li Ying. This Li Wenbin had been introduced to him by Li Ying as the police commissioner. He held a prominent position within the police hierarchy. It wasn't merely due to Lei Long's influence that he could invite such a high-ranking officer. Rather, it was Li Ying who had relayed relevant information directly to Li Wenbin's ears. In the police force, a chief superintendent was abusing his power and engaging in misconduct. Should this information come to light, he would face accountability. Rather than waiting for the inevitable repercussions, it was better to take the initiative and collaborate with Lei Long. After all, such a position as the police commissioner did not come without its own weight. Mr. Lei, I will verify the evidence you provided. I will give you a satisfactory response regarding tonight's events tomorrow. As for the court matter, I cannot intervene at this moment. But I can arrange for Li Sir to testify on your behalf and clear your name. Upon reviewing the evidence Lei Long presented, Li Wenbin immediately made this commitment. Very well. Lei Long placed all the evidence back into the drawer. I cannot hand over these originals and key witnesses to you just yet. Once the court matter is resolved and my innocence is proven, I will naturally transfer everything to the police. Li Wenbin regarded Lei Long deeply, then relented. That is acceptable. You have the right to do so. This way, we can gather and secure the evidence chain. Neither Li Dingxian nor Qi Lishir will escape unscathed. Lei Long nodded in agreement. Indeed. Li Wenbin stood, straightening his uniform. It is getting late, and there are still numerous messes to clean up outside. I won't impose further. Li Sir will stay here to ensure your safety. All right. Lei Long also stood, gesturing for him to leave. After seeing off Li Wenbin, Lei Long returned to the living room. Before he could take a seat, the phone on the coffee table rang. It was Gao Jin calling, his tone urgent. Mr. Lei. A team of approximately 30 unidentified individuals is rapidly approaching the villa, well-equipped and operating professionally. They do not appear to be gang members. Understood. Lei Long hung up and promptly summoned the leader of the Dark Dragon assault team to arrange matters. As Li Ying watched the Dark Dragon leader depart, he couldn't help but feel astonished. The aura was overwhelming, and they were fully armed. An overseas security team had been hired to ensure his safety. Li Sir, tonight may very well be a sleepless night, Lei Long remarked as he raised a cup of tea. Indeed, I will do everything in my power to protect your safety. Li Ying nodded and promptly exited to set up defenses. Minutes passed, and in the woods outside the villa, over 30 figures clad in black stealthily approached. They successfully infiltrated the villa. Upon seeing Lei Long seated alone in the living room, the leader drew a sniper rifle and aimed at Lei Long's forehead. Bang! In the next instant, the head exploded, blood splattering across the floor. The decapitated body collapsed heavily to the ground. The head that had been blown off was not Lei Long's, but that of the shooter. Fuck, we've been ambushed. Upon witnessing their leader's death, the deputy leader quickly sought cover, shouting warnings. Suddenly, from above the villa, members of the Dark Dragon assault team, including Li Ying, made their appearance, guns blazing. Simultaneously, over 30 members of the Dark Dragon assault team surrounded the villa. A metallic storm erupted in an instant. Chapter 73, Total Annihilation. The Dark Dragon organization set sail. Owing a favor to Li Wenbin, this metallic storm lasted only 3 to 4 minutes. In the courtyard, 20 bodies lay sprawled, with more than 10 outside the villa. The 30-member mercenary team was completely wiped out, with not a single survivor. Li Ying, observing this scene from a vantage point, was left in shock. Throughout the ordeal, he, a high-ranking police officer, felt as if he were merely an onlooker. The group Lei Long had summoned was extraordinarily formidable, not only well-equipped, but also possessing exceptional shooting skills and practical experience. Their team coordination was seamless, far surpassing that of an ordinary mercenary group. Even the Flying Tigers would have met their demise here. Soon, Lei Long and his companions arrived in the courtyard, where the 30-plus bodies were lined up together. The faces of these individuals were foreign. They were evidently part of an overseas armed force. As Li Ying clarified the situation, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. The arrival of over 30 foreign armed forces in Hong Kong, attempting to assassinate the renowned tycoon Lei Long, would surely send shockwaves throughout the region. The local government would undoubtedly erupt in fury. This had far exceeded the scope of what he could manage. Li Ying exhaled a puff of smoke and immediately dialed Li Wenbin's number. The leader of the Dark Dragon extracted identification from the headless corpse and handed it to Lei Long, taking it. Lei Long examined it, his eyes subtly shifting. It was a brass plaque inscribed with Blackwater, bordered by a delicate braided frame. Blackwater Company. Lei Long recognized this group as a globally renowned mercenary firm, substantial in scale. They engaged in various operations, including transport and security, and were particularly skilled in the assassination of political figures and wealthy individuals. Had Lei Long not been prepared beforehand, he might have already met his demise. At this moment, those so eager to take his life could only be Li Dingxian and possibly a desperate Qi Lisher. Blackwater Group. As Li Ying approached, Lei Long handed him the brass plaque. Li Ying took the plaque, glanced at it, his face turning ashen. This is quite troublesome. Mr. Lei, I just spoke with Commissioner Li. He is on his way. Good. Lei Long nodded. Let us go inside for some tea. Half an hour passed, and Li Wenbin arrived in a rush, driving furiously. As he stepped into the outer area of the villa, a pungent smell of blood assaulted his senses, mingling with the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. Over 30 corpses lay lifeless, with visible pools of blood spreading across the ground, and bullets scattered everywhere. Li Wenbin's eyelids twitched involuntarily, his steps faltering. The underworld of Hong Kong had its own rules. Violence with knives and clubs was tacitly accepted within certain boundaries. However, the moment firearms were involved, the nature of the situation transformed dramatically, particularly in this instance, with over 30 foreign armed personnel dead. If the media caught wind of it, the ramifications could be dire for his position. He took a deep breath and walked toward the living room. Lei Long recounted the events leading up to this moment and placed a brass plaque emblazoned with the name of Blackwater Company on the table. The color drained further from Li Wenbin's face as he stared intently at the plaque. Blackwater Company was a top-tier mercenary force rooted abroad, with a complex background, straddling the gray areas of legality, intertwined with the military and intelligence agencies of various nations. Not even he, as the police chief of Hong Kong, could voice any objections. Even the governor, Sir Murray MacLehose, would likely hesitate to act, at most issuing a report to the British Empire. And the British Empire would probably refrain from intervening with Blackwater. Yet, the fact that over 30 mercenaries had ventured to the doorstep of a top Hong Kong tycoon indicated a severe dereliction of duty on the part of the police. From a procedural standpoint, the incursion of foreign armed forces and the ensuing gunfight resulting in over 30 fatalities necessitated immediate, large-scale investigations, case filings, and notifications to superiors. Lei Long was also a victim. The police owed him an explanation. However, if the events of the night were broadcasted widely, the ones who would face the brunt of the backlash would be Li Wenbin and the entire Hong Kong police force. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly turned thick with silence. Li Ying, sensing Li Wenbin's concern, immediately spoke up. Mr. Ray, tonight's incident is both sudden and extraordinary. With over 30 foreign armed men dead in your villa, if word gets out, the repercussions could spiral beyond control, which would be detrimental to you, the police force, and the stability of Hong Kong. Is there any possibility? He paused mid-sentence, his implication clear. He hoped Lei Long would choose to ignore this incident, minimize the situation, bury it. Li Wenbin sniffed and remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Li Ying's proposal. All right. Lei Long pondered for a moment and nodded in acquiescence. His reasons for agreeing were manifold. Firstly, it was a significant favor to Li Wenbin, establishing a beneficial rapport for future dealings. Secondly, it would protect the secrecy of the Dark Dragon assault team. Thirdly, should this incident become public, the resultant media frenzy could incite public panic. In summary, there were pros and cons to consider. Weighing these factors, Lei Long ultimately consented. Thank you. Li Wenbin revealed a faint smile, the weight that had lodged in his throat finally easing. He felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. It's nothing. We are all Hong Kongers, and helping each other is only natural. Lei Long replied with a smile. I will have these bodies taken care of. I will ensure that tonight's events remain a secret. Mr. Ray, Li Ying gave Ray Long a thumbs up. Subsequently, the three discussed some details. During the conversation, Ray Long also brought up the upcoming court session scheduled for a few days later. Both men expressed their unwavering support for Ray Long, assuring him that they would comply with any requests he had. The next day, as dawn broke, a ray of sunlight illuminated the villa. The horrific scene from the previous night had been thoroughly cleaned up, and the 30-plus bodies had been submerged in the sea. However, the walls outside the villa still bore numerous bullet holes, a testament to the ferocity of the gunfight. Meanwhile, Ray Long had sent the Dark Dragon assault team out of Hong Kong the previous night, allowing them to venture into the international arena. The organization was named the Dark Dragon Organization. Ray Long was confident that the Dark Dragon assault team would not disappoint him. He slept until he naturally awoke. By noon, he turned on the television to find a report featuring Li Wenbin personally addressing the situation in response to last night's incident involving Hung Hing and Lianqing, which is believed to be an orchestrated attack on the Thunder Group's various enterprises. The police will pursue and arrest the instigators, seeking justice for Mr. Ray Long and the Thunder Group. Li Wenbin's statement did not concern Ray Long. It was merely a tactic to mitigate the impact of public opinion. In reality, any actions taken would likely result in only a handful of scapegoats being punished as exemplary cases. The police force, no matter how formidable, still operated under the governance of the Hong Kong government. Moreover, the existence of these criminal organizations was a result of the government's deliberate actions. It was laughable to think that such an incident could lead to the dissolution of two major syndicates. Chapter 74. The killer is Li Dingxian. Court session. The matter of the Blackwater mercenaries from the previous night was conspicuously absent from the discussion. Clearly, Li Wenbin did not dare to let this information slip. On the East Star side, the previous night had gone smoothly. They had seized considerable territory from Hung Hing and Lianqing. Their overall strength expanded. And even those who had previously opposed Crow had fallen silent, with direct support from Barney and others solidifying Crow's position at the helm. Mr. Ray, what are your next arrangements? Barney inquired over the phone. Let Crow continue to strike. Ray Long contemplated before responding. These two syndicates had caused him significant trouble, and it was imperative to bring them to ruin. However, it was unlikely that East Star could directly absorb both syndicates at once. The plan needed to be executed step by step. Understood, Mr. Ray, Barney replied before promptly hanging up. Days passed, and the court summons arrived. Tomorrow, the trial of Ray Long would commence. Ray Long requested the attendance of Li Jia and Li Xiaohua, as well as Chief Inspector Qi Lisher. The court granted the request. Ray Long lit a high-end cigar. Ah Jin, go fetch Li Dingxian's two bodyguards. Although it was already evident that Li Dingxian and Qi Lisher were secretly orchestrating against him, the true identity of the individual responsible for Xiao Yifu's death remained a mystery. Before long, two disheveled individuals were brought in. Do you know who I am? Ray Long raised his icy gaze. Ray Long, young Master Ray, the two replied, trembling. Good. Ray Long pulled out a sharp dagger and plunged it into the table, coldly stating, I have no intention of wasting words with you. If you wish to live, present something of value. If you cannot, I shall send you to your graves tonight. I will speak. The man with the airplane hairstyle knelt down. Yes, young Master Li. It was he who killed Mr. Xiao Yifu. Why did he kill him? Ray Long inquired further. Xiao Yifu, despite his flaws, was a partner of Li Xiaohua and a prominent figure in Hong Kong. Any individual with a modicum of sense would not resort to murdering such a public figure. Due to the demise of Mr. Li, the resentful young Master Li harbors ill will towards you, and thus seeks to extract sordid details of the dealings between you and Mr. Xiao Yifu. However, Mr. Xiao Yifu remains tight-lipped. In a fit of fury, young Master Li resorts to gunfire. We have disposed of the body for him and arranged for Sun Lei and Wang Dalong. Upon hearing this, Lei Long couldn't help but chuckle. It is indeed true that laughter often escapes us in moments of silence. As for Li Xiaohua's physical condition, he is but a man on the brink of death. His demise is merely a matter of time. Who would have thought that Li Dingxian would attribute his hatred to himself and embark on such a convoluted path? It has left him with a throbbing headache and resulted in a needless loss of billions in finance. Thankfully, Li Xiaohua remains unaware. Otherwise, had he known of Li Dingxian's lack of foresight, he would surely rise from his grave in disbelief. And you, silent as a grave, shall I then consign you to the earth? Lei Long fixed his gaze on another bodyguard, his tone icy. Mr. Lei, in truth, having followed young Master Li for many years, I am well aware of his capricious nature, and I have long prepared certain means of self-preservation. The tattooed bodyguard immediately replied. Oh, what means? Lei Long inquired with curiosity. A voice recorder. It contains the conversation between young Master Li and Mr. Xiao Yifu that night. However, I require a sum of money to hand it over to you. I do not wish to face imprisonment. I intend to leave Hong Kong with this money. The tattooed man gazed intently, his eyes pleading. Very well. Lei Long nodded. 10 million. Will that suffice? That will be sufficient. The tattooed man affirmed with a nod. Lei Long exchanged a glance with Gao Jin. Before long, Gao Jin placed a suitcase containing 10 million on the table. The recorder is located in room 302 of the building at number 9 Central Street. Gao Jin promptly made a call to arrange for its retrieval. Do not be anxious. Here, have a sip of tea. Once it is secured, I shall let you depart. Lei Long offered with a slight smile, 2 teacups in hand. A little over 10 minutes passed before Gao Jin received a call back. The item has been retrieved. Lei Long tossed the suitcase to the tattooed man. You may leave now. Gao Jin escorted the tattooed man away. As for whether he had secured the item or whether he would live to spend the money, who could say? Lei Long regarded the man with the slicked-back hairstyle, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Tomorrow, you shall testify against Li Dingxian in court. You will merely be considered an accomplice, serving perhaps a year or 2. I shall provide 300,000 for your family. Should you encounter difficulties upon your release, feel free to seek me out. Consider it done, Mr. Lei. The man with the slicked-back hair readily acquiesced. His instincts whispered to him that the tattooed man would likely not survive the night. The following day, at the High Court, the sky was overcast, and the steps outside the courthouse were already besieged by an insatiable media throng. Cameras flashed like a forest, countless reporters congregating. He.S. here. A woman in the crowd called out. A black Rolls-Royce came to a halt. The door swung open, and Lei Long emerged clad in a black suit, exuding the aura of a star under the spotlight. Mr. Lei, do you admit to the murder of Xiao Yifu? Murderer. Criminal. Is your business empire on the brink of collapse? Gao Jin, Michael, and others stepped forward to part the crowd. Lei Long disregarded their inquiries and strode directly toward the courthouse. It is no wonder the court is formidable. Its steps ascend ever higher. Fortunately, there was no need for stringent checks at present. In the future, one would have to pass through security scanners that could reveal the shape of excrement. Inside the courtroom, 3 judges sat high upon the dais, perusing documents. The public gallery was packed with onlookers, including Jiang Tianxing, Deng Bo, and other familiar faces from the underworld. Lei Long understood that this was not an equitable trial. This was a scripted performance, with the police presenting irrefutable evidence. The court merely serving as a formality before the inevitable conviction. He felt as if he were the meat laid bare upon the butcher's block. Qi Lisher and Li Dingxian were seated in the front row, while Chun Guozhong, the officer in charge of the Xiao Yifu murder case, occupied the witness stand. Soon, Lei Long was brought to the defendant's seat by court officers. Behind him stood an elite team of lawyers led by Annie. The court is now in session. The presiding judge struck the gavel, the sound cold and austere. The prosecutor rose, a middle-aged man. Your Honor. The defendant Lei Long is accused of the shooting murder of Xiao Yifu at the Xiao Film Studios on XX Street, in Causeway Bay. We have witness testimonies, physical evidence from the crime scene, and multiple confessions from the defendant to present as evidence. The facts are clear, and the evidence is irrefutable. The prosecution believes the charge of murder is valid. Annie was about to rise when the presiding judge raised a hand to halt her. Bring forth the prosecution's first witness. At that moment, a portly man was brought forth. Sun Lei has fled, so Li Dingxian had no choice but to present this little fat man as a witness. Witness, please state your name and what you observed that night. The prosecutor's tone was steady and guiding. Chapter 75, Not Guilty. A twist, a shocking revelation. The portly man immediately responded, My name is Sun Lei. Around 11 o'clock, I was closing up late and saw Mr. Lei's car parked in the alley behind the studio. Then I witnessed him and Mr. Xiao embroiled in a heated argument, followed by a gunshot. I was terrified and hid. I even took a picture, which has been submitted to the police. The judge picked up the photo, feigning to examine it. The evidence is conclusive. Lei Long, do you plead guilty? Annie immediately raised her hand. Your Honor, we request to question the witness about the photo's content. Objection. The prosecutor immediately interjected. Your Honor, the witness is an ordinary citizen who was startled by a sudden act of violence. It is normal for there to be issues with a photograph taken in the darkness of night. The judge nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Ying entered. Your Honor, I have supplementary information regarding this witness that needs to be presented. Officer Li, please elaborate, the judge instructed. Yes. Li Ying opened a folder, revealing that this individual was not named Sun Lei, but rather Zhu Fugui. On the night of the incident, he claimed to be near the scene, but had actually spent the entire night in the landlord's home, engaging in an affair. The eyewitness who provided the photo to our police was not this individual. Chief Inspector Chun from the Causeway Bay O Division can testify. Upon hearing this, Chun Guozhong gritted his teeth, his expression shifting. Officer Chun, is what Officer Li stated true? Indeed, Chun Guozhong admitted, avoiding Qi Lisher's gaze. The presiding judge fixed his gaze on Li Ying. Very well, this court permits you to summon the true eyewitness, Sun Lei. Before long, 2 court officers brought in Sun Lei. Sun Lei revealed the truth of the matter, stating that he had been coerced by Li's bodyguards into posing for a staged photo to falsely implicate Lei Long, and he disclosed the Li family's imprisonment of him. The prosecutor grew anxious, suddenly raising his voice. Sun Lei, did you change your testimony due to receiving money from someone else to falsely accuse Mr. Li Dingxian? Li Ying expressed his discontent. Prosecutor, are you insinuating that I, a senior police officer, bribed Sun Lei? The prosecutor fell silent, his face flushed. No matter how arrogant he was, he dared not publicly accuse a powerful senior officer of bribery. Qi Lisher clenched his fists. He had not anticipated that Li Ying would be such a thorn in his side, even testifying for Lei Long and undermining his own position. This was utterly beyond his expectations. Li Dingxian's demeanor was tense, as a foreboding sensation gripped his heart. Your Honor, I wish to present my client's alibi for that evening. It is a video recording. Mr. Lei Long was at his villa, equipped with comprehensive security records and witnesses, making it utterly impossible for him to have been at the murder scene in Causeway Bay. I request that it be played in court for verification. We have already provided it to the Causeway Bay Police Station 3 times. At this moment, Annie seized the opportunity to stand. Hearing this, the presiding judge hesitated. Li Dingxian and Qi Lisher had previously agreed that under no circumstances should Lei Long's alibi be revealed. Yet now, the false witness had been exposed on the spot, and the genuine witness was turning against the Li family, while Li Ying intervened forcefully. This performance was becoming increasingly untenable. Present the evidence. The presiding judge finally gritted out. The video was played in court. The footage captured the distant television broadcasting the night news, with the timing perfectly aligned with the incident. And it even caught the figure of the Black Star entering the sewer. The presiding judge glared at the prosecutor, his voice tinged with suppressed fury. Prosecutor, as the party responsible for this case, why have you never submitted this crucial alibi evidence to the court? The prosecutor stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Your Honor, the related backup evidence we received was allegedly stolen by a thief. Stolen? The prestigious Causeway Bay Police Station had its evidence stolen 3 times, leaving the 3 judges incredulous. The presiding judge slammed down the gavel with force. Such important evidence was poorly safeguarded, while a flawed fake photograph and the testimony of a counterfeit witness were presented as irrefutable proof. This court now declares that Mr. Lei Long's alibi is established and credible, thereby eliminating him as a suspect in the murder of Mr. Xiao Yifu. Mr. Lei Long is found not guilty. As the verdict echoed, a thunderous applause erupted from the gallery. Su San, Annie, and Hua Yingdong all sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Li Dingxian and Qi Lisher wore grim expressions. Yet, this was not the end. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Lei Long rose to face the judge. Your Honor, I thank the court for restoring my innocence. But Mr. Xiao Yifu cannot die in vain, and those who have framed me must not go unpunished. The true murderer sits before us. I request to continue the hearing to expose the real culprit. Granted. The judge nodded, with a glance from Lei Long. Annie stood up. We request to continue summoning key witnesses and to present decisive evidence, identifying the true murderer, Li Dingxian, in the murder of Xiao Yifu, as well as revealing the full extent of Commissioner Qi Lisher's abuse of power in framing Mr. Lei Long. With her words, gasps filled the room. The case had not only turned, but revealed deeper conspiracies. The Central Police Station will fully cooperate with Attorney Annie in providing solid evidence, witnesses, and testimonies. Li Ying declared as he stood. Granted. Shortly thereafter, the bailiff brought the man with the distinct hairstyle, Lu Shuilong, to the witness stand. Your Honor, my name is Lu Shuilong, and I am Li Dingxian's bodyguard. I have been with him for 4 years, and I can testify that Mr. Xiao Yifu was killed by him. At this revelation, Li Dingxian could no longer remain composed, pointing and cursing. Lu Shuilong, do not slander me here. Days prior, Lu Shuilong had realized something was amiss when 2 of his bodyguards vanished. He scoured for them, but found no trace. Initially, he believed they had left Hong Kong out of fear, but little did he know they had been taken by Li Ying. Now, he was turning against him with false accusations. Silence. The judge interjected, displeased. 2 bailiffs approached, and Li Dingxian gritted his teeth, unwilling to sit down. Lu Shuilong then recounted the truth. How Li Dingxian had taken out his anger on Lei Long following the death of his father, Li Xiaohai. How he had murdered Xiao Yifu, and how he had plotted to frame Lei Long. Li Dingxian's face twisted in rage. You are talking nonsense. You have been bribed by Lei Long to frame me, you treacherous scoundrel. Silence. The judge banged the gavel forcefully. Li Dingxian, if you disturb the court's order again, I will have you removed. Li Dingxian trembled, glaring daggers at Lu Shuilong. Annie spoke. Lu Shuilong's testimony does raise suspicions. However, we have gathered the audio evidence he mentioned. After authentication by our team and a trusted third-party technical institution, the recording is verified as genuine and complete. We now apply to play the crucial portions in court. Soon, the recording device was connected, and the content was revealed to the public eye. Li Dingxian, I asked you one last time. How did you and that bastard Lei Long kill my father? What sordid dealings did you have? Speak. Xiao Yifu. Dingxian, you are insane. Brother Lee's old illness has recurred. It has nothing to do with Mr. Lei. Immediately after, a gunshot was heard, followed by Xiao Yifu's agonized groans. The recording concluded. Chapter 76. Li Wenbin apologizes. Li Dingxian and Qi Lixi are imprisoned. Simultaneously, it was unclear when, but 6 police officers had approached Li Dingxian, placing cold handcuffs on him. Qi Lixi closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, his expression unchanged, yet his heart raced with anxiety. Lei Long stood up once more. The truth behind Mr. Xiao Yifu's murder has been laid bare. Yet why has this murder case fallen upon me? Why did the alibi evidence I presented to the Causeway Bay police station vanish 3 times? Because someone, clad in a police uniform and wielding authority, has been shielding a murderer. As his words echoed, Annie immediately raised her recording pen. Your Honor, this is a secret recording made during the illegal detention of my client at the Causeway Bay police station, where he was coerced into confession. The other party in this dialogue is none other than the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Qi Lixi. Commissioner Qi has abused his power in an attempt to force my client to admit to a baseless crime, fabricating a miscarriage of justice. Objection. The prosecutor shouted vehemently. Played in court. The presiding judge ignored the prosecutor's objection. The recording played. It was a conversation between Lei Long and Qi Lixi. It's not that I want to take you down, but you've taken too much from the pie. There are some people you cannot afford to offend. To avoid trouble, why not just sign and confess? It'll save everyone some hassle. So, who is it that wants to act against me this time? Just how extensive is your organization? Our organization is vast. Even if I were gone, there would still be someone to deal with you. Last time, Sheer didn't manage to kill you. This time, the Lee family can definitely send you to prison. At this moment, the audience erupted in outrage. Corrupt police. Scoundrels. Collusion between officials and businessmen. Lawlessness. They must be severely punished. The reporters focused their cameras tightly on Qi Lixi and the stunned Li Dingxian. The conspiracy they had meticulously crafted was now exposed before the public eye. They would face imprisonment and judgment. Just then, the courtroom doors swung open. Li Wenbin arrived with police officers, directly surrounding the entire scene. This display silenced the previously clamorous courtroom. Li Wenbin walked straight to Qi Lixi, and 2 senior inspectors stepped forward, one on each side, lifting Qi Lixi from his seat. Qi Lixi's face turned pale, slumping in his chair like a frostbitten eggplant. Wilted and defeated. Confronted with the chilling grip of handcuffs, there was not a hint of resistance. One misstep could lead to total ruin. Li Wenbin, facing the camera, declared with righteous indignation. Upon investigation, it has been determined that Chief Superintendent Qi Lixi is implicated in severe abuse of power, obstructing judicial fairness, accepting substantial bribes, and conspiring with suspects in a major murder case to frame the innocent Mr. Lei Long. His actions have profoundly tarnished the reputation of the police force and trampled upon the dignity of the law. Our department had long recognized his anomalous behavior and had instructed Senior Superintendent Liang to conduct a covert investigation, while simultaneously maintaining essential communication with the key party involved, Mr. Lei Long, to obtain critical evidence. This courtroom trial serves to unveil the truth. This is a collaborative result of the police and the citizens, and I, Li Wenbin, assure the public of our unwavering commitment to eradicate internal corruption and uphold judicial justice, come what may. Li Wenbin's words were profoundly eloquent. Not only did he absolve himself of the charges of negligence, but he also positioned himself as a contributor to this resolution, further cultivating a positive image of police community collaboration. He provided the public with an explanation while preserving the dignity of the police hierarchy. Here, on behalf of the entire police force, I extend our most heartfelt apologies to Mr. Lei Long. As he spoke, Li Wenbin lowered himself, bowing 90 degrees to Mr. Lei, thus granting him due respect. Mr. Lei merely smiled faintly. Soon after, Qi Lixi and Li Dingxian were escorted away by the police. The judge, witnessing this scene, struck the gavel. In light of the revolutionary changes in the case, the facts are clear, and the evidence is irrefutable. This court hereby declares that the defendant, Mr. Lei Long, is not guilty of the murder of Mr. Xiao Yifu, and all charges are dismissed, resulting in his immediate release. As for Li Dingxian, Qi Lixi, and other involved parties, separate charges will be filed. With the gavel's finality, today's court proceedings concluded. As Mr. Lei exited the courthouse, he was met with a barrage of reporters. Mr. Lei, how do you feel at this moment? Mr. Lei, did you truly not murder Mr. Xiao Yifu? What do you have to say to Li Dingxian and Qi Lixi? Facing the cameras, Lei Long refrained from offering any explanation regarding Mr. Xiao's demise. In such matters, no amount of personal justification could hold a candle to a court verdict bearing the official seal of acquittal. The court is esteemed precisely because it embodies the principle of fairness, representing the only opportunity for the common people to receive a just trial. That evening, public opinion on Hong Kong Island shifted dramatically. Stunning reversal. The true culprit behind the Xiao Yifu murder case is revealed to be Li Dingxian, son of his business partner Li Xiaohe, who committed murder and framed others, colluding with Chief Superintendent Qi Lisher, creating a nexus of corruption to ensnare billionaire Lei Long. Lei Long exonerated, Police Commissioner Li Wenbin offers a personal apology. A blood feud among the wealthy leads to a homicide, the Li family scion arrested for murder. Chief Superintendent Qi Lisher, once a shield, now imprisoned, plummeting from grace. Major media outlets retracted their statements implicating Lei Long in Mr. Xiao's murder, now praising the police for their swift resolution, restoring Mr. Lei's reputation. In tea houses, taxis, office elevators, and on every street corner, discussions abounded. Damn. I always knew these officials and tycoons were in cahoots. I can't believe it's so blatant. Indeed, especially the Li family, who seemingly emerged from the underworld. Now washed clean, but still of the same ilk. A chief superintendent can arrest on a whim. How many more scandals lie beneath the surface? Is there no law left in this world? Thankfully, Mr. Lei is resilient, and with good officers like Li Ying, otherwise, it would be a grave injustice. The next day, public discourse continued to evolve. Following their denunciation of the collusion between officials and businessmen, major media outlets began to extol Lei Long. A stunning counterattack. How the billionaire shattered the shocking conspiracy of power and entrenched families with evidence. A business magnate wronged, now fighting back. They effectively crafted Lei Long into an image of a formidable elite billionaire. Lei Long was vindicated. Chapter 77. Li Ying's promotion. Li Luyanchun. You think you can bring me down? Regarding the shifting tides of public sentiment, Lei Long feigned ignorance. Having taken down a major tycoon and a chief superintendent, he could not afford to remain ostentatious. As Qi Lisher remarked, he had ruffled too many feathers. Too large a tree attracts too much wind. It was time to lie low. Meanwhile, after the turmoil, the Thunder Group, having cleared Lei Long of the murder allegations against Xiao Yifu, witnessed a remarkable surge in the financial stock market. Thunder Group's stock soared by 15, forcing many short sellers to cover their positions, while buying activity surged, driving the stock price to new heights. Recovering previous losses and reaching recent highs, shares of related companies like Hong Kong Electric also experienced a simultaneous rise. Overnight, Lei Long's wealth surged once more. That evening, in a villa in Central, core members including Gao Jin, Wang Fugui, Annie, Su San, Zhu Susuo, and Michael gathered. Mr. Lei, Li Dingxian is at least the main perpetrator of the murder. The trial is set for 3 days from now, and he is unlikely to be released. Chief Superintendent Qi has been suspended and is also due for trial in 3 days. Additionally, we have results regarding our lawsuit against the Causeway Bay Police Station. Chen Guozhong has been demoted and assigned to Kowloon Bay to guard a reservoir. Thanks to Li Ying's efforts in solving the case, he has been promoted 2 ranks. Annie reported, in the stock market, despite the twists and turns of this incident, we not only avoided losses, but also made a significant profit, instilling greater confidence in the market. Susan beamed with delight. In truth, the uproar surrounding Xiao Yifu's death was substantial. Had they not navigated this crisis, Lei Long and his entire business empire could have swiftly collapsed. Fortunately, having weathered the storm, one might say it was a blessing in disguise. The benefits, influence, and prestige gained by Lei Long and his companies were beyond imagination. Lei Long smiled faintly. Crisis and opportunity coexist. With Xiao Yifu deceased, Xiao's film company is now leaderless. Wang Jing, you can now swallow it whole. Su San, tomorrow you will negotiate with Li Luyanchun of the Li family to acquire Hutchison Development on behalf of Thunder Group. Zuoso, take this opportunity to push the audio recordings and surveillance footage to the market. Lei Long issued command after command. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should return and rest. Su San, Jin, stay behind, Lei Long said, toying with his tea. Once the others departed, Lei Long turned to Su San and inquired, during this incident, did any shareholders within the group withdraw their funds? Have any of our partner companies ceased collaboration? In relationships, time reveals true intentions. In business, profit reveals true allies. Lei Long had little regard for opportunistic partners. Su San, upon hearing this, promptly produced a notebook. Yes, I have documented them all. New World Properties Jing Yutong and Jinning Group's Chen Qingsong withdrew some funds upon learning of your murder charge concerning Xiao Yifu. Their projects are all supported by us. Lei Long took the notebook, swiftly scanning it. Go. Terminate our contracts with them tomorrow. All outstanding projects will be constructed by us. Susan nodded vigorously. Understood, Mr. Lei. Lei Long stated, you may return now. As Su San departed, Lei Long inquired, Dongxing, what is the current situation? The camel succumbed to its injuries that very night, was the response. The Crow, alongside Dongxing's men, has declared war on Hongxing, and has already seized a significant portion of its territory. Lei Long narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. Instruct the Crow to cease the blockade against Hongxing and provide him with 30 million. He is to target Heliansheng next. The existence of these gangs is a deliberate result of the Hong Kong government's indulgence, intended to foment division among the populace for easier management. To be frank, while gangs may coexist, even in a tripartite balance, none can dominate singularly. Should Dongxing consume the entirety of Hongxing, it would inevitably become a primary target for the government's crackdown. Redirecting focus is, therefore, Dongxing's optimal course of action at present. Furthermore, Hongxing has already been severely weakened. It is now Heliansheng's turn. Understood, Gao Jin replied with a nod, refraining from further inquiries. The following day, numerous departments from the Hong Kong government paid visits to express their condolences, which Lei Long received with due diligence. These individuals were imposing, alternating between veiled warnings and reminders for Lei Long to remain inconspicuous. It was not until noon that he managed to send this group of officials on their way. Su San then entered, stating, Li Luyan is adamant about refusing to comply. Is that so? Refusing to comply to the point of death? Very well, let us indulge her. Lei Long responded with a light chuckle. Immediately convene the media and announce my intention to short sell Hutchison Development. Have Xiao Anna arrange the funds for market entry. Within 10 days, we shall obliterate Hutchison Development. At that moment, Li Ying walked in, beaming, and remarked, Mr. Lei, you are truly seizing the opportunity to strike while they are down. Go ahead. Lei Long patted Su San on the shoulder and stepped forward. Congratulations, Sir Li, on your recent promotion to Assistant Commissioner of the Kowloon District. The authority of an Assistant Commissioner is considerable, akin to that of a District Commander. With Hong Kong's vastness, there are only 4 such districts. This means that Li Ying now has the power to mobilize all police stations, tactical units, criminal investigations, anti-triad, vice, and narcotics departments within his jurisdiction. The district holds a rank equivalent to ACP, far surpassing the CSP level of precincts like Qi Lishur. Much like the ancient nobility, even the rulers of precincts must bow to Li Ying. Ha, it's thanks to your support. Li Ying expressed his gratitude. In truth, had it not been for Lei Long's significant case, and their collaboration to deal with Li Dingxian and Qi Lishur, ingratiating themselves with Li Wenbin, he would have never even aspired to the rank of Assistant Commissioner, let alone that of a Chief Superintendent. No need for pleasantries. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to clear my name. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Lei Long replied with a serene smile. Li Ying added, the Commissioner has stated that should any matters arise in the future, you may contact us at any time. Very well, I shall not be courteous. Come, let us enjoy some tea. As the two conversed, the news of Thunder Group's intention to short sell Hutchison Development spread rapidly among the media. The already tumultuous stock market of Hutchison Development, shaken by the arrest of Li Dingxian for the murder of Xiao Yifu, was further destabilized by Lei Long's aggressive short-selling strategy. As the news proliferated, numerous investors and capitalists reacted by opting to sell off their shares. In these times, no one is oblivious, although selling now may incur some losses. Once Lei Long enters the fray, it could lead to total ruin. Indeed, that very afternoon, Hutchison Development stock plummeted dramatically. Chapter 78, Acquiring Hutchison Development. A behemoth. Li Luyan immediately convened family funds to mount a rescue operation. But would it be effective? Xiao Anna had already arranged for capital to enter the market. Whatever the Li family invested, they would face the consequences. Lei Long's directive was straightforward. Spare no effort in short-selling Hutchison Development. Over $1 billion was already poised in the accounts, awaiting a showdown with the Li family. The very next morning, Hutchison Development's market value evaporated by 400 million. The stock price plummeted to its historic low of 12 Hong Kong dollars per share. Moreover, the price continued to decline. If this trend persisted, Hutchison Development would soon meet its demise. In the Li family's ancestral hall, seated on a mahogany chair, the leading figures of the family gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Li Luyan occupied the central seat. Despite her heavy makeup, it could not conceal the pallor of her lips. Flanking her were the sons of the late Li Xixin, including Li Mingze, Li Rongsuan, Li Mingxiao, and Li Rongda, all siblings of the deceased Li Xiaohe, who held shares in Hutchison Development. Despite the Li family's apparent prosperity, the relationships among the brothers were fraught with discord, often clashing over business matters. Following Li Xiaohe's passing, they sought to seize his shares, but under Li Luyan's formidable presence, none dared to act. Now, with Li Xiaohe's son Li Dingxian embroiled in such a scandal, they finally had the opportunity to pressure her. Yanchun, I heard yesterday that Lei Long had Su San discuss matters with you. You are well aware that your son's actions have plunged Hutchison Development into turmoil. Why not negotiate with Lei Long? Li Mingze questioned, adopting an air of authority. As the eldest son of Li Xixin, had he not squandered opportunities in his youth, he would have been the head of the Li family now. Your brother Xiaohe was killed by Lei Long's machinations, and my son was imprisoned by him. You expect me to negotiate with him? When did our Li family become so cowardly? Li Luyan retorted, her tone icy. Ha ha ha. Yanshun, are you still deluding yourself? You know better than anyone the nature of Xiaohe's illness. Was his death truly at Lei Long's hands? And as for your son's situation, do you still have the gall to bring it up? He murdered Xiao Yifu. That is a capital offense. It is your son who has led our entire Li family to ruin. Li Mingzi arose, glaring with bloodshot eyes in anger. Hearing this, Li Luyan blinked. Acknowledging her weakness, what do you want? Your faction is no longer worthy of controlling Hutchison Development. Surrender your shares to me, and I will safeguard the Li family as well as our father's legacy, Hutchison Development, Li Mingzi replied coolly. Li Rongsuan, Li Mingxia, and others immediately sided with Li Mingzi. Li Luyan gritted her teeth. Fine, I can give you 40%, but 10 billion, not a penny less. Faced with such a concerted attack, she recognized that her options were limited. The only choice left was to liquidate. Li Mingzi's gaze hardened. Yanshun, have you lost your mind? Given the state Hutchison Development is in, you still expect 10 billion? Mark my words, if this continues, the entirety of Hutchison Development will collapse. You won't see even a billion. I can only offer you 600 million. If you refuse, we will withdraw all our investments. Fury coursed through Li Luyan, causing her to tremble. Ultimately, all her rage transformed into a resigned sigh. Very well. In the afternoon, Li Mingzi, having acquired 40 equity, personally arrived at Thunder Group to meet with Lei Long. Lei Long fixed his gaze upon Li Mingzi, a figure he recognized as the true eldest son of the Li family, the firstborn of Li Xiaohe, and the brother of Li Xiaohe. With a 10 stake in Hutchison Development, he stood as the second largest shareholder, following only Li Xiaohe. What brings you here? Lei Long inquired. Li Mingzi took a deep breath and softly implored, Mr. Lei, I beseech you to show mercy and spare the Li family. Lei Long feigned indignation, retorting, Mr. Li, your family is a prominent clan that neither the underworld nor the upper echelons dare to offend. Li Dingxian even went so far as to frame me for the murder of Xiao Yifu. He nearly sent me to prison single-handedly, jeopardizing my enterprises. While Li Luyanshun insisted that I should meet a dire fate at her hands. You are so formidable, yet you ask me to let you off the hook? Such audacity. Li Mingzi, forcing a smile that failed to reach his eyes, immediately rose and bowed at a 90-degree angle, stating, I apologize on behalf of those beneath me for their lack of decorum. Lei Long rose to assist him, saying, Enough. You are over 70 years old. I cannot bear such formality. If you wish for me to relent, it will depend on your family's attitude. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzi's eyes sparkled with hope as he exclaimed, I currently hold 50 of Hutchison Development's equity. I am the primary decision-maker. Whatever Mr. Lei desires, I am willing to accommodate. I implore you to safeguard the foundation of the Li family. Very well, Lei Long replied with a faint smile, his gaze icy. Transfer 50 of the equity to me, but I can only offer you 500 million. Li Mingzi was taken aback. 50 equity for a mere 500 million? Of course. You are free to decline the offer. Continue your game. I will ensure that your father's hard-earned empire faces suspension and bankruptcy, leaving the Li family with no hope of resurgence. Lei Long continued. Very well. Li Mingzi's chest heaved with agitation, yet he ultimately consented. He understood that Lei Long possessed the capability to dismantle Hutchison Development and the power to restore the entire Li family to prosperity. Lei Long smiled faintly and immediately instructed someone to print the transfer agreement. The Li family still had some clever individuals. The next day, Lei Long personally attended the board meeting of Hutchison Development, where he expelled all shareholders associated with the Li family. Not only from the board, but from the entire Hutchison Development. Anyone linked to the Li family and their investment projects was ousted, with Thunder Group taking control. Furthermore, Hutchison Development was directly merged into Thunder Group. From this moment forth, there would no longer be Hutchison Development on Hong Kong Island. Isn't this too ruthless? Li Mingzi tremulously raised a finger to point at Lei Long. Ruthless? Lei Long pressed down on Li Mingzi, his tone flat. I have not pursued total annihilation. This is the greatest mercy I have extended to your family. Hutchison Development is indeed the cornerstone of the Li family's enterprises. However, the Li family possesses other assets. Initially, Lei Long had intended to force Hutchison Development into suspension and bankruptcy, utilizing all resources to render the Li family's business endeavors untenable. Had Li Mingzi not appeared yesterday to voluntarily offer the 50 equity, Lei Long's intentions would have materialized into reality. You may leave now. Do not provoke me further. Lei Long rose and exited the conference room. For subsequent matters regarding the acquisition of Hutchison Development, Lei Long assigned Su San to handle the details. 10 days later, Thunder Group announced the acquisition of Hutchison Development. Now, Lei Long commanded a portfolio that included Hutchison Whampoa, Hong Kong Electric, Thunder Technology, and several other renowned publicly listed companies on Hong Kong Island, in addition to Hutchison Development. The cumulative market value of these enterprises exceeded 50 billion, and the actual controlling figure behind this wealth is none other than Lei Long. When accounting for asset scale, it surpassed 80 billion. The realization of Lei Long's formidable nature dawned upon everyone. A young prodigy had risen. His wealth, influence, reputation, and prestige were formidable presences on Hong Kong Island. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle of wealth, he had certainly become a substantial force. Chapter 79, Aristocratic Level. Creating the Miss Asia IP. A call from Michael Lee. At Thunder Films. Stars gathered, works amassed, igniting fervor across Hong Kong. Thunder Films had now become the trendsetter and leader within the Hong Kong film industry. In the office, Lei Long inquired of Wang Jing and others. How are preparations for the Miss Asia pageant coming along? Wang Jing promptly straightened his posture and reported, Mr. Lei, all planning, competition processes, and the list of judges have been finalized and government approvals have been secured. Excellent. Lei Long nodded in satisfaction. Activate all media across Asia. Even the New York Times in the Eagle Empire. I want to saturate the region with the phrase Miss Asia within 2 months. The rewards for the top 3, and even the top 10, must be elevated to the highest standards, especially for the champion. The substantial prize money is merely a lure. We must also promote Thunder Films and the top-tier contracts worth 30 million for Asia Television's artists. This program must be a resounding success. Ideally, it should capture the overseas market. Lei Long's substantial investment in the Miss Asia pageant serves multiple purposes. First, it will enhance the profile of Asia Television, increasing viewership and continually strengthening content to firmly engage the audience. Second, it will rapidly cultivate sensational stars. What is a star? It is influence, a magnifier of commercial value. Through star power, a closed loop of economic benefits in films, television dramas, music, and advertisements can be achieved. Third, if the Miss Asia pageant becomes a hit, Lei Long can establish an ecosystem centered around the Miss Asia IP. With this IP, future events can attract a multitude of advertisers, brand partnerships, and generate immense commercial value. In the future, the Miss World pageant could even be hosted. Fourth, it reflects Lei Long's indomitable spirit as an Asian. Why is Hollywood powerful? Its reach extends globally, not solely due to the strength of its film content, but also because of racial discrimination. For Asian artists to genuinely penetrate the global market, they must first gain absolute recognition within Asia, establishing a robust foundation and influence before moving on to Hollywood and the world, thus securing global promotional resources. True international superstars are not exclusive to black or white. Asians can achieve this too. Just like Jackie Chan, a genuine international superstar. In essence, the Miss Asia pageant is merely a platform to forge Thunder Films' exclusive IP, amplify its influence, and lay the groundwork. Lei Long aspires to lead Thunder Group step by step into the international film market. Though the ambition is grand, Lei Long fears not. If one does not dare to act, or even to dream, how can one ascertain the potential for success? Wang Jing and the others swallowed hard and departed upon receiving their orders. Ding, family system scoring in progress. Family, Lei Long. Age, 25. Family level, Thunder Group asset scale of 15 billion, market value of 10 billion, Hutchison Whampoa, Thunder Films, Thunder Technology, Hong Kong Electric. Influence, reputation, and prestige have significantly increased. Comprehensive evaluation, aristocratic level. The pillar of the aristocracy, a foundation for a century. Family rank promotion, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 million points. A prestigious family, with a century-old foundation, this assessment is indeed quite accurate, given the assets and financial chain currently held by Lei Long. As long as he avoids reckless actions and invests steadily with proper management, establishing a century-old family should pose no challenge. Days passed. Within the villa, Guan Marin leaned against the pillow, gazing at the person beside her, revealing a satisfied smile. She had finally taken her first step. The future held the promise of becoming a wealthy matron. How many women yearn for such an opportunity? Just as Guan Marin indulged in her fantasies, Lei Long opened his eyes, admiring Guan Marin's beauty, her fair and delicate skin. However, Lei Long did not succumb to the allure of her looks. Rest well. I will arrange the film resources for you, he said as he rose to dress, casually adding, there's $1 million in the card, spend it as you wish. And contact me anytime if you need more. Guan Marin stared blankly at the bank card, her expression filled with astonishment. A casual toss of $1 million. This was simply too impressive. Mr. Lei, I Guan Marin immediately clarified. Lei Long sat down, wrapping an arm around her with a smile. I know. Don't overthink it. This is what I should do. After bidding farewell to Guan Marin, Lei Long arrived at the Thunder Group. A call came in from someone holding the highest authority in Hong Kong. The caller introduced himself. It's my Li Hao, the governor of Hong Kong. Your Excellency, Governor. Upon realizing the caller's identity, Lei Long couldn't help but furrow his brow. He quickly recalled detailed information about my Li Hao. This individual held a commendable reputation in history. Upon taking office, he implemented bold reform measures, such as promoting 9 years of compulsory education, establishing the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC, and focusing on combating corruption within the police force and public service, thus restoring the rule of law and business credibility in Hong Kong, becoming a global benchmark for anti-corruption. He also transformed the inequitable environment between British and Hong Kong capital, allowing local enterprises to thrive. Otherwise, individuals like Old Lee, if placed decades earlier, would have been suppressed. Especially after the declaration from Longhua and the British Empire, he provided the market with the most fundamental fairness and justice. Therefore, My Li Hao is regarded as one of the most beloved governors by the people of Hong Kong. Of course, Lei Long was not blinded by such accolades. No matter how commendable My Li Hao appeared, he was ultimately a foreigner, distinct from the local lineage. One could only ascertain his true character through direct interaction. As a time traveler, Lei Long was acutely aware of the temperament of such high officials. The splendid resumes may paint a glorious picture, but the clandestine deeds often tell a different tale. Lei Long, you are our newly emerging entrepreneur in Hong Kong, and I will recommend you for the title of Justice of the Peace. I hope you can continue to strive for greatness, expanding your business while shouldering more social responsibility. Justice of the Peace? Lei Long was momentarily taken aback. He initially thought his recent indulgences had drawn My Li Hao's ire, prompting him to take corrective action. The title of Justice of the Peace, JP, encompasses judicial supervision, oath-taking, and oversight of detention facilities, among other functions. It is divided into official and non-official categories, covering both political and commercial realms, serving as a symbol of social oversight and honor. Individuals like Li Jiaqing, Li Zhaoji, and Zheng Yutong have also received this honor. Although it lacks actual power and monetary compensation, it serves as a passport into the upper echelons of society, symbolizing status, connections, and credibility. Official justices of the peace are appointed by the governor, with My Li Hao being the sole appointing authority. In contrast, non-official justices are elected. Their numbers vary annually. There are only 2 to 3 official justices, while non-official justices can exceed 10. Thank you, Governor. Lei Long smiled slightly. Come to the government building tomorrow. I will personally award you the medal. After My Li Hao concluded the call, Lei Long lit a cigarette and took a puff, showing no signs of joy. He had no desire to enter the government spotlight, yet that seemed increasingly unrealistic. Previously, his dealings with the Li family were due to their Hong Kong capital ties and underworld connections, which only a corrupt official like Qi Lisher dared to engage with. Lei Long's next target was the leading British capital giants in Hong Kong, indicating that the road ahead would be even steeper. Chapter 80, awarded the title of Justice of the Peace. Short-selling the Land Development Company. The following day, the Hong Kong Government Gazette published the list of Justices of the Peace, with Lei Long prominently featured. At the government building, aside from the usual foreign soldiers, rows of police maintained order at the scene. On stage, My Li Hao delivered a passionate speech, emphasizing the responsibilities and obligations of Justices of the Peace. To Lei Long, it was nothing more than empty rhetoric, devoid of any significance. In truth, it could be that Lei Long simply despised such formalistic displays. When Lei Long took the stage to receive the Justice of the Peace Medal and certificate from My Li Hao, countless journalists captured this momentous occasion. While the press conference erupted in excitement, Zhao Anna and the CITIC Bonds team were diligently executing Lei Long's orders to short-sell the Land Development Company. Zhao Anna, gazing at the screen, calmly inquired, "Are we ready?" "Okay." The many traders nodded in response. "Sell 5 million shares of circulating stock at market price. Throw them all out." With the command issued, the trading terminal executed simultaneously. A massive short sell of 8 million shares of Land Development Company stock hit the market. The emergence of these 8 million shares was akin to a bomb detonating on a tranquil surface, triggering turmoil in the stock market of the Land Development Company. The investors, bewildered, began to panic and trade frantically. In an instant, the trading orders for selling and buying skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. And the numbers continued to swell. Within 10 minutes, the stock market plummeted by 5. Continue, sell the remaining 10 million shares entirely. Witnessing the stock price drop from 42 to 39. 9. Zhao Anna issued a second command. Another wave of sell orders flooded in. This time, the volume was substantial, relentlessly impacting the financial market of the Land Development Company. The stock price plummeted from 39.9 to 39 in just over 10 minutes. It had dropped by 3 Hong Kong dollars. The market sentiment further deteriorated. Many rushed to sell at high prices to cut their losses, flooding the market with substantial short sell orders. This led to an oversupply situation, and with so many orders in the market, there was no one to absorb them, causing the stock price to keep declining. 38.9, 38.3, 35. Zhao Anna fixed her gaze on the numbers on the screen, glancing at the time. It had been 16 minutes since the operation began. This wave of short selling down to 3.5 was already the limit. Soon, the land development company would retaliate. With this thought, Zhao Anna declared loudly, "Now, reverse the operation, buy in forcefully, and absorb all the stocks available in the market." In the next moment, numerous traders began to sweep through the market for sell orders. As the volume of sell orders dwindled, the stock price of the land group rebounded, climbing back to 40. This exemplifies the strategy of short selling. Initially, one sells short, creating a tumultuous market through significant short positions, which incites panic among investors, causing the stock price to plummet and establishing a short selling advantage. Subsequently, one engages in buying the dips, utilizing the funds from selling at 42 to make substantial purchases at 35, thereby realizing profits through high-price cash-outs and low-price acquisitions. If the stock is sold at 40, a profit of 5 Hong Kong dollars per share can be achieved, thus perpetuating the cycle of profit. Naturally, such tactics jeopardize the interests of investors. This approach may financially strangle those retail traders and certain institutional shorts who, during the downtrend, unwisely followed suit and established short positions without sufficient capital. They are left with two grim options: either to buy back at a higher price to cover their positions or face the grim fate of being forcibly liquidated due to insufficient margin. Whichever choice they make, it results in a loss. Yet, in the cutthroat arena of commerce, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. And Lei Long is unconcerned with such matters. "Miss Anna, the stock market has risen to 42. Should we continue to acquire? Buy? Acquire as much as possible under 50. With Lei Long's intentions in mind, Zhao Anna commanded without hesitation. Within a mere half hour, the trading volume on the financial market of the land group reached an unprecedented high, igniting a trading frenzy. No one anticipated that this seemingly ordinary day would attract such keen interest in the land group, a lucrative target. Although New Peak had withdrawn its investments from Jardine Matheson and shifted its focus to the land group, it remained a formidable capital player. Who dares to confront such substantial funds? Various capital entities, eyeing the situation, immediately set out to investigate. In the market, some retail investors took advantage of the high prices to sell, while others chased after the rising tide. Large purchases ensued. The financial market of the land group experienced wild fluctuations, seemingly a battleground of bulls and bears. Mysterious funds turned to short selling. Retail investors, caught at the peak, faced daily losses exceeding 30. Various media outlets rushed to report. The land group convened an emergency board meeting. New Peak's face turned ashen. His teeth clenched in anger. "Investigate. Who is maliciously shorting our stock?" Simultaneously, he ordered the mobilization of funds to stabilize the market. Everyone hurriedly departed, not daring to breathe. On Lei Long's side, he arrived at Syndicate and directly stepped into Zhao Anna's office. "What happened?" Zhao Anna recounted the events that transpired, her tone tinged with fatigue. "Currently, we possess 25 of the shares." "Well done. Come sit." Lei Long beckoned. While 25 is indeed modest, raising it from 15 to 25 in a single morning is commendable. Next, a contest of wits with the land group awaited. Zhao Anna tidied her hair and nestled beside Lei Long. "You've worked hard. For you, it's worth every effort," Lei Long replied, gently stroking her hair. "What about Jardine? How much do we control?" 24, Zhao Anna responded. Lei Long nodded thoughtfully. "Once I secure the land group, I shall replicate this strategy against Jardine Matheson, catching them off guard." However, Zhao Anna stood up, her beautiful eyes narrowing. "Are you financially equipped?" Jardine's strength surpasses that of the land group. Acquiring this 25 stake in the land group has already cost 1.8 billion. To continue competing, at least another 2 billion is needed. Jardine is not weaker than the land group. "What's the matter, Miss Anna? Don't you trust my capabilities?" Lei Long chuckled lightly. In the past, he certainly lacked such financial prowess. Yet now, casually producing 100 billion in cash is hardly a challenge. Zhao Anna's gaze lingered on Lei Long's trousers. "I believe." At that moment, a man knocked and entered. "Mr. Lei, Miss Anna, the market is shifting. A substantial amount of funds are flooding in to compete with us, causing prices to soar." Lei Long rose. "What is the current price?" 48. "Let us keep raising it." "Yes, Mr. Lei." The man took his leave. "Mr. Lei, are you truly intent on acquiring the land group?" Zhao Anna inquired, her eyes flashing. "If prices continue to escalate, surpassing the inherent value of the land group, it would be counterproductive. No rush. Let us wait a bit longer." Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze profound. Securing the land group would be the most desirable outcome, allowing him to absorb this venerable British real estate giant, thereby expanding the tangible assets and land reserves of the Thunder Group. However, Lei Long is not a reckless gambler. If necessary, cashing out at a high price would still yield considerable profits and could potentially destabilize the land group. This is a strategic game with both offensive and defensive options. In the subsequent 2 days, the fierce competition yielded evident results. The stock price of the land group surged dramatically under the impetus of massive funds, reaching 62 per share. The entire market took notice. Could this be another Kowloon warehouse? Chairman, the opponent's assault is too fierce. Our cash flow may not be able to withstand it. The financial director reported. New Peak's brow furrowed. To support the market from collapsing and to counterattack, the Jardine faction mobilized a substantial amount of reserve funds and short-term financing, pushing their financial situation to the brink of danger. Truth be told, he recognized that this price had already exceeded the inherent value of the land group, reflecting an inflated market valuation. Yet Lei Long showed no signs of surrender. If this continued, the land group would not endure. On Lei Long's side, he received a call from Chow. Mr. Lei, New Peak's secretary just contacted us, hoping to discuss matters privately. A knowing smile graced Lei Long's lips. With the price at 62 already inflated, he did not intend to continue investing and planned to cash out the next day. Unexpectedly, New Peak could no longer hold out. In the afternoon, at the Thunder Group, New Peak arrived with his close female secretary. Upon seeing Lei Long, New Peak's emotions were complex. He recalled their first encounter, clashing at a golf course over the Kowloon warehouse. At that time, Lei Long was merely a Thunder Group on the verge of collapse. Just an insignificant ant in New Peak's eyes. Now, Lei Long had not only taken the Hong Kong Electric Group from him, but had also come to his doorstep, metaphorically holding a gun to his head. The unpredictability of life is striking. New Peak sat down, stopping one by Xia. No need for coffee. Let us have tea. Lei Long adjusted his suit and took a seat, personally pouring tea. Mr. New Peak, are you accustomed to this? New Peak, hearing this, replied softly with a heavy tone. This tea is bitter, far from the aroma of coffee. I wasn't accustomed to it before. However, both Lao Bao and you have taught me a lesson. I've gradually grown accustomed. Lei Long pushed the tea toward New Peak, flashing an undeniable smile. Observing New Peak's pitiful demeanor, he chuckled inwardly. Indeed, New Peak was in a dire situation. As the chairman of Jardine Matheson, a prominent figure indeed, he was first manipulated by the shipping magnate, and now finds himself ensnared by his own machinations. The crux of the matter is that neither has triumphed. Lighting a cigarette, Lei Long unabashedly declared, Mr. Newbie, let us speak plainly. My family's enterprise is vast. We can continue this game. But I fear you may not be able to afford it any longer. This tiresome charade must come to an end, don't you agree? What is it that you desire? Newbie, his tone soft yet firm, inquired. I currently hold 28 of the shares. If you transfer 23 to me, I shall acquire them at a fair market price. By doing so, your company would gain a formidable strategic partner. Together, we can prosper. Lei Long articulated candidly. Then shifted his tone. Should you refuse, I will continue to oppose you until your funds are depleted. Of course, I might also liquidate my holdings at a peak. Newbie swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Continuing to resist would mean immense financial strain, with the risk of a market bubble bursting increasingly likely. However, acquiescing would mean relinquishing control of the majority shares to Lei Long, thereby losing his grip on power. Very well, I agree. After a few moments, Newbie ultimately consented. By conceding 23, he would retain 17, remaining the second largest shareholder, while he would forfeit some power and profit. Bringing aboard a robust partner like Lei Long might bode well for the future of the company. Ultimately, he simply could not afford to continue this struggle and had to choose to concede for self-preservation. With no trace of temper, he said, let us sign the contract. Promptly, Lei Long summoned Annie and instructed Chow to cease her attacks on the company. The following day, the company and Thunder Group jointly announced their collaboration. Lei Long assumed absolute control with a 51% stake and presided over the entire board. The two parties would embark on extensive cooperation in real estate ventures. As the news spread, the company's stock price soared, reaching 68. A month passed, and Lei Long employed the same tactics against Jardine Matheson. Just as Chow had feared, Jardine Matheson, though diminished, remained a formidable adversary in the stock market, far more resilient than Newbie's company. To date, Lei Long had invested $2.8 billion. The contest continued. Joseph Chitter, chairman of Jardine Matheson, publicly declared his intent to fight Lei Long to the bitter end, safeguarding the last vestiges of British honor. This declaration garnered considerable support from British investors, and even some Hong Kong capitalists openly backed Jardine Matheson. Denouncing Lei Long for disturbing market order, they submitted relevant complaints to the authorities, assisting Jardine Matheson in its campaign against Lei Long. Upon learning of this, Lei Long merely laughed, rendered speechless. Indeed, some individuals, having knelt for so long, had become rooted, unable to rise again. However, this did not significantly impact Lei Long. Without the support of Hong Kong Land, Wharf Holdings, or Newbie's company, Jardine Matheson was merely a shadow of its former self. Slightly stronger than the beleaguered Hutchison Whampoa, externally formidable yet internally frail, burdened by debt. Even if there were supporters, what difference did it make? To Lei Long, they were merely insignificant insects. Next, he would extract further funds from them, and Jardine Matheson would meet its demise. Some matters, akin to revenge, are best executed with a swift strike against the enemy, rather than allowing them comfort. A state of semi-existence, struggling for survival, yet unable to die, may indeed be optimal. As for those Hong Kong capitalists championing British dignity, it was high time they received a lesson. Without hesitation, Lei Long seized his phone and dialed Chow Anna. "Hello, Anna. Cash out at the current price. Liquidate everything." Chow Anna, taken aback and confused, responded, "What? No more playing?" If Lei Long held such thoughts, she would undoubtedly support him wholeheartedly. However, this was unlike Lei Long's usual approach. If he engaged, he would see it through to dawn. "No more playing. Liquidate everything. Let them fend for themselves," Lei Long stated before abruptly hanging up. Large funds began to offload Jardine. It was Lei Long. It could only be him. He was done playing. The tables had turned. My goodness, so many stocks. Quick look. Jardine's buy orders are collapsing. The trading hall and various institutional screens displayed the tumultuous stock chart for Jardine Matheson. The company quickly recognized the situation and immediately increased their capital investment. However, with $2.8 billion worth of stocks flooding the market, who on the entire island could absorb such a massive volume? The figures they had worked tirelessly to maintain crumbled within mere seconds. The numbers plummeted. Chapter 82. Jardine's foreign executives struck down by cerebral hemorrhage. 80, 68, 58. The figures continued to descend at an alarming pace, akin to a dam bursting, unstoppable, cascading downwards. In the market, many began to sell off in a frenzy, acutely aware that if they did not act quickly, they would not only miss out on profits, but would also face significant losses. At Jardine's investment department, the air was thick with the scent of sweat. The green numbers on the screen continued to fall. It was unsustainable. They could not stop it, not at all. It was over. Numerous traders were drenched in sweat, witnessing the relentless decline of the numbers, yet were powerless to intervene. Joseph Chater trembled, his eyes bloodshot. Gripping his cup tightly, fury coursed through him, and his head buzzed. Lei Long had poured in $2.8 billion, clearly intent on swallowing Jardine whole. Thus, he leveraged all his connections to make declarations about safeguarding British dignity, aiming to build momentum and elevate the stock price, anticipating Lei Long to take over, allowing him to cash out and return to Great Britain to live a lavish life with 3 wives. Little did he realize that Lei Long had no intention of taking over. He was merely making a show of strength, executing a clever maneuver that siphoned off vast amounts of capital. This scoundrel was here to overturn the table. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Joseph Chater cursed vehemently. Suddenly, he found it hard to breathe, gasping for air, his complexion turning ashen, and in a fit of rage, he cried out, his body swaying before collapsing into his chair. Many shared Joseph Chater's fury. Individuals like Li Jiaqing, Gui Dushing, Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, and Shunbai were also infuriated. They had similarly invested, hoping to carve out a share in this British defense battle, just as Lei Long had initially maneuvered between the 2 giants at Wharf Holdings, aiming for substantial profits. Yet, the house always wins. Lei Long had retreated. All who had entered the market this time had been played for fools by Lei Long. This strike had severed countless financial arteries. It turned out that the game of capital could be played in such a manner. At the upper echelons of Hong Kong Holdings, Li Jiaqing removed his glasses and slowly rubbed his temples. He sighed at Lei Long's maneuver, his tone laced with complexity. He has treated everyone as mere pawns. Everyone is well aware of Lei Long's modus operandi. If he chooses not to engage, he abstains entirely, but once he commits, he devours his opponent whole. Just like with Hong Kong Electric, the Hong Kong Telegraph Company, and the Henderson Land Group. This led many to presume that Lei Long would treat Jardine as he did the others. Indeed, Lei Long adopted an aggressive stance towards Jardine. Yet his true intent was to lure them in and inflate the prices. Then, he would pull the rug out from under them. The blood he siphoned was not solely from Jardine, but from the market at large. This is no mere commercial confrontation. It is akin to fishing. Clearly, many big fish have taken the bait. In the office of New World Development, Gui Dushing's face was ashen, his gaze icy. Damn that kid Lei Long. He has played us all for fools. He had invested heavily in the scheme, and now that he was ensnared, extricating himself would undoubtedly result in losses. In truth, the loss reflected on paper was merely a trifling matter, just 100 million, a sum Gui Dushing could bear. However, the humiliation of being toyed with left him utterly disheartened. That afternoon, news swept across the entire island of Hong Kong. Major newspapers and media outlets hastily retracted their articles and changed their headlines. Stunning reversal. Lei Long liquidates at a high, Jardine's stock plummets, entering with $2.8 billion, exiting with $4 billion. A net gain of $1.6 billion. Capital gains showcase masterful maneuvers. Defensive battle turns into harvesting ground. Jardine suffers heavy losses. At the peak, the king of chartering was informed of the news, his eyelids twitching. One must admit, Lei Long truly knows how to play the game. The inflated stock market bubble of Jardine was blown up by him, like a balloon that everyone wished to take a bite out of. Yet, it was also he who punctured it. Lei Long regarded the entire capital circle of Hong Kong as a chessboard, and those who took the bait were merely his pawns. He was the one wielding the pieces. In retrospect, Joseph Chow's defense of British capital was nothing short of a farce. Joseph himself resembled a frenzied grasshopper, a sight to behold in his disgrace. Li Jiaqing and Guodeshing, those commercial magnates who followed the trend, appeared foolish. The Hong Kong capitalists who vociferously supported British interests were nothing but simpletons. Days later, in the office of the Thunder Group, Lei Long was drafting a list of upcoming targets. The fate of Jardine was sealed. It would not be long before they withdrew from Hong Kong. Hutchison Whampoa was already in Lei Long's grasp. Next on the agenda were Swire and HSBC. By eliminating these two, he could essentially declare the end of the British capital era. As for HSBC, Shunbai was a man whose interests were paramount. Over the years, he had shown some leniency towards Hong Kong capital, refraining from absolute severance. The king of chartering was also eyeing HSBC with keen interest. This matter required a discussion with him. Regarding Swire, Lei Long had fewer reservations. One word, attack. However, Lei Long did not underestimate Swire. It is well known that the four major trading houses are Jardine, Swire, HSBC, and Hutchison Whampoa, all British enterprises, deeply entrenched in Hong Kong for over a century, boasting formidable strength. Jardine is the strongest, yet ultimately too large and hollow. Hutchison Whampoa is poorly managed. HSBC lacks a controlling stake. Swire, however, is different. While not the most powerful among the four, it is undoubtedly the most resilient. Akin to a tortoise encased in its shell, Swire does not carry the high debt burden of Jardine, Hutchison Whampoa, or HSBC, and its operations are diversified with stable cash flow. The board is largely family-run, with minimal changes in seats over the decades, leading to a highly concentrated shareholding. Most critically, Swire's decision-making is exceptionally stable. It does not chase trends or engage fervently in capital games, appearing somewhat conservative. They do not dabble in projects unless they are virtually guaranteed to succeed. There exists a certain obstinacy characteristic of an old aristocracy, advancing cautiously and proving difficult to unsettle. Just as Old Li, despite exhausting his life's efforts, could never bring Swire under his control. Was it due to a lack of desire? No. It was a matter of capability. Pondering these matters, Lei Long sipped his tea, plotting his next move. At that moment, Susan rushed in, breathless. Mr. Lei, there's been an incident. What happened? Jardine's chairman, Joseph Chow, could not be saved and has died from a cerebral hemorrhage. Dead. Upon hearing this, Lei Long couldn't help but chuckle. First, Li Xiaowei, and now Joseph. These so-called capital tycoons are truly fragile. How can they not withstand such minor setbacks? Their psyche is remarkably weak. I fear for the Hong Kong government, Susan hesitated to say. No worries. What is meant to happen will happen, Lei Long interrupted. Then inquired, what is the status with Seong Quan O? Have we not secured it yet? Chapter 83. Constructing Seong Quan O. The Secretary for Justice's Fury. Seong Quan O, encircled by mountains on three sides and facing the sea on one, is sparsely populated, encompassing an area of over 500 hectares, equivalent to approximately 560 standard football fields. It remains an undeveloped region, highly suitable for establishing factories, and could even covertly host a military base. He had long set his sights on it, and had tasked Susan with applying for it. The application has been submitted, but they are asking for an exorbitant price. It was originally $2 billion, and now they want us to pay $3 billion. I am currently negotiating with them, Susan replied, visibly dissatisfied. How shameless. The esteemed planning department of the Hong Kong government is raising prices like this, he exclaimed. No need to negotiate. If it's $3 billion, then $3 billion it is. Lei Long said dismissively. He then produced the entire planning map of Seong Quan O and handed it to Susan. Let us commence construction promptly. The map detailed residential areas, underground fortifications, and military zones. To put these projects into place, an investment of at least $8 billion would be required, a considerable undertaking. Yet, Lei Long deemed it worthwhile. Preparing in advance for certain matters is not detrimental. After all, the temper of the Westerners can be capricious. Should a day of confrontation arise, it would be prudent to have leverage. Understood, Mr. Lei, Susan responded, exiting to carry out his tasks. At the peak, have you made up your mind? The king of chartering asked solemnly. To act against British capital at the slightest disagreement and to expel them from Hong Kong. Does that sound reasonable to you? I have made my decision. Lei Long replied. However, regarding HSBC, he said, setting down his teacup, his gaze steely, I will handle HSBC. You take care of Swire. The king of chartering immediately grasped Lei Long's intent and added, however, Swire is not easy to tackle. If you wish to take them down as you did Jardine, you must prepare at least $30 billion in cash, or even $40 billion or more. Otherwise, you will not be able to digest it. Swire's current market value exceeds 30 billion, with its assets surpassing 50 billion. If Lei Long were to forcefully engage, it would not bode well for him. Firstly, Swire's fortifications are formidable. Its share structure is vast, with top-tier companies like Cathay Pacific, Aircraft Engineering Company, Swire Beverages, and Swire Properties being difficult to breach. Secondly, Swire's chairman belongs to the Shi family, a well-known financial dynasty in the British Empire. Thirdly, Swire now stands as the last bastion of British capital in Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong government would not turn a blind eye to it. In summary, at this juncture, even the capital from the entire Hong Kong island has failed to reap any benefits from Swire, which is indicative of just how firmly entrenched Swire has become. I shall devise a plan. They have feasted for decades, and the tides of fortune are bound to turn. It is our time now, Lei Long confidently declared. What if the Hong Kong government intervenes? The Ship King inquired further. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Some matters necessitate a courageous approach. With a light chuckle, Lei Long rose. Brother Bao, let us make a pact. Unite our strengths and eradicate the British capital. Alas, the Ship King sighed. Rising. Do not be reckless and bring ruin upon yourself. Reflect on this matter carefully upon your return. Very well. Lei Long nodded and departed. Back at the villa, Lei Long promptly instructed Su San to prepare the necessary funds. If his memory served him correctly, in 2 months, on September 22nd, the War of the Middle Winter Arab Empire would commence. In due time, he would journey to the Eagle Sauce Empire to engage in crude oil futures, reaping substantial profits. By then, targeting Swire would be akin to capturing low-hanging fruit. At the Hong Kong government building, in the conference room, high-ranking officials gathered, the atmosphere somewhat heavy, the air thick with the scent of cigars. A slick-haired foreign official flicked the ash from his cigarette and coldly remarked, Joseph Zhidian has perished. The head of the Joseph family from London has called for an explanation. This incident is not merely a family matter. It is also our responsibility as the Hong Kong government. Lei Long's actions have dismantled Jardine Matheson, indirectly leading to the demise of Joseph Zhidian. This is no ordinary commercial rivalry. Today he has destroyed Jardine, and what about tomorrow? Swire? HSBC? If he systematically eliminates British capital, how shall London perceive us? His name is Simon Barclay, the Secretary for Administration, the second most powerful official in the Hong Kong government, beneath the governor. A graduate of Oxford University, he embodies the quintessential British elite. Oxford is the premier institution of the British Empire, a breeding ground for prime ministers, ministers, and senior civil servants. Hailing from the Barclay family, which controls Barclays Bank in London, his background is formidable. His father has arranged for him to gain experience in Hong Kong, to enrich his resume and lay the groundwork for Barclay's future political endeavors. At the tender age of 35, he has attained the position of Secretary for Administration. Such a role is not bestowed without significant connections. Yet, Lei Long's maneuvers remain within the legal framework. As officials, we cannot intervene arbitrarily. Nor can we sacrifice our credibility due to Joseph Zhidian's fate. The financial secretary, well aware of Simon Barclay's implications, retorted directly. He harbors a deep disdain for individuals like Simon Barclay, who ascend through connections, leaving no opportunities for advancement for others. Law is dead. Human beings are alive. What we seek is stability, order. We cannot allow him to continue unchecked. The Secretary for Justice immediately supported Simon Barclay's assertions. As the fourth highest-ranking official in the Hong Kong government, he oversees legal matters, serving as the government's legal advisor, responsible for prosecutorial authority, legal policies, and judicial reforms. Previously, the complaint against Lei Long at the Causeway Bay Police Station triggered a series of repercussions, leading to the incarceration of a chief superintendent, and the exposure of corruption among 3 senior officials, undermining the court's credibility. He himself was not spared from the fallout. It was a case of misfortune striking while one was comfortably at home. It would be surprising if he held any positive regard for Lei Long. The remaining officials offered no dissent. Being seasoned veterans, they understood that some matters are best approached with caution. Self-preservation is the wisest course. Simon Barclay smirked coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. I demand that each department cooperate fully with me. Taxation, regulation, and labor laws must commence thorough investigations into Lei Long and his companies. We shall surely uncover some issues to leverage against him. We must make it clear to him that Hong Kong is not a realm he can dominate at will. We are the true rulers here. Do you understand? It is not that he harbors any profound enmity towards Lei Long, but rather that he seeks to carve out his own illustrious political legacy through the fallout from Joseph Zhidian's demise. Understood. The assembly nodded in agreement, prepared to act. They were all aware that Simon Barclay aimed to send a message to Lei Long. Should we report this matter to His Excellency the Governor? The financial secretary inquired. No need. I will bear the responsibility if issues arise. Simon Barclay replied nonchalantly. Chapter 84. The Spectacle of Miss Asia. The competition begins. As Simon Barkley laid plans against Lei Long, the latter was inspecting the venue for the Miss Asia competition at the Elizabeth Stadium in Wan Chai. The arrangements were nearly complete. The stage, LED lights, backdrop, and carpet were all in place. Lei Long settled into the VIP seating. At that moment, Wang Jing jogged over to report. Mr. Lei, the stage, lighting, and sound have been calibrated thrice, and the backstage makeup rooms, changing areas, and rest zones are all prepared to your highest standards. The security plan has also been confirmed with the venue and police. Excellent. Lei Long nodded. Though still harboring concerns about security, he promptly reminded, during the event, ensure that Michael deploys 100 personnel immediately. The subsequent security matters will be under Michael's purview. With the Miss Asia competition approaching, one cannot discount the possibility of disturbances. The police? Ordinary security? I do not trust them. Very well. Wang Jing nodded. Lei Long remarked, you may return to your duties. Only 10 days remain until the competition begins. Lei Long felt a sense of unease. After all, this was billed as a Pan-Asian event, and it would be quite embarrassing if attendance fell short. For this project, he had set the highest international standards and had already invested 20 million. This does not even account for the prizes, costumes, and related expenses. Of course, for Lei Long, these were mere trifles. He had secured over a dozen top-tier sponsors, including Estee Lauder, Pepsi, and Rolex. The sponsorship funds alone exceeded 200 million. He had turned down smaller brands, as they were unable to meet the 20 million sponsorship fee. In truth, Lei Long's apprehensions were unwarranted. News about the Miss Asia competition had already spread across Hong Kong and throughout Asia. Various nations were promoting it. Apart from media efforts, many influential figures from different empires sought to leverage this opportunity to cultivate a local star. If someone were to emerge victorious, the economic value of a star is immense. For ordinary individuals, this presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Given the substantial prize funds, the champion would receive 20 million, along with the chance to achieve widespread fame across Asia. Even the runner-up would earn 15 million. As Lei Long prepared, various empires commenced their own preliminary selection rounds. The Miss Asia competition is not open to all. It necessitates passing through rigorous screenings. At the very least, the top 3 candidates must be evaluated by professionals from their respective countries, earning the right to compete in Hong Kong for the Miss Asia title. This was a stipulation Lei Long had personally mandated. Otherwise, how could hundreds of thousands compete together and select candidates without at least half a year? Moreover, both manpower and resources come at a cost. Damn it. Which wealthy individual can endure such immense consumption? Time flies, and 10 days have swiftly passed. During this period, an influx of visitors has flocked to the island, causing airport traffic to surge dramatically. The excitement is truly overwhelming. The island's media is fervently reporting daily, with dazzling posters of Miss Asia plastered on street corners, bus stops, subway cars, and the exteriors of buildings. Even major newspapers and publications have gone into a frenzy, speculating on the champion and the top 3 contenders, speaking with uncanny confidence. They are more obsessed than the time traveler, Lei Long. Concurrently, participants from various regions have all arrived on the island, accommodated in hotels arranged by Lei Long. The final count of contestants has also been tallied, 600 individuals. This figure shatters the historical record for beauty pageants on the island. TVB's previous Miss Hong Kong competition peaked at merely 600 applicants, with only a few hundred actually participating. Meanwhile, Lei Long has managed to secure numerous sponsors within these 10 days, selling broadcast rights to various imperial television networks and media outlets. A tidy profit indeed. The event has ignited unprecedented enthusiasm, to the extent that even some officials from the Hong Kong government have personally stepped in to express their support for Lei Long, ensuring the smooth execution of the Miss Asia competition and granting him considerable face. Yet, not everyone is pleased. For instance, there are individuals like Zheng Yutong, who suffered significant losses during the British East India Company's defense of dignity, as well as other imperialists. Additionally, competitors like Yongxing Film, harboring long-standing grievances, are envious of Lei Long. Initially, they perceived him as a foolish man with too much money, doubting his capability to orchestrate such an event. However, over the past 2 months, with the promotional efforts of figures like Wang Jing, not only have they connected with mainstream media across various empires, but they have also created the current frenzy. To put it bluntly, the advertising fees Lei Long now commands are equivalent to their annual revenues during their peak. Essentially, in the film and television industry of Hong Kong, Lei Long stands unrivaled. Their continued survival hinges on the narrow margins of competition. Should this event proceed smoothly, what future would they have in the market? In a lavish manner, after listening to his subordinate's report, Secretary Simon Barkley coldly inquired of his female secretary, "Have you arranged for everyone I instructed?" For the past few days, he has been exerting pressure on various departments using his power, vigorously pushing for the approval of processes. Once the procedures are completed, he can legitimately investigate Lei Long's company. However, this plan was discovered by McLeod, who ordered him to cease. If the overt approach is unfeasible, then covert strikes must be employed. He has been secretly investigating Lei Long's adversaries. The findings were shocking. Lei Long has enemies everywhere. In the business world, the underworld, and even the entertainment industry. There are many who harbor deep-seated hatred toward him. Fortunately, these individuals can also be utilized to his advantage. All arranged. The female secretary replied, "If we are to sabotage, let us do it grandly. Let them use bombs and smoke bombs freely. The sole objective is to prevent Lei Long from conducting the competition smoothly." Simon Barkley exclaimed fervently. Initially, he did not care about Miss Asia, but witnessing the event's overwhelming popularity has changed his mind. What he seeks is not a mere inconvenience, but a sensational headline capable of toppling the Miss Asia competition, causing Lei Long to incur significant losses. Upon hearing this, the female secretary's expression turned cold as she nodded and swiftly went to make arrangements. The next day, at the Elizabeth Stadium in Wan Chai, before dawn, a long queue had already formed outside the stadium. 2,600 beauties, along with their entourage, makeup artists, styling teams, and media reporters, were gradually passing through security checks. The security check was no mere formality. To ensure safety, it involved thorough pat-downs, bag inspections, and metal detectors. Yet, Lei Long was aware that this was insufficient and could easily lead to issues. They could not detect liquids or explosives concealed within the human body. Therefore, he had already acquired X-ray technology, bomb-proof clothing, bomb blankets, and bomb shields. Ensuring that Zhu Suosao and their team worked overnight to produce 30 X-ray machines and a substantial quantity of bomb-proof clothing. The metal detectors and X-ray machines were all operational. Michael personally led the global security team for the inspections. Meanwhile, additional police forces had been deployed and were on high alert. Chapter 85, Bombs, Assassins, X-ray Machines. Initially, the entire process proceeded smoothly. However, halfway through, a problem arose. A woman was found to have concealed 2 tear gas canisters within her bra. Fortunately, the global security team acted swiftly and subdued her on the spot. Just then, dozens of workers were seen carrying chairs from a corner, preparing to enter. Michael's gaze sharpened as he strode over, demanding that these workers undergo inspection. "Report, Captain, no issues." Several team members reported. Michael scanned the workers. "All right. Let them pass through the X-ray machine." As the workers went through the checks, Michael began to examine the leather chairs. The next moment, he caught a familiar whiff of sulfur. While others might not detect the faint scent, as a professional assassin, he was well acquainted with it. Michael discreetly stood up, turning to scrutinize several individuals who appeared either oblivious or professional. He fixed his gaze on the leader of the workers. "I'm sorry, but we've already got enough chairs inside." The workers immediately voiced their displeasure. "What? Enough? No way. We came all this way. We must bring the chairs inside. Or else, wouldn't we have come for nothing? Yes, yes, pay us our wages, or we won't leave." Michael remained composed, producing 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. "Will this suffice for you?" "That's enough, thank you." The workers quickly expressed their gratitude. "You all return first. Let us take these chairs as spares." As the workers carried them away, Michael instructed. Upon hearing this, the workers said nothing further, taking the money and leaving. "Ah Sheng, take them to the warehouse." In the warehouse, Michael opened up all the chairs. Discovering that each contained explosives, complemented by magnetic devices, these were miniature remote-controlled detonators, essentially remote bombs. Michael's expression hardened, his anger flaring up. It must be noted that these chairs were designated for the judges. If they were detonated later on, the consequences would be unimaginable and uncontrollable. Indeed, someone is plotting mischief. "You all destroy them," Michael ordered, promptly taking out his phone to report the situation to Lei Long. In the surveillance room, upon learning the news, Lei Long's teeth ground in fury. Tear gas, remote bombs, and they are placed on the judges' seats. Damn it, this is a scheme to drive him to ruin. Immediately assign someone to monitor the entrance of the venue. Once the event commences, we must take decisive action and ensure that we uncover the individuals behind this. Mr. Lei said sternly. Furthermore, regardless of whether they are staff members inside the venue or those outside, anyone wishing to enter must undergo an X-ray machine inspection. No exceptions shall be made. In situations like this, an X-ray machine is the only means of detection. Relying solely on manpower is insufficient to uncover certain threats, such as human bombs. One can only hope that such circumstances do not arise. Yes, Mr. Lei. Upon hearing this, Michael hung up the phone and stepped out of the warehouse, becoming busy. Beside Mr. Lei, Liang exhaled a plume of smoke, intently observing the split-screen surveillance footage, which encompassed both the interior and exterior of the venue. Liang remarked with a smile, "Mr. Lei, it seems there are those who do not wish for you to have an easy time." Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone turning icy. "Sir, Had my people not identified the issues today, this Miss Asia competition would have been doomed. Should that transpire, the responsibility would fall heavily upon you. As he spoke, Lei Long cast a glance at Li Ying's shoulder. Li Ying, slightly embarrassed, replied with a smile, I will personally oversee matters to ensure that such incidents do not occur. With that, Li Ying exited. Outside, Michael was supervising with a serious expression, anxious about potential mishaps. At that moment, Li Ying approached and patted Michael on the shoulder, sincerely stating, Mr. Michael, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Michael nodded, no problem. I am merely carrying out Mr. Lei's directives. Suddenly, the X-ray machine beeped incessantly. Michael swiftly moved closer, his gaze fixated on the screen, his pupils constricting sharply. It became evident that a bomb was concealed within the body of the woman before him. Under the watchful eyes of Michael and Li Ying, the woman appeared increasingly anxious, swallowing hard as she prepared to activate the detonator concealed within her throat. At that moment, Michael stepped forward, offering a gentle smile. I apologize, madam, but there seems to be a malfunction with this machine. Atai, please escort the lady to the lounge and offer her a VIP seat as an apology. Atai stepped forward, guiding the woman into the venue. By 9 a.m., everyone had been screened. In the warehouse, Lei Long personally arrived to find 4 lifeless bodies. It was clear that these 4 individuals were death warriors. What exactly is a death warrior? There are various types: loyalists, avengers, controllers, and zealots. They are individuals devoid of humanity, trained to prioritize their missions above all else, including their own lives. They possess no independent thought, obeying orders from their superiors without hesitation, even unto death, as they have been indoctrinated from a young age with ideologies vastly different from those of ordinary people. Such individuals are truly pitiable, even if they are alive now. They cannot provide any useful information. Mr. Lei, are you certain that there are bombs within their bodies? Li Ying inquired, his expression skeptical. He had never encountered a scenario where a machine could detect bombs inside a human body. He had only executed the orders to eliminate these 4 men because he trusted Lei Long. However, if the coroner arrived and confirmed no issues upon dissection, he would be in grave trouble. After all, 4 lives were at stake. Indeed, instruct your men not to disturb the bodies or move them, otherwise it may trigger the detonators in their throats, resulting in an explosion. Remembering the images from the X-ray machine, Lei Long reiterated his warning. At that moment, the coroner arrived. Lei Long presented the images to the coroner, reiterating similar cautions. This is quite a predicament. I never imagined we would encounter such death warriors here in Hong Kong. The coroner remarked, furrowing his brow, then turning to Li Ying. Li sir, mishandling this could result in an explosion. If you doubt the veracity of Mr. Lei's claims, my suggestion is to detonate it directly. However, this requires documentation. I must ask if you, Li sir, are willing to accept this responsibility? Before Li Ying could respond, Li Wenbin entered with a group of media reporters, exclaiming, yes, absolutely. Clear the scene. Li Ying immediately commanded. As Lei Long stepped outside, he signaled for Michael to set off firecrackers. Meanwhile, the coroner had already affixed the pulling rope to the woman's body and approached the warehouse entrance, beginning to drag. Just 3 meters out, there was a thunderous explosion. Chapter 86. Promotion. The mysterious behind the scenes. Li Wenbin exhaled deeply. Mr. Lei, thank you for once again providing our police with precise intelligence. I will certainly report this matter. Indeed. Lei Long nodded and then addressed the camera. The discovery of these bombs within human bodies was made possible by my company's development of an X-ray machine capable of such detection. Should the Hong Kong government and police require assistance, they may purchase these machines for use at subway stations and security checkpoints. Furthermore, to ensure the smooth operation of this Miss Asia event, security services will be provided by Global. The dialogue between the two was documented by the reporters nearby. Before long, Lei Long departed the warehouse with Li Wenbin, arriving at the venue. Li sir, I hope you will keep the earlier incident confidential until after the event concludes. No problem. Li Wenbin replied with a smile. Mr. Lei, you truly are a businessman. You never fail to promote your products, even in such circumstances. However, this product is indeed of immense benefit to us. Once I report it, I assure you, you will profit handsomely. Lei Long laughed heartily. Haha, directorly. You are the intermediary. I will not forget your contribution. Li Wenbin beamed. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Wishing you all the best. Simultaneously, 600 contestants from across the Asia-Pacific region began to pour into the Elizabeth Stadium. The venue was filled with staff, spectators, and judges, all marveling at the beauty before them. Each contestant was stunning, each with their own unique charm. For some, it was the first time they had ever witnessed such an abundance of beauty. The scene was packed with various young women, the air infused with the scents of different perfumes and hair products. Conversations flowed in Cantonese, Mandarin, English, Japanese, and Korean, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling international marketplace. Wang Jing, serving as the host, took the stage to guide the event, setting the mood. On the second floor, in the VIP room 2, Lei Long entered to find the gathered individuals standing in respect. He Hong-sun, Hua Ingdong, Hu Jinxian, Kurosawa Akira, Miyazaki Hayao, Ho Xiaoxin, and others. All prominent figures from various empires and regions, representing diverse industries. They were all reputable, possessing both prestige and influence. Their presence as judges was entirely warranted. Mr. Lei, I never anticipated your prowess in attracting sponsorship. Even Fuji Television from Sakura Country has purchased broadcasting rights, and Pepsi from Eagle Sauce is on board. You have truly struck gold this time. Indeed, it is enviable. The crowd praised. You are too kind. In the future, we will have numerous opportunities for collaboration. Not merely limited to the annual Miss Asia competition. We can explore other projects as well. Lei Long raised his glass, looking at everyone. To be honest, their attendance alone had brought him considerable honor. However, it is imperative that they do not leave empty-handed. In business, it matters not with whom one engages. Allowing a modicum of profit to escape is of little consequence. Very well, let us raise our glasses. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by satisfied smiles. A flicker of surprise dancing in their eyes. The whispers surrounding the youthfulness and perceived lack of decorum of Mr. Lei Long were, in truth, mere fabrications. The competition was about to commence. Mr. Lei, do you have any requests? He Hong-sun inquired, casting his gaze downward. Today marked the first day of the preliminary rounds, wherein 600 participants would be whittled down to 300. Thus, efficiency must be paramount, and I commend everyone for their efforts. Furthermore, we must ensure the integrity and fairness of the event. No problem. The crowd nodded in agreement before departing. Below, the 500 seats were filled to capacity, with a considerable number occupied by media representatives from various empires and regions, alongside the rest being eager spectators. Old Li and his companions had also arrived. The stage was a makeshift T-shaped platform adorned with a red carpet, while the backdrop boldly proclaimed the words Miss Asia Pageant. As He Hong-sun and others took their seats, Wang Jing announced the commencement of the competition. According to the event's protocol, the 600 contestants were required to deliver a 1-minute self-introduction followed by a 30-second runway walk. The judges would score based on poise, presence, and performance, with the top 300 advancing to the next stage. The first contestant to grace the stage was the local representative from Hong Kong, Li Yinshan, clad in a black dress that accentuated her youthful charm. She confidently approached the center of the stage and proclaimed, "Hello everyone, my name is Li Yinshan, hailing from Yao Ma Ti, Kowloon. My dream is to become an actress." Following her was Li Saifeng, then Li Ji, Wang Hong, Li Jiasin, Shi Xiemi, and Fujiwara Jixiang. Others included Zhao Yaji, Guan Jilin, Xiao Anna, Wen Bixia, Zhang Manyu, and Wang Zuxian, with Lei Long ensuring their participation as well. An hour passed, showcasing a diverse array of talents. Some boasted striking figures and exuded confidence on the runway, while others displayed elegance in their demeanor yet appeared rather unremarkable due to overly conservative attire. A few possessed first-rate physiques and appearances but lacked self-assurance. In contrast, those trained by Thunder Film Academy, such as Guan Jilin, exhibited a remarkable composure and ease. Lei Long observed from the VIP section, his vantage point allowing him to appreciate the blossoming talents on display. It must be said, this occasion truly showcased a multitude of stars, each vying for the spotlight. Yet, the harsh reality remains. Only one flower may bloom the brightest. Just then, an unexpected disruption unfolded at the side of the stage. A group of men leapt from the audience and charged toward the judging panel, shouting about a conspiracy. Others brandished sharp weapons, intent on causing harm on the runway. Michael's gaze sharpened as he led the security team to intervene. Before long, these men were subdued. Officer Li Ying arrived with the police, demanding, "Who sent you to incite chaos?" The leader's face paled, trembling as he stammered, "I don't know. A masked man gave me 5,000 Hong Kong dollars and instructed me to create a disturbance. Take them away." Li Ying exhaled a deep breath, raising his hand, and in the next moment, a line of police officers entered to take control of the scene. There was no need for such a grand display, yet the unexpected occurrences necessitated it. After dealing with the troublemakers, the event resumed. Lei Long, weary and disinterested, chose to leave. With 600 participants, at least 3 days would be required to yield results. That evening, Lei Long visited the home of a chair vendor. Upon entering, he settled onto the sofa and leisurely lit a cigarette, casting a glance at the suitcase nearby, a smile creeping onto his face. It seemed someone was preparing to flee, suggesting they might possess knowledge of something significant. "Speak up. Who instructed you to plant the bomb?" As his words fell, the bespectacled man in an extravagant suit trembled uncontrollably, unable to maintain his composure. "Mr. Lei, I'm so sorry." Lei Long rose. Towering over him, his tone growing colder. I ask you, who orchestrated this? Mr. Lei, I truly do not know. The person I was in contact with was masked. They offered me 3 million to replace the chairs without raising any suspicions. Who could have guessed there was a bomb hidden inside? The bespectacled man sobbed, tears streaming down his face as yellow urine trickled forth, filling the air with a foul odor. Such a display hardly seemed indicative of deceit. Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression grave. The mastermind behind this was no ordinary individual. Organizing a bomb, deploying assassins, inciting chaos, so many threads yet to uncover the puppet master. Their meticulousness and flawless execution suggested they were watching him closely. This sensation left Lei Long feeling decidedly unsettled. He stood, prompting the bespectacled man to panic. Mr. Lei, I beg you. Yet, before he could finish, Lei Long swiftly raised his firearm, delivering a fatal shot to the man's head. Such individuals, whether aware of the orchestrator or not, had lost their worth once they refused to speak at this juncture. Clean this up. Ensure the police find no trace, Lei Long instructed tersely, adjusting his suit before turning to depart. Chapter 87. The preliminary rounds conclude. Victoria Peak. 3 days passed. As evening descended, the preliminary rounds finally came to an end. Following the tallying of scores, the list of 300 advancing contestants was confirmed. Wang Jing announced the results from the T-stage. Below, some rejoiced while others despaired. The joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom shared. Those who advanced embraced one another, tears of joy mingling with the sorrow of those eliminated, their eyes cast downwards. Lei Long, ensconced in the VIP room, inhaled the smoke from his cigarette, scrutinizing the television ratings reports just received from various networks. The viewership of the Sakura Nation's TSB television network stood at 60, while the ratings for the Korean KSB network registered at 50, with many others also reporting impressive numbers. This served as undeniable proof of the immense popularity of the Miss Asia pageant. It is crucial to note that this preliminary round was merely the beginning, with the semifinals and finals yet to come, promising even greater excitement. Just then, the esteemed judges entered, and Lei Long exchanged pleasantries with them, discussing the standards for the upcoming semifinals. He did not overly involve himself in the decision-making process, though he was the organizer. It was essential to provide the public with a fair and equitable opportunity. After concluding discussions with He Hongsun and others, Lei Long promptly made his way to the decision-making room. Wang Jing and the others wore expressions of delight. Mr. Lei, the preliminary rounds were a resounding success. For the semifinals, should we incorporate some unique segments? Perhaps a swimsuit showcase or an outdoor shoot? Lei Long, his gaze deep and contemplative, responded, your suggestion is excellent. Let us proceed. Furthermore, for the finals, arrange for Zhang Guorong and others to perform as guest entertainers, creating a festive atmosphere. Also, inform all major sponsors that the advertising placement fees for the semifinals will double, and for the finals, they shall increase yet again. A few individuals were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. Mr. Lei, you truly are a commercial genius. Lei Long chose not to elaborate further. Everything revolves around the pursuit of profit. To transform the Asian Miss competition into the hottest intellectual property on the island, not only must ticket sales and broadcasting fees be maximized, but he must also leverage the event's influence to attract more powerful business magnates, thereby paving the way for his commercial empire. Days passed, and as the beauty pageant unfolded, the Boat King and Hua Ingdong extended an invitation to Lei Long to visit Victoria Peak. Atop Victoria Peak, surrounded by the sea, lies the dazzling Victoria Harbor. Whether in the present or future, this place remains a haven for the affluent, a truly priceless locale. So, Lei, what do you think of the scenery? Inquired the Boat King as he approached the cliff's edge alongside Hua Ingdong. Beautiful. Simply breathtaking, Lei Long replied, turning back. You rascal. I've already gathered all the information about the villas for you, yet you refuse to take it. It infuriates me. The Boat King shot him a dramatic eye roll. This is a place for the wealthy. I cannot afford to reside here, Lei Long said, rubbing his nose. Goodness, if you cannot afford it, then who could possibly live here? The Boat King scoffed, utterly speechless. Indeed, the property prices here are exorbitant, yet for Lei Long, securing a residence would merely be a matter of uttering a few words. Oh dear, you two are flaunting your wealth in front of me. I shall take my leave. Hua Ingdong feigned a dramatic exit. Go ahead, but remember to bring wine next time. The Boat King chuckled, waving his hand. Lei Long stepped forward to intercept him. Hey, Hua, if you leave, who will accompany the Boat King for drinks? Well, fine then. For your sake, I shall reluctantly stay. Hua Ingdong replied with a slight smile. Oh, so you're not leaving. Who was it just now who said the Boat King was being overly familiar with that sarcastic tone? Old Bao, you're giving me no face at all. Give you face? Why should I? You insisted on bringing that precious wine you've been hoarding for 20 years. Yet you hesitated. Seeing the two behave like mischievous children, Lei Long smiled faintly. Before long, the three arrived at the Boat King's estate. Once seated in the courtyard, the Boat King inquired seriously, Lei, to be frank, we wish to understand the purpose behind your mobilization of company funds. Initially, they were unaware of the situation. However, the scale of Lei Long's capital movement was staggering. In just a few days, he hastily mobilized over 30 billion. All the cash that the companies could muster had been drawn out. Naturally, the shareholders below expressed significant concerns. Yet, these individuals dared not confront Lei Long directly. Thus, the responsibility fell upon him. He, too, was curious about Lei Long's intentions. The crux of the matter was that they had discovered Lei Long was scheduled to fly to the Eagle Empire the following day. To the uninformed, it might appear as though Lei Long was preparing to abscond. Who wouldn't he be alarmed by such a prospect? To put it bluntly, if those 30 billion were to vanish, Lei Long's companies would regress to square one. This was an unbearable burden for any shareholder. Indeed, you plan to leave the country quietly tomorrow. We unconditionally support and trust you, the two of them said, though Hua Ingdong hesitated. Now I understand, Lei Long responded, chuckling at the revelation that their concerns stemmed from fear of his potential flight. This was indeed a misstep on my part. However, the undertaking I am pursuing is substantial, and it is best not to inform them, Lei Long promptly clarified. What is it? The two exchanged curious glances, eager to know what significant matter warranted such secrecy from the investors. I intend to invest this 30 billion into finance. The reason for my departure is that the bond companies in Hong Kong have an inadequate investment system. Only the Eagle Empire possesses the capability. Lei Long stated as he sipped his tea. What? You plan to pour all 30 billion into finance? Are you out of your mind? Hua Ingdong gasped, his body jerking upright in shock. Indeed, the financial instruments amounting to 30 billion cannot be supported by Hong Kong's bond companies. However, to invest such a vast sum into finance seems exceedingly reckless. What is finance? It is a realm where major players orchestrate their strategies. There is a saying, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, and the 10th commits suicide. The odds of winning are exceedingly slim. Should he lose, Lei Long's entire enterprise would collapse. Moreover, he himself could face imprisonment. Given this perspective, it is no wonder he was infuriated. He did not wish to witness the downfall of an outstanding Hong Kong enterprise. Oh, old Hua, calm down. Our brother Lei has always been meticulous in his endeavors. Take a seat. The Boat King, after a moment of contemplation, swiftly restrained the agitated Hua Ingdong. He had faith in Lei Long, as over the past year, he had transformed a near-bankrupt Thunder Group into its current thriving state. Such brilliance and commercial acumen could not possibly be reckless enough to gamble away a vast corporate entity. Nevertheless, the concerns raised by old Hua were valid. Finance, after all, serves as a legal amplifier of human nature. A slight miscalculation could lead to complete ruin. What do you wish to invest in? Please share. And we can offer our insights, the Boat King inquired, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Chapter 88. Investing in Bull Market Oil. The Solomon Company. A robust bull market in oil. Lei Long exhaled, uttering those few words. Oil. The two were momentarily stunned. Oil. The market for oil is indeed vast. Pouring 30 billion Hong Kong dollars into it would barely cause a ripple. However, international oil remains remarkably stable, exhibiting neither significant upward nor downward fluctuations. This reality makes it challenging to derive substantial profits from oil. To put it plainly, holding international oil stocks with the expectation of considerable gains is unrealistic. It resembles a bank deposit, offering stable cash flow and dividends with attractive returns. As a commodity linked to the US dollar, it possesses strong anti-inflation properties and exceptional value retention. It can also serve as a hedging tool for corporate asset allocation, settled in dollars to mitigate the impact of the Hong Kong dollar's exchange rate fluctuations. Furthermore, as an international commodity, it boasts excellent liquidity, facilitating easy transactions suitable for large capital movements. There are indeed numerous advantages. If Lei Long merely intended to hold the asset, this would be a standard investment strategy that they would all support. However, the issue lies in Lei Long's desire to engage in leveraged investment. For instance, common oil futures come with a built-in tenfold leverage. Should the price drop beyond a certain threshold, it could lead to immediate liquidation, wiping out the principal. If he were to utilize 100 times leverage, a mere 1% drop would result in a total loss of the principal. This is no longer a mere gamble of 2 to 1 or 3 to 1. It has escalated into a reckless high-stakes wager. The crux of the matter is that the current crude oil market is remarkably stable, devoid of any potential for dramatic surges. Therefore, there is absolutely no necessity for investment. Am I dreaming? The shipping magnate could no longer contain himself and muttered, "Brother, even with money, one cannot indulge in such folly. Lei Laudi, should crude oil be a viable investment, I would cease to support you." Hua Ingdong stated seriously, his tone rife with discontent. What is this nonsense? It's blatantly evident that the rate of loss surpasses that of profit, and yet one insists on taking risks. This is no investment. One could easily lose everything. Life's journey is invariably fraught with excitement. Victories and defeats are commonplace. In the realm of the strong, solitude reigns supreme. My aspiration is to scale the pinnacle of the world, not to languish on a mere island harbor. The Great Wall stands resolute. Yet where is Qin Shi Huang of yore? He may be deceased, but his name endures through the ages, reverberating across the globe. You may withdraw your investments or freeze your account funds. I, Lei Long, do not require anyone's assistance to reach the summit. Lei Long rose, his expression devoid of emotion. His investment in crude oil is not a blind gamble. He knows that a war is imminent in the Middle East, and crude oil prices are bound to soar. Entering the market 2 months in advance is the wisest decision. Hua Ingdong stood, glaring at Lei Long, ultimately biting back his words, refraining from uttering any profanity. Old Hua and I will wholeheartedly support you, the shipping magnate declared, rising to pat Lei Long on the shoulder. I have reached my limits. I hope you can journey further and ascend higher, standing tall with the bloodline of our great nation at the pinnacle of the world. We will handle the company's affairs for you. Focus on your endeavors. If you win, we shall celebrate. If you lose, we will do our utmost to assist you. Lei Long's words indeed resonated with him. As a tycoon of the harbor, he is acutely aware of the world's rules and dynamics. Just consider the Forbes rankings. How many from the Dragon Kingdom can ascend? How many can break into the top 10? The pinnacle is virtually unattainable. Even he himself cannot breach the top 10. Perhaps this young man, Lei Long, truly has the potential to create miracles. Even if Lei Long were to fail, for him, it would merely amount to a failed investment. I shall take my leave. Lei Long nodded and turned to depart. Hua Ingdong, meanwhile, was seething with anger. All right, old Hua, we shall not support Lei Laudi. The others beneath us will certainly not lend their support either. This matter must remain confidential. The shipping magnate sighed as he turned back. Oh, I merely intended to frighten him. I did not anticipate his resolute stance. It is not the loss that frightens me, but the sudden obliteration of our sole hope. Hua Ingdong lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his expression laden with worry. With Lei Long's current achievements, it could be said that he is on par with the shipping magnate. If he maintains his steadiness, becoming the future tycoon of the harbor and the wealthiest in Asia is a certainty. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. I understand your sentiment, but this young man is adept at creating miracles, and only those who do so can reach greater heights. We cannot impede him. Old Hua, we are growing old. Perhaps we might indeed witness the glory of the great Xia. The shipping magnate suggested, beginning to brew tea. Indeed, let us hope. Hua Ingdong coughed bitterly before inquiring. By the way, why did you not mention the matter of the colonial secretary, Simon Barkley? Simon Barkley has already taken notice of Lei Long's dealings through legitimate channels. They have directly approached the harbor authorities to meet with MacLeod. The shipping magnate flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone grave. Let us consider ourselves as guides, paving the way for him. It is best not to discuss this matter further. I only hope that this Simon Barkley understands his place and does not overstep boundaries. Very well. Hua Ingdong refrained from pursuing the topic. 3 days later, Lei Long, accompanied by Xiao Anna, set foot on the soil of the Eagle Empire. Lei Long had previously resided in the Eagle Empire and was familiar with several preeminent bond firms there. Solomon Brothers, hailed as the king of bonds on Wall Street, boasts the strongest comprehensive strength in the domestic bond trading sector. Morgan Stanley leads in government bonds and investment-grade corporate bonds, with a robust network of institutional clients. J.P. Morgan Chase controls the Eagle Empire's national debt and investment-grade bonds, possessing a comprehensive global bond trading network, primarily serving large enterprises and governments. There are also firms like First Boston, all renowned bond companies in the Eagle Empire. Their formidable power and asset scale are measured in hundreds of billions. These are U.S. dollars, not Hong Kong dollars. True global giants, colossal entities that are the envy of billions. After careful consideration, Lei Long found himself oscillating between J.P. Morgan Chase and Solomon. Ultimately, he chose Solomon. Although Solomon's overall strength may not match that of J.P. Morgan Chase, it reigns supreme in bond trading. Its capabilities in MBS and government bond market making are unparalleled on Wall Street, with trading and underwriting significantly outpacing its peers. This superiority is not mere boast. It is forged through one successful order after another. Moreover, when it comes to expertise, J.P. Morgan Chase is a commercial bank, with bonds merely a secondary channel. The key is his familiarity with the company's general manager. The two had previously made wagers regarding financial matters, and in the end, Lei Long emerged victorious. However, Lei Long did not demand the promised $1 million U.S. dollars. Chapter 89. 20 times the crude oil futures. Miss Asia champion Li Jiasen. At Solomon, Lei Long was greeted by the general manager himself, who rushed forward to embrace him warmly. Mr. Lei, it has been ages. Li Wei, indeed. It has been a long time. Lei Long patted the other man's shoulder. Where have you been hiding? I couldn't reach you by phone. Li Wei could not help but complain as he ushered Lei Long into the lobby. Oh, I have been traveling the world, seeking beautiful women. You should focus a bit. I have heard that the language of the brothers from the dark state is incomprehensible, and tanks lack rear-view mirrors. In the dark state, there are not only peculiar occurrences, but also numerous infectious diseases. Cough, cough, fair point. Soon, the trio arrived at the office, which was tastefully decorated with a distinctly Western flair. Knowing you enjoy tea, here is some premium pu'er I procured from the Dragon Kingdom. It is said to possess an aged flavor. Li Wei enthusiastically prepared the tea with practiced ease. Thank you. Lei Long seated himself with Xiao Anna. You rarely visit our company. Do you perhaps have a goal in mind? Li Wei poured the tea, presenting a cup of Gao Shiba while scrutinizing Lei Long. Indeed. This time I not only have a goal, but also intend to invest. Lei Long replied with a slight smile. Investment, you say? What do you wish to invest in? I have a bit of savings, but just don't deplete my family's fortune. Li Wei's eyes shone with excitement, his tone laced with jest. Lei Long's financial acumen is formidable. He understands the landscape better than anyone. Crude oil leverage. I am prepared to invest 4 billion US dollars, Lei Long remarked nonchalantly. $4 billion? In crude oil? Levi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you out of your mind, brother? Or just overly confident? Crude oil leverage? Have you lost your senses? In recent years, the global landscape has been quite stable, especially among major oil-producing nations, which are not only unlikely to see an increase, but could also face a decline due to oversupply. If it comes to worst, lend me the money. And within 3 years, I will return 5 billion to you. Seeing Levi's incredulity, Lei Long remained unfazed. It was natural for them not to comprehend. After all, to most, the fluctuations in crude oil seemed minimal. However, Lei Long possessed the memories of a past life and an omniscient perspective, rendering the risks manageable. Levi, trust me. I assure you, wealth awaits you. Whatever you invest, I will return you threefold if you incur losses, Lei Long said, pressing the visibly excited Levi back into his seat with a calm demeanor. Is that for real? You exude such confidence? Levi, still astonished, pondered briefly before responding. All right. However, a $4 billion transaction is quite substantial. You must speak with our boss. No problem, Lei Long replied with a smile. I will be here awaiting your return. Levi departed swiftly, and shortly thereafter, he returned accompanied by a well-dressed man, an elite from the West, approximately in his 50s, with gray at the temples. He introduced himself as John Gutferland, the chairman of Solomon and concurrently its CEO, the pivotal decision-maker of the company. Greetings, Mr. Lei. I am Chairman John Gutferland. But you may call me John, he approached with humility. Hello, Mr. John. They shook hands before taking their seats. Levi mentioned your intention to invest $4 billion and to employ leverage? How many times? John inquired straightforwardly. Is a 30-fold leverage feasible? Lei Long tentatively asked while lighting a Cohiba cigar. The standard futures leverage is predetermined by the exchange, typically at 10 times, with a maximum of 20 times. To achieve higher leverage, such as 30, 50, or even 100 times, one must resort to financing through bond companies. With a 30-fold leverage on $4 billion, you would elevate the market to $120 billion. Frankly speaking, our company lacks the capacity for such extensive financing, John replied with a bitter smile. In the realm of global trading, Lei Long would undoubtedly be the first to attempt such a feat. There had been no precedent, nor would there be a successor. Lei Long thus conceded. In that case, let us proceed with 20 times leverage on crude oil futures. If 30 times is unachievable, we shall forego leverage altogether and directly engage in 20 times futures. John nodded slightly, though disappointment lingered within him. In truth, if Lei Long had pursued higher leverage, he could have accrued substantial financing interest, yielding considerable profits. Yet, with futures trading, even at 20 times, his earnings would merely amount to several $1 million, far less than the potential from leverage financing. However, he truly lacked the capacity to undertake such a massive order. All right. But Mr. Lei, I must caution you. Should the crude oil market decline by 5, you would face immediate losses on the 4 billion. John remarked. No worries. This is my secretary, Miss Anna. I will have her coordinate with you. Lei Long maintained his affable demeanor. Very well, Levi, take Miss Anna to make the arrangements. John, seeing the situation, refrained from further comment. 10 days passed, and Lei Long returned to Hong Kong Island. At Thunder Films, in the executive office, the results of the beauty pageant were unveiled. Wang Jing presented the list to Lei Long. Champion, Li Jiasin. Runner-up, Li Yanshan. Third place, Chen Farong. The top 3 indeed matched his discerning eye, each a stunning beauty radiating brilliance. In truth, all those who made it into the top 10 exhibited remarkable qualities. None were merely fillers. Simultaneously, in the reception meeting room, 10 women filled the hall with lively chatter, the air imbued with a luxurious fragrance. Each of these women possessed a striking physique. Today, they had deliberately adorned themselves exquisitely. Their attire was sleek, accentuating their alluring figures while exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. With meticulously crafted makeup, stockings, and high heels, they resembled stars on a runway. The boldness of their attire was not merely for the gaze of passers-by. They were acutely aware of whom they were about to meet. Signing with Thunder Films was tantamount to stepping into one of Hong Kong Island's premier star-making factories, an opportunity of immense potential. Yet, even more enticing was the prospect of receiving Lei Long's personal approval. Who is Lei Long, you might ask? A mere inquiry into Hong Kong Island would reveal his legendary status: youthful, wealthy, and the possessor of a vast commercial empire, a titan in numerous industries. Crucially, Lei Long was strikingly handsome, a quality not often found among other affluent magnates. With a transcendent aura bolstered by his wealth, he exuded an irresistible charm to any woman. To be chosen by such a man, even if one could not become the principal lady, merely engaging with him could yield resources and status beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, fundamentally altering one's life trajectory. The allure of transforming one's fate was palpable among the 10 women present. At that moment, the door swung open. Chapter 90, Signing the Top 10. Global Fame. He Hongshan accompanies his daughter. Lei Long entered, dressed in a black shirt. As the gaze of the women fell upon Lei Long, they collectively gasped in admiration. Their poise and elegance vanished in an instant, transforming them into infatuated admirers. This was Lei Long, his presence more impactful in person than on screen. In that moment, to the women, Lei Long was not merely handsome. His aura was imbued with an amalgamation of power and wealth. It is often said that power captivates the eye, but to ordinary individuals, someone of Lei Long's caliber represented the pinnacle of authority. Lei Long settled onto the sofa, lighting a cohiba as he surveyed the room. Noticing his gaze, Li Jiasin instinctively straightened her back, striving to accentuate her figure. Her eyes shimmered with admiration. Fixed on Lei Long, as the champion, she believed her advantage with him to be the greatest. In contrast to Li Jiasin's boldness, Li Yinshan exuded a more delicate and refined demeanor, her gaze akin to that of a fawn, subtly assessing Lei Long. Upon locking eyes, she became flustered. Chen Farong, clad in a form-fitting black dress, radiated a cool allure, her red lips enticing. Their exchanged glances were charged with intensity. The others were equally remarkable, each a rare beauty, showcasing various charms, innocent, alluring, and sophisticated. Please, take a seat, Lei Long said with a warm smile. The ladies settled into their seats with poise and elegance, striving to maintain an aesthetic demeanor. Congratulations to you all for distinguishing yourselves among 600 candidates. Securing a position in the top 10 signifies that your appearance, charm, and intellect are all of the highest caliber. The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss contracts. Thunder Film will provide you with the finest resources, including bespoke films, tailored scripts, elite styling teams, and comprehensive promotional strategies, with compensation that ranks among the best in the industry. However, there are several points you must comprehend. First, during the contract period, your private lives must remain impeccable, devoid of any actions that could tarnish the company's image. Second, absolute compliance with the company's reasonable work arrangements is mandatory. Those who exhibit arrogance shall be dismissed. Third, those willing to stay may do so, while those unwilling are free to leave at this moment. Thunder, straightforward and forthright, spoke. Indeed, beautiful women are a delight to behold. Yet one must also generate economic benefits for oneself. Otherwise, no matter how exquisite the content or how remarkable the physique, to him, it is merely a vessel. To speak frankly, Thunder desires beautiful women, and it is merely a matter of words. Upon hearing this, the 10 women fell silent, each contemplating the implications. In the industry, the jargon suggests that signing a contract equates to selling oneself. Li Jiasin took a deep breath and stood up decisively. Mr. Thunder, I shall sign. With the first commitment made, the others could no longer remain seated. Why deliberate any further? They swiftly agreed. That evening, after the contracts were finalized, Thunder took the 10 beauties to the Peninsula Hotel for dinner. The Peninsula Hotel, akin to the Mandarin Oriental in Central, is a premier luxury establishment, having hosted numerous dignitaries, high-ranking officials, and wealthy elites, including the Queen of the British Empire, who has stayed at both hotels. The grandeur was palpable, and the ladies were elated, elevating Thunder in their esteem. He reveled in the moment, for one must seize joy during life's triumphs, lest the golden goblet be left to face the moon in vain. With enchanting companions, time flowed like wine, and the blossoms of each passing year mirrored the azure sky. Under the cover of night, Thunder conversed privately with champion Li Jiasin. The following day, Thunder instructed Wang Jing to focus on nurturing Li Jiasin and her peers. Presently, Thunder Film has skyrocketed to fame across Asia through the Miss Asia brand. Thunder is determined to elevate them to the status of international superstars. When pondering international luminaries, a singular name flashed through Thunder's mind: Long. There exists only one Long, unparalleled and unique. Alas, Long is currently with Yongxing Film Company. Wang Jing has attempted to poach him multiple times, yet to no avail. Thunder summoned Michael and Gao Jin, inquiring with a cold tone, "Have we yet to uncover the identities of those behind the scenes?" Michael promptly replied, "We have gathered some information. The instigators and chaos makers were arranged by 14K, but we have no leads on the chair and human bombs." Liang has also found nothing. 14K? Thunder's eyes flickered. He was familiar with that name. The financial backer of this group is none other than Xiang Huqiang of Yongxing Film. Is it not? Could it be that Xiang Huqiang is secretly scheming? An old saying rings true: competitors are often foes. Envious of one's success, they seek to undermine Miss Asia. Logically, it holds water. Jin, instruct Wu Ye to gather a team tonight to confront 14K. Bring their leader to me. Thunder narrowed his eyes, issuing a calm directive. "Yes, Mr. Thunder." Gao Jin nodded and departed. "Mr. Thunder." Michael continued with another report. "Since the conclusion of the A competition a few days ago, numerous wealthy individuals and institutions, both domestically and internationally, have approached us, eager to collaborate with global security and offering substantial sums. Shall we accept?" Thunder lifted his teacup without hesitation. "Yes. We shall accept any domestic or international contracts, provided the price is right and the background is clean. This time, with Miss Asia concluding perfectly. Global security has established a flawless reputation. It is entirely reasonable for affluent individuals and dignitaries to be drawn to global security. Abroad, there are Blackwater, Aurora, and Arctic Fox. In Hong Kong, there is Global. No, in Asia, there is Global." Michael stood up. "I will make the necessary arrangements." Just then, Wang Jing entered. "Mr. Thunder, Mr. He wishes to see you in the lobby. Please ask him to come in." Thunder instructed. Mr. He refers to He Hongsen, known as the King of Gamblers. He navigates both the black and white markets in Macau and is an absolute titan. His presence as a judge for Miss Asia indeed reflects well on Thunder. Prior to this, their paths had not crossed. Of course, the prestige is one aspect. Thunder also promoted the Venetian casino for him. It could be considered a mutually beneficial arrangement. Soon, He Hongsen entered with a woman. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, bearing a mixed heritage, strikingly beautiful, with a youthful charm complemented by an unexpected serenity. "Mr. Thunder, I apologize for the intrusion. I had wished to visit sooner but heard you had traveled to the Eagle Sauce Empire." He Hongsen greeted warmly. "Mr. He, please take a seat." Thunder rose and then turned his gaze towards the woman. "And who might this be?" He Hongsen promptly introduced. "This is my daughter, He Chaoqiang. Chaoqiang, this is the Mr. Thunder you have long wished to meet. You may call him Brother Thunder." He Chaoqiang smiled gently, locking eyes with Thunder. "Brother Thunder, greetings." "Greetings, please, have a seat." Thunder scrutinized He Chaoqiang once more, surprised to discover she was indeed He Chaoqiang. Quite unexpectedly, He Hongsen has many women and children, yet among them, He Chaoqiang stands out for her exceptional capabilities and striking beauty. In her 20s, she possesses formidable business acumen. She is the heir apparent in He Hongsen's eyes. Of course, He Chaoqiang currently lacks the requisite experience. "Thank you." He Chaoqiang gracefully sat down. Chapter 91. The young lady from the He family as secretary. Strike 14K. "Mr. Thunder. Thanks to you, our business in Macau is more prosperous than ever," He Hongsen remarked with a slight smile. "No need for thanks, a win-win collaboration." Thunder waved his hand dismissively. Their conversation seamlessly transitioned from business to personal matters, eventually landing on the topic of He Hongsen's daughter, He Chaoqiang. "Your daughter is only 18. Such a tender age. She must be preparing for university soon?" Thunder feigned surprise. "Indeed, my daughter has been accepted to Harvard University, where she will study business management. However, I believe that the rigid curriculum pales in comparison to hands-on experience. Someone like you, Mr. Thunder, who at such a young age has traversed the realms of finance, real estate, and entertainment, wielding influence with ease, truly a prodigy. To be honest, he must express my admiration in your presence." This praise took Thunder aback. Especially the underlying meaning within those words was thought-provoking. "You flatter me, Mr. He." He Hongsen smiled faintly. "Not at all. My daughter has always been quite clever. I have long sought a truly capable individual to mentor her, to impart genuine knowledge. I wonder if Mr. Thunder could provide her with an opportunity to learn by your side and broaden her horizons." Thunder narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the ulterior motive of this old fox. The notion of learning is likely just a pretext. There is a hint of suspicion regarding the arrangement for the daughter. What does Miss He mean? Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette and turned to stare at He Chaoqiang. Generally, people wish to arrange for their children to learn, particularly in close proximity. Lei Long certainly disapproved. However, He Hongson possesses considerable strength. Notably, his management of the casino allows him to operate in both the shadows and the light. Associating with such a person is undoubtedly beneficial. Who knows, it may prove invaluable in the future. Chow Chiong, your brother Lei's talent ranks second across all of Asia. No one dares to claim the top spot. Following him in pursuit of knowledge will yield boundless achievements. And the future business of the He family shall be entrusted to your capable hands. You might want to contemplate this further, He Hongson remarked. He Chow Chiong blinked, responding, Okay. Afterward, she exchanged a glance with Lei Long, revealing a shyness unique to young girls. In truth, she harbored no animosity towards Lei Long. Rather, there was a touch of innocent affection blossoming within her. He Hongson, witnessing this, felt immense joy swell within him. The arrangement was flawless. So perfect that he had not anticipated Lei Long's swift agreement. Having his daughter learn from Lei Long was one aspect. However, his core intention was to foster a romantic connection between He Chow Chiong and Lei Long. This union would create a formidable partnership, dominating both the gambling scene in Macau and the real estate landscape of Hong Kong, rendering them invincible. The future He family would wield unparalleled influence, commanding both fortune and favor. Since both Mr. He and Mississippi He placed their trust in me, to be overly formal would be disingenuous. From now on, Miss He will serve as my secretary. The extent of her learning will depend on her own aptitude, Lei Long stated with a nod, his tone unembellished. Thank you, Mr. Lei, for your assistance this time. Should any business needs arise, please don't hesitate to let me know. While I, He Hongson, may not be of great stature, I do command some respect in Macau. He Hongson's smile deepened. You needn't be so polite. Lei Long extinguished his cigarette. He Hongson promptly raised his teacup, declaring, Mr. Lei, I toast to you. Chow Chiong, quickly express your gratitude to your brother Lei. Thank you, brother Lei. He Chow Chiong lifted her teacup, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Mr. He, I fear I may hinder Miss He's prospects. The prestige of a Harvard degree is immense. Lei Long shifted the conversation. She is merely 18, with a bright future ahead. Following me would be somewhat of a diminishment of her potential. Haha, there is no need for such worries. With sufficient resources, one can accomplish much. While I, He Hongson, may not be extraordinary, I certainly possess a substantial network, He Hongson retorted. At this, Lei Long paused momentarily, then regained his composure. Indeed, he had overlooked this aspect. The world often operates as a vast stage, where resources and influence can facilitate numerous endeavors. A degree from Harvard can indeed be a valuable asset. Subsequently, Lei Long engaged in further pleasantries with He Hongson. After leaving He Chow Chiong behind, He Hongson departed, patting his daughter's shoulder with an expression full of hope. The office was left with only Lei Long and He Chow Chiong, the atmosphere growing somewhat quiet. Lei Long summoned Chow Anna. Anna, this is Miss He Chow Chiong, daughter of Mr. He, who will be serving as my secretary. Please help her get acquainted with the surroundings. Of course, Mr. Lei. Miss He, please follow me. Chow Anna replied with a professional smile. Brother Lei, I'm heading off. He Chow Chiong said with a gentle smile as she followed Chow Anna out. Lei Long exhaled a deep breath. Late at night, at midnight, the Crow led his gang in a full-scale assault against the 14K. Currently, the Dongxing Triad was ruthlessly attacking the Hongxing, dominating the scene and establishing itself as the largest gang in Hong Kong. However, the 14K also held considerable power, represented by their 14 guiding principles: loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, love, trust, righteousness, harmony, and equality. These principles were distributed across various regions: Macau, the Netherlands, and Hong Kong, each operating independently without unified command. Nonetheless, the core, orthodox Ge family, centered around the principle of filial piety, remained in high regard. As Ge Zhixiong was the founder of the 14K. Presently, the 14K boasted several leaders in Hong Kong aside from the orthodox Ge Zhixiong, including Hu Shuyong, the head of the Yitzi faction, known for countering the Big Circle Gang, and Chun Huiman, the formidable dual red poles of the 14K, renowned for their combat prowess. The targets of the Crow's assault were primarily the Yitzi and Yongzi factions. By noon, he had already spread the word. The 14K members stood ready for battle. Victory would secure their vital stronghold, while defeat would force them to retreat. On the streets of Tsim Sha Tsui, Chun Huiman's faction was already prepared, sharpening their blades. At that moment, a convoy of vans arrived, led by the Dongxing's formidable leader, Sitong Haonan. They've arrived, brothers. Stay sharp and take down this gang of Dongxing scoundrels. The 14K members wasted no time in charging forward, blades drawn. Blood would stain the yellow sands of the battlefield. The underworld was ablaze with violence. Chun Huiman scanned the crowd and spotted Sitong Haonan, his expression momentarily tightening, yet he dismissed it without concern, continuing his search. Upon spotting the ferocious Barney, he charged forward with his machete. It was well known that the current strongest tiger of Dongxing was neither the descending Tiger Crow nor Sitong Haonan, but rather the ferocious Tiger Barney, along with Saint Tiger Shenlong, Tai Chi Tiger Yinyang, and Bloodthirsty Tiger Caesar, among others. Among them, Barney stood out as the mightiest. Should he slay Barney today, it would not only serve as a warning to others, but also instill fear within the entire Dongxing, elevating his reputation throughout the underworld. Barney brandished his rebar, turning to glare at Chun Huimin with a bloodthirsty grin. Leader of the Yongzi faction? Let us finish this in 3 rounds. In an instant, Chun Huimin was sent flying, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. Submit or perish. Barney declared coldly from his elevated position.